Pokemon trainers. It is time to end our season on a high note. We are here at the 2025 North America International Championships, starting our pre-show before opening ceremonies. I'm Joe Brown, joined by Kyle Sukovich, Evan Hashimoto, and Jim Lawson, covering all 4 of our competitive circuits, competitive streams you will see this weekend in NAIC. It's going to be an absolutely great time. The season started in September here in North America, and here this June, it's going to be an awesome showdown. Our final event before the World Championships this summer in August in Anaheim, California. Kyle, we'll start with you. TCG always continuing to rise, over 3,800 trainers in the Masters Division here in New Orleans. It's really incredible to think about.
It's crazy to see how much things have grown. Yeah, this room is packed with people. There's, yeah, like you said, about 3,800 players in the Masters Division alone for TCG. A massive event, and this is the summer of Pokemon, right? We're leading up to the World Championships. We are on the road to Worlds, and this is kind of the final stop before we get there. This is going to be an awesome weekend. Yeah, absolutely. And there's so many new things in all of our games, especially I would say Go is the newest with the new season, new me mentality, Jim, for your new season in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just such an exciting weekend. And when you think about it, not only is there a new season going from Might and Mastery to Delightful Days, kind of the first dip into this new meta that we're going to see develop, but also there's just so much on the line, and this is for all the games, right? It's not just the champion title, but we have tons of trainers that are trying to get that final opportunity to punch their ticket for Worlds, or maybe even a travel award or travel stipend. So many storylines, so much on the line for this weekend, and I can't wait to see it unfold.
Yeah, and then Evan, obviously Pokemon UNITE is continuing to grow, the competitive scene getting larger and larger by the day. Quick hit on how your scene is doing.
It's great. It's been the longest season that we've had so far. We started a little bit, I think 2 months earlier this year than we did previous years. The international competition has been amazing. We had our first Western teams go out to the Asia regions for invitationals this year. So it's really just one of the most exciting years, and our final Western team will qualify today.
Gonna be exciting. I'm an Umbreon main myself, so I'm hoping to see some Umbreon on the Unite stream this weekend. But let's get into our players to watch. For those who are joining us for the first time, maybe you're unfamiliar between all of the top trainers in each of our competitive games. We'll start with the trading card game. Kyle, there's almost too many players to count.
Yeah, there really are. We narrowed it down to 3. And these are some of the best of the best. We have Andrew Hedrick, who was last year's NAIC champion. This guy has had an incredible 3-year stretch, 4 regional wins, and the person he defeated in the finals last year was Stefan Ivanov, who is our only 2-time NAIC champion for the TCG. He won in back-to-back years, made it back to the finals last year, lost basically on a confusion coin flip, one of the closest matches we've ever seen. Stefan is synonymous with NAIC. He's a player to watch for sure. And then Brent Tonneson has really been the trendsetter for TCG this season. He's had a ton of great results, got 2nd place at an international championship already this season. A lot of players go to him for what is the optimal deck list to play. So Brent is another player we're going to keep an eye on.
Yeah, not just players, but commentators as well, as I borrowed his Charizard deck on TCG Live for a number of months back last year. I was using his exact 60. So Brent, certainly a force to be reckoned with this season. We head over to Pokemon GO, Jim, and obviously there's so many great trainers consistently, but there's something about the home talent continuing to succeed at their home international.
Yeah, that's right. One of the storylines that we're going to be looking at all weekend is going to be the idea of an out-of-region IC winner. In the history of Pokemon GO on the Play Pokemon circuit, we have had only in-region winners for our international championship tournaments. So we're going to take a look at some of these trainers to really spotlight here for this weekend. And these are actually our previous 3 IC winners. We had our EU IC winner from Spain, Patoman. We had our 2024 NAIC winner, Out of Pocket, as well as our 2025 LAIC winner, Marto Gaude, all competing here this weekend. And when we talk about these trainers, the one consistent theme is actually consistency. All of these trainers have had success realistically for seasons over and over and over. In fact, Marto Gaude has won 4 tournaments already this season. So if he can have a nice, tournament here, he's going to just sweep everyone as far as the global leaderboards go. So a lot to look forward to, a lot of excitement this weekend.
That's awesome to see a player have that much consistency within a game. But there's so much varying playsets, varying patches, right, with the new updates and everything. We'll see how he is able to keep that success up for Pokemon Go. A lot of fun. New times in the Pokemon Go scene here at NAIC. Certainly excited for that. Personally, for myself, selfishly, talking about the video game championships, very excited as this is the capstone to our season. We've had a bunch of different regional champions. Will we get a back-to-back, someone that's a regional and IC winner? These are our players to watch, some of the best trainers in North America and all over the world. The one, the only, Wolf Glick himself, former regional champion this season, so already has the invite from the European International Championship that he won just a few months ago, trying to get 3 invites in one season. Speaking of 3, Marco Silva, the only trainer in VG history to win 3 international championships at this point. And Naoto Mizubuchi, actually one of my favorite players to watch out of Japan, the 2019 world champion, actually in attendance this weekend. Important to note for anyone out of the main North America, EUIC, LATAM, and Oceania regions, Japanese players, Asia-Pacific players, they have to achieve top 4 or higher to qualify, get that automatic invitation to the World Championship. So for Naoto, it's essentially either boom or bust, which is exciting for us.
Yeah.
So obviously going to be a great weekend. Thousands and thousands of trainers here in the building in NAIC. And after seeing the VG set up there, it's going to be a great time. We have one more game, one more play. You can't really have a player to watch, as it takes a village to win in Pokemon Unite, and good teammates at that, Evan.
Yeah, I'm actually going to talk about 15 individual players. We're going to have to extend this time, and every game's going to be delayed. And I think that's okay. I think we're allowed to do that. But no, I'm just kidding. 3 teams to watch. For anybody who's not familiar, our format's a little bit different. We have a league system, and this is one of our few open brackets, completely open to any team in the world to auto-qualify for Worlds. We will get our final Worlds qualifier from the West here. Of course, Luminosity is the team that we have to talk about. I know it's kind of a similar story to what we saw in some of the other games, but Luminosity, there are 2-time world champions, and there's only been 3 Worlds for Pokemon Unite. They are also now our 2-time IC champions this season. It's the first time that we've been able to be at LAIC. They won that. They won EUIC, but they have a very interesting stat. For being one of the best teams in the world, they have won every single in-person event outside of the U.S., and they have lost every single offline event inside the U.S.
Oh, so, wow.
A weird stat for a U.S. team, and they are here now to try and break that curse and sweep every single IC.
Hey, that just shows that Luminosity's level of dominance, that if they're able to win so consistently, whenever they don't win, it's essentially a news story.
Yeah. It's, I mean, and again, they've been so dominant. They're the only 2-time world champions. They've got a slightly new roster this time around, so it's going to be interesting to see how they're playing with that. We've also got some other teams that we got to see right there. I believe it was Daybreak and DreamHack that we got to see. Some teams from out of region that were qualifying for Worlds, or some of them qualified for Worlds last year, and they didn't manage to this year, just barely. So a lot of out-of-region teams are trying to get their final chance, and we haven't seen them play against the Western teams as much, or so I should say the North American teams as much. It's going to be a very, very interesting day.
Now, with obviously all of our games having different Pokemon, different strategies, different mechanics available, I think you want to go down the line real quick on what's that one thing that the people watching at home should really be focusing on for your games. Kyle, is it going to be a bunch of monkey business with Monkey Dory? Is that the thing that should really focus on this weekend?
We will certainly see a lot of Monkey Dory in the TCG this weekend for sure. Yeah, there's a new expansion for the TCG. It's Scarlet and Violet Destined Rivals. Team Rocket returns to the TCG, kind of our first Team Rocket themed expansion in about 20 years. So very exciting, and everybody's going to be looking towards, will there be any new decks, new strategies that are going to take this event by storm? Or are we going to see more of the same with Gardevoir EX, Dragapult EX, and a lot of those decks that have been doing well throughout the season?
Yeah, and then Jim, how about what's a Pokemon we should see on the Pokemon Go stage?
Yeah, absolutely, Joe. We're here in the Bayou. It's hot, it's humid, it's sweaty. We're all feeling it. And you know, the bugs are out. They're going to be out this weekend. We actually had a buff to bug type Pokemon here for this delightful day's meta. We're going to see the likes of Fortress and Scizor as well dominating the stage. So can't wait to see some of these newly buffed bug types. Bugs are back, baby. What can I say?
might need some bug spray here in New Orleans, outside the venue, and for the video game. Personally, I'm excited for anyone watching. It is Miraidon's world, and we are just living in it. One of the strongest restricted Pokemon available in the format. That Dragon Electric typing is just absolutely terrifying to deal with offensively. You put a Choice Specs on, you're doing even more damage. Electric Terrain increases that damage as well because of the Hadron engine ability. So I don't know, in our 8 rounds of Swiss today, I'd expect to at least see at minimum 4 Miraidon going into today. It's certainly the strongest Pokemon in the field in most of the trainers' eyes, but that's always a good time. You never know, if everyone's ready to bring Miraidon, you can have a counter win the event, a team that's prepared for it. Evan, real quick on your Pokemon to watch.
We have such a wide meta right now. Honestly, they asked me for my predictions, and I was like, I have no idea, which is a great thing for the game, right? There's so many viable Pokemon right now. Everything is like being used by so many different teams. Our newest Pokemon are Suicune and Alolan Raichu. So those are both releasing, they both released within the past few months. They're extremely strong. Alcremie released like 2 days ago, not legal for the tournament, unfortunately. I'm very excited for that Pokemon. But we are in for surprises, without a doubt. And if you want to see some wild Pokemon, I think Unite's going to be a good game to watch this week.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Very excited for Unite. Now we have, as we're getting ready for our opening ceremonies to begin, there's going to be important things that you're going to want to stay locked in all weekend on our streams. You can get rewards. You can have our drops here in Pokemon TCG Live. Use the redeem code NAIC25 Destined Rivals to get those full art cards there. Kyle, that's what you're talking about, the latest Team Rocket set.
Yeah, it's Team Rocket. You can see the Team Rocket's Giovanni. There's lots of Team Rocket's Pokemon in the TCG, but it's not just Team Rocket. There's lots of different trainers Pokemon which were just introduced or reintroduced to the TCG in that Journey Together expansion. So you see trainers like Ethan, Cynthia, Marnie. Lots of strong trainers have strong Pokemon, and we'll probably see a lot of those this weekend for TCG. But yeah, also watch out for Twitch drops. We have some kind of play accessories you can get for TCG Live. It gets, Ogerpon has kind of been the mascot for the International Championship circuit this season, so you can get the Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon accessories here. Yeah, just link up your account, get some Twitch drops.
Ogerpon Cornerstone, my beloved, my favorite version of the 4 masks there.
Also good in TCG
yes,
for a bit.
Absolutely, yes. So if you're watching the TCG stream for the drops, you should also head on over to Pokemon GO's stream as well, Jim, to get some well-earned, very important, very helpful drops on the Go stream.
Yeah, absolutely. Earlier this year at EUIC, we saw an incredible championship between ZZ and our featured trainer, Patumon, who will be here at NAIC as well. But you actually have an opportunity, if you follow along with the stream, watch for 30 minutes, you can get the iconic Mandibuzz, one of the most dominant Pokemon through so many metas, as well as an elite charge TM as well. One of the more rare items in the game. I know Joe's been trying to source some of those as well
yes.
here in the great TM crisis of 2025. But yeah, make sure that you guys link your accounts, follow along. As you watch, you will get those codes that you can use to get some of those exclusive items here as you watch the North American International Championships.
Shout out to our commentary friend Butters, who actually traded me a shiny Mandibuzz.
Ooh.
Pretty cool. I don't know how great it is in battle, but I know this Pokemon's pretty good at VGC. Everyone's excited. Wolf Glick's Incineroar has finally realized Wolf's best friend used the code NAIC25 Cone Parish. Wolfie Cone Parish is real here in New Orleans. For those who don't know the story and the significance of it, Wolf, our strongest, most veteran player in the game. Typically, you do not see first partner Pokemon as the distribution Pokemon, but because the friendship between Wolf and Incineroar is so strong, Pokemon just had to do it there.
Noted #1 Incineroar fan.
Yes, exactly. Evan on Pokemon Unite, and I always have that stream up in the corner for the rewards.
Yeah, I do believe for Unite we have some as well. I believe we have a Mew emblem. I could be wrong on that one, but Unite, you're going to want to watch along for that as well. We've had some different drops. There we go. Oh, that's actually really cool. I have not seen this before. I'm going to be 100% honest. I mean, of course, I know everything about the broadcast, but we get a gold sticker for gift code NAIC 2025, and I love that they've been putting some event items in the game for Worlds. We've had some of our player jerseys as avatar customization, which is great, but also, of course, for drops, you can get that Mew emblem, so I at least knew 50% of it. That's pretty good for me for a day. But be sure to definitely at least get the sticker. That's very, very cool.
Yeah, absolutely. And those platinum emblems, they stack up. If you watch not just NAIC, all the other live streams of Pokemon Unite that happen throughout the year, you can start getting some pretty good stats for your Pokemon you're using in Unite.
Yeah, it's they're not super common to get the platinum emblems. It's pretty tough, even for people who've been playing for quite a while. So definitely a good drop, and I mean, hey, you just get a chance to see what all these teams are playing, which is always a mystery to us, what they're going to innovate with. So that's kind of a drop within itself, right, of information. That's how it works.
Now, I am actually curious to know, as we know how strong Incineroar can be in the Pokemon video game, I'm wondering Incineroar's viability within your games. Kyle, I know Incineroar EX exists as a card, but I don't know if we're seeing it on stream this weekend.
I would say probably not, if we're being honest. Yeah, Incineroar EX exists. I have seen it used before, but pretty unlikely, if I'm being honest.
And what about you, Jim? You had a community day for Incineroar. How's he doing?
We did have a community day. I think prior to the community day, it was the spiciest of spice picks. I've seen a little bit more activity, maybe on some Twitch streams and things like that. As far as the Play Pokemon circuit, yeah, we really don't see any Incineroar whatsoever. It does run the Darkest Lariat moveset, which I think is pretty great to have a signature move featured in Go. But yeah, no real viability here for this tournament. I would be shocked if we see one.
I'd be even more shocked if we saw an Incineroar in Pokemon Unite, Evan.
Right. We do not yet have Incineroar, so for anybody out there, you know, if you want to take a break from the Incineroar, Wolf, if you're out there and you want to try Pokemon Unite, you are welcome to join us, but we do not have that quite yet. We've got a lot of other very, very cool partner Pokemon evolutions, but not that one.
And Incineroar's in the
Oh,
show. You can't even escape him on the pre-show. Exactly. That might be the best promotion. No Incineroar in Unite. But as we got just a couple minutes before we head over to the stage for our opening ceremony, just want to get your guys' last thoughts. We're here in New Orleans. We're ending the season with a bang, getting ready. NAIC is always in a nice spot because it's a capstone to the regular season, but then it's really a preview of what we are expecting to see at Worlds.
Definitely, yeah. I would say one thing I'm keeping my eye on is, you know, at the 2 ICs we've had so far, there's a small testing group from Australia who have gotten second place at LAIC and EUIC. That's Brent Tonneson, Natalie Miller. Will NAIC be their chance to break through and finally win one of these? Will that group go the distance this time?
Jim, what are we thinking?
Well, I'm just really excited because of the direct qualifiers that we have for top 4. There are some trainers that maybe haven't had an opportunity to participate in regional tournaments or fly across the pond for other ICs. This could be their breakout moment here to directly qualify for Worlds and really put their name on the map for 2025.
Evan?
We've got a chance for a first-time ever Worlds qualifier. We've got the great storylines for Luminosity Gaming. We have a bunch of different teams. We've got teams from Australia and LATAM and the Brazil region, specific in LATAM as well. So just so many different questions and so many great storylines, and we've barely even started for Pokemon Unite. I'm very, very excited for it.
Yeah, and then for the Pokemon video game, we're obviously excited. It's the last event before Worlds. That bubble, that top 75 Auto Worlds invitation in the North American region, it's been as stressful as you can get all season. People are tracking, oh, I gained 4 points here, I gained 10 points here. We had players that were in 40th place before Portland, right? They went to like 68 afterwards from one event. So the entire Worlds landscape can absolutely change on the drop of a dime here. But Kyle, Evan, Jim, thank you all so much for joining us here on our pre-show. It's going to be an incredible weekend. Make sure you stay tuned to all of our Pokemon streams, VG, TCG, Unite, and Go. The 2025 Battle on the Bayou begins now.
Welcome to New Orleans, y'all! A city where music haunts the alleys, colors dance through the streets, and joy itself hangs thick in the air. We are awakening the spirit of Mardi Gras Day, y'all. We are showcasing old traditions as the city bursts into full celebration. We call it Fat Tuesday, y'all. Fat Tuesday. Yeah, a day born in revelry, crowned in rhythm. Oh, it's much more than a party. Oh, yeah. No. It is tradition. It is pride. It is the very heartbeat of the Big Easy. And today we are going to honor that heartbeat, its majesty, its music, its masquerade, as we take you on a journey through some of New Orleans' sacred Mardi Gras Day traditions. Now, it starts before the sun rises, and it doesn't end till after the sun sets. So get ready to experience the most famous day in the Crescent City, y'all! Mardi Gras Day! All right. Now I need you to close your eyes and come with me, because the day begins in the dark in a neighborhood known as the Treme. Before the sun rises, they appear. Skulls, bones, spirits. The North Side Skull and Bone Gang, led by Big Chief Sun Pie, march into the day carrying their timeless message. Live with purpose, honor your roots, respect your community. In a section of New Orleans we call the Bywater, the secret society of St. Anne gathers. They're masked, costumed, full of color. They're led by a mischievous jester and the Storyville Stomper brass band. They wind and weave and dance their way through the streets of the French Quarter as they make their way to meet Rex, the king of Mardi Gras. Now uptown Zulu rolls with hand-painted coconuts and warrior pride. But back down in that section we call the Treme. Oh, the Mardi Gras Indians are lighting up the streets with beadwork, mass rhythm, and the spirit of the wild magnolias, led by Big Chief Bo Dulles Jr.
Somebody make some noise, y'all. Somebody put your hands in the air for me. It's in your hands, it's in your feet. If nigga wanna dance in the middle of the street, it's that Nola thing, that Nola thing. Somebody make some noise, Pokemon. Come on. That Nola thing, that Nola thing. Y'all in New Orleans right now, y'all. Them big brain bands. You got Carmen down on the Rainbow Street. You got Cemetery with the Voodoo Queen. You got Big Queen over the Indian team. You got Silly Gumbo and 442. That Nola thing in the middle of the street. Hey, come on, y'all, let's rock a while. You got Pokemon in the middle of the street. That Nola thing, biggest scream and shout. It's that Nola thing, that Nola thing. It's that Nola thing, that Nola thing. Somebody put your hands in the air for me, y'all.
Hey, y'all! Rex, the king of Mardi Gras, the king of Carnival, has presided over our sacred traditions for more than 150 years. It is the Rex Ball that brings Mardi Gras to a close with royal fanfare, pageantry, and time-honored elegance.
Welcome to the 2025 North America International Championships. Oh, they gave us the sparks.
Let's go.
I feel underdressed for the first time ever.
No, I'm the one who didn't get the memo.
This is going to be amazing. Of course, that was incredible. Let's give it up. I'm still here and I'm talking. Let's give it up for our amazing performers one more time.
Amazing performance. Now, over 6,000 of the fiercest competitors in the Pokemon trading card game, Pokemon video game, Pokemon GO, and Pokemon UNITE are here in Narlands for their chance to claim the NAIC champion title.
That's right, and that is not all, folks. There's also a lot of do-re-mi on the line. $500,000 between all of our titles up for grabs. And of course, a coveted spot at the World Championships. I'm sure you could see it out there, Adam. Anaheim, California, this August.
It feels like just yesterday we were kicking off this 2025 season in Baltimore, Dortmund, and Joinville, but I guess time flies when you're having fun playing Pokemon.
Speaking of playing Pokemon, Adam, I think there are about 6,000 of you here ready to do just that.
Well, then let's not keep them waiting any longer. Competitors, get ready for round one of the North American International Championship.
All right, amazing intro video, commence.
Welcome to the 2025 North America International Championships. This is the crown jewel of the international circuit, and the world's top trainers are here to leave their mark on history.
NAIC, are you ready?
Last year, Out of Pocket showed exactly why he's a champion, shutting down every challenger who came for his crown. Teamwork made the dream work, and the Orange Juicers crushed the competition to claim their glory. In the TCG, Andrew Hedrick outplayed and outlasted them all, claiming the title of King of New Orleans. And in Pokemon VG, Patrick Connors clinched his first championship with ice-cold decisions and flawless execution.
Let's go!
Tongue come in next. Ash and Ash. We get the attack boost. This could change everything.
Another fairy singularity! Another fairy singularity! Hyper Voice and Kilo's low bliss assistance! They're going straight for the score!
Lost vacuum on the Temple of Sinnoh. Theo upper energy on the pit shot. KO with block 3 wins.
The game, Josh. The honor, the glory, the redemption is his.
We've had an insane weekend here at NAIC.
Last event of the season.
I have never heard the crowd as loud.
Welcome to the North America International Championships. Let the games begin.
Hello everybody and welcome to the Pokemon North America International Championships. We are so excited to be here again in New Orleans, Louisiana, to be able to show you the best that the Pokemon video game has to offer for Scarlet and Violet. My name is Rosemary Kelly and I'm joined by Jake Muller, and I'm so stoked to be here with you.
I am too. What an amazing weekend we're about to have. Some very high-level Pokemon competition, the last major event of this season before the World Championships, and the invitations to that event will be decided here in New Orleans this weekend.
We have so many incredible days of Pokemon action ahead. 3 full days, which I think is going to be amazing. Of course, leading up to the Championship Sunday, where we get to crown that winner and just give out all of that glory. But I think it's kind of amazing to think that we're here now when the season started just September. It feels like,
yeah.
Where did the time go?
It goes so fast. Trainers have had so many opportunities to earn those championship points across the course of the season. And it all culminates here. You know, this is the last chance to get those championship points, possibly get yourself a spot in Anaheim for the World Championships. Let's take a look at the points up for grabs this weekend here at NAIC. Again, the qualification for the World Championships is slightly different this year. You have to make it into the top 75 in the championship point leaderboard in the US and Canada. Same with Europe. Latin America has 50 spots, Oceania has 20, and Middle East and South Africa has 5.
But of course, you can also just win a regional championship, or you can get top 4 at the North America International Championships this weekend, and you will be able to secure an automatic qualification to compete at the World Championships. And what's also very exciting in terms of this championship point race is, you know, on the left-hand side of your screen, that's how many championship points you can earn for your placement at this particular event. But we have 1,123 Masters Division trainers, which means that we're going to be giving out championship points for the top 512 competitors.
Not something that happens too often. These huge tournaments, you get a lot of opportunities for some injection of championship points into the system. But before we get ahead of ourselves too much, let's take a look at a quick video to explain how our tournament's going to work.
This is the 2025 North America International Championships, broadcasting live from the Ernest N. Memorial Convention Center here in New Orleans, Louisiana. Pokemon VG trainers have traveled from around the world to compete for a $500,000 prize pool, a heap of booster packs, and prestigious championship points. Points that will get them one step closer towards qualifying for Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, California. This tournament is a 3-day event that kicks off with Swiss rounds. Trainers whose total match points exceed the threshold for their division will advance to Day 2. On Day 2, trainers continue battling in Swiss rounds. After all Swiss rounds are completed, the top 8 competitors and up to 24 competitors with the same match points as 8th place will advance into an asymmetrical top cut, battling through a single elimination bracket until only 2 trainers remain. These finalists will face off on Championship Sunday, where they'll compete for the NAIC trophy and try to claim their piece of Pokemon glory. Every match is a best of 3 and uses an open team sheet format. That means each Pokemon's Terra type, ability, held item, and moves are fully visible to the opponent, making every decision crucial. It's anyone's guess who will be crowned the North America International Champion and receive invites to Worlds 2025 in Anaheim. But we'll be here to guide you through all the action as we find out who the last trainer standing will be. Let's send it back to our casters and get this tournament started.
So many prizes on the line here. It's not just the cash, but it's also going to be booster boxes, booster packs for the trading card game for Pokemon. But of course, we're also looking at giving out that title of North America International Champion.
The title is amazing, of course, but walking away with a $15,000 cash prize is something that is really important as well. That could fund a couple more seasons of play going forward. So nice chance for some of our trainers to walk away with some fantastic prizes on top of the championship points, on top of a qualification to the World Championships.
I'm really excited to see how our players end up finishing this weekend, because I feel like NAIC is where we saw a lot of dreams get made last year. And so we'll go ahead and try to focus on some of these players now that we really have our eyes on to potentially take home this North America International Championship title. And first up, we're in North America, so we're going to focus on our North American players. And we've got Joseph Ugarte. He's the top of the North American leaderboard. In 2023, he got 2 top 4s at the European International Championships and NAIC. And he's done a lot of this success off the back of a sun archetype, really focusing in on Pokemon like Groudon, Koraidon, Jumpluff, so many sun, Torkoal.
Yeah.
I feel like that's really what he's known for.
Of course, on top of all his success in past seasons, he was a finalist at 2 different regional championships this year. Like you said, Rose, #1 in the NA leaderboard, has 2,112 championship points, which is a very large number, possibly more than I've ever earned in my entire life. So someone that is always a threat to perform very well, if not win, any tournament that he enters. Of course, Shiliang Tang, another trainer that has been known to be very successful throughout the past few years, has a regional championship of his own, but of course was very instrumental in team building efforts this season, partnering up with trainers like Justin Tang and Andrew Ding. Shiliang played against Justin in San Antonio in the finals in a mirror match, and did end up losing to Justin, but also built the team that Andrew Ding used to win the Milwaukee Regional Championships, and is very well known to just be a fantastic team builder.
I mean, you look at some of the teams that he's used, and I feel like they're really the ones that shape the meta from there on forward. Like that Lunala team that we saw from Andrew, I feel like, or just kind of like across the board, they've always just had great success with what has been considered to be what we look at as like tournament favorites. But of course we have to move on to Michael Zhang, because you talk about Shiliang having successful team building for the meta. Michael has the most creative team building for the meta. He always has, I think, very like meta forward compositions, really thinks critically about what Pokemon he feels like are going to get the most value. And it's just kind of impressive to watch how well he's done, especially being a regional champion and off the back of using Pokemon that are really underrepresented, like Tyranitar, like Toxapex.
Yeah. I think whenever you see a Michael Zhang team, there's going to be something really unique on it, but it's unique in the sense that it counters some really popular stuff in the meta very, very well in ways that I feel like only someone like Michael could come up with.
Just to give people more context, he actually went to 6 events this season, and he used 27 out of 30 different possible Pokemon. And I think that's just kind of awesome. So yeah, I'm really excited to see what Michael decided to bring for this particular event, because I think all eyes really going to be on that. We've got another batch of North American players that we want to shout out here. Marcus Dion, first up on this list from Canada. I think he's just had such a phenomenal breakout season in 2025.
3 top cuts at regionals this season, definitely his best season to date, and is #1 in terms of Canadian players on the championship point leaderboard. But of course, the top 4 in Sacramento was a huge breakthrough for him. It was his best finish yet, and the trainer next to him had a little bit of a part in that as well. They were team building partners for that event, which was really fun to see. And of course, Marcus did make it to the finals of the Merida Regional Championships and top 8 in his home regional in Toronto. So really cool to see him having such a successful season so far.
And then Carson, you know, kind of unlike Marcus, who has only had, I think, a couple of years of competitive VGC experience, Carson actually comes in from the seniors division as a world champion in 2016. He won the Latin America International Championships in the Masters division in 2018. So not long too after he aged up divisions, and he comes in as a regional winner for 2025 as well.
did win the Sacramento Regional Championships after knocking out Marcus in another mirror match in top 4, and made it to second place at the Monterey Regional Championships as well, on top of 3 more regional top cuts. And I was talking to him at one point this season, and he said he had a long streak of earning money at regionals, not even just making day 2, not getting championship points, but like getting prize money, which I think goes down to top 16 at regionals. So it's a really impressive streak from him this season, and no shocker to see him at number 2 on the NA leaderboard as well.
And last but not least, Patrick Connors. This was the Cinderella story of the last North America International Championships in 2024. Pat, he come in, hadn't really won or had any kind of big, impressive regionals performances, but came in like, you know, really good at the locals, kind of on that level where people were saying, you know, it's a matter of time. Pat is going to win a major event. And then he goes to his first international championship and wins the whole thing. And that's what Pokemon Dreams are really made of.
Absolutely. It was a really fun story to watch unfold last year. And, you know, it's really going to be really cool to see how he follows that up this year. He's currently number 75 on the North American Championship point leaderboard. So he's very much on the cusp of that World's Invitation. Probably needs a pretty good finish here, but we've seen him do it once so far, so probably going to happen again, yeah.
Off the Pelipper, too. I'll never forget that one little Pelipper that could. Well, we also have, of course, international competition, so we should look at some of our players that come in from the European region. First up, Federico Camporesi from Italy. And Italy, just as a region, before we even dive into Federico as a player, they're so stacked. I feel like every single time I go to a European regional to compete, I see a player across the way has Italy next to their name, and I'm immediately like, okay, I'm about to play one of the greatest players of all time. Because you think about Italy, not just Federico, but Marco Silva, Simone Sanvito, Luca Cerabelli, the world champion from last year. They all come from this region, and they're all practicing against each other and team building. And so Federico, I think, is just such a prime example of what that success looks like for an individual region.
Of course, winning the Gdansk Regional Championships this season, on top of a top 4 in Birmingham and a top 8 in Stockholm, and winning a Grand Challenge, one of the online competitions as well. Number 2 on the EU leaderboard, behind only Marco Silva, who is, you know, a very, very formidable player, also from Italy. And like you said, I think there's so many trainers from Italy that we could have put in this list, and this is kind of a representation of just the strength of Italy as a country this season.
And then we have Michael Kelsch, a very elite group of Pokemon trainers that has won 2 major titles this season, 2 regional championships in Stockholm and Utrecht. And it was just kind of amazing to watch Michael's progression throughout the start of his Pokemon career. Like, think about that, right at the gates. He's getting a top 2. He got second place in a World Championships.
Yeah, I think one of the first times I had, you know, recognized his name was at the World Championships in 2023, making it all the way to the finals. Follows that up with a regional championship win the next season, makes it back to top 4 at Worlds last year, and now is one of the very few trainers that has won 2 regionals this season. So a really impressive run from him. Of course, Stockholm and Utrecht, like you said. I remember, you know, before one of those events, he was talking online and just said, yeah, I'm going to win. And then he did. And that's just the confidence I aspire to.
The confidence, but also all of the hard work that he puts into every single practice and every single event. And likewise, I think that's why we also look at Victor Medina from Spain as another one of those players that really showcases what hard work and consistency can really bring you. But Victor is also kind of our king without a crown. He's able to make it through so many top cuts and just really hasn't been able to quite get over that final hurdle yet.
He was a finalist at the Latin American International Championships this season already, so does have that direct qualification to the World Championships under his belt. But of course, making it to the finals so often, including at the Lille Regional Championships this season, you want to go that extra step. You want to make it to that championship trophy and bring home the crown. So I'm very excited to see how Victor kind of handles the success he's already had this season. On top of, you know, he's had success here in North America. He was a top 4 at NAIC 2 years ago in 2023. So someone that is always a threat as well.
Now we're going to travel across the globe and go over to the Latin American region, where we get a chance to talk about some of these amazing players that come from there. Juan Salerno, first up from Argentina. He won the Rio de Janeiro regional this year, but also I think what really stands out about him is that he's such a threat on an international level. It's not just about the dominance that he showcases in LATAM, but also what he is able to show us when he comes to these big international championships.
Of course, just last year here in New Orleans, made it all the way to top 16. So someone that can, capitalize on the success he's had this season, including 1 regional championship, 1 finalist appearance, 2 top 4s, and a top 8 at 5 regional championships across the course of just this one season.
That's nuts.
And is number 2 globally in championship points, only 20 behind Marco Silva. So he's obviously number 1 in Latin America on that leaderboard as well.
And also, Juan won the first Regulation G event we ever had for single restricted format.
Yeah.
So I feel like it's so impressive that he already came out of the gates with a great understanding of what these very powerful restricted Pokemon can do. And so now what happens when he puts 2 together on a team? I feel like he just gets more powerful
Of course.
because he gets 2 on there.
Of course, Gabriela Gatti, a trainer from Brazil, kind of one of the faces of Latin American VGC over the course of the past few years. A very, very successful player, has won a regional championship this season in Joinville. And I think I like to say it's kind of always good for at least 1 regional every season. If the season passes and Gabriel hasn't won a major, you'd be a little bit surprised. Has made it to the finals of 2 different international championships as well, including NAIC in 2022 and EUIC in 2023. But again, doesn't have that EIC win just yet.
Might be this time.
Could be.
Who knows? But even for Max Morales, another player that I think is really in the mix here from Costa Rica, won Bogota and Santiago. So again, a part of that very small elite group of trainers that has won 2 major events this season, outside of Michael Kelsch and Wolf Glick, who won a regional and EUIC.
Yep.
So it's just really impressive. And Max is also a player that has made the international trip a couple of times to some of the North American regionals as well. And so I think getting some really good practice this season makes him also a huge threat to win the event.
Of course, not only did he win Bogota regionals this year, but he won last season as well. So very capable of following up on past success. And I'm really excited to hopefully see him have a great weekend here in New Orleans too.
We're going to continue that global trip, and let's go over to Oceania. First up, we've got Joji Kaida, who is first in the Oceania leaderboard for championship points, and this player is impressive. Outside of the regional circuit, we also have another way that players can actually achieve championship points, and that's by playing the in-game ladder during special events called Global Challenges or Grand Challenges. And he won 3. Yeah. He won 3. We only, I think, had 8 this season. He won 3 of them. He almost won half, 50%.
It takes a lot of mental strength to win 1 grand challenge, much less get to kind of the top of those leaderboards. But being able to do it 3 times in 1 season is insanely impressive. He's someone that has the strength to make it through a long tournament and is able to kind of finish off, a lot of really, really tough games. On top of his online success, made top cut at every regional in Australia this season, including a top 4 at the Perth Regional Championships. So someone that can very easily translate that skill to these in-person regionals as well. Of course, moving on to Diego Ferreira, someone who we've seen do very well on the international stage, was top 8 at Worlds last year, and of course has won a regional championship in Brisbane this season as well.
And last but not least, Masayoshi Kuro is another one of the regional champions from the Oceania region, just recently won Melbourne a couple of weeks ago. And I think really cool team too. Karaidon, Calyrex Shadow. We got Galarian Weezing in the mix there, so a really good major win there for the Weezing. Last but not least, we need to look at Japan. This season is one of the first seasons that we've been able to see players from the APAC region actually get qualification through these direct invites from winning events or getting a top 4 at an international champion. And so when you take a look at Japan, they brought out the big players. We have Shohei Kimura here, the world champion of 2023. We've got Mao Harada here, who got a top 4 in 2023. We've got Ko Tsukide, who's the 2019 senior world champion. And even outside of this list, we have Naoto Mitsubuchi, who we showcased during our countdown show prior to kicking off the North America International Championships, who is our 2019 world champion. Like, it's stacked. There's even more amazing Japanese players that are outside of this list.
It's so exciting to get to compete with the Japanese players in events outside of just the World Championships. It's one of my favorite parts about these international championships is that we get trainers from all over the globe fighting for this title of international champion, and it truly makes it an international event. You know, this is a successor to the events we used to call nationals, but being able to have trainers from every region makes it so much more special.
Well, what a way to actually just go ahead and kick off our North America International Championships with an international battle. First up for round number 1, we have Simone Sanvito from Italy versus Riley Factura from the United States. And I'm pumped to talk about both of these players because they are titans of the game in their own right. Simone Sanvito won the Lille Regional Championships in 2024, also won Europe International Championships in 2018. And then on the other side of the table, you've got Riley, who was the first place in the North American leaderboards in 2024. And that's because he started off the season by winning the Pittsburgh Regional Championships. He won Monterey just this year as well, and has just been so consistent in terms of getting seconds, top cuts, and whatever else have you.
Consistency is the name of the game for both of these trainers. Again, two people that are very, very often at the very top of events. Simone kind of burst onto the scene back in like the Sun and Moon era of the video game championships and has been a formidable threat ever since. Riley has been around for much longer and is one of the few trainers with a very high count of regional wins. I think maybe just behind trainers like Wolf and Paul Chua. But Simone is using the team of the Calyrex Shadow Rider and Zamazenta restricted duo, one of the heralded duos like right at the beginning of the format. He's been able to see some success with it so far, and we'll pair it up with the Qian Pao, Raging Bolt, Amoonguss, and Ting Lu.
And this is the same team that he actually did bring to Bologna just a couple of weeks ago, but got 98th. A pretty surprising result given the level of player that we see from Simone, but the fact that he has the confidence to be able to bring this team again really shows you, okay, maybe, you know what, Bologna, I got a little unlucky, but this time around at NAIC, I have full confidence that this team is going to be the team that gets the job done.
It certainly has the stuff to make it all the way, too. I think this is a really strong combination. Zamazenta plus Ting Lu is a really great way to kind of slow down the game. You have the defense boost from the Zamazenta, and you have the Vessel of Ruin lowering the power of special attacks coming in, so there's not a lot of damage that can be done to those two Pokemon, but if anything can do it, it can be Pokemon like this Calyrex Ice Rider and Miraidon that Riley is using, alongside the Incineroar, Urshifu, Rapid Strike, Whimsicott, and Landorus.
But when you take a look at Riley's team, I think something that you'll notice that all of these Pokemon maybe have moves that you don't expect them to have. Calyrex Ice Rider, for example, usually we see Glacial Lance and Trick Room and High Horsepower. There's no Trick Room on this Pokemon. He has 2 tech moves and for coverage in terms of Crunch and Close Combat. Same thing with the Miraidon. You got Dragon Pulse for accuracy. And then you also have Crunch on that Landorus.
Riley famously likes using only attacks that cannot miss, which obviously has some great success for him. You do give up moves like Draco Meteor, which can give you a lot of power all in one hit. High Horsepower on Calyrex Ice Rider as well is typically the great coverage option. But the combination of Close Combat and Crunch I think is really interesting. Like you said, Trick Room is often, if not always, used on this Calyrex, and so not having that Trick Room option at all gives you the option to go for 2 different coverage moves. And of course, the Whimsicott's Tailwind, it's essentially just giving up the option for Trick Room for indexing even further into Tailwind. You might be seeing a little bit more speed investment on some of these Pokemon than you might normally.
And I think as we've seen the meta evolve, a lot of these Pokemon have also bulked down a little bit. Like, we have a lot more investment into defense. And so maybe these coverage options are also a way that you can kind of bypass some of these trickier matchups for you. Lunala and Shadow Rider, Zamazenta, there's a lot of Pokemon that I think this Close Combat would be very well used for. But let's go ahead and get into our first match of the North America International Championships here for 2025. Riley's going to be leading the charge here with this Landorus next to the Whimsicott. And you've got some great targets on the other side. Zamazenta and Qian Pao for Simone.
We talked about the Zamazenta Ting Lu lowering the power of special attacks, but the Qian Pao with the Sword of Ruin instead of the Vessel of Ruin will now be lowering the defense of everything on the field, which is really nice for Zamazenta, of course, getting that defense boost from its ability, and now we'll be able to hit with some very powerful body presses. Unfortunately, body press is resisted by both of these Pokemon on Riley's end, and the combination of Tailwind and this Landorus's Earth Power can be dealing a lot of damage right off the bat.
And you have to be worried about the fact that this Whimsicott has Encore. So if you do get locked into something like the body press, then Zamazenta isn't going to be doing a whole lot on this turn. There's also a possibility of this Zamazenta going for something like Wide Guard. I don't know if you want to get locked into that either, but we do have the Ting Lu now going to be taking its place, and we have this as a great option to kind of lower the special attack of this Landorus.
A really great swap there. The Ting Lu will mitigate the damage coming through alongside this Terra Water immediately coming out from Zamazenta. There will be no more ground weaknesses for the rest of the game, and Earth Power won't be doing too much at all.
Landorus just goes for the Protect, though. Good way to suss out what Simone might want to do on this turn and also make sure that you're healthy to use this Tailwind as much as possible. With a Heavy Slam into the Whimsicott, it brings it down to its Focus Sash, but at least the Whimsicott's going to be sticking around. I think that's a little bit better for Simone, so Riley doesn't get a free turn with this Tailwind.
Another good kind of defensive option from Riley there. It's another a method of consistency. A lot of times trainers will use the Covert Cloak on their Whimsicott instead of the Focus Sash, but being able to get that Tailwind up while making sure the Whimsicott sticks around another turn is great. Ting Lu coming in now does have access to Snarl, and considering Whimsicott is at 1 HP, a Snarl would be enough to finish it off, while also lowering the special attack of the Landorus Incarnate on Riley's end of the field. I think still a pretty strong spot for Simone here. He's taken 0 damage so far, and is now in a very offensively controlling position.
Yeah, but Riley's going to preserve that Whimsicott for later, and is going to send out the Miraidon instead. And so this is an even better target for the Snarl.
Yeah.
You don't get knocked out from the Whimsicott, but this Miraidon is a special attacker as well. Earth Power into the Ting Lu is just going to tickle this Pokemon as the Heavy Slam now gets sent back out into the Landorus. Look how much damage it's going to take as well, and this Landorus is going to be 1 hit away from getting knocked out next turn.
That's a rough swap for the Miraidon there. Of course, you want to bring it in to threaten this Zamazenta with super effective electric-type attacks, but the Snarl was almost always going to be the attack that Simone chose there. Now this Miraidon is at the field immediately at -1 special attack. Thanks to the Water-type Terrestrialization on Zamazenta, you are still very heavily threatening an attack here, especially because Miraidon will be able to act before Ting Lu can get another Snarl off, just thanks to its huge speed.
But with the typing that's on the field as well, it's tough for Riley. You've got the choice specs on this Miraidon, and if you want to hit this Zamazenta super effectively, it means you're not going to be able to hit the Ting Lu later since it is a ground-type Pokemon. So Riley is going to make a pivot here, resets the -1 special attack on the Landorus, and is able to bring in the Incineroar to drop the attack stat of both of these Pokemon for Simone as he lets this Terra button fly. Terra Fairy Miraidon also speaks to the Dazzling Gleam that it could go for, as well as just giving it a nice little safety bonus versus this ground-type Ting Lu.
Makes sense, right? You don't want to be locking into an electric-type attack against a ground-type Pokemon. This Terra Fairy Dazzling Gleam, even at -1 special attack, will do a decent chunk to this Ting Lu. Of course, now there's Snarl most likely coming through here, but it's Ruination instead. I really like that, bringing the Miraidon down to less than half of its HP remaining. Maybe you're comfortable with -1 special attack being enough. And of course, the Zamazenta has access to Wide Guard. Incineroar is able to threaten it with a Fake Out this turn, but since Miraidon has locked into Dazzling Gleam, until it switches out, it won't be able to change moves, and Wide Guard will prevent it from doing any damage. I really like that Incineroar swap for that reason, though, because now you can go for that Fake Out, ensure that Wide Guard doesn't go off here, and Dazzling Gleam can go through, but no Fake Out or Wide Guard.
Riley just decides to go all out on the offensive, but the Ting Lu is still around for another turn until this U-turn connects and knocks it out for good. No more pesky Vessel of Ruin to stop this special attack output from Riley's team. And you also get a pivot. So this Landorus could come back in for free. You could also get the Whimsicott again, since Tailwind is also going to be expiring soon.
It will. The Pokemon coming in for Riley here is going to be really important. You know, if he does want to bring the Whimsicott in, if it does take an attack, it will be knocked out and he will have no more access to Tailwind for the rest of the game. But if you're thinking that Simone is committing his attack into the Miraidon this turn, Whimsicott could be a riskier but higher payoff move.
It's going to be the Landorus, so it has to take the body press, and that's just going to mean it gets knocked out when it switches in. What a big source of damage for Riley that's going to be removed, but it was also always, I think, going to struggle a little bit based on the HP that it had left, and the fact that Chiempao is there to be able to threaten it with some sort of priority Sucker Punch.
The Calyrex Shadow Rider as well, we see, is Simone's 4th Pokemon, and will be able to outspeed that Landorus as well. So I think that is a bit of a smarter swap there. I love that I immediately said, you know, Riley Factura could make the risky swap into Whimsicott and immediately doesn't, because it's not something Riley does too often. Just kind of showing off. You know, he likes to make these very consistent plays, and that's why he's had so much success here. And he's put himself in a spot where the Tailwind, you know, once it runs out, it can be immediately set back up and maintain that speed advantage for the rest of the game. We saw the Incineroar from Riley outspeed the Zamazenta from Simone in Tailwind, which kind of gives away that you do need to be investing a little bit in speed, especially without that access to Trick Room. Calyrex Shadow Rider will hit the field this turn, though, and we have the Whimsicott coming back in to possibly set up Tailwind again.
Yeah, but you can see, yeah, the Tailwind is gone. The Electric Train is also going to stick around for only 2 more turns. So this Miraidon also might be on a bit of a timer before Riley has to switch it out, bring the Incineroar in, and just make that pivot so that the Electric Terrain can give the boost to the Miraidon that really allows it to have this big offensive presence on the field.
The thing is here, though, I don't see how you can combat something like Astral Barrage plus Body Press, right? The Astral Barrage, even though it's not, you know, a boosting item, it is just the Focus Ash on the Calyrex Shadow Rider. Still a very powerful attack, and thanks to the Ruination that the Miraidon took from the Tinglu earlier on, it might not have enough left in the tank to tank 1 Astral Barrage. Miraidon will swap out, though, does not want to be knocked out yet this turn, and Incineroar takes the field in its place. Might have to take something like a Body Press for its trouble, but the Intimidate will come through first.
And Intimidate is just not going to help out versus his Shadow Rider Calyrex. You also can't use the Fake Out because it's a Ghost type. It's going to be immune to that. You can Fake Out the Zamazenta, but you're still going to have to take an Astral Barrage. And even now, yeah.
I know it's rough. It depends on what the Zamazenta went for. If you cover the possible Miraidon swap with the Body Press, Incineroar goes down immediately. Oh. Really smart play from Simone there, knowing that if Astral Barrage, you know, KOs the Miraidon, the Battle Press gets redirected to the Whimsicott. If the Miraidon swaps out, then you want to hit that Incineroar coming in. So just a really heads-up play there, forcing Riley into a corner.
Yeah, and the timing is so bad on this because we're only going to have 1 more turn of the Electric Terrain, I think, because of Miraidon swapping out. You would have liked that Incineroar to be able to hang around, and maybe we're hoping that you would be able to survive something like that Body Press. But at least you get the Tailwind in. Miraidon gets 1 more good turn under this condition with the Electric Terrain active. The Dazzling Gleam is going to connect on both targets. You don't have the special attack drop this time around, but the Calyrex is going to hang on from that attack and be able to dish out another Astral Barrage. This one is devastating, and that is going to be a double knockout here for Simone to win game number 1.
Really great end game from Simone there, especially bringing that Calyrex in when he did. Knowing that the Focus Ash gave him a lot of safety, a lot of times Calyrex Shadow Rider will opt for it, you know, sometimes a Life Orb to get a little bit of extra power, even like a Spell Tag to boost the Ghost type Astral Barrage. But a Focus Ash is really valuable in this metagame because there are a lot of Pokemon that do a lot of damage all at once. And the Focus Ash ensures that you have to be attacked twice to be knocked out. So when a position like Simone was in, the Whimsicott could have tried to go for the KO with Moonblast after Dazzling Gleam, but if you're doing that, you're not going for Tailwind, which means your Miraidon gets knocked out before it attacks, so it just kind of pushed Riley into a corner.
Yeah, it's really tough because I think one of the very kind of challenging things about this format is that a lot rides on the leads. And I think for the leads in this particular game, you know, the Landorus next to the Whimsicott, I think the Landorus was always going to have a difficult time versus the Zamazenta.
Yeah.
Because you have that terrestrialization to get rid of your weakness to those ground type attacks. And then you also had the Tinglu switch in, so your damage output was super limited on not just the Landorus, but the Miraidon as well.
And Simone just making really great use of those two, you know, Vessel, the 2 Ruinous Pokemon, the Tinglu and the Qianpao. We didn't see them do too much damage themselves. I don't think we saw the Qianpao attack once, actually. But the Tinglu was really nice for lowering the damage of those special attacks early on. And of course, the Qianpao threatening to lower defense of Riley's Pokemon and gets more damage out with the Body Press, with the Heavy Slam from that Zamazenta. And just a really nice way to make just most use of all the tools they have available to you. A lot of times in formats like this where you have these very powerful restricted Pokemon, the name of the game becomes getting the most value out of those two, and Pokemon like Qianpao and Tinglu are very great at enabling their partners.
Absolutely. And so on Riley's side, I think you can see the vision, right? You have the Miraidon. It wants to be set up with things like Incineroar, which is such a classic supportive piece when you have the Intimidate, the Fake Out, the Whimsicott as well gives it the speed that it needs to be able to outspeed something like that Shadow Rider Calyrex. But we also didn't see the Ice Rider Calyrex or even actually the Urshifu in that first game. So there are some options that Riley can lean on to change things up a little bit. And as we get into this game number 2, we will see that the Urshifu is going to hit the field for this game number 2 as an adjustment next to that Whimsicott. But Simone's made one as well. It's going to be Calyrex, Shadow Rider, and Zamazenta immediately.
It is a nice adjustment. Urshifu is really nice in this situation for a couple reasons. Surging Strikes being a guaranteed critical hit means you're going to break through the defense boost from the Dauntless Shield on Zamazenta, and Surging Strikes being a multi-hit move gives it the option to possibly one-hit KO this Calyrex in one turn through that Focus Sash. I think a lot of trainers are very aware of that possibility, so even though it has a Focus Sash, it maybe has a little bit of defensive investment to make sure that Surging Strikes doesn't knock it out in one hit still. But it's a position where now Riley has a lot more of an offensive threat, and there's not really an easy, safe option for Simone here as well.
What's really interesting about Riley's team is you have this Urshifu without something that's going to increase the damage output of these water type attacks. Typically, sometimes you'll see Urshifu on teams that are going to have something like Rain Dance or a Pokemon that sets the rain when it comes in, like a Kyogre. But I love that Urshifu is here because you've already chunked the Zamazenta to half HP. Like, it'd still be very powerful without it. And you're also, the good supposedly help to take the Astral Barrage just a little bit better. But I feel like Urshifu did its job. It was able to soften up this Zamazenta a little bit to make a KO later easier.
I think that's really important, right? The Zamazenta now is at a spot where something like an Electro Drift from the Miraidon probably is able to knock it out. Of course, again, it's risking it to lock into an Electric-type move when the Ting-Lu is looming in the back, most likely. But you've now at least chunked down this Zamazenta to a point where it really wasn't threatened at all in that first game. It kind of stuck around and threw out some body slams and heavy slams kind of at its leisure. But now you have to at least think about, okay, do I want to try and swap in Ting-Lu? Do I think he's going to call that and maybe go for those fairy-type moves again? So Riley's put himself in a much more workable position, despite already losing a Pokemon, and despite Whimsicott going down to almost its Focus Sash already.
I do think like a difficult situation though for Riley is what do you target? Not only is there a threat of the Ting-Lu, like you were saying, it could switch in at any moment, but you also have to pick and choose your battles. Like the Shadow Rider Calyrex has spread damage that you cannot stop because you don't have White Guard on your team. And if you allow this Calyrex to kind of snowball, that's going to be really difficult, but it's going to be a good call here. Bolt Switch into the Zamazenta, but it's not enough to secure the KO. You can see Riley a little bit disappointed in the damage output because you were really hoping that with the Surging Strikes and that Bolt Switch combined, you would have been able to get the knockout onto the Zamazenta. Incineroar comes in and is able to land these Intimidates, but if this Zamazenta had gone for a Body Press, this Incineroar is out, but at least the Body Press is not going to target into the Incineroar. It is going to be the Whimsicott, but it would have been nice to have removed that restricted right away.
Bit of a sigh of relief for Riley there, knowing that Incineroar is not the one taking the Body Press, but unfortunately that is the Ting-Lu difference. That Volt Switch would have easily KO'd the Zamazenta if the Vessel of Ruin had not been activated by Ting-Lu swapping in. So really smart play there from Simone to preserve that Zamazenta, and he's found himself at a 4-2 Pokemon advantage immediately. This Zamazenta is now very, very low HP, but it's all that really matters. You're sticking around, you're making the most of this Pokemon once again, and of course it gives you the option to possibly go for something like a Protect, maybe style out Tailwind as much as you can, and once Tailwind goes down, this Miraidon's going to be slower than Calyrex Shadow Rider.
Well, Miraidon is going to Terrestrialize, so once again, that Fairy typing doing double duty with boosting up those Dazzling Gleams while also making sure you can get rid of that electric type weakness to Ting-Lu. But there's a Terrestrialization here on the other side onto the Ting-Lu for Simone. That's going to give it the Fairy typing as well. So nice way to also keep yourself safe from some of those opposing Dazzling Gleams, and just a really great defensive typing. Makes you a little bit vulnerable because if Riley decides to make a really big call, you could have gone for something like an Electro Drift into this Ting-Lu, despite the fact that it would have been immune before. But it is going to be this Dazzling Gleam, and that's just going to take so long to actually get through when this Ting-Lu makes this Miraidon already half HP from Ruination landing again.
Ruination's really smart here. I think now it's in range where something like an Astral Barrage probably picks it up. Of course, that Raging Bolt coming in here too will make great use of this electric terrain. A nice mix up from Simone here. Now, especially holding that Magnet with the electric terrain active, something like a Thunderclap probably just knocks out Miraidon cleanly because it did Terra into the Fairy type. There's no more resistance to the Raging Bolt's electric type moves. Now this Incineroar might have to try and 1v3 here, and even though it's a very, very strong Pokemon, I'm not sure it can do all that.
It is going to be a little bit tough. I mean, the Incineroar still has a couple of attack options, like knockoff might be helpful a little bit later if you're able to survive long enough to actually take the magnet away from this Raging Bolt, but Raging Bolt's just going to protect as another Dazzling Gleam gets fired out. We saw even single target damage, what that does, so unfortunately for the Ting Lu, it's still going to stay around. Knockoff also was going into the Raging Bolt to try to remove that magnet to mitigate some of that damage, but this Ting Lu gets to fire off another Ruination. It hits again into the Incineroar, and that's just going to make this game even easier here for Simone to try to lock up.
I do think that's a little bit of an important Ruination there. In the off chance that the end game becomes Calyrex Shadow Rider versus Incineroar, that is a lot of damage that you need onto that Incineroar before you can try to close the game out against it. Calyrex now will hit the field, and Raging Bolt gets a chance to attack once again. You have to imagine it's a Thunderclap, again, just making sure you're not taking that Dazzling Gleam before it comes through.
Yep. One Thunderclap is all you need. Riley knows that this is going to lock up the game for sure because Miraidon was the last bastion of hope for this game number 2. Incineroar is definitely going to have a tough time now, even though you get the knockoff into the Raging Bolt. You would have loved to have that before. Maybe the Miraidon actually does survive without the magnet. So Astral Barrage should pretty cleanly lock things into the Incineroar with a secondary attack from this Raging Bolt as well. Single target Astral Barrage, and Incineroar, you know, it does take that really well because it's resisted, but with a follow-up from the Thunderbolt there, that's it. And it's going to be Simone Sanvito that wins our first round of the North America International Championships 2-0.
Really well played match from Simone there, making great use of the pieces on his team. There's a lot of pivoting options from Riley there with the Volt Switch and the U-turn from the Incineroar. And there was never really a time where Riley was able to catch him with like a sneaky pivot. You know, the Volt Switch and the U-turn were never really able to mitigate a bunch of damage like you might want them to. And of course, Simone just used the Vessel of Ruin, the Sword of Ruin, extremely well to preserve his Pokemon, maybe boost damage when you need to. There were some key Ruinations coming out from Ting Lu. And it's really cool to see Ting Lu back. I think it's always been maybe underrepresented in metagames like this one with these restricted Pokemon. It does have a lot of stats of its own, you know, being one of those ruinous Pokemon, and finally get to see it back in the limelight.
Yeah, lots of defensive capabilities for that Pokemon to have some very critical survivals, but I like this first turn of game number 2. Felt like the Urshifu was really great until Simone didn't notice that it is the biggest threat on the field right now. I think I just have to double it down. And there were a lot of points, I think, where Riley did miss like critical knockouts. Like onto the Zamazenta, your Whimsicott stays around a little bit longer. And then you have this turn where you're forced to use the fake out to actually get the knockout onto the Zamazenta instead. Would have been nice to have that versus the other threats.
I do think that the Zamazenta surviving that Volt Switch was the key turn of that second game, certainly. You know, really smart swap to Ting Lu, and not taking that KO means that the Whimsicott had to get knocked out by the body press on the switch in, and unfortunately for Riley, that just was a little bit too much to come back from.
But what a great way to start out our tournament. And just a reminder for everybody watching, the way that our tournaments work in terms of our format, even though Riley did lose this first round, he is not out of contention for making it into day number 2. Our trainers will be able to make it with an X-2 record at the end of the day. So you can take 2 losses, but if you win out the rest of the day, you'll still make it to play the second round of Swiss tomorrow.
I think my money is still on Riley to make it into that second day of competition. Yeah. And I mean, a trainer as good as Riley knows how to bounce back from an early loss, and especially when you've won so many events like Riley has, I guarantee you he's lost a lot of games along the way, and so hopefully he'll bounce back after this first round. But Simone on track so far to have a really good day.
And I think this match really does show how well situated the Zamazenta and Shadow Rider is for this particular meta. Right out of the gates, people were looking at this duo and saying, Shadow Rider Zamazenta, that's the one. It's S tier. This is going to be the strongest combination of legendary Pokemon to beat in our Regulation I format. And Kind of true. I think it took a little bit, though, for it really to take off in the North American region. But in Europe, they've been working with this core for a very long time. And if you actually take a look at the Bologna results, Shadow Rider, Calyrex, and Zamazenta are everywhere. Very, very popular restricted duo. I think you can see why in terms of how many options you have.
Yeah.
And you already called out how well like the Ting Lu and the Qian Pao really do operate to support the 2 restricteds on the team. So yeah, I'm excited to see if this is going to continue for the rest of our weekend.
Yeah, it was like kind of the main restricted pair to beat when the metagame was first announced, and it took a little bit of time for it to actually see some great results. But I think the main thing that is driving its success right now is I think it's being played more as a Zamazenta team than a Calyrex team. Now, I think right off the bat, it's really tempting to be like, oh my gosh, Calyrex Shadow Rider, it's so strong against Nasty Flat Astral Barrage, so much spread damage, and you focus on kind of enabling that. But looking at Simone's team, the Ting Lu and the Qian Pao both support Zamazenta very well and don't really support Calyrex at all. In fact, Ting Lu hinders Calyrex at the same time because you're lowering special attack of all Pokemon on the field, not just your opponents. But seeing that, you know, Simone was able to take this Zamazenta Calyrex team, but mostly relying on Zamazenta for that damage and the support options is a really nice way to kind of enable this team composition.
Well, Simone Sanvito is the winner of our first round of Swiss at the North America International Championships, and we've got him on stage for an interview. So let's go ahead and hear from him.
Thanks, Rose. I am so happy to be on stage here with the winner of round 1 here in New Orleans, Simone Sanvito. Simone, congratulations. You looked great in that set. How are you feeling today?
Thank you. I'm feeling great today. Winning round 1 on stream, it's always a good start to the day. So hard to feel bad about that one.
Yeah, absolutely. Every time you can win a match feels good. Winning round 1 on stream really sets the tone for the rest of the tournament. And I really loved watching that set because you were using sort of a run back of the team that you ran in Bologna not too long ago with just some small tweaks to your Terra types. What was it that made you feel so confident about this team that you could still bring it here to the North American International Championships after a 5-3 finish in Bologna?
So my Bologna finish was, I recognized that it was due to me not playing well. It wasn't the team fault, it was mine. And after that, after Bologna happened, I was like, okay, I don't have much time to practice because traveling here from Europe takes a while. And once you're here, it's hard to get practice. So I just said the team is good, I'll just run it back. And I'll get the time I can to practice with this, and it's unlikely I find anything better, but if I do, I'll just use that. I didn't, so I just went with the same team. I don't think this team is tournament winning, but I think it's fundamentally very good. I have like a lot of tools at my disposal, so I feel like my team is good. Not tournament winning again, but I can make 5-3 again, maybe.
That would feel pretty good here at the International Championships, I'm sure. But we also know you as a regional champion in your own right. And I do have to ask about the Qian Pao on this team because I love Life Orb Qian Pao. And that was my favorite part of the Hirofumi team that you adapted to win your regional championship last season. How is that Life Orb Qian Pao serving you in this tournament and in Bologna?
I love it. I want my Calyrex to hold Sash, so Life Orb and Qian Pao is the second best item. But clicking Life Orb Sucker Punch is good, feels good.
Yeah, feels good every time you land it, but when you miss, it's a little less.
Sucker Punch can't miss, unless, you know.
Right, Sucker Punch can't miss, it can only fail you. Exactly. All right, well, Simone, I'm going to let you get off stage here so we can get you back in the field and ready for round 2. But is there anyone you would like to thank, anyone who has helped you, support you on this journey here to New Orleans?
I have a lot of people to shout out. My big shout out would be to my girlfriend who's watching me right now. That helped me prepare mentally. She's also playing today. I don't know if she played Diego Ferreira round 1. I don't know if she won or lost. Hopefully she won. All my friends that helped me today that I bugged about, should I use Terra Normal or Ghost on Calyrex? Please tell me. Everyone who took 1 second to answer me to that, to these stupid, silly questions.
Absolutely. Well, Simone, congratulations, and we are expecting great things from you for the rest of this tournament. We're going to take a quick break here in New Orleans, but don't go anywhere because we have so much more Pokemon, so many more surprises, so much great action here from New Orleans, so stay tuned.
For the final regional in the North American 2025 competitive circuit, we traveled to Portland, Oregon. Over 450 Masters Division trainers pulled out all of the stops. For some, this was their final chance to earn championship points to qualify for the World Championships. Meta development for the double restricted Regulation I format was in full force, as we saw a lot of different pairs of legendary Pokemon at this event. While we saw the usual suspects of Ice Rider Calyrex, Shadow Rider Calyrex, and Miraidon, the big winners for this event were Terapagos, Kyogre, and Groudon, making their presence known throughout the competitive field. Top Cut consisted of 26 players, where at the end we saw Jay Zhang and Gavin Michaels, both at the precipice of adding another regional title win to their list of accomplishments. And what a way to end the season with a good old-fashioned weather war. Jay used a team with Koraidon and Photosynthesis Pokemon, featuring Walking Wake and Brute Bonnet to steamroll his competition, while Gavin Michaels had a unique take on Kyogre Rain with Basculegion. In Game 1, Kyogre put on a dominating performance, and in Game 2 survived a critical Sucker Punch to deal the final blow. Gavin Michaels won his 4th regional championship and qualified to compete at the 2025 Pokemon World Championships.
Regional Championship number 4 for Gavin Michaels. He is going to be your Portland Regional Champion.
With a thrilling end to the 2025 VGC season, we now look towards the North American International Championships and the World Championships to finish strong. Check out Pokemon.com/compete to see how you can get started on your own journey for the 2026 season.
Consistency is key. You know, you don't want to get tilted when stuff happens, but consistency and just trying to be upbeat with everything you're doing.
Some of the fundamentals trainers should learn about is, thinking about speed ties, stats, definitely understanding how abilities work, how they interact with one another. But I also think a big fundamental is also just learning how to have fun with the game, because at the end of the day, this is a video game. You're here to have fun. I feel like it's very important to know.
I think the most basic fundamental for every trainer is going to be just knowing your typings. So always make sure you're throwing the most efficient moves. Maybe start learning your counts. I think that's like the most advanced strategy.
So I think the fundamentals every Pokemon trainer should know is like knowing the ins and outs of your deck and like what are your niche scenarios that do come up in your games. I had like some Briar plays that really worked for me when we were testing. Just knowing those kind of ins and outs of like what does your deck do and what are your win conditions towards the end of the game is really important.
There's a lot of fundamentals that go into competing in VGC. If you've ever played Pokemon, you know that it's essentially a very complex game of rock, paper, scissors. So right off the bat, you have to understand all the type matchups, all the dynamics, when your move's going to be super effective, resisted. I think there's a lot of really important abilities that you need to be familiar with right now. What Pokemon is going to get a boost, what weather effects are going to be in play, what terrain effects. And lastly, I would say that if you're just starting out and you're a little bit overwhelmed by all the different statistics, all the stats that these Pokemon have, the most important one to be familiar with would be speed. That's definitely another very important mechanic that I would try to get some mastery over before competing.
I think a fundamental that every Pokemon trainer should know is at the end of the day that they should have fun, and it's just a game and a hobby for us to enjoy ourselves and not to take it too serious. I think that's the most important thing.
The action is underway here in New Orleans, Louisiana for the 2025 NAIC here in the video games. It's going to be an exciting weekend. Already off to a great start. I am Joe Brown, joined by Diego Ferreira, one of our players to watch, one of the best trainers in the world, coming to Louisiana this weekend. Diego, thank you for showing up. How's the travel? How are you? Are you getting enough sleep?
I did. Actually, I came on Tuesday just a little bit early, so I can accustom to the time zone, because there are like 15 hours difference with Australia. So yeah, last time I didn't do it and it was awful. So this time I made sure of it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Hawaii's a little closer on the time zone to Australia than New Orleans is, exactly. So, as we mentioned, you're one of our players to watch this weekend. And does that make you excited? Does that make you nervous that going into the field, everybody sees you as one of the big threats to take the tournament win?
Well, yeah, a bit of both. Like, it is exciting, but at the same time, it puts pressure on myself. I do put my own pressure on. So, yeah, so sometimes it's good, sometimes it's not good, but I think this stage I'm already used to it.
You're in the thick of the race right now for the travel awards, but you already have your qualification for the World Championships by winning a regional championship this season. So I wonder, how is that feel where you have the drive to try to win the travel award, but you still have the security that in case it doesn't go your way, you're still at least going to Anaheim?
Yeah, correct. At least it's really good to know that if I do bad, I'm gonna go to Worlds anyway. But my goal is always winning, and I wouldn't come if I didn't have the mentality to win. But as you said, like having that security that I'm going to Worlds anyway is really good. Yeah. And look, my goal is like top 32 to get money, but anything above that is gonna be like great. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a good mentality to have. Like, I think it's important to show the difference that everybody is trying to win the international championship, but there are different degrees of success, right? So obviously your main goal is to walk out of here as champion, but you would still consider it a successful weekend with a top 32, right?
Exactly, because it's Pokemon, so there is a lot of RNG involved. So sometimes things don't go your way, and that's like normal. It's part of the game. So yeah, if you win, you have to be good and as well have a bit of luck, you know?
Yeah, exactly, for sure. Now, there's obviously with your Top Cup performance last year, right? You're the big player to showcase here for your region, and I'm wondering, I don't have to leak too much because who knows, maybe you'll end up on stream today. But your team that you brought here today, how confident are you in your ability to win matches? Is it something you've had for months? You've been waiting for this event? Are you saving the spice for Worlds? Like, how do you come to a tournament like this where there's a bigger one on the horizon in just a couple months?
Yeah, well, my team for this tournament is a bit unconventional as usual, but it's not what I'm gonna use at Worlds. I'm saving my spice for Worlds. Yeah, yes. But I am comfortable with my team today. I did practice a lot. I had to tweak some stuff yesterday because I realized I didn't have a good matchup against certain stuff that I saw that in my V-Common today. So I did have to tweak it a little bit, but overall I feel comfortable with it, yeah.
And so what advice would you have for people watching? Because I feel like that is such a common question back and forth, like, no, I don't make last-second changes, or yes, that last-second change helped me in my matchups. I think a lot of people struggle with that dynamic. Like, what advice would you have for when is it worth it to stay with what you practice or make a last-second change?
I reckon that you can make changes, but not that big that will like mess up with your lines. Like, you have to stick what you practice because that's what makes you comfortable, and that's what is gonna make you feel good during the day while you're playing. Of course you can adapt, but it has to be small changes only.
So it's like, if you've been using, Choice Specs Maride on your whole prep, don't at midnight on Thursday change it to leftovers or
Exactly, yes.
Yeah, because that's going to change that's not just changing how that Pokemon feels, but the whole team functions. So as we're in Regulation I, right, we have these tournaments where we're seeing how the meta is developing with 2 restricteds per team. What are your thoughts with how powerful you can use these restricted Pokemon?
You mean how Trick Room?
Well, no, just like using restricted Pokemon in general, like with having 2 compared to 1.
Well, it's completely different to Reg G. Like, it's one extra restricted adds so much more to the pool. Yeah, it's really difficult. I had to practice a lot because I wasn't doing well at the beginning in Reg I. So yeah, so it's definitely tougher than Reg G, I think. But it's also fun because we had already 2 seasons with Reg G, so I was kind of bored already. So having a new extra restricted is really fun.
Yeah, it definitely changes up the pace, right? And I mean, the matches are really fast as well. We just saw in round 1 how quickly the games can go, right? So, do you have any advice on how you can make like comebacks? Because it feels like sometimes players might think, oh man, yeah, I call a wrong protect or I call a wrong switch and we're moving on to game 2. What is your advice to if maybe a turn goes in a direction you don't like? How can you get control back in a match?
Definitely stay calm. Like don't overthink and don't get desperate. Like yes, you made a mistake, but that doesn't mean you're lost. Your opponent can make mistakes as well. So you have to try, if you think that you're completely loose, try to think what my opponent can do bad and play the turns towards that. Like if my opponent makes this mistake, what can I do to get myself in a better position again?
Now, one thing that's always interesting, especially with Trick Room Pokemon, you and I both have an affinity for Trick Room, right? Is a lot of those slow Pokemon, they take advantage of being able to invest in attack and in bulk because you don't have to worry about speed. But then a lot of them end up in really similar speed tiers. So obviously that could be very stressful, not knowing if my opponent also has a slow Pokemon, just how slow they are. So obviously there's so much information reveal in VGC. How do you handle those first couple turns of a new set in a best of 3 when you're trying to gauge, am I faster, am I slower? Like, how do you figure that out when there are so many Pokemon with similar speed stats?
Well, I'm gonna say one thing only. There are some items that change the speed of your Pokemons, and you can utilize that to know that you're gonna be either faster or slower all the time. So in my opinion, it's not good to play the speed types because that can cost you a game, and a game is a lot. So I'd rather figure it out before the tournament during my preparation and make sure that my Pokemon is gonna be faster or slower.
Right, and then there's other like activation abilities, right? Like if both players have a Rillaboom, one of them puts the grassy terrain up before the other.
You have to put attention to that as well, yes, correct.
I'll be honest, I struggle sometimes in the mirror match, like seeing the activations. I'm like, oh wait, am I faster? Am I slower? So it's all about attention to detail. So, obviously you got Top Cut of Worlds last year. Where would winning an international championship compare to top cutting the World Championship?
They're just different things, but of course, like winning an international will be amazing. Like I haven't won an international yet. I recently became a regional champion for the first time. I had won like a special event before, but not a regional. So winning the international will be like so good because it will add up to my resume, But of course, Worlds is gonna have like a special place in my heart always because it's Worlds. Like it's the best of the best. Yeah. So they're just different stuff, but both like meaningful.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, last thing before we get you ready for round 2. You have any friends that you team build with? Any shout outs you want to give to anyone watching?
Yeah, so many people. Well, my community in Australia, Pokefolks, my Chilean teams, my Chilean friends that I always play with, my friend Chris that is here, my boyfriend Scott, and some guys that always support me, the O2 Drop podcast in Australia, yeah.
All right, Diego, best of luck for the rest of the rounds here on day 1. We're going to get you ready for round 2. We're going to head over to the booth with Len and Lou to get ready for our action in round 2.
Thank you so much, Joe, for that incredible interview. It's amazing to see all the Pokemon action coming from not only the stage, but our players in the venue here at the North American International Championships. I'm Lou Josh Kobe, joined for the very first time behind the desk by Len Doyle. How are you feeling here at NAIC?
Oh, I'm so excited to see the matches underway. That round 1 was intense, fun to watch, and there's going to be so much more Pokemon ahead.
It's great to be able to see these cores coming across from NA and EU. I mean, Sandvie running that Calyrex Shadow and the Zamazenta. There were 5 of those in the top cut in Bologna, the very last regional in the European scene. So I think that's kind of really made its way across the pond here for this international championship.
Yeah, we'll really see the metagames clash. North America had a different take on it in Portland than Europe did in Bologna. Now we see right away in round 1 those 2 versions of the metagame going up against each other. That may be a common thread throughout the weekend.
Yes, definitely something to keep our eye on. But it's not only the amazing competitive Pokemon action that we're bringing you. We also have an exclusive announcement for you about something interesting coming up on the Pokemon Twitch Twitch channel. Check out this video to find out what's going to be in store.
Ah yes, there you all are, just as I left you and definitely not posed. Hello, NAIC. I hope you've been having an incredible weekend so far. I'm Brian David Gilbert, longtime Pokemon fan, poker rap enthusiast, and believe it or not, the host of the very first official Pokemon game show. Today, I'm so excited to share with you all some details about the Gotta Catch 'Em All game show, like how the game is played, and also how you can get involved in the chaos from home. The team has been working so hard behind the scenes to make something unique and fun, and we really hope you come check it out. All right, roll the clip. The Gotta Catch 'Em All game show is a multiple choice trivia quiz with a twist. Each question has a Pokemon attached to it. To win the game, you need to have all 4 of these victory Pokemon in your collection at the same time. Bulbasaur, Charmander, Squirtle, and of course Pikachu. The Pokemon you collect in the quiz each have a one-time effect, which can be broken into 4 categories. There are supportive Pokemon, which have positive effects that help you shape the game, and there are disruptive Pokemon, which bring a bunch of negative effects that aggravate your opponents. Both groups only require a single copy of a certain Pokemon in your collection to use its effect. Then we have Victory Pokemon, the main win condition of the game, with effects so powerful that they require 2 of the same Pokemon in your collection to use them. And finally, Magikarp, which does nothing, actually? That can't be right. Maybe we should try collecting as many as we can to see what happens. Once an effect has been activated, it can't be used again, but the Pokemon remains in your collection until you reach a maximum of 6. From there, you can choose to swap new Pokemon in to get access to more one-time effects. Each question will have one of these Pokemon attached to it, and players will have to quickly buzz in to answer and catch that Pokemon. If the first buzz gets it wrong, the other 2 can buzz again. If no one gets the question right, we move on, and the Pokemon returns to the tall grass. And the fun isn't just in the studio. You can play along at home live on Twitch. Answer our questions and get ready to make your mark. You'll have chances to vote on key moments and even help us with some sneaky secrets that could completely shake up the game. Got all that? No? Well, the best way to learn is to do. So join us live on Twitch on the 27th of June and find out more.
That was so exciting. This really is a first of its kind game show, and if we already have competitive Pokemon trainers out there, this is a new way for them to test their Pokemon knowledge and skill. I'm so excited, especially with our special guest there.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to playing. It sounds very fun. Get those Pokemon out there, use their special effects.
Yeah, I also liked how some of the negative effects had some Team Rocket energy going on there as well with the Pokemon choices, so a lot to get in there, and I'm looking forward to seeing that coming to the Twitch channel soon.
Yeah, you're looking forward to cosplaying Team Rocket in some trivia?
Always. Definitely always up for a little bit of some Team Rocket energy out there.
A little bit of sabotage.
Oh, definitely. You have to have it out there on the competitive field. But if we jump back to the North American International Championships, just before we showcase this video, we were talking a little bit about restricted pairs. And I think that's one of the hot topics coming into this tournament. Which restricted pairs are we going to see? Day 1 across day 2, we can often see some changes. But kicking things off here on the Friday section, any surprises jumping out to you here, Len, or is this kind of what we expected?
I don't know, Calyrex and Miraidon being so high in usage, almost 1 in 5 teams having that pair is a little bit surprising. Very powerful together, complement each other really well, and has been kind of common throughout the North American metagame, but I guess we are in North America.
That's true.
But like you mentioned, Calyrex Shadow Riders on Mazenta, we also expected to see a lot of, and is only there at 11%.
Yeah, I'm not surprised to see, particularly from the European players, as we were saying, this Calyrex Zamazenta core coming forward, and they also really like their special attackers with Lunala and Miraidon as well. I kind of really wish that I would see like Calyrex, Ice Rider being with something like the Zamazenta, trying to maybe have that more physical core than just a special attacking core, but it's good to be able to see this variety. I'm sad to not see more weather. I know we have Koraidon bringing the sun, but there's Kyogre out there somewhere, and of course these are just the top 4 restricted pairs. It doesn't mean that Kyogre's not out there at all, but it's just not in one of the dominant pair usages.
Right, after its success in Portland, a couple of them in the top cut with Kyogre plus Calyrex Ice Rider. We thought that might be a trend on the rise, but instead Lunala, Pokemon that's been kind of on the outs in Portland, is back here in the top 4 pairs at almost 7% usage, and no Kyogre to be seen. Could be just divided up among multiple different pairs, but so far not here in the usage graphics.
And when it comes to the Sunsetters, Koraidon really has risen to the top. You know, back in the day in double restricted formats, we were always seeing Groudon being that key Sunsetter. But the accuracy of it moves has often been a devastation to some of the trainers that have tried to pilot it. So Koraidon, I think, coming in and being a little bit more flexible, particularly with the benefit of that terrestrialization to remove that fairy type weakness that you have.
Right, doesn't have to worry about accuracy, can just fire off close combats and flare blizzes. It also has a big speed advantage compared to Groudon, makes it easier for it to fight up against things like Zamazenta and Lunala.
Exactly, and of course these are just the restricted pairs, and if we take a look at maybe the usage of just restricted in general, we can start maybe seeing Kyogre come to the forefront. There it is, but also we have to talk about Terapagos. Now this is a restricted Pokemon that a lot of players in Europe, particularly from Italy, have been really trying to use, and it's definitely a Pokemon that we see in a lot of the top cuts, but it is just still falling short of getting its big break. Why do you think that is? Is it just too difficult to set up?
It's a Pokemon that's a little bit one-dimensional. Generally, if it's on your team, your entire team has one game plan to use for the entire day long, probably just pivoting around, setting up calm minds, and trying to achieve that sweep. And that can feel very limiting. It means you're a little bit more matchup reliant. If you see teams that you cannot do that well against, then you're going to be in trouble, especially with matchups like Calyrex and Koraidon together, which we saw as number 3 in usage on that last graphic. That can pose a huge problem for Terapagos. But there also has been fairly consistent success from Terapagos, one in almost every top cut. And so not a surprise to see some players still latching on there and trying to carry forward that success here at NAIC.
Particularly if you have the experience piloting it at your regionals or your locals as well, it's a really good Pokemon that if you have that synergy with it, you can rely on it. And you do have a lot of great supportive Pokemon, Incineroar and Rillaboom, that help with that fake out, you know, slowing down the opposing side to try and set up that Calm Mind or substitute, but it can be so difficult. Another Pokemon I really like to see is this Calyrex Ice Rider, because I think when people started to first use it, it just was on those Trick Room teams and it constantly was being utilized when the speeds were reversed. But a lot of trainers are running it in a more hybrid sense now, having it built to be able to be decent within Tailwind, and particularly over in Europe, we started to see this Calyrex Leech Seed variant coming through. Do you think we're going to still see that catching on here at NAIC?
I think so. There was a couple in the top cut in Portland as well. It lets the Calyrex play at 2 different speeds to be a little bit more versatile, which you can get away with in the double restricted format. You know, in Regulation G, it really had to be all out on the offense because you were relying on support around Calyrex and then it doing all the damage. But now when it often has Miraidon to complement it, or another pair alongside it, then it can afford to Leech Seed, which can also help flip certain matchups. A lot of times the Leech Seed is most valuable against Zamazenta, which we see right there at number 4 in usage, because otherwise that's not a Pokemon that Calyrex Ice Rider can beat on its own. And it's a Pokemon that has much higher usage in Regulation I than we ever saw in Regulation G.
That's true, it just can kind of chip away at opponents, and it has decent bulk to be able to hang around on the field. But I think, again, like many of these restricted Pokemon, they do rely on those other partner Pokemon to be able to help them on the field, whether it's a Grimmsnarl giving them longevity, or again, these Incineroar and Rillaboom combinations. So we can take a look at the non-restricted usage as well, so we can see which Pokemon are the keys to supporting those restricted powerhouses. And I don't think there's any surprises with the top 3 here. Urshifu, Rapid Strike, Incineroar and Rillaboom, this kind of classic Firewater Grass core has been so well utilized. But again, we have these Treasure of Ruin Pokemon on kind of the lower half of the screen with Chi-Yu and Chien-Pao still really making a name for themselves with their abilities.
Right, you kind of see a split between Pokemon that are so offensive on their own that they can still provide the necessary firepower in a double restricted format. So Pokemon like Urshifu, Chien-Pao, Chi-Yu. But then you see this graphic mostly dominated by Pokemon that can provide support to those restricted Pokemon to enable them. So that's the Incineroar, the Rillaboom, the Amoonguss, the Grimmsnarl, the Iron Hands. And so I think it makes those more offensive ones stand out because they are a real risk to an opposing team, right? Pokemon like Urshifu or Chi-Yu can threaten a 1-hit KO against your restricted Pokemon, may have the speed advantage against your restricted Pokemon, and so you have to be very careful up against them.
Particularly with Chi-Yu, we sometimes see it running like the Choice Specs to be able to deal that additional damage, or Choice Scarf to be able to get an edge on the speedier side. But some of the other Pokemon I really like to highlight is a Grimmsnarl and the Whimsicott, because both of these Pokemon run that Prankster ability, meaning the status moves are going to have that priority on the field. And whether it's Whimsicott setting up a Tailwind, we've even seen it moving a little bit to using the Light Screen as well to give a little bit of the special defense on the field, or Grimmsnarl going for either Reflect, Light Screen, or sometimes even that Thunder Wave to really slow down opposing teams as well, has been a really nice utility that a lot of trainers have to deal with, and that's why Pokemon like Farigiraf, I think, is starting to rise up in the usage as well, thanks to its Armor Tail blocking that priority.
Right, Farigiraf had been something much lower in usage at the first part of Regulation I than we'd seen in Regulation G. But it's easy to look at this top 6 and usage it and see why, right? You have 3 fake-out users in that top 6 of non-restricted Pokemon, along with Grimmsnarl, whose Thunder Wave is probably its most valuable asset. It's going to get those dual screens at some point, but when it really has that high leverage impact, it's getting Thunder Waves off in order to lower speed and possibly skip turns with Fluid Paralysis. And if you can use Farigiraf to protect yourself from those fake-outs and mitigating Thunder Waves, it's really powerful.
Yeah, it's a lot of moves and counter moves out there with the board placements playing such a critical role at such high level play. But these are the Pokemon that, you know, trainers are thinking are going to do well at this tournament. That's why they're in the top usage. But we can stick with Pokemon and look at maybe our caster predictions a little bit and see what we maybe have decided will be the call. Having a little look along the top row here, Rosemary bringing that classic combination of the Lunala and the Miraidon as well, being able to be well supported with Incineroar and the Rillaboom. Speaking to her backstage, she really believes in this core. She fully believes that these four all together are going to be able to take the title here this weekend.
It's really interesting because it makes it kind of difficult to play. Normally you want to keep your electric terrain with Miraidon, and Rillaboom is the answer to Miraidon, but you can use it to answer opposing Miraidons as well, or to reset your electric terrain more quickly, and so they can work together. We've seen a few players making it happen.
Yeah, and I like Evan's combination as well. You've got the Chien-Pao there with the Sword of Ruin really helping out the physical attackers on the field to be able to deal more damage. Yes, you have those special supporters as well with Volcarona and the Miraidon, but we know how devastating they can be, particularly with terrestrialization. I think Volcarona has really been able to shine. When it maybe goes for something like the grass terrestrialization, it does put itself in a really great spot.
Right, we saw it in the non-restricted usage. I think probably the first time it's shown there as it slowly creeps up. So Pokemon that can provide very valuable support with Rage Powder and also Fire Offense that can help against something like Rillaboom or Zamazenta that can kind of provide that one extra attack that your restricted Pokemon maybe aren't offering that coverage.
And what about yours here, Len? Because you've got, again, the Zamazenta and the Miraidon. Why have you picked those restricted?
Yeah, Evan's got them as well there. I think it's a combination that plays a little bit similarly to the Calyrex and Zamazenta, but maybe avoids some of the pitfalls of the speed ties and the worries about wide guard, and so maybe has an opportunity to take advantage of that. We've seen it on the rise, for instance, in the Hong Kong Master Ball Championships that happened recently, where two teams with that structure did quite well, and they used the Chien-Pao to really amplify the damage from the Zamazenta in the same way that the Calyrex Shadow Rider plus Zamazenta teams do.
Yeah, I think the Wide Guard has been a really good utility, particularly with all of the Glacial Lancers and Astral Barrages coming its way. It's been really nice to see that cropping up again in the meta. Well, I believe the next round is almost ready, so we're going to take a little bit of a break while you get ready, and we'll be able to come back for the match. So just watch this video and then join us in a few moments.
Pikachu plushie? Yeah, time to go in. Okay, let's go. Okay, let's go.
Look who's here!
Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. It's time to flash back to Championship Sunday at the 2023 North America International Championships.
Welcome to the finals in the junior division of the Pokemon video game.
Most iconic moments in Pokemon come from trainers in the Masters division, but this time around, the juniors stole the show in Columbus. The trainers in the juniors division often show the purest form of passion for the game of Pokemon.
I've just got a couple questions about championship.
I've never been to a championship. Oh, this is a national. Whatever.
Avery's energy made him an immediate fan favorite.
We got Avery from the United States and Takumi from Australia. I am enchanted with these trainers.
Avery made it to the finals with the help of his hard Trick Room team. Trick Room can be a difficult strategy to implement, especially when relying on an unconventional Pokemon like Oranguru.
Oranguru is my favorite of all time. I mean, he supports other Pokemon.
Oranguru is carrying a very interesting move called Instruct. So if you're able to get the Torkoal into position or something that's just going to be a little bit slower, then you can start firing off some big damage that way.
Trick Room teams flip the game on its head by having the slowest Pokemon on the field move first.
Tell us about your team that you're about to play.
It is hard Trick Room.
Hard Trick Room game plans can even be difficult for Masters Division trainers to pilot, but Avery was ready to show the world that juniors are wise well beyond their years. For his strategy to work, Avery's Oranguru would need to twist the dimensions.
We're going all in with a terrestrialization on the Oranguru. Well, the game plan is being executed for Avery very, very quickly here.
With Iron Hands going down, Avery brings Torkoal onto the field for free. Under Trick Room, Torkoal is one of the strongest Pokemon in the game, with the Sun boosting all fire attacks by 50%, and Oranguru's Instruct allowing it to attack twice in one turn. This Torkoal was ready to erupt.
All of this Torkoal across the way as we see the eruption come through, and that's going to help a little bit, but Tinglu still takes a ton of damage on the switch in.
With the momentum in Avery's favor, Takumi's savvy defense turns the tides of Game 1 and punishes Torkoal, putting the Australian youngster in a winning position. Despite properly setting up Trick Room, Game 1 got away from Avery. But even if Oranguru didn't work the first time, it was important for Avery to trust the process and rely on the strategy that got him to the finals.
This one is going into Game 2 with Takumi up 1-0.
After the exact same turn 1 play in Game 2, Avery's Torkoal was ready to take over, which meant it was time for Oranguru to do it again.
Avery once again has the opportunity to bring in the Torkoals. Let's do it again.
Yep, there's the Instruct.
Learning from his mistakes against Tinglu in Game 1, Avery made an adjustment to keep momentum on his side.
This was where last game got a little bit different because he went for the overheat into the Protect. Let's see if Avery goes for it again. It is an Earth Power! See you later, Chi-Yu.
Although it didn't have a single attacking move, Terrifier Oranguru was the star of the show. The ability to instruct your teammate to attack again would lead to more offense than Takumi could handle.
Doesn't hit this time around. It's going to be another overheat from the Torkoal.
Avery's confidence was back, taking down Takumi's team one by one. This championship would be decided in Game 3. The crowd became enchanted with Avery and Oranguru. It was incredibly amusing to watch such a simple yet repeatably effective strategy from a junior. With the first 2 games playing out the exact same way on turn 1, there would be no surprise what these 2 trainers would do in Game 3.
This is 3 games, 3 identical turn 1s.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. With Trick Room set up, the crowd was chanting, "Do it again," knowing another Instruct was on the way. Avery's bravery, relying on a 90% accurate overheat to connect twice into Chi-Yu, would put him into a commanding position. With Takumi's back against the wall, he would put all his hopes into Terra Water Fluttermane, but Avery's Oranguru had one final instruction: become champion.
We know what's coming, and even with that defensive Terra, Avery is getting another bite of the cherry. Avery will be a well-deserved champion, showing a crazy strategy. I think people had forgotten about it too.
Avery is immortalized in Pokemon history as a champion, captivating the audience's heart with his charming personality. As for the Oranguru that clicked Instruct 13 times in the finals, Avery summed up its role on the team perfectly.
So, tell us about your Oranguru. How do you use it?
It doesn't do any damage.
Who knows what the future holds for Avery, and who knows what Iron Hands was going for in all 3 games. But we can be sure that Avery's future will be bright in Pokemon as long as he remembers to do it again. Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite competitive Pokemon moments by using the hashtag PlayPokemon.
I think Avery's story is so inspiring, and particularly when you think this is a North American International Championships, but it's not just the Masters division that we have out there. We have seniors and juniors battling it out to be able to take the title in their division as well this weekend.
Right, and Avery's out there in the field trying to do it again.
Oh, that would be so awesome. Running that back, being able to be a double North American International Champion is just phenomenal.
It would be pretty impressive for sure.
Yeah, it's rarely done, I think, when trainers are able to get, let alone back-to-back events, but even 2 international championships, and there's only a few trainers out there that have made that accomplishment.
Yeah, it's a very difficult thing, especially because it requires mastery over multiple seasons. You can't get it done with one team at one time. You have to kind of consistently have that success.
It's when you got to start tracking when trainers have leveled up from divisions as well, and whether they've won in juniors and seniors and then are able to win in masters as well, and kind of have that dynasty legacy going through. I think it's always really cool to see.
Right, there's certain players now in the Masters Age division who have had that success at all 3 levels. The game's been going on long enough for them to demonstrate it and just keep pushing forward. And often, the players who have just aged up out of seniors into Masters are some of the hungriest for success and have such strong first seasons.
And they have such a fresh perspective on the game as well, because the metagames are completely different, but it's really interesting to see how they're able to take the experience and wisdom they have from a seniors or junior division into that next bracket of competitive play. But we can focus on some of the trainers actually and have a look at the leaderboards of who is maybe close to getting to the World Championships, who's already there technically with their qualification, and we're going to dive into Europe first of all. So these are a lot of trainers I'm very, very familiar with, and as we were just talking about trainers who have been able to win multiple international championships, Marco Silva with LAIC on the double, such an incredible trainer, one of our highlighted trainers to watch for this weekend as well, someone to keep your eye on. But underneath him as well, we've got Federico Camperosi, Victor Medina, Francesco Piopero, some incredible trainers that if you've been watching the European regional scene will be very familiar with. These trainers have all been able to make into those top cuts, take titles. They are phenomenal.
Right, a bunch of players who are looking for just that next stage of success, already safely qualified for the World Championships, want to push it with more IC Championships, are already looking ahead to Worlds and trying to strive for the top there as well.
Yes, and we've got some international champions on here as well. Flavio Del Pidio, Eric Rios. These are trainers who were able to win EUIC, and Alex Gomez in the number 12 spot was actually an NAIC champion as well a few years ago. Michel Kelch as well, got to mention him in spot number 5. In back-to-back Worlds, was able to go 2nd, then 4th, has just come off a win in Utrecht as well, so looking very formidable in this competition.
Definitely one of the top players in the world and someone to watch out there in the field this weekend.
Yes, so we can have a look at some of the other regions as well. We've done a little flash over here of Europe, but let's go to the LATAM region as well. Juan Salerno, Sebastian Escalante, Sebastian Rodriguez, so many incredible names here, as well as Gabriel Agati, someone who's been able to get 2nd place at multiple internationals and is so hungry to be able to take the number 1 title.
All right, looking for that first championship, Renzo, another player who has made it deep into international championships and wants to get that win.
Yes, and again, some trainers you will possibly be familiar with. Renzo Navarro, who've been able to feature on previous international broadcasts, as well as Estefan Valdebenito. These are names that are familiar from these regions. Someone I really want to highlight is Sebastian Escalante, a trainer who I remember back in 2017 on an absolute tear. That was their season where they broke out. They did incredibly well. They then, I think, took a little bit of time away from the game, but in the past couple of years have come back in such formidable force. It's always a trainer I personally like to keep my eye on, and I'm really looking forward to seeing how they're going to progress at this NAIC.
Yeah, now way up there in that 2nd spot, when in that very exclusive club of players who have 1,600 championship points
It's
plus
amazing.
worldwide.
So many, even just to get into the 4-figure numbers for championship points is absolutely incredible. So congratulations to our Latin players so far for their championship points. We'll be keeping an eye on them throughout the tournament. Let's take a look at the Oceania region now, and we can have a look at some of these trainers as well. I mean, we were talking about 1,600 championship points. We've got 1,800 championship points with Joji Kaida here.
Yeah, Joji Kaida, a player who has kind of played around the world at different points, has played in tournaments in North America as well, and is out there in the field this weekend. And another player who could try to improve that already monumental championship point number with even more, and is a player to watch for sure.
Want to try and change that first digit to a 2 and get like 2,000 championship points? That would be absolutely incredible. Some other trainers to talk about: Nicholas Khan, a trainer who I remember in the junior division taking international titles, was such an incredible trainer and has just leveled up constantly through seniors into masters. and is now a trainer to be really reckoned with in this division. As you can see, top 4 on the leaderboard for Oceania here, definitely making themselves a formidable opponent.
Yeah, very consistent player, has success, it seems like at every tournament they go to, the whole family as well.
Well, we are at the North American International Championship, so let's take a look at the NA leaderboard of how those championships points are going. Oh, speaking of getting 2,000 championship points, Joseph Ugarte is like, been there, done that, already got the t-shirt, is able to get 2,112 championship points and is going to be trying to extend that further. Again, some incredible names on here. We've got Wolfgleg, Carson Confer, you know, these guys are previous world champions in different divisions, as well as some names that have really jumped out throughout the regionals for me this year. Trainers like Giovanni Cisca has done incredibly well, just coming off a top 8 finish in Portland as well.
Yeah, you can see the effect of the Portland regionals with Zhejiang also making it into the top 16 after being the runner-up there. All these players, again, safely qualified for the World Championships and just looking to prove even more this weekend at NAIC.
Yes, James Evan as well has previously won the North American International Championship, so he wants to try and get that double. Some other trainers I know that our co-casters have been talking about a lot are Shiliang Tang, as well as Kerry Dotona here, Kyle Livinghouse, again, a trainer we've been able to feature in previous years as well. So lots of names to keep your eye on, as well as, of course, Riley Factura that we were able to see in that first round match.
Yeah, Riley, you know, didn't look excellent in that first round, but is still a player who can definitely come back from a first round loss and still make it deep into the tournament. And of course, Wolf there as well, our most recent international champion, has to be imagining doing it twice in a row.
I have to be honest, Wolfglick is one of these trainers. I have this kind of soundbite I always give off whenever he's on the broadcast, because he's literally done it all. He's won Worlds, Internationals multiple times. He's won Players' Cups, Regionals, Nationals. There's not really a Pokemon platform he has not been able to dominate in at some point or other.
Right. Not even many players could catch up at this point with needing national championships and Players' Cups, but Wolf has been able to have so much success over such a long career in Pokemon and just feels like he gets better season by season.
And 10 regional championships to his name as well. You know, I think Riley Factura was on, is it 7, I think is the number?
He's definitely way up there too.
Yeah, there's definitely some maths involved there, but I know the golden 10 has been where Wolf was able to make that achievement. And I think it's incredible to be able to see such an established trainer. Like you say, he's a veteran of the competition. He's got so many years experience, but that consistency, that is something really incredible.
Right, because he plays sometimes in a season less tournaments than a lot of our other top players, right? Focuses on really taking his shots when he's got the right preparation, and it helps build that incredible consistency.
I think it's that, you know, positive mental relationship with the game. You know, sometimes he'll take a couple of months off and, you know, refresh and come back in focused and ready for some action, and then he comes back and wins a tournament. And it's just incredible to be able to see the way that he can look at how he is as a trainer within the game as well and bring that into a very positive space.
Right, to have that, you know, comfort with where you are in the game right now, what your preparation level is like, and know when to take your shots.
Yeah, and a lot of trainers are going to be trying to get their world invitation at this tournament, because this is the last chance. It's the last tournament within our competitive circuit to be able to try and lock up those world's invitations. And for some trainers, you know, we were looking at the leaderboards, there's some trainers who will be still trying to get in within the bracket of their, you know, respective region. And then there are some trainers that need to win it all, need to get those top places to get that direct qualification. Right,
all 4 of those leaderboards are going to lock after this weekend. This is the last chance to earn championship points. And while all the players we showed on those leaderboards are safe with those Worlds invites, many players further down are still trying to either hang on to their top spot or move up into it. Or, like you mentioned, some players need to get all the way into the top 4 in that auto qualification. So this is where it really comes down to the line for the World Championship.
And we saw that storyline unfold a little bit at Portland as well. You know, Gavin Michaels hadn't really played a lot of the season, but decided to go to Portland, but said from the very beginning, I need to win this championship to keep my world stream alive for Anaheim this summer. And guess what? He did it. He went all the way, was able to win and get that direct qualification.
Yeah, got the direct qualification. I think probably had enough championship points once he got to the finals.
Yeah, that's true.
But made sure to lock it in with that win and picking up a really impressive win with a you know, new team and new take on the metagame.
Yeah, it was great to be able to see the Basque Legion come to the forefront. A really interesting Pokemon choice, and I wonder if some trainers have picked it up, have been inspired. But I could not be more excited by this particular match for Swiss Round 2. We've got Alberto Lara, Michael Zhang, 2 trainers that we have featured on multiple international stages. Alberto Lara, you know, has been a runner-up at the international championships in Oceania previously, is a very well-experienced player, and then Michael Zhang almost needs no introduction.
All right, speaking of interesting Pokemon, Scovillian, Chestnut, Clefairy, Indeedee, all of these fascinating picks, and a restricted pair that we basically never see. Both bikes there together, the Koraidon and the Miraidon working together up against a team from Alberto that looks almost like a Regulation G team, right?
Yeah.
You have Miraidon constructed more like it was in Regulation G, but with these Regulation I text, the Grimmsnarl, the Calyrex Ice Rider, that can kind of diversify what the team's able to do.
Yes, exactly. Alberto, you know, having a lot of those tried and tested supportive Pokemon, we've got the Urshifu Rapid Strike providing that really good water core in there, particularly with the water terrestrialization, those guaranteed critical hits you can get from Surging Strikes, and can be a really nice way to break through some of the defensive capabilities on the opposing side, as well as having great support from Farigiraf and the Grimmsnarl. Grimmsnarl really being there to be disruptive with the Thunder Wave. You've got the Light Screen and Reflect to be able to help with those defensive supports, as well as the Farigiraf giving you that Trick Room reversing option, or even you can set up your own Trick Room to help out the Calyrex, for example. But one of my favorite things that Farigiraf can do is go for that helping hand and just boost up your offensive capabilities.
Right, a helping hand Terra Water Surging Strikes or a helping hand Electro
yeah.
Drift is massive damage coming in. Both players with priority protection, Alberto with the Farigiraf and Michael with Indeedee, but neither player with that many priority moves on hand. Just the Thunder Wave and Aqua Jet here from Alberto. So maybe less priority on bringing those Pokemon if you're not worried about a ton of priority from the other side. Not a lot of fake outs. No fake outs across either of these teams. Somewhat unique in this format where we saw 3 of the top 6 non-restricted Pokemon normally carrying a fake out.
Yeah, that's very true, actually. So not being going to see trainers trying to slow down the opposing Pokemon. The Miraidon here is the very classic variant, that choice specs. You've got the Fairy Terra as well to be able to not only lose your weaknesses to the Dragon typing, but then you can also deal additional damage with that Dazzling Gleam. I think over the past couple of regionals, we've maybe seen some trainers try to change up this Miraidon core, but Alberto going what has been kind of the tried and tested, reliable variant for this Miraidon. I like to see the Ogerpon in play here as well. It's able to provide some good support with the Follow Me, for example, and then Ogerpon can be quite an offensive Pokemon in its own right as well.
Especially if the Sun gets set up by the Cridon on the other side. Of course, both restricted Pokemon on Michael's side do resist fire, but if they Terastallize out of that, they can become a little bit more vulnerable, and all of those non-restricted Pokemon are maybe one Ivy Cudgel away from being knocked out. So Ogerpon, a Pokemon that can be brought for Follow Me, but then still provide really intense offensive power when it's needed.
Exactly, that Ivy Cudgel can hit really hard, particularly, as you said, if the sun goes up in the sky. And Koraidon, the first Pokemon there on Michael's side, has that potential due to its Orichalcum Pulse ability. It's also running quite a standard set here with the Collision Course. You've got the Flare Blitz and the Flame Charge as well to try and boost up some of the speed on your side of the field. But some of the interesting Pokemon, we've got to talk about them. You've got the Grass types down at the bottom here. Chestnut's a Pokemon we've seen cropping up from time to time. I believe Jamie Boyd was bringing it to one of the most recent European regionals as well. But Scavillain, like, this Pokemon was not something I was expecting to see. Can you talk us through a little bit about what this Pokemon does on this team?
For sure. Scavillain, mostly is there for Spicy Extract. That's what makes it unique to other Pokemon that are available, a move that only it has access to. It's a move that you choose a target, and that target loses 2 stages of defense and gains 2 stages of attack. That means you can either use it on your own Pokemon to boost their attack, so you can imagine a Koraidon getting +2 attack. Now, at a cost of -2 defense, there's some trade-off there. But you can also use it against the other side to drop defense, because you can go for the -2 defense, and then Koraidon or Chestnut is still doing the amplified damage, and that can let you kind of use the Spicy Extract preemptively before Koraidon is on the field. But then alongside that plays a little bit more like Volcarona. It has the Rage Powder plus Fire offense combination, and that's the same type attack boosted Overheat. It's the unique Fire and Grass type combination means that Scavillain can go out with some big Overheat damage when necessary, especially, again, Sun boosted by Koraidon on the field.
Yeah, that Spicy Extract's really nice into some of the special attackers, for example, Miraidon, because you don't have to worry about boosting up its attack. But Pokemon trainers, let's get into it, and Scavillain is on the field, paired up with that Koraidon. It does have the Chlorophyll ability, so its speed will be doubled now the sun is in the sky. But Alberto has led out defensively with this Miraidon and the Grimmsnarl.
Grimmsnarl on the field trying to mitigate damage, but it's very difficult for Reflect to keep up with Spicy Extract on the other side. One of those things is moving faster than the other. That said, Miraidon pretty well positioned here. Threatens a ton of damage against Koraidon. There's a little bit of a guessing game with the Terastallization here. If you can land a Dazzling Gleam into the Koraidon before it Terastallizes, that's a KO. If you can land an Electro Drift into the Koraidon after it Terastallizes, there's a good chance with this more offensive Miraidon that that's also a KO with no option to mitigate the damage on the other side. And so definitely a risky position for a Koraidon that can just protect itself, learn what Miraidon's going for with choice specs on the other side. So wouldn't be surprised to see that be the option here in the first turn.
It's definitely a difficult decision for Alberto to go for here. You can see every second being utilized, but no terrestrialization at this point here. Protect just comes through from the Koraidon on the opposing side as Grimmsnarl sets up that Reflect, trying to mitigate some of the physical offensive damage that can come through from Michael's side. Spicy Extract does come through and connect with the Miraidon, so this is going to leave it a little bit more vulnerable now that its defense has dropped by 2 stages. A follow-up from the potential side would be devastating, so I like the way Miraidon's like, I'm getting out of there. Alberto Lara's also celebrating that, because not only do you get your Pokemon off the field, can reset that drop, you also break the Focus Sash on that Scavillain.
Right, a really strong turn. It would have been easy to go out on the offensive against Koraidon, but you know it's so likely to protect itself and learn what Miraidon is doing. And now, like you say, you dodge the Spicy Extract. Michael showing the advantage Spicy Extract has compared to something like Decorate, because you can use it while your partner is just protecting and waiting through the turn and get the defense drop on the other side. But Miraidon wants none of that. It's the Volt Switch damage. You can see how massive damage that is into a fairly frail Pokemon in the Scavillain on the other side, and then just goes out. But now there's a crucial decision for Alberto. You can see him taking his time, deciding whether to bring in the Calyrex or the Ogerpon. Eventually does opt for the Calyrex.
Yes, and you could see as well the speed interactions. You know, the Scavillain using that Chronofill ability to be able to outspeed the Miraidon is something that Alberto has to bear in mind here. So I wonder if Alberto is going to maybe try and get the speeds reversed with a potential Trick Room here.
It's definitely a dangerous time to do it, because now Koraidon has protected itself for a turn with Chlorophyll. Scavillain can go first and put that Spicy Extract onto Koraidon and have it go out on the offense, which means it could be threatening a one-hit KO against the Calyrex on the other side. And so the Reflect is helping to mitigate that. It means that a Terastallization to water means the Collision Course shouldn't be a KO against Calyrex. So if you want to force a Trick Room, you can do it at a fairly high cost, and that might leave Michael really on the back foot. Koraidon would have lost 2 stages of defense if it takes a Spicy Extract. Scavillain already has Focus Sash broken, so maybe if you can get up Trick Room, you're really in the driving seat of this game. But Michael is free to reposition, maybe find a different pairing on the other side that's less vulnerable to the Glacial Lance, like the Chestnut with its Wide Guard.
Well, that timer has me on the edge of my seat there. Alberto taking every second to try and lock in that Trick Room. Terrestrialization does come out from the Koraidon now, so it's going to be dropping its typing and becoming a Fire type. This is really great in the face of a potential Glacial Lance. Grimmsnarl is able to go straight for the Thunder Wave here, so it is going to slow down the Koraidon and maybe even stop it from moving entirely, so that Alberto isn't going to have to take any potential damage. The Spicy Extract does come through. It does connect into that Koraidon, so the attack is at +2. Yes, of course, you have those defenses, but the Clear Amulet is going to be able to come in clutch. The Paralysis, though, for Alberto is coming in clutch as well, as Calyrex can capitalize on this and go for the Glacial Lance. That will deal with the Scavillain, but the Terrestrialization is a really nice defensive play on for a Koraidon to keep it in the game.
A very fortunate turn for Alberto there to get the fully Paralysis on the Koraidon that would have been doing so much damage. The Clear Amulet helping to keep the Koraidon fairly safe, along with the Terastallization. That means it's making resisted damage from Glacial Lance. Of course, the cost to having Leech Seed on Calyrex instead of the high horsepower is that Calyrex cannot threaten the KO into Koraidon, but maybe is comfortable just going for Glacial Lances here with now Miraidon on the field. But the damage potential is still massive. You now have Miraidon up on the other side. This Koraidon at +2 attack out on the other side. Grimmsnarl can only do so much, and you may not be able to count on repeated fully Paralysis. You also can't Thunder Wave the Miraidon because its electric typing gives it an immunity to it, so you can't hope for the mitigation there. It makes it harder to go for the Terastallization on Calyrex now too, because you can't turn into a water type with Miraidon there on the other side.
Yeah, so many options here for Michael to kind of pin down against Alberto. The Volt Switch is just going to go straight into the Protector of the Calyrex. And Alberto, I think, trying to maybe scout out what the opposing Miraidon wanted to lock into as well. It is running that Choice Scarf, so it is going to be a faster Miraidon on the opposing side. Grimmsnarl able to just go straight for the Spirit Break. You know that the Miraidon cannot go for any Terrestrialization, so you can deal this strong, super effective damage and lower its special attack, but you still need to find a way to deal with this Koraidon if it's able to break through the Paralysis.
Still a really strong turn of damage. It was easy to see that double up of the electric offense and fire offense going into Calyrex, because it gave Calyrex, other than protecting itself, no way to get through that turn. But then it is easy to just protect and get very solid damage onto Miraidon that also mitigates the damage coming out. Maybe you're a little more comfortable turning into a water type now with your own Calyrex, because with the possibly Light Screen going up, with the Spirit Break and the Scarf not specs, you'll take a lot less damage from this Volt Switch than we normally see.
And that's exactly what Alberto's doing here, going for that Light Screen to neutralize the opposing Miraidon. But it's actually just going to get off the field, take a leaf out of Alberto's book from earlier, going for that Volt Switch. So now it's going to be in the back. That was some decent damage into the opposing Calyrex here, though. Even though Alberto has tried to set this up defensively, that's still a big chunk of damage, and Clefairy can now come onto the field. Koraidon still unable to move, though. That is unfortunate for Michael, but at least you're able to bring in this Clefairy for later. Glacial Lance will come through and connect. Significant amount of damage onto that Clefairy. That's over 50% damage.
All right, the KO onto the Scovillain earlier, helping to amplify the damage. Clefairy and Koraidon looking fairly low here. Those fully paralysis are doing so much work for Alberto, dodging 2 turns of the +2 attack damage from Koraidon. That doesn't mean Michael's out of it yet, though. Has built fairly good damage onto this side of the field as well, but another fully paralysis really makes it difficult.
Yeah, that is 3 in a row here for the Koraidon. Grimmsnarl can follow up with a Spirit Break here into the Clefairy just to give it that little bit of chip and lower its special attack here. But I think that's really all Grimmsnarl can do at this point in time. The Glacial Lance is going to come through. This is a beautiful way to get another chilling Nay boost up from KOing the Clefairy. Not quite enough to be able to KO the Koraidon, but if Alberto keeps having this luck with paralysis, you're going to be able to clean it up in the next game. But for Michael, it'd be great to be able to see it break through.
Michael really needs to get attack off with Koraidon at some point. But the other big problem now is that with its speed mitigated from the Thunder Wave, it hasn't been enough for Calyrex to move before the Koraidon, but it will be definitely enough for Alberto's other Pokemon to move before it. And with Michael now not having any more switch options, only these 2 low health Pokemon on the field, something like Miraidon coming out and just clicking Dazzling Gleam is likely enough to just end the game. If Michael can even accomplish what seems like the large task now of getting through these 2 Pokemon that are out on the field.
Well, I think that's a great observation because the Miraidon from Alberto, we saw it out there in the leads, but then it's been nice and safely tucked away in the back, unable to kind of go for damage here, but can come in later on. The Electro Drift will come through from the Miraidon on Michael's side. This goes straight down into the opposing Grimmsnarl, but again, that light screen really paying off. It is another paralysis for the Koraidon, though, absolutely devastating for it here, as the Spirit Break will come through and get the knockout on the Miraidon. So, fantastic play here, dealing with that Miraidon that I think was really the only offensive Pokemon ready at the moment, because Koraidon's just unable to break through, and Calyrex can follow up and get the KO, meaning that this game 1 is going to be able to go to Alberto Lara.
Sometimes the games just go like that.
It's Pokemon, right?
It's part of the reason and value that Grimmsnarl provides to a team. You do it for the strong speed control that Thunder Wave offers, and then there's just a chance, turn after turn, that your opponent misses attacks from their most valuable Pokemon and has no real chance to fight in this game. With a team that's based around using that Koraidon, getting the Spicy Extract boost on it and doing so much damage, with that Koraidon never attacking, Michael didn't really get to play out his strategy. Now the good news out of that is that means Game 2 and Game 3 can just go the other way. It's not not a dominant Game 1 victory that signals that Michael has no fighting chance in the rest of this match. It's just down to how the Thunder Waves played out in that game.
And I think that's a great point here, because the Scovillain and Koraidon synergy I thought was really interesting, particularly with that clear amulet, meaning that the defense drop didn't come through. And even though the paralysis kept coming through, it was not safe for Alberto here. Koraidon was still able to sit on the field. You can see it being the last Pokemon here in this game. And if at any point it was able to break through, that +2 attack was going to be devastating, and could possibly even have just got a solid KO onto one of Alberto's Pokemon.
Right, it was constantly threatening massive damage or KOs. I think outside of the fully paralysis, Alberto still made a lot of smart plays, getting the damage down onto Miraidon, really not falling too much trap to going after the Koraidon too quickly was very important, especially with the Koraidon then not being able to follow up on it. I wonder if Michael is going to react to the Thunder Wave by trying harder to avoid it. If you can never end up paralyzed in the first place, then you don't have to worry about those fully paralysis. Things like Follow Me from NDD and Clefairy can help. Psychic Terrain can block Thunder Wave coming out because it is a priority move as well, and so you can just try to never let it happen. And that's something you have to be thinking about from turn 0, as once again we see Koraidon on one side, Grimmsnarl on the other.
Yeah, I think that's a great observation, and something for Alberto to be cognizant of, that NDD could indeed be in the back. It's not in the leads though, it's the same here for Michael with that Scovillain and the Koraidon, whereas Miraidon and Grimmsnarl front and center for Alberto.
I wonder how both players will adjust compared to the turn 1 of Game 1. It was a turn 1 that was definitely in Alberto's favor.
Yes.
Getting the Volt switch down while just undoing the Spicy Extract, getting the Reflect up at no cost at all. But if you're Michael, if you want to play a little bit more aggressively, not just let that play happen, it means exposing Koraidon to that 50-50 of will it or won't it Terastallize that we talked about before Game 1. If you're not going to play so passively, and you expect there's some risk that Alberto's not going to just repeat the same play and go after Scovillain, you really have to think about how safe Koraidon is on the field. But maybe you can get away with it. Maybe it just is an attacking Scovillain again, and Koraidon is free to do whatever it likes this turn.
I mean, it's going to be tempting for the Scavillain to just go for a spicy extract, even maybe into the Koraidon and get it set up a little bit earlier here. We're going to see that Terrestrialization come through. It is going to be, once again, the Fire Terrestrialization onto the Koraidon, so trying to put itself into a good position.
This indicates no protect. No one is going to Terrestrialize and protect. This is damage coming out. Reflect up.
That's very true. It's a good adaptation from Game 1 into Game 2. The Spicy Extract does come through from Scavillain into this Koraidon, so once again, it's going to be a +2 attack. Clear Amulet stopping it from taking the detrimental drops here, and it goes straight away for this collision course. Finds its mark down onto the opposing Miraidon here, and that is with a critical hit, as Redemption from Game 1 is able to get the one-hit KO onto that Miraidon.
Depending on how that Miraidon is trained, might not have needed the critical hit, or it might have just been recompense for Game 1
I think
and
so.
all those fully paralysis, but it means a huge swing here for Michael. Takes the more risky play, but then ends up not being a risk at all because Miraidon goes down before it attacks. Gets a free KO on a Miraidon just in exchange for the Reflect that was inevitably going up on the other side anyway. Now Calyrex is the Pokemon on the back foot. Because Spicy Extract is not a one-time thing. You can just go after it again. And at +4, Calyrex is much less safe from a collision course. That Water Terrestrialization might not be able to protect you. Just getting Trick Room isn't as easily said and done as it was in the last game. And then the repeat play from Game 1 was getting the T-Wave onto the Koraidon instead of getting the Trick Room out. But we talked about there could be some risk. There's Psychic Terrain in the back. There's
That's
a Clefairy in the back with Koraidon just protecting itself to threaten Follow Me in an attack on the next turn. So definitely a dangerous position for Alberto. One more massive KO and he'll be way too far behind in this game to come back.
There's definitely options where Michael can set up that Koraidon for more success in this game too, but Alberto's going to match the Sparkles on the stage right now with a Terrestrialization of his own, and once again it's going to be on that Calyrex Ice Rider, becoming a water type. Does put it into a better position against something like the Koraidon, but again, if Miraidon's in the back for later, that could be something that's going to be devastating. Scavillain says, I've done enough spicy throwing around for today. We're going to be bringing all the action to me now with this Rage Powder. As Grimmsnarl just goes straight for the light screen, just setting up against any special attacks, but it's the offensive ones you got to worry about. Collision Course comes through, it will connect down into this opposing Grimmsnarl. Again, a solid one-hit KO. That is revenge for the Thunder Wave that was dealt to it in that Game 1.
This is what Koraidon wanted to do in Game 1. These massive attacks coming out. The Rage Powder, another way to avoid the Thunder Wave risk. Now, Alberto doesn't just Thunder Wave the Scavillain, does get the light screen up, which could be helpful with Miraidon in the back, but then doesn't get a Trick Room out of this turn, just gets a Glacial Lance into Scavillain and the Koraidon. And like we mentioned in Game 1, at cost to the Leech Seed version of Calyrex, it is much harder to pressure Fire-type Koraidon here. The Glacial Lance, you can see how little that did to the Koraidon on the other side. When you compare the damage coming out of the Koraidon compared to the damage going into the Koraidon, that is not a favorable back and forth for Alberto. And Furgraph is not going to help solve that problem. It doesn't do that much either. It does have Foul Play, can threaten a bunch of damage in. The Rage Powder can try to mitigate that, maybe the Calyrex moving first, but for now, just a Spicy Extract, even more attack on the Koraidon.
Oh my goodness, this Koraidon is ferocious right now, and that Collision Course is finding its mark right down into that opposing Farigiraf that's just joined the field for Alberto. It is able to hang on, however, on 25 hit points remaining as Calyrex can follow up with this Glacial Lance. Now, this is nice on the Scavillain, you're able to get the Chilling Nade boost, but again, this Fire Terrestrialization really paying off for the Koraidon. It's able to keep itself in the game.
Such a crucial survive for the Farigiraf. Manages to get this Trick Room up and not go down. You saw Michael taking the full power swing to get to the +4 stages of attack boost and go for the Collision Course. But then when that KO is missed, now it means the Koraidon is quite vulnerable to a Foul Play, but Clefairy. When you need an ally, Clefairy comes out. It can redirect Foul Play in. We see the Glacial Lance is just not amounting to enough damage on Koraidon. That should mean that Follow Me gives the Koraidon at least one more chance to attack. And when those attacks are so huge coming out of Koraidon, one more attack is such a huge cost for Alberto to have to pay in this game. You know, if it was something like just the Ndidi coming out or the Miraidon especially coming out in this position, it would look so much worse. For Michael, the After You also an option to just get the quick damage out.
This is a really nice way to bypass that Trick Room. It really is a friend indeed with this Clefairy. So the Collision Course can now find its mark down onto that Farigiraf and is able to get the knockout. You don't have to worry about potential Foul Play coming your way and causing a lot of disruption. Of course, Calyrex can just go straight away for the Glacial Lance. This will be good damage onto both the opposing Pokemon, but not nearly enough to be able to get a knockout on either side. Once again, Clefairy with the Koraidon, such great synergy, and I really like the way that Michael's team is designed to support this Koraidon at every turn of the event.
I'm not sure this is quite over yet. If Koraidon cannot one-hit KO Calyrex, a Glacial Lance will come back and KO both Pokemon. If the Pokemon in the back is the Miraidon Horizon Choice Scarf that can't protect itself, and the Calyrex is then at 3 stages of attack boost, it will just KO the Miraidon. And so if Koraidon can't get it done in 1 turn, I'm not sure it'll have 2 swings to go for it. This could be a very crucial moment still. There's still several turns of Trick Room left with no Protect in the back. There's probably not the option to Protect through all those turns of Trick Room, but the first Protect coming out now.
Yep, Clefairy just going for the defensive Protect here. Wouldn't be surprised to see this be followed up. But the Calyrex actually calling it here as well, going for the Protect and burning through this opportunity that Michael had to play defensively. But no, Koraidon actually not going for the Protect, so it has the utility to go for that into the following turn. This was a really nice play, I think, by Michael, just keeping that Protect in safe.
Gets the Sun expired as well. That still mitigates damage coming out from the Koraidon. Makes it a little bit more likely that even with the 4 stages of attack boost, Calyrex is able to hang on with a turn. Life Dew though, Life Dew going to try to recover health on the Koraidon. So rather than going for the After Dew to make sure they can attack quickly, instead he'll be able to take a Glacial Lance and get 2 attacks off, maybe down the stretch if you can get out of the Trick Room.
Yep, Calyrex is going to be able to get the damage on, but not able to get the KO. Now will this +4 collision course be able to get the 1-hit KO onto this opposing Calyrex? It does not. The Sun going away being detrimental, and the fact that Calyrex was left unchecked throughout the most of this battle left it at such healthy HP, it just became very difficult for Koraidon to deal with.
Life do such a smart play though, because if it had been immediately after you an attack last turn, then Michael would have probably lost. But now, Clefairy hangs on, Koraidon hangs on, after you comes out, collision course comes out.
Yep, no defensive play from Alberto here, just accepting the collision course coming through and evening out the score. Michael Zhang versus Alberto Lara is going to be 1 game apiece. I love a game 3 at the best of times, but on the international stage, it's even more exciting.
Wow, that's there's so much damage coming out from both sides. Every turn feels like a massive risk. It felt like through most of that, Michael was threading the needle and finding ways to get offense out, but how repeatable will it be? And of course, that happened without the Thunder Waves that we saw in Game 1.
And I think it was great to be able to see these collision courses doing exactly what Michael had hoped to be able to do in Game 1, despite the paralysis, was getting very, very solid KOs here. The Terrestrialization, I think, on both sides was very interestingly played as well. You're able to mitigate the damage from these Glacial Lances, keeping Koraidon in the game. But the superstar for me were the partner Pokemons, the Scavillain going for these spicy extracts. You then have the Clefairy going for the Life Dew or the After You to be able to really give this Koraidon a moment to shine. And all these supportive Pokemon that Alberto was trying to bring in with the Grimmsnarl and the Farigiraf, Koraidon was just able to steamroll through.
Right, but it really did rely on the redirection from its partner Pokemon, the Follow Me and the Rage Powder, the Spicy Extract, and the Life Dew and After You. These are the moves that are letting Koraidon avoid the threats like Foul Play that were on the other side, avoid the problem of Trick Room and losing the speed advantage. It's a team that puts so many eggs in that one basket. True. You can see how badly it goes in Game 1, where those eggs start breaking, but when they're just firing off, it can work so well.
The high-risk, high-reward strategy does certainly pay off, but we're going to see a little shake of events here from Michael's side. It's going to be the Chestnut paired up with the Miraidon this time. On the opposing side for Alberto, though, sticking it with the Miraidon and the Grimmsnarl.
The same leads for Alberto, leads that give a lot of flexibility, right? You can go for either screen and then just Volt Switch out to whatever Pokemon you want. But the bigger change from Michael on the other side now has Chestnut on the field for the first time in this match. A Pokemon that would love to be able to wide guard against the Calyrex on the other side. Of course, as a grass type's immune to Leech Seed, so Pokemon can really mitigate everything coming out of Calyrex. But for now, it's not Calyrex that it's up against, it's Miraidon, and Miraidon that's threatening quite a bit of damage. You have to worry about Draco Meteor coming into Chestnut. You have to worry about Dazzling Gleam coming into both if it's not a wide guard on the other side. For now, just Light Screen going up though.
Yep, makes sense for the Light Screen just to come through here as the Draco Meteor connects from one Miraidon into the other. Despite the Light Screen, that is a solid 1-hit KO of damage. The Choice Scarf on the Miraidon on Michael's side, giving it that speedy advantage, able to get the knockout. You can say Alberto's a little bit like, oh, kind of didn't want to see that come through, as Chestnut can follow up with the Body Press.
Alberto opted into that risk, right? A lot of players in the situation of Miraidon versus Miraidon, you see both Fairy Terrestrializations immediately just come out because you can't afford to take a Draco on the other side. But this time, neither player goes for the Draco Meteor. Michael doesn't have to go for it, or goes for the Fairy Terrestrialization. Michael doesn't have to go for it because he's got the Choice Scarf, knows his Miraidon is moving first. But Alberto may be hoping that the Light Scream is enough to take the damage, or maybe hoping that Michael wouldn't just lock himself into Draco Meteor with a possibility for 2 Fairies on the other side, but pays a really high cost for it. Draco Meteor successfully lands into Miraidon and just takes the quick lead for Michael, while he gets even extra damage with the Body Press into Grimmsnarl.
I mean, this is what we were literally just saying, right, about high risk, high reward, and that was the strategy Michael went for in this turn 1. Miraidon obviously sticking with the Draco Meteor is able to do a little bit of damage into the opposing Ogerpon, but of course the special attack is going to continue to be dropped on its side of the field. Ogerpon can retaliate though into the Chestnut. It's not enough to get the knockout, however, despite this critical hit coming through, so Chestnut can go for the body press and show Alberto how it's done with the knockout, getting the second one very early doors in this game 3.
A quick 2-0 lead for Michael. Now it's all on the back of Calyrex and Ogerpon to carry this game. Now there's some good signs for Alberto. The -4 special attack on Miraidon on the other side means it's really not threatening very much damage. Chestnut is vulnerable to an Ivy Cudgel, so it's an easy situation to get a Trick Room up if Alberto would like it. And maybe then Michael's quite vulnerable to that. Clefairy's probably in the back somewhere. It's good insurance against Trick Room. It means you can get something off with after you. But Calyrex is still fully healthy and no Terrestrialization spent. Because Alberto didn't go for that fairy Terrestrialization on turn 1, it means the Calyrex can still use water Terrestrialization as a possibility in the end game. So Michael's going to have to keep the right pieces around and make sure he can actually land the KO with Calyrex. So a big lead, but possibly not an insurmountable one if Alberto can get a Trick Room up and then start going out on the offense. Has to deal with the Chestnut though. The wide guard is a big problem for Calyrex, and that's why it's so valuable to have gotten the 95% damage onto it in that last turn.
And I like the switch here from Michael. As you were saying, you might need it to stick around and be safe. There is going to be the water terrestrialization on the Calyrex, but at the same time, all those Draco drops were really mitigating the damage it had on the field. So let's bring in the Koraidon. We know how well it can do in this particular matchup to try and get some damage out on the board. But Chestnut just going nice defensively here for this wide guard, stopping a potential Glacial Lance coming through and dealing damage to the Koraidon before it's able to terrestrialize. You can see the Ivy Cudgel not doing very effective damage, but still giving it a little bit of chip, as Calyrex does indeed set up that Trick Room. So now the speed advantage is going to be on Alberto's side.
Michael makes a good play there to get Koraidon out on the field and knows it's completely safe to bring Koraidon in there because Chestnut is wide guard.
Yeah.
But because the Ogerpon goes for Ivy Cudgel into Koraidon, you haven't taken away the option for wide guard again on this turn. Means that Koraidon can once again be safe to go out on the offense and get a big swing into one of these Pokemon. A KO into Ogerpon really then limits Alberto's options in the future, makes Chestnut maybe impossible to kill. You're going to have to get an Ivy Cudgel into it right now to not just be wide guard blocked throughout the rest of this game. And so I think Michael threads the needle to get the right set of Pokemon on the field that even in this Trick Room should be able to accomplish something on this turn if he wants. And that's what you can see Alberto thinking about Protect, knowing that despite the Trick Room, doesn't have the completely advantageous position here.
And I think if you're Alberto, you need to get rid of this opposing Chestnut so that you can actually do something with your Calyrex here. The Terrestrialization comes through on the Koraidon here, so once again going to be dropping its Fighting and Dragon typing and becoming a Fire type in the face of the potential Glacial Lancers. But Calyrex just going for a Swift Protect here as White Guard comes through in case it had decided that it wanted to go on the offensive in this particular turn. Really nice, again, supportive play for this Koraidon as Ogerpon decides to go for the Ivy Cudgel. That's a really nice, clean way to deal with that opposing Chestnut, leaving the Koraidon a bit more vulnerable possibly in the next turn, depending on who that fourth and final Pokemon is going to be for Michael. If it's something like the Clefairy, then we could see a little bit of a run back from the game 2. Flare Blitz, however, not falling for the Protect on the Calyrex, is able to deal with the Ogerpon. So now it actually only is the Calyrex on Alberto's side left.
With no Ogerpon left, this should be checkmate if that last Pokemon is Clefairy. Now, if it's something else, maybe Alberto still has a way back, but Alberto paying a high cost for going down quickly here means he's down 1-3. And so what can happen here is that you can have a Follow Me, an After You and a Flare Blitz. Calyrex can survive that move. It can go and turn into a water type to be able to take a Flare Blitz, but that just means an After You and an Electro Drift are coming in soon afterwards. And so the combination of fire and electric offense really puts Calyrex in a difficult spot. You can see Alberto considering Leech Seed, trying to consider ways to maybe not let Miraidon on the field, try to find some path through this. But the Clefairy really, again, in this Trick Room, providing the necessary insurance to make sure that you can still get your attacks off despite not having the speed advantage with your restricted Pokemon.
I think you make a great point that you have to start thinking about the end game here, because this water terrestrialization is really nice in the face of something like that Koraidon, but then you have to contend with the Miraidon that we know is nice and safe in the back for Michael. Clefairy just going to go straight for a Protect him, maybe wants to stick around and help Koraidon out in the future turns here, as the Calyrex just goes for this Leech Seed, but is not going to be able to connect it thanks to this nice defensive play by the little Clefairy, leaving the field open for the Koraidon to go for the Flare Blitz. It's going to utilize the power of the sun And even though you have this terrestrialization on Calirex's side that, as you can see, is really, really paying off, you're still chipping away at it. You're still giving a little bit of damage, making it easier for either the Koraidon or the Miraidon in the back to clean up later on.
Right, you've paid the incredibly high cost of turning Calyrex into a Pokemon weak to the electric offense that it will eventually come from the Miraidon on the other side. And we've mentioned before that the cost of not having the Leech Seed is there is no ground offense to threaten this Koraidon. That means that it didn't have to be follow me or after you alongside Koraidon. Clefairy could just protect itself and know that Koraidon was not actually threatened by a Glacial Lance in that position.
And honestly, with this Life Dew in play as well, I feel like the Calyrex is a difficult way of even getting through the opposing Koraidon. With the Glacial Lances, you're really only able to utilize this Leech Seed to be able to get that critical recovery and keep chipping away. Collision Course is going to come through, however, into this Calyrex, takes it down into the orange zone. So again, just damage after damage stacking into this Calyrex, making it very difficult for Alberto to come back in this set.
Right, because Life Dew will out-heal the damage from Leech Seed onto Clefairy and Koraidon. And so Calyrex cannot just protect itself and try to heal that way because the other side will heal as well. You're not making any forward progress and you're just burning through turns of Trick Room. That means Miraidon doesn't need support. When it comes out on the field, it will just instantly have the offense. But now, Miraidon switching in. Maybe a little bit of impatience from Michael. If a Glacial Lance were to come out right now, things might swing the other way.
Yeah, this could be very, very risky for the Miraidon joining the field here. You do have Friend Guard from the Clefairy in play, but Calyrex not going for the Glacial Lance does just decide to go for this Protect here and maybe try and get some of the HP recovery from the Leech Seeds that it was trying to put down. The Life Dew comes through. This helps out the Clefairy, give it that little bit of chip that Leech Seed was able to steal from it earlier on, but of course Miraidon in a great spot. The Sun has left the field now, so Koraidon can always set that up a little bit later on, but I think critically Miraidon being able to come back in safely, set that Electric Terrain up once again, does just put it in such a dominant position for this next turn.
Right, well, but biggest problem now, Trick Room is gone. Miraidon is on the field, Electric Terrain is up. Calyrex protected last turn and is a water type. Electro Drift, its multiplier on the super effective damage is more than enough to pick up a KO here and give Michael the match.
Yeah, you can see the handshake from the players there already. Alberto knew that endgame was tough and Michael was able to capitalize on it. After such a devastating game one, to keep your composure and your resolve and your faith in your team throughout the rest of that set, I think is just an excellent display of sportsmanship and incredible Pokemon play.
Yeah, I like your mention of composure because it can be very difficult to see that your game one go down in flames and then just go, it was just game one, we can win a couple more. You can see little adjustments. There was a Rage Powder in game two on a turn that might have been a Thunder Wave. You know, don't make the adjustments. Understand that the bad luck also came from choices you made on your side. Try to mitigate them and eventually have it pan out with everything he needed across games 2 and 3.
Well, in case you missed it, this was our very explosive start to turn one in this game 3. Michael able to remove one of the restricted straight away from Alberto's side as the damage was just thrown around between some of these supportive partner Pokemon, trying to deal with the Chestnut, trying to deal with the Grimmsnarl, just leaving really our restricted to kind of battle it out towards the end of this match. You do have the Clefairy, it's not really restricted, but it was definitely there to help out this Koraidon in its moment to shine. Miraidon, however, was able to take that final victory at the end thanks to the terrestrialization that Alberto felt like he had to commit to earlier on in the match.
I mean, he did have to commit to it, right? Because the Flare Blitz was coming into the Calyrex would have just been a KO if there hadn't been a water terrestrialization. And that shows some of that power of the fire and electric offense together that kind of pin so many Pokemon who are so reliant on water terrestrialization in this format to stick through that fire offense.
I think this is the thing with terrestrialization. We talk about it being so incredible so many times to be able to, you know, drop some of those defenses and the weaknesses that you have, but then sometimes it can be so devastating as well because you are going to be that single type and that leaves you very vulnerable to a lot of different things out there on the field. And with our current metagame, there is a wide variety of types out there that traders can take advantage of.
Yeah, once you make that decision, you're still vulnerable somewhere, and talented players know how to exploit that. Michael knows that if he throws a Flare Blitz once, that means an electric offense can come out later and close out the game.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm really looking forward to seeing, you know, how Michael was able to adapt throughout that game, how he was able to reflect. And I think it's time to maybe kick it to our winners interview with Rosemary on the stage to find out how Michael felt in that particular game.
Thank you, Lou and Len. I am here with Michael, who just won that amazing match on stream with such a cool Pokemon. I think that's the first thing I've got to ask you about is how did you come up with this Scovillain on your team?
Yeah, of course. I had actually used this at the Portland Regional Championships, and Didn't do that well. I got a little unlucky that weekend, but I wanted to run it back. It has a lot of cool tools, and I really think it's underexplored for Koraidon. It's a partner that allows you to boost your attack. It can reduce their defense, especially if that, like, you know, you can use it while your Koraidon's protecting. It has overheat, so it's really strong and fast with chlorophyll and sun boosted or overheat. So it really has a lot of cool tools, and even after you boost or use overheat, it can still be useful in the field with Focus Sash and Rage Powder to redirect different Pokemon. So just its unique toolkit and the fact that it's so underexplored, and a lot of people don't even know what it does. Like Alberto said during the game that he wasn't sure what Spicy Extract did. So it's definitely an advantage to be able to use a Pokemon that's underexplored and not seen around much.
I actually tried to put like Scovilla next to a Groudon. I think my issue was I used a Groudon. I think Koraidon is a much better choice for that. But on your Portland team, if I can go back to that really quickly, you also had Mandibuzz, you had Indeedee, Rillaboom. So what were some of the takeaways that you got from Portland in terms of the meta that maybe influenced the changes that you made to your team for NAIC?
Yeah, a big part of it was that I was trying too hard to make Koraidon like the star of the show, and Lunala and Mandibuzz just weren't cutting it in the meta because they just weren't strong enough Pokemon individually. Lunala really has felt like it's been a liability for a lot of the time, especially as an offensive Pokemon, because it's susceptible to like terrain control and other different options, and it's so reliant on Meteor Beam, which just has 90% accuracy. So because of that, I felt that it would be better to take a different core and put that around the Koraidon instead, and not focus so hard around the Scovillain mode. And it has been much more successful. I think I had already known going into Portland that Mandibuzz wasn't the correct Pokemon either, but I didn't have enough time to make a new team, so I really buckled down and tried to find something new for this tournament that I think was strong.
Well, it looked great in that stream set. Game number 1, though, if we go back to the match, how much did each of those full paralyses matter? Did you actually have a point in game number 1 that you thought, if I just get one move off, I can still win the game?
Yeah, the first one, I think I went for Flame Charge into Grimmsnarl, and honestly, that one might have helped me a little bit. But the second one onwards, second, third one, if I had not gotten full paired in any of those, I think I was still in a position I could have won the game. I wasn't, in commanding position or anything, of course, but I was still in the game until the third one or whatever it was that, I just was like, okay, well, you got this one. Let's go to the next one. So, yeah.
Well, the next one, I think the critical adjustment we saw was just going for the offense right away, especially being able to see Scovillain actually do something so cool, too. What was going through your head in terms of making that adjustment between game 1 and 2?
Yeah, I was really scared of the Thunder Wave in game 1, just like going straight for the Thunder Wave. But after seeing that Alberto had not gone for that Thunder Wave on turn 1, I was just willing to risk it, seeing hey, if he gets me on this call, then I'll just live with it. But I got the call right. He didn't go for the Terra. I didn't go for the Thunder Wave into my Koraidon. So I was just like, okay, we can play with this. And then I was able to carry that to a game 2 victory.
And then game 3, it looked like you just had a really commanding position in terms of how you actually got the pin onto that Water Terra Calyrex as well. So how do you feel like, if someone watching wants to try to emulate this, right, in terms of finding that good endgame board, what would be a piece of advice for them?
Yeah, it's all about thinking about it from even team preview. So in that game, I knew that Alberto needed to Terra the Calyrex. So, on turn 1, I was very comfortable going for that Draco because it was very unlikely that he wanted to Terra that Calyrex, because you could just lose the game by tearing Miraidon, because then the Koraidon will come in later and get that Flare Blitz for free. So I knew that, so I just kept that in mind. Try to remove all of the other pieces to remove as many variables as possible. And then at the end of the game, I knew, okay, I just go for the Flare Blitz because I know that he has to Terra. If he doesn't Terra, then I'm going to get the Flare Blitz. If he doesn't, then I'm going to get the Miraidon in later and get that Electro Drift from basically any percent. So I knew that I was kind of risking a little bit of a crit on Glacial Lance, but I just felt that was the cleanest way to end the game. And I just got that Miraidon in after Trick Room ended, and then got the Electro Drift on it.
I was actually going to ask you, because you saw your Koraidon get crit from Glacial Lance in game number 1. So this was just banking on luck, huh?
Well, I was just hoping, I think it was just hoping that history didn't repeat itself, or I guess, or like no more crits, or I got all those full pairs out in game 1. So I was just hoping that no more funny business for the rest of the game, but it ended up working out. So I'm happy that, and also just like I thought that there was a good chance it would protect on that turn anyway, just to get that Leech Seed healing. So didn't go for the Glacial, and then no crits. So happy we escaped that game.
Yeah, for sure. Well, Michael, looking forward to the rest of the tournament. You are in a position where NAIC is going to be really important for your Worlds qualification. So how much pressure do you feel right now navigating the rest of the day?
Definitely a little bit of pressure. I think I haven't had a great season so far, and I have expectations of myself to do well. I know some other people may have expectations of me to do well as well, but I need a top 16 this weekend, and especially coming into the tournament the week before, like Tuesday, Wednesday, I really was feeling nervous. But now that I'm here, I'm trying to just keep those thoughts out of my head and focus on the tournament, because ultimately the best thing I can do is just focus on each round and win the round, and not think about what that means in the grander scheme of things.
Well, thank you for giving insight on that, especially knowing what's at stake for you. But hopefully, hey, you're still a regional champ. You just won on stream. Hopefully the vibes are going to be super high heading into the rest of the day. Any shout outs that you'd like before we let you go?
Yeah, shout outs to Tub, shout outs to Raghav and Alex and all the guys from that server. And then shout out to my friends in Seeding and Seattle. I'm really blessed to have like a really great community surrounding me. And then shout out to my parents and everyone watching at home. So.
Okay, final thought, actually, now that it's come to me. You've got a very interesting restricted duo. You've got Marino and Karada, and you've got Double Bikes. What are you naming it?
Double Bikes.
Simple enough, actually. I love that. Well, we're going to take a short break, and when we come back, we will have more Pokemon action here at the North America International Championships, so stay tuned.
I literally did not know what that move did, but now I know. All right. Spicy. Extract.
I actually work for a major airline. So we do doubles, so 16-hour shifts. So I'll do a double and then have like 2 weeks off, which I'm doing right now. And then I was just playing Pokemon on my time off and then playing with friends.
You just kind of find it within yourself and make sure Pokemon Go is like an outlet. You're really busy and you want to take some time off and just have a nice break instead of like a chore or a liability. And when I find that good balance, when I enjoy the game the most.
I work part-time while I'm also going to college. So usually what I'll do is I'll do all my homework, I'll go to work and all that. And then if I have any extra time, I'll just sit around and play Pokemon for a little bit.
It's a lot harder than it looks, but as long as you focus and just keep your goals in line, you can definitely achieve it. But also don't be afraid that every now and then you can take a break. You can just play some practice matches or just go to locals and take a break from regional for a month or two. It's okay. There's so much to do, but honestly, as long as you enjoy it, sometimes I might pass out at the end of the day and feel like I just walked 10 miles in a venue, but it's fun. I love it.
It's mostly trying to find direct time in between when I work at night and when I work at my day job. And I've just been trying to at least find little moments here and there to at least practice on live and at least try and get some practice for events like this, or try to find some local leagues, at least on the Pokemon website. It should be all right if you find out time for that.
The balance for me is this is a thing I only do once in a while, and I do it with friends, so it's social and I don't lose my mind over it.
KO'd. Michiel Couch takes the title here at the Utrecht Special Championships. Michiel Couch is your champion.
It feels amazing winning a regional, especially if you play against a very good friend in the finals. I would have not been mad even if I lost, but since I won, I'm even happier. I think the key moments were that my team had some very interesting techs. For example, my Incineroar was faster than my own Urshifu and Landorus. And many people did not expect that to be that way. And I caught so many people off guard with that. And the team itself plays very well. You have a very defensive core, but you can also do a lot of damage with Choice Specs Miraidon and Choice Band Urshifu. The team I chose was built around Miraidon and Calyrex Ice. And the funny part about my team is that me and my friend group had no team until Friday. So one day before the event, we sat down together and we tried to build a new team from the scratch. And we had an original idea of Calyrex Ice, Miraidon and Grimmsnarl, but we didn't know how to finish the team. And without even one game of prep, we decided to just go into the tournament, and it worked out pretty well. The win today was actually something I didn't really expect, but I'm just very happy that we were able to build a team that will impact the metagame as of now, because this will definitely be a team that has to be reckoned with in the future. And also for my resume, it's pretty cool to have a third regional title. I really want to thank my friends that built the team with me and played it. Ibrahim, Rahim, Kusha, and Alexander, you are so great, and it was so much fun prepping with you on Friday. And I also really want to acknowledge my finals opponent, Lewis Markle, because he's also a very good friend of mine. And as I already said, playing against a friend in finals is just something you can only dream of.
Hey there, Pokemon trainers. Gabby Snyder here. When preparing to compete at a Pokemon tournament, it's important to ensure that you choose the moves, items, and stats that best suit a Pokemon on your team. But what are these stats, and how do you ensure that you're training them in a way that unlocks their maximum potential? Let's break it down. Pokemon have 6 individual stats that determine its performance in battle: HP, attack, defense, special defense, and speed. Each species of Pokemon has different stat potential. Fully evolved Pokemon typically have higher stats when compared to the Pokemon from which they evolve. To determine a Pokemon's primary role on your team, take a look at its stats. An attacker will have an attack stat that's naturally higher than its other stats. An example of a physical attacker is Rapid Striker Shifu, and an example of a special attacker is Fluttermane. Support Pokemon typically will have higher HP, defense, or special defense when compared with their attacking stats, but that's not always the case. Examples of support Pokemon popular in VGC include Amoonguss, Tornadus Incarnate, and Cresselia. So how can you optimize a Pokemon's stats to best fit its role in your team? Start by picking a nature that aligns with that role. Most natures will boost one stat while lowering another, so attacking Pokemon should pick a nature that raises its favorite attack stat while lowering the other. For supporting Pokemon, raise your chosen defensive stat while lowering its lowest attack stat. And for speedy Pokemon, a boost in speed is best offset by dropping its lowest attack stat. Next, maximize a Pokemon's potential by training their individual strengths, which are the innate affinity each individual Pokemon has for each stat, ranging from no good to best. A Pokemon with a higher individual strength and attack will be able to reach a higher maximum attack stat than a Pokemon of the same species with a lower individual strength and attack. To examine a Pokemon's individual strengths, complete the main story of Pokemon Scarlet or Pokemon Violet and talk to the nurse at any Pokemon Center. This will unlock the judge function, which allows you to check a Pokemon's individual strengths in your boxes. You can maximize a Pokemon's individual strengths by talking to the Hyper Training trainer in Montenevera in exchange for a bottle cap, which can be purchased from Delibird Presents. Now it's time to train a Pokemon's base points, which help determine the growth of its 6 stats. Each Pokemon begins with 0 base points in each stat. There are limits to how many base points each stat can earn. as well as the combined total of all 6 stats. So you won't be able to train your Pokemon to have the best possible stats in every category. These limits allow you to either hit the maximum in 2 stats, with a tiny bit left over for a third, or spread your Pokemon's training more evenly amongst a greater number of stats. The simplest way to start base point training is to refer to your Pokemon's role. Attacking or speedy Pokemon should maximize their chosen attack stat alongside of their HP or speed. Supporting Pokemon should maximize their defenses alongside of their HP. You can earn base points by defeating Pokemon in battle or by using vitamins, feathers, or mochi. To maximize base points for an individual stat, you'll need 26 vitamins or mochi or 252 feathers. For more information on base point training, make sure to check out Pokemon.com. A Pokemon's stats are only one aspect of its effectiveness in battle. Champion Pokemon trainers pay close attention to a Pokemon's abilities, moves, and overall team composition to come up with their winning strategies. Testing your team and how your Pokemon are trained is an important step in figuring out your team's strategy. Make sure to practice online via Battle Stadium or in person via your local Play Pokemon League. Looking for inspiration? Check out Pokemon.com for more information on past events, upcoming tournaments, or ways to train your Pokemon. Until next time, trainers, see ya!
Round 3 of the North America International Championships here in New Orleans, Louisiana is almost underway. And we have a lot of great American trainers in the field, but this is an international for a reason. So I am joined by one of Australia's best, Henry Rich, my friend. How you doing today?
Doing really well. It's been a long trip to get here, but it's been awesome so far, and I'm looking forward to more games.
Now, what I was interested in is we know you're one of Kyogre's strongest soldiers. You got top cut last year with the Kyogre Overquill team when everyone was doubting it as a single restricted Pokemon. You love the rain, which is funny because Australia's always hot. I'll let it slide. But Kyogre's not even the star of the show this year because you have Giratina on the team.
Yeah, so sticking with Kyogre, just like last year, I've got the Volcarona and the Rillaboom there too, but no Overquill this year. Instead, my Kali Shadow answer is that Giratina. I had a few more standard Pokemon there, standard restricted. I had Zamazenta and a few others in that slot before. But last night, some last minute changes and Zamazenta not really doing enough. Giratina fit the slot amazingly, and after seeing how some of the Australians used it in Melbourne, I had to give it a go, and it's been absolutely putting in the work today.
Yeah, I mean, that's a crazy thing because I think there's a lot of trainers out there that aren't even considering Giratina. There's, all right, I'll choose a Calyrex, I'll choose a Weather Setter, I'll choose, like kind of stick to maybe the top 7 or 8 restricted Pokemon in the format. So how would you even, advise people to expand those horizons, try some of those lower usage Pokemon?
So Giratina, obviously not being as good in past formats, we've seen things like Xerneas, Yveltal really holding it back. Those threats aren't really there anymore, and now that we've got access to Terrestrialization, those defensive terrors, or even offensive terrors in some case, but this time in Giratina, case, the defensive terror of being able to get rid of, say, that Ghost typing for the Calyrex Shadow, or that Dragon typing for the Calyrex Ice. You've got Levitate, I've got Terra Fire. If a Calyrex Ice wants to click Glacial Lance, that's fine. If it wants to hit high horsepower, it's not going into a Giratina Origin, that's for sure.
Yeah, and I think also the kind of the other way around, right? You're able to get out of a potential bad typing, but there are so many Terra Ghosts in this format to get rid of Fake Out or get rid of a Body Press, super effective hit, that like Giratina's like accidentally finding good matchups into people covering for other Pokemon.
Yeah, well, we're seeing all these big Dragon types coming out. We've got Miraidon, Koraidon, those sort of things, but we're also seeing a lot of Terra Dragon defensively. People wanting to resist things like Urshifu, Kyogre, Rillaboom. Terra Dragon is really great for that Fire, Water, Grass core defensively. If they want to go for that to stop the Kyogre, they're going to have to face a Draco Meteor coming in the back. And I've got Chim Power there to back it up and just increase the damage on the physical side as well, because Giratina doesn't really want to run one way. It's mixed. It's got that Shadow Sneak that's just going to hit just as hard. And things have stopped running Seed for the most part now. We haven't seen much Electric Seed Lunala in the last few weeks. We've seen them picking up Leftovers, going that Calm Mind. And Poltergeist, if you've got an item, it's coming straight at you.
Yeah, oh man, yeah. As long as it connects, you know, that's the caveat there always with VGC. But you know how the rest of the team, we talk about that Kyogre. You're so synonymous with Kyogre. Was it always like you only had to choose 5 Pokemon? Like you knew coming into NAIC you'd have Kyogre, or was that also a difficult decision?
So I had a bit of a panic the last week. I think I've gone through about 15 different teams. Kyogre has always been my fallback. It's what I'm comfortable with, and I think just about any meta that it comes in, it can put in work against pretty much any core that you go up against. Like, you're not going to look at a matchup 9 times out of 10 and go, oh, I think I'll leave Kyogre behind. So Kyogre was always there, but it was the rest of the team that I felt didn't really mesh well. Like I said, I had that Zamazenta there. It was doing all right, but a lot of matchups I found myself going to switch something in after I take a knockout and going, oh no, I've only got my Zamazenta in the back. So I started testing out Giratina. I messaged my friend Masto back home, asking for some calcs and stuff with it, because he's really experienced when it comes to using it this season. And matchup after matchup that I was testing, Giratina was just putting in an unbelievable amount of work. I didn't think it'd be as good as it was, and then the amount of work that it put in was incredible, and it's come into factor today. The Cali Shadow Zamazenta team that got popularized in Europe the other week, a Zamazenta doesn't want to go up against a Giratina anyway, and if the Cali Shadow can't Terra, then it's not wanting a Shadow Sneak.
Yeah, right, exactly. And they're not going to be bulky enough to take that Shadow Sneak. Now, when you're preparing for a big international tournament like this, obviously a lot of North American players will be here, but you're Australian, there's Japanese players, Latin America, European players as well. How do you really prepare against your home metagame in Australia, you know, where people are bringing Aquajet Walking Wake, versus Europe, where they got the Shadow Rider Zamazenta teams? It's like, how do you try to find a well-balanced enough group of 6 Pokemon when you're facing multiple different metagames all combining here in New Orleans?
I think one of the biggest things that you have to look at is the latest regional result from each region is going to have a big effect on the meta that comes from that region into an international. We saw at the latest North American event, we see lots of Calyrex Ice, a bit of Kyogre, and a lot of Miraidon. Then you go over to Europe, you see a lot of Cali Shadow Zama. You've kind of got to take into stride that you could see anything, like Giratina, for example, but as long as you have at least a decent matchup into those teams that have been popularized at other regionals, learn your lines into it, and then make sure that you can generally play into everything else. As long as you know your team and have those options for other teams, you can pretty good from there, as long as you play behind it.
Yeah, I think that's pretty sound advice. Now, are there any other Pokemon that people are sleeping on? I don't want you to, you know, spoil anything for Worlds or whatever, but we just saw Scovillain, you've got Giratina. It doesn't have to be a restricted Pokemon, just in general. Any Pokemon in this format that you think trainers should show a little more appreciation or try to team build around?
It's been up there so far. I will say restricted. I think Terrapagos has been kind of underused lately. We've seen a few top players using it, and when they use it, it's to massive effect. I think it's got the best conversion rate of any restricted duo at the moment, Terrapagos. We've seen a couple of different variants of it, but not much. It's always been the Calm Mind. It's now got that Earth Power, but it's really solid into a lot of teams. And even with these big fighting types like Zamazenta and Koraidon running around, you've got the options there because you've got that perfect pairing in Calyrex Shadow there. And we've seen more early meta than now, but Calyrex Shadow with the Terrapagos teams running that on-core disable that we normally really only saw on Screamtail. And it just puts in so much work, and I think while it's very high skill base, it'd be really cool to see more people pick that up, because it really kind of helps to hone your skills as well as being just a really good team into most of the meta.
Okay, yeah, I think a lot of people are sleeping on it right now. I think maybe some people, understandably, they fall asleep watching the Terrapagos sometimes a little bit. But last one for you here. You have any shout-outs for any friends, family at home supporting you on your journey?
Yeah, absolutely. Shout out to my family. They always support me in these tournaments, and it's great to be able to get on stream and give them a shout out and let them know how I'm doing. My friends back home, the Magic crew at the local uni back home, Worms, my partner Alyssa, everyone who helped me get the team together. Big shout out to Masto, Lewis, and Yoav for helping me prep teams and for helping me with the Giratina. It's coming clutch, and I hope I can do you guys proud.
Hey, listen, I'm rooting for you. I'm rooting for Giratina. I hope you continue to successfully send your opponents to the distortion world.
Sounds good to me.
All right, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll have more action for round 3 right here on Day 1 North America International Championships. We'll be right back.
This was the biggest World Championships we have ever had.
I'm on the edge of my seat. I'm not even in my seat.
My name is Luca Ceribelli and I'm from Bergamo in Italy.
This is a player that has worked so hard for this moment.
My starter among any generation will probably be, I think, Prigatito. I just love cats. I have been a lifelong Pokemon fan, but I never entertained the idea of playing competitive Pokemon. Just seeing all the action, all the intricacies of the play really made me fall in love with the game. I started playing VGC in 2017 after watching an Italian stream of the 2016 World Championships. The reason I keep coming back to tournaments is the fact that I'm always able to play against different players and I can both learn from them and improve myself out of the plays I make. There's always something that you are able to learn from another player. My favorite players are Wolfie Glick, Eduardo Cunha, Alex Gomez, because they just make it seem so easy, just so well thought out. You can really grasp how they feel, how they think, how they plan. My friend Marco Silva is also one of the best players in the world. He always knows what to do and what he's gonna achieve. I've never been to a World Finals before. I've been to 2 finals in regional events. Obviously, I think the difference is pretty high, but just from the number of people watching you, the tension is sky high. My number one goal was to top cut Worlds. I guess I exceeded the expectations.
Doesn't get closer than this, and he's done it.
After winning the World Championships, I haven't really kicked in how much this means for me. I don't think anybody else would really wish for something different. This game, it's really about the friendship you make and the improvement you can all achieve together. The advice I'd give to newer Pokemon players is talk to as many people as you can because you're gonna be able to find yourself friends that can help you and let you help them.
Luca Ceribelli is your 2024 World Champion.
Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. Let's flash back to the 2015 Pokemon World Championships in Boston, Massachusetts. This classic moment happened in the Seniors Division Championship match between Mark McQuillan from Great Britain and Koki Honda from Japan. VGC 2015 was a season most remembered for 2 things, Mega Kangaskhan and Japanese trainers dominating the metagame.
Japan this year came in full force. I mean,
it really did.
Yeah, they just took the junior division championships in the Masters division. They're pretty much guaranteed. I mean, 7 out of 8 top cut players in the Masters division were Japanese. So Japan's here to play, and I'm pretty sure Koki wants to be able to try to set up a clean sweep.
This will be
for
what decides the clean sweep.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my goodness.
Mega Kangaskhan was the queen of VGC in this era, as nearly 67% of all top cut teams across all 3 age divisions had Mega Kangaskhan on their team. Mark was the last trainer who could stand in the way of Japan claiming all 3 VGC titles in Boston. Mark was also aging up into the Masters division for the 2016 season, so this would be his final match in seniors and his final chance at redemption. Mark had been on the world stage before. At the 2014 World Championships, he fought through the tournament only to lose in the seniors finals match. So with the weight of the world on his shoulders and the fear of finishing second 2 years in a row, Mark had to find a solution for Kangaskhan, and his answer was Machamp. But before game 1 could start, the casters had one simple question.
Mark M, does that M stand for Machamp? Question.
Mark felt incredibly confident in this matchup. He even winked at the camera when he correctly predicted a Landorus switch in. Cresselia disrupted much of Koki's game plan by setting up Trick Room and skill swapping away key abilities. When it was finally knocked out, it was time for the crowd favorite to join the fray.
There's the Machamp, the crowd is going wild right now.
Machamp's ability is No Guard, which disregards accuracy and ensures that all attacks hit without fail. Mark used Dynamic Punch as the main attack because without its dubious 50% accuracy, it is now 100% a problem for Kangaskhan.
That's a No Guard Dynamic Punch, a move that normally has 50% accuracy, but thanks to that ability, never gonna miss.
Mark finished up Game 1 in convincing fashion and was now one win away from fulfilling his dream of becoming world champion. The crowd was captivated by Cresselia and Machamp, realizing they were the ideal brains and brawn combination that was capable of defeating Kangaskhan in a format ultimately warped by its success.
Did you ever think that you'd see a parental bond Cresselia and a Machamp in the senior division final championships here?
I don't think that ever crossed my mind once.
As Game 2 progressed, Mark built up momentum by making all the right plays. The will of the crowd had been determined, and Mark was eager to give them the Machamp sweep they so desperately wanted.
We're going to see Dynamic Punch into that same slot. Ladies and gentlemen, will it pick up the knockout? It picks up the knockout. It's a crit. That is a critical hit on an incoming Mega Kangaskhan. Lost its parental bond and now lost its will to fight. Dynamic Punch is just going to punch this Heatran right in the dome. Is it going to pick up the knockout? It picks up another knockout.
Mark breathed new hope into VGC by showing that no Pokemon can exist without counters.
The match was forfeited. Ladies and gentlemen, say hello and congratulate, applaud, give a huge hand to your new Seniors Division World Champion, Mark Machampion McQuillan.
Mark and his Machamp played a flawless set in the finals and brought a title back home to Great Britain. He also redeemed himself from his 2014 loss and gave VGC trainers around the world one of the most dominant and memorable Pokemon matches of all time. Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in VGC history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Welcome back, Poke People, to the North American International Championships here in beautiful New Orleans, Louisiana. It has been so fun these first 2 rounds of the tournament, and it is only going to get even bigger and better as the day goes on. My name is Evan Latt, and I am thrilled to be joined by my good friend Scott Glaza here as we are starting to get ready for our 3rd round of Swiss here in the final tournament of the regular season for 2025.
Having a lot of fun so far. We saw you figuratively and literally spicy match last round. I don't know if I quite like the match in that video we just saw that we've seen maybe any of the most memorable matches in Pokemon history yet, but hopefully we'll see some over the course of this weekend.
Yeah, Michael Zhang clearly being inspired by the Creole cuisine down here in Louisiana with that spicy extract of Scoville. He is now 2-0, and Michael really needs a good finish here at the North American International Championships. He is currently outside of the top 75 required to qualify for the World Championships.
Yeah, I think this is a kind of a great example of why I think Michael is deservedly a very popular player these days, where, you know, I think this is sort of team maybe you expect from someone who's already like got it super locked and they're having a little fun, you know, maybe seeing they can hit a home run. I think this is such a cool team choice for a player who is on the cusp of an invite where, you know, if you're looking for reliable success, this is not it, right? This is a very aggressive metagame call.
This is an all in or nothing team right here.
Yeah, and like I think this is a really tough format to do that in too, where, you know, I think one of the things that kind of has been a factor so far in this format is the combination of terrestrialization and restricted Pokemon. It's really tough to break through the most powerful teams. Right? I think the gap between the really strong common stuff and kind of everything else is maybe wider than it's been in almost any format. So that is both a uncommon combination of restricted Pokemon with both of the newly discovered restricted Pokemon, as well as sort of an interesting group of supportive casters. Clefairy and Indeedee, not so shocking, but both the grass-type Pokemon, certainly not things that we see every day or usually any day.
Yeah, we've got the Paldean Bike Club team over here from Michael with both the Miraidon and Koraidon. And I think really interestingly here, we focused a lot on the Scoville because obviously that was the spiciest Pokemon on the team. But really important to shout out the Chestnut, which was so strong in Game 3, and for good reason. It's kind of your poor person's Zamazenta. So Michael's kind of cheating and having almost a 3rd restricted on here with the Electric Seed, basically giving that Chestnut the defense boost like Zamazenta, having body press and wide guard like Zamazenta, which we've seen be one of the most common restricted support pairs in this tournament.
Yeah, I'm actually really into it, where I think Scoville I've tried to use before.
How'd that go?
Yeah, not nearly as well for Michael, I gotta say, but Chestnut, I have not tried, and I think I will after this tournament. I'm pretty interested in that, because, yeah, I mean, I think, you know, anytime you can get sort of the utility of restricted poke without using one, that's incredible value in these formats. Wide guard, extremely good. You know, that's some of why Zamazenta is so powerful, but I think one of the drawbacks of Zamazenta is you don't really want to be stuck clicking wide guard over and over with restricted Pokemon. Like, threatening it is great, but, like, the reality is a little bit worse, where, you know, you're kind of trading the offensive power of restricted Pokemon in order to have a stronger defensive position. So, something I'd like to see more of, and then, yeah, I think it's just exciting to watch, where I remember we saw, I think it was like 2014, where we saw it get second at a regional championships. I did try that team, and just like, oh, this Pokemon's terrible. It doesn't do anything. How am I supposed to play this? Where this is a very different version of that Pokemon, where I really like kind of a body press, makes some of these like previously offensively inept Pokemon a lot more threatening on that side of the field.
Absolutely. And taking a look at some of our other players who are 2-0, we have our world champion in the seniors division back in San Francisco. That was 2016, Carson Confer, also 2-0. Of course, the Sacramento regional champion earlier on in the season, and one of our few people who have a regional and international and a world championships under their belt. So definitely a top player to be afraid of if you see him out in the field and you get paired up against him. And a really interesting team here, some Regulation H throwbacks here with that Sneasler as well.
Yeah, you know, I'm kind of excited to see Sneasler. That was fun to kind of hear the discussion around Sneasler when it was getting used in the previous format, where I was like, oh, you know, there is a pretty lively debate whether or not we just suddenly discovered Sneasler was way stronger than it was, or maybe there were reasons people weren't using Sneasler when it was first available. For the most part, we haven't seen a whole lot of Sneasler in this format, but interesting to see it here, and then interesting to see another player who's kind of using those unrestricted Pokemon slots to shake things up a little bit. I think it's pretty tough to break into that group of strongest restricted Pokemon, where you can use maybe some wilder combinations like Michael did, but I think if you're trying to break them out, it's really those other 4 slots in the team where there is more ground to gain. And you know, I don't know if I'm a Sneasler believer, but I am excited to see him doing well with it so far.
Yeah, when we see Carson later on today and during the tournament, most likely, I will be very excited to see what that Sneasler does. Of course, Sneasler has remained popular in Europe. The Nielsen's have been using Sneasler to great success over in the European region. Carson being one of the first North American players to really bring Sneasler to an important tournament like this. So and the poison fighting typing is actually really good right now. Terra Fairy is extremely common, and being able to hit Pokemon like Zamazenta for super effective damage can be really huge with close combat, as well as the ability to start outspeeding everything with Unburden. This is another team where we see the Electric Seed and Miraidon being used in concert, which is basically every Miraidon team is going to be using that Electric Seed. And Michael's team, it was for the boost to get power to body press. On Carson's team, most likely to get the speed boost on that Sneasler to make it faster than everything else on the field.
Yeah, I think it creates some fun situations where it's so difficult to get an upper hand in this format, and kind of having the fastest Pokemon in the field, I think, is a great way to do that. I think Ditto also kind of, in its own way, creates some complications there, where you kind of always have to play around the possibility that Ditto is going to switch in and cause some problems with whatever is mirrored across the field for
another way to cheat and get a third restricted on the field.
Yeah, right, exactly. And like, yeah, I think it's really clever here. Also, kind of to your point, I think it's sort of fun where I've been making fun of North America a little bit backstage, where I feel like we really like Ice Rider Calyrex for some reason at a higher rate than most of the rest of the world. So we get like the most North American of restricted Pokemon, and then an unrestricted Pokemon that we haven't seen so much in this region. So maybe combining what's working throughout the world here on this team.
All right, well, let's hop over to the European region and take a look at how Marco Silva is doing here. Of course, secured his 3rd international championships earlier on in the season by repeating in Sao Paulo. Will be running what I think we all are expecting to see out of some of these top European players, the Calyrex Shadow Rider and the Zamazenta, alongside that classic pivoting core of the Incineroar and the Rillaboom.
Yeah, I mean, I love this team. I mean, I think I also love
this is
team.
Your kind of team.
Yeah, actually, very much so. And I think also I like the team player combination where we haven't seen as much of this team as I was kind of expecting in North America. I think it's a very frustrating mirror to play where you've got to deal with Calyrex being so good against itself. You've got to deal with the wide guard mind games. You've got to deal with the pivoting. I get why players aren't opting into this, but I personally feel like this is the strongest team in the format. And, Marco's proven over and over that he may be the strongest trainer in the world. So, why not? If someone's going to choose, like, okay, I'm just going to deal with all this and I'm going to outsmart my opponents, even though I'm going to have to play maybe a little bit more complicated of games every round, why not do it if you're someone like this? I think it's just a smart way to play this format. You have restricted Pokemon that work really well together. You have a ton of power with the Calyrex. You've got maybe the best unrestricted Pokemon in terms of kind of the power that they provide to the board with Incineroar and Rillaboom, kind of with a mix of offense and defense, and then that Raging Bolt, which sometimes feels like a restricted Pokemon all of itself. And Ogerpon, very flexible, where some games does a lot of offense, other games maybe a little bit more of a utility Pokemon. But this team just has so many tools, and I think it's kind of a matter of picking the right ones to use at the right time. And what better player than someone like him?
Yeah, Marco Silva is exceptional at identifying those moments, and these are teams that can take a lot out of you to pilot. They require you to be thinking multiple turns ahead of your opponent and also keeping track of the board state for multiple turns, and that can get very exhausting. Remember, you only have 45 seconds to select your move on any given turn, and you have to be thinking so far ahead when you're using a team like this. If your Incineroar or Rillaboom get out of position and you're no longer covered by that fake out pressure, it can leave Pokemon like the Calyrex Shadow Rider very vulnerable. That's a Pokemon that has a target on its back, and players will have multiple counters to it, and you need to be able to keep those on check. I think the Hearthflame Ogerpon here is really interesting. That's a Pokemon that we've been seeing falling off in the double restricted meta. It was dominant with just one restricted, but with two restricteds, we're seeing more of the Cornerstone Ogerpon because of that sturdy ability. But Ogerpon Hearthflame, with the Hearthflame mask, her ability to turn it on by terastallizing into the fire type, getting that attack boost, even if you're mostly just trying to use Ogerpon for follow me support, getting that attack boost and the Terra boost onto an Ivy Cudgel can just poke holes through so many different teams in this format.
Yeah, and I'm so glad you mentioned that terastallization, because I think that's what makes it such a tricky Pokemon to use in this format. Not only is Cornerstone Ogerpon so much stronger when it's not being terastallized, but also it's so much harder to terastallize your Ogerpon in this format. The opportunity cost is so much higher when so many games you want to use that terastallization to improve the positioning of your restricted Pokemon, given their outsized importance in this format, where you got two key Pokemon kind of, and then their supporting cast. I think again, it's one of those situations where it's just so important to kind of be experienced with the team and to know the right angles. Like, okay, this is a time where I can afford to do this, and I'm probably not going to just kind of remove too many of my win conditions by not only using my terastallization maybe earlier in the game, but also on a Pokemon where maybe it isn't your ideal path. And I think I'm just really impressed by Marco as a player in that regard. He always seems so well practiced when he comes to a tournament, where I think it's not just that he's ad-libbing everything while he's battling, right? There's an element of that where I think, unlike other dual restricted formats, I think it's really hard to flowchart this format, because terastallization in particular messes with what otherwise would be safe lines so much. But he just always seems like he's played so many games at such a high level here, and then is so good at staying focused throughout the day. All three of the trainers we've highlighted so far are at a solid 2-0 start so far, but he just always seems like at the end of the day, he's got one of those big records, and it doesn't seem like his play has fallen off since the day starts.
Yeah, absolutely not when we see Marco in later turns of the tournament. Now, let's move on to some of our incredibly top trainers who are at 1-1 right now. Naoto Mizobuchi, our 2019 world champion, currently at 1-1, and I believe unfortunately missed out on qualifying for the world championships through the Japanese circuit. So for Naoto to make it back to the world championships, they will need to make it into the top 4 of this tournament. This is an all or nothing run for Naoto.
Yeah, I mean, one of my favorite changes to the circuit this year is those automatic invites for getting top 4 at international championships or winning a regional championships. Just the way it should be, right? Think a player, if you make that type of achievement, you should qualify for the world championships. You deserve to be there. And Naoto is certainly one of the players who has a very realistic shot at hitting that sort of home run. To me, we see maybe a more expected combination of these 6 Pokemon, only one different from the team we saw before. But Chin Pao has picked up popularity at a lot of these Zamazenta teams. It lowers the defense stat of all the Pokemon in the field, I think it is kind of doubly great in that it itself does a lot of damage and is threatening to that opposing Calyrex Shadow in the mirror match, but also it's just sort of a dangerous thing to have to worry about, right? Like, oh, is Chien Pao going to switch out here? Because now I have to be concerned about the possibility that Body Press does a little bit more than I'm expecting to. And even though it uses Zamazenta's defense stat instead of its attack to determine the damage on kind of that side of the equation, it is still just targeting the opponent's defense. So it's affected as normal by Chien Pao.
Yeah, and I think the rise of Chien Pao has been really important for this archetype and against this archetype. And what we've been seeing on these new Chien Pao is, double dark type attacks. We're seeing Crunch in addition to Sucker Punch, where previously you might see a Chien Pao try to just get away with only Sucker Punch and Ice Attack, either Ice Spinner or Icicle Crash, and then like a Sacred Sword or something like that for more coverage. But now, with Calyrex being so dominant and being so scary, Crunch is so important. Having a way to hit that Pokemon without risking your Sucker Punch failing on Chien Pao has become a really big deal. And seeing some of these teams, we're going to see a lot more Zamazenta and Calyrex Shadow Rider teams over the course of this weekend, and seeing those small little differences within, one Pokemon difference here between Naoto and Marco, but also Terra types, also how these Pokemon are trained, and especially Pokemon like Calyrex can, either go full on offensive, can go with a Focus Sash set. I've been seeing Encore on the Calyrex a lot as well. There are so many different options within these 6 Pokemon, which is why it has become so dominant.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's sort of a really key element of a team that has a lot of staying power in the format, where if you can only kind of run it all one way, people will find solutions to that, right? And even if you feel like maybe you've really worked on your matchup against this restricted core, it's probably going to work against some players, not so well against others, where those tweaks to the matchup is going to maybe make things easier or harder for you, kind of regardless of what you're playing. And that's kind of the fun of the matchup roulette of these formats too, right? Where hit the wrong player, pick up a loss early, maybe you're facing a bunch of archetypes you're less prepared for. I guess to keep everyone updated too, we're working up the next round match. We haven't forgotten that we're supposed to be showing you games instead of just going over our favorite trainers, but been some exciting things happening. We should have a match for you relatively soon.
But if you are expecting to see your favorite trainers here on stream, we do have another world champion sitting at 1-1, Wolf Glick, who did win the world championships in 2016, also at 1-1. Of course, using that classic trademark Incineroar NAIC 25 Comparish to download your own Wolfie's Incineroar. But an adaptation here, this is the first time I've seen Wolf using the Brute Bonnet instead of the more traditional Amoonguss, and going pretty hard into a Sun mode here with Koraidon and Lunala.
Yeah, I think this is a lot of fun, where Wolf kind of winding up being not just an Incineroar enthusiast, but Koraidon as well, and a reliable member of his team. I think this is really neat. We got a pretty strong Sun-oriented team here, and also a very strong Trick Room-oriented team with that Ursaluna. Kind of definitely imagining most of these Pokemon being on the slower side, but you got Fluttermane likely to give you kind of that quick option, and then Koraidon usually knows that Flame Charge move to give the option of speeding itself up. I think it's also just fun to see moves like likely Sucker Punch on that Brute Bonnet, where it's always a little scary to play around. We have to consider a lot of options, but Wolf's got a little bit of aura at this point, right? And I think it's a little bit scarier when someone like that has it. Maybe get inside your own head a little bit, worry about him outthinking you, and maybe you make some mistakes that you wouldn't make against another player.
Absolutely. I think this is the first time I've seen on the graphic the double digits for regional championships, which is just wild to me. It just sort of blows my mind. Obviously, one of the most decorated trainers. Only has 2 international championships, though, compared to Marco's 3. Of course, 2 U.S. national championships as well from way back in the day, but definitely a player who can drop one game and still come back strong over the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to remember one of those national championships. I think he was actually a fairly low seed. Just kind of like plowed through cut. So, he always seems to be one of those trainers who is very dangerous in the single elimination rounds. Probably a good chance he's played more of them than any trainer in the world. So pretty tough to get that advantage back from him now with 10 regional championships.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we are ready for our 3rd round of Swiss here. Let's take a look at some of the matches out in the field. Of course, we will be seeing Michael Kelsch versus Masayoshi Kuro in our stream match here. Australia versus Germany, and plenty of other incredible players out in the field here at 2-0. I'm seeing right off the bat defending international champion Patrick Connors there going up against Kazuki Sumiya, which will be very exciting to see how our defending champion will come out playing against Kazuki.
Yeah, I'm looking in here. Like, I think there's probably a lot of trainers who are not hugely excited about the names across from theirs at the tables.
Yep.
A lot of fun for us here. You know, and we want to have some as good high quality of matches as we can. But for round 3, a lot of huge names here. You know, maybe a bunch of matches we'd expect to see in a few weeks at the World Championships facing off at this point in the tournament. But everyone's really gonna have to work hard for that 3rd win.
Yeah, well, here we go, Michael, and our players from Australia, Masayoshi Kuroro, on stage and ready to get into it. Michael will be running the Miraidon and the Calyrex Ice Rider duo up against the Koraidon and Calyrex Shadow Rider. So both the two sides of the same coin here, but Masayoshi will be running the Galarian Weezing Koraidon teams, which we've been seeing to get a huge increase in popularity over the last few weeks of the format.
Yeah, I think they're super fun to watch. You always have to keep in mind the possibility of that Weezing's, whether being on the field or not, and kind of abilities activating in a different order than they normally would, or not activating at all. You know, pretty hard to fit that ability shield on a team that doesn't have Weezing. So kind of one of those advantages you always have in exchange for needing to keep Weezing on the field for quite a long time most of the matches.
All right, well, here is Michael Kelsch's team. This is a throwback Calyrex team, no longer going with the Leech Seed set that was so dominant earlier on. The meta has shifted back to the original high horsepower and Trick Room Calyrex for Michael. Choice Scarf Miraidon is another thing that has been starting to pick up as well, especially gives you access to that Snarl and the ability to Volt Switch in and out, but crucially no longer has access to that Dazzling Gleam, instead going for more offense on the electric typing with the Electric Terra and the Electro Drift and Volt Switch.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how he does here. I kind of like the Calyrex moveset change, where, I mean, what's old is new again here, where there's kind of just looking in general across the field. I think there's kind of a lot of things here I would rather have high horsepower than leech it against, so that may work to his advantage. And I'm eager to see him play as well. You may be disappointed not to play against a North American player. He's had a lot to say about the quality of play in the North American events, so it should be easy for him to win this championship, I'm sure.
Well, going up against Australia's own Masayoshi Kuroro with the Koraidon and Calyrex combo here. Again, there's that Encore Calyrex we were calling out earlier, and of course the ability shield to make sure that the only person who will have access to their abilities in this game, if Galarian Weezing comes out, will be Masayoshi and that Koraidon.
And I think one of the things to keep in mind is I think that Aqua Jet on Walking Wake is sort of an interesting note. We saw that in Portland. Something that we hadn't seen from Walking Wake too much the first few months it was available to us in the Video Game Championships. But not a Pokemon with a great variety of moves available to it, but that Hydro Steam does do a pretty incredible amount of damage if it gets all of its field effects right to activate it. And then Aqua Jet just to knock out some Focus Sashes or very low HP Pokemon really adds a lot of value to it.
Scott, do you see what I see?
Yeah, I am trying not to.
Your eyes may have missed.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's every. I don't know the last time I saw Bright Powder. I think actually it was literally when I was a player. I faced at the last round of the 2013 U.S. National Championships.
Sandvale Bright Powder Garchomp.
That actually intended to drop from the tournament that round, and I defeated the player because I did not want Bright Powder advancing further. But it's going to have to be our. Former world's runner-up to knock it out this time. Very exciting to see. I guess I don't know if any of the health items I've seen on Brute Bonnet in the past have been like super incredible, so maybe it's a good Pokemon to gamble a little bit with, but wow, for such a strong trainer to be using Bright Powder is really unexpected.
Well, we're going to have to see if Brute Bonnet and its Bright Powder will be out on the field at all in this set. Instead, it's going to be the two Paldean Pokemon staring down each other, Koraidon setting the sun. Of course, the Galarian Weezing has blocked the electric terrain from being set up and has lowered the power of the Landorus on the other side. But that Scarf Miraidon does have the opportunity to still be the fastest thing out on the field here, able to bounce back with a Volt Switch, or even just try to go for big damage with a Draco Meteor right into that Koraidon.
Yeah, I mean, I think also kind of an interesting factor here where certainly on Mikhail said you'd love to get rid of this Weezing as quickly as you can. That can sometimes be a bit of a bait, but in order to keep that pressure from Weezing, you really have to stay on the field. So finding those opportunities to knock it out and advance the game state to kind of get to a more normal battling condition will certainly be an early objective of this match.
All right, well, here is the electric terrestrialization from the Miraidon. Michael has lost the terrain, has lost the boost from the Hadron engine, so needs to go for the terrestrialization to try to boost the power of the Electro Drift. Of course, this is Choice Scarf, not Choice Specs. So there are so many different multipliers that we're used to seeing from the Miraidon no longer active because of the Galarian Wheezing. Terrestrialization will be matched by the Koraidon on the other side as the Electro Drift will come out onto the Galarian Wheezing. Typically, this would be a scary place to be, but with all of those multipliers down, Wheezing tanks that like a champ. And a Flare Blitz will just fire right back out from the Koraidon in the sun with the Terrestrialization, pick up a one-hit KO on the Landorus immediately.
And there's the value of being the side that has the field effects active. You know, one side misses the knockout because it doesn't have hits, and big knock for the Koraidon. Hey, Wheezing's still going to get to fire off a play rough. It does what it does. You know, it's doing its best, but hey, you know, that's some extra damage on the Miraidon that could matter later, perhaps allowing it to get just barely in knockout range of a weaker attack.
Well, has the Urshifu and Incineroar in the back on Michael's side to potentially stare down the Koraidon. Both of them would offer some really interesting advantages, intimidate onto the Koraidon. One of the big problems with the ability shield is you no longer can hold the clear amulet, or you can start threatening super effective damage with this Urshifu.
Yeah, kind of a fun position now where definitely double attacking is the obvious route here for Miguel, but you know, we did see his final Pokemon, which could be effective here, switching in to take a resisted hit if you can correctly anticipate what slot is going to be targeted here. So a lot of interesting options. The Sun active also going to reduce the damage of the water type attack for this Urshifu, although it's still an Urshifu, right? So I mean, reduced is still going to be a lot with one Pokemon so weakened and the other one weak against water type attacks.
Yeah, we'll be able to pick up the KO on the Wheezing. Likely could not pick up the KO on the Koraidon because of the Sun. But again, this Choice Scarf from Miraidon is the fastest thing on the field, and it did still deal really good damage given all of the multipliers that we're used to seeing not being in effect. But this time around, that Electro Drift is just going to target down the Koraidon and deal so much damage, but not quite enough. Koraidon hanging on by a thread, enough to get this Flare Blitz off right back into Miraidon and knocks that Pokemon out. And a trade for a trade. Both of the restricted Pokemon on the field will be going down here. And this Wheezing, unfortunately, will be left alone against this Urshifu.
Yeah, that'll likely be a knockout here, but a pretty critical knockout for Masayoshi to pick up there, or Masayoshi, excuse me, with now no longer having to worry with any restricted Pokemon in this game. So a little unfortunate there. We see a bicycle accident in the field, crash there, both the bicycles being removed from the road. And Wheezing actually just barely going to get knocked out. Yeah, it's actually quite a bit closer than I thought it was going to be. So we'll have to see what Pokemon Masayoshi has in the back. But you know, on Mikael's side, maybe not an ideal situation here with two unrestricted Pokemon remaining and still a few turns of Sun to have to deal with here to reduce the damage of the one really meaningful offensive Pokemon left in this Urshifu.
On the plus side, Wheezing is down, which means that Michael finally has access to his abilities once again. That means that Urshifu will be able to hit through Protect, and the Incineroar will be able to intimidate these two special attacking Pokemon.
But they are spooked, yeah, unfortunately only from a statistical perspective, because I think probably a decent position here if you're Masayoshi, where likely Mikael not hoping for that Walking Wake in the back there, which has a fantastic matchup against the Incineroar and will comically resist the damage from the water type attacks of the Urshifu now, both resisting it twice with both of its types and enjoying the weather here, which will be advantageous, strangely, for the partially water type Walking Wake, where it's just fully a hindrance for Urshifu.
Yeah, just like New Orleans itself, Walking Wake gets stronger when it gets hotter. The humidity rising on the field here has access to that Hydro Steam, but crucially it is Assault Vest, so does not have access to Protect, making it very vulnerable to that Fake Out pressure. But even if you went for Fake Out pressure, what could you do back? That just means this Hydro Steam is going to have to connect onto the Incineroar. Incineroar's own Assault Vest doing a lot to protect it, as an Astral Barrage will come out from the Calyrex and bring both to the red health and critically break the Focus Sash on that Urshifu.
This is getting kind of interesting, though, where you would assume a decent amount of damage coming the other direction now from this knockoff. It's going into the Walking Wake slot. Easily picked up that knockout there. I'm not sure the critical hit mattered. And now, Calyrex in a position where things could get a little bit interesting here because of that Assault Vest on the Incineroar.
Yeah, but if it can get through a couple of turns here with the Focus Sash intact.
Well, the Focus Sash matter, though, because I mean, I assume it's an Aqua Jet and a knockoff going the other direction. So this is going to be pretty close. I guess we'll see the Detect first. No reason not to, really. If Incineroar survives this, Mikhail's probably going to pull this one back.
Here's the Astral Barrage into the Protect and will be resisted and have the Assault Vest on Incineroar. Can it survive this barrage? It does with 3 hit points. 30 damage, not enough damage to pick up the KO. Knockoff knocks off the Focus Sash and activates it at the same time. And there it is. Aqua Jet will clean this up for Michael and go up 1-0.
A really well-played game there by Mikhail. The trading looked a little scary early in the game, but his Pokemon are trained to be able to take on this very common restricted Pokemon. Incineroar able to hang on there, really seeing the value of really both the item choices of these unrestricted Pokemon, with Incineroar taking those hits so well with the Assault Vest. And sometimes we see a choice item on that Urshifu that would not have worked there. Instead, able to switch moves. We see it using, I believe, all 4 of its moves exactly once. So perhaps watching the Professor Cup yesterday for some advice.
I was very surprised at the damage that came out from Walking Wake into the Assault Vest Incineroar. Just not enough. And usually you see Walking Wake with something like a Life Orb to help boost that. And on Masayoshi's side, does have the Water Terra type to also keep boosting that Assault Vested damage. But of course, the pressure of the Miraidon on Michael's side, threatening Draco Meteor into Koraidon, meant that Masayoshi had to Terra on turn 1 and didn't have access to that additional boosted damage, which would have won the game.
Yeah, we didn't end up talking about the Terastallization too much, but I think it really did matter there, where Mikhail did get the extra damage from the electric Terastallization, which mattered a little bit, and then not calling it correctly the other direction. I guess it's tough not to go for the Terastallization there, because you're just tossing the game if you're wrong, but because it didn't happen there, didn't really get any value at all from that Terastallization, and seeing like a close combat going the other direction. Kind of interesting, because I don't know how well you adjust to that in game 2, right? If you're in the same situation, you probably still have to make the same mistake, because you're really going to risk throwing this set by guessing wrong and just getting Draco Meteored on the first turn.
I mean, you always have the ability to double protect on that turn 1 to see what Miraidon will lock into. But not wanting to give up that, that's a very passive turn 1, and that could allow Michael to reposition to a more advantageous position into the Koraidon and the Weezing. So I understand Masayoshi not wanting to just be so passive, but there are options there to scout out the Choice Scarf Miraidon.
Yeah, I mean, I think I might have liked to see that too. I think the flip side too, as you're kind of mentioning, it's likely that Mikhail's goal early in the game is going to be to try to get rid of that Weezing. I think if you show the double protect there, you're leaving the Weezing really vulnerable, where at the very least, you kind of don't have an option. You either have to take it off the field or take a trade there. And even if it's not the Draco Meteor, right? If it had been the Volt Switch instead, you're going to switch out and kind of allow something to get obliterated in order to not really get any advantage. It's a tough spot, so not too surprised that we see the same lead from Masayoshi's side, but it's actually going to be Mikhail who's switching things up here, using the other restricted Pokemon alongside Landorus once again.
Yeah, that's going to be the Calyrex Ice Rider alongside the Landorus this time instead of the Miraidon. But still, like you mentioned, the Koraidon and Weezing for Masayoshi will maintain control of the terrain of the Sun, as well as being the only player with an active ability.
Yeah, potentially, again, similar situation to that last game as well, where Landorus is theoretically threatening a lot of damage on the other side of the field. Actually, even that taunt would be kind of annoying into the Weezing slot, but, the reality is that it would be a pretty difficult thing to do. The flip side, it's probably also attracting a lot of attention here, right? If you assume the focus is to go on the Landorus, so it can't fire off those powerful ground-type attacks, then maybe Calyrex can kind of just get away with a Trick Room here, where even with Weezing on the field, that's maybe an advantageous situation. Also, critically, that Fire Terra type matters a lot here, because that Weezing does have the Will-O-Wisp, which will not be successful, but does kind of force a Terastallization.
Yeah, this Calyrex is even more of a throwback than usual, with both the Fire Terra type and high horsepower. A lot of players have been switching over to Fairy type or Water type for the Terastallization there instead. But just like in Game 1, Masayoshi will be Terastallizing the Koraidon immediately to try and resist Glacial Lance from that Calyrex. Does open itself up to an Earth Power from the Landorus, if Landorus could survive this Flare Blitz.
There's some tough turn 1s for Landorus here. Worked out for Mikhail last time, so we'll have to see if it works out once again.
No protect or terrestrialization from the Calyrex, however. That will just be a taunt coming out from Weezing. Masayoshi does not want to see a Trick Room going up at all, but will take a Glacial Lance for its troubles. Deals good damage into both Pokemon. A lot of recoil damage onto Koraidon from that Flare Blitz. Will put it down into range for another Glacial Lance, or potentially, Miraidon with that Volt Switch without recoil, Glacial Lance with recoil.
Yeah, I love the Glacial Lance. I mean, obviously, easy to say in retrospect now that we know the Trick Room wouldn't have worked, but I think that chip matters a lot here. Where now Miraidon is much more realistically threatening a knockout either of these Pokemon, and that opens up a lot of reasonable moves for Mikael, right? An Incineroar switch here now makes a lot more sense, where you can just negate a Will-O-Wisp that way and hold Terrestrialization longer. Miraidon threatening a bunch of damage either direction, and even if your goal is to eventually get Trick Room out there, right? Maybe just Volt Switch one of these slots, maybe hard switch Incineroar and just wind up with this in a spot next turn where you're still threatening a Fake Out and the potential of a Trick Room with an untaunted Calyrex.
Yeah, but that Calyrex is currently taunted, so will not have access to a Trick Room as an option in this potential turn. Will be finally the Terrestrialization coming out from Michael. Will be going to Terrestrialize the Miraidon for that extra damage and remove the weakness to Fairy typing, which of course Weezing could hit for super effective damage on, but even more critically, just getting that extra damage boost for these Electro Drifts. Happy to lock into Electro Drift, knowing that this is going to be the fastest Pokemon on the field, and happily picks up that KO onto Koraidon, its counterpart. That will leave this Weezing open to do something to this Calyrex, including going for a Will-O-Wisp, because there was no Terrestrialization out of the Calyrex, but it will just be that play rough once again. So Michael making an incredible call there to protect the Miraidon from that damage, and the Glacial Lance is enough damage to pick up that KO. And once more, Michael has flipped the momentum in this set and taken out both Pokemon at the same time.
Yeah, that might just be curtains. I mean, not only does he get that great 3-2 advantage, but now he gets all of his abilities back, takes out the Terrestrialized Pokemon on the opposite side of the field, has both of his restricted Pokemon out protecting one another, and their damage is all being boosted now, right? Where the Electric Terrain active to help the Miraidon, the Chilling Neigh helping out Calyrex, and hey, Walking Wake still has a decent type matchup here, and the Calyrex in the opposing side as well, which at least has a much better or clearer path to Focus Sash actually mattering this time. But I think it was a really great start by Mikael, and doing a great job of picking up the Weezing exactly on the turn he Terrestrialized, so it was never safe to go for that Will-O-Wisp.
Absolutely, but there is a lot of pressure coming out from both the Walking Wake and the Calyrex right now on Masayoshi's side. Like you mentioned, with Terrestrialization used on the Miraidon, that means that the Calyrex will still be weak to the Astral Barrage from Masayoshi's Shadow Rider Calyrex. And because we have Calyrex here, we know that there is no Urshifu in the back, so there is no priority damage coming out if Masayoshi is able to preserve that Focus Sash and allow it to be fast, take out the Miraidon, so it's now the fastest thing on the field.
Yeah, and I think that's what a pin is really going to be necessary here, where Masayoshi doesn't have a lot of options, right? He's going to have to blow a hole into this team pretty quickly here if he wants to get back in this game. And Incineroar is one of the Pokemon that is perhaps better than any other at preventing that from occurring. Would still get chunked pretty hard here, perhaps with the double target. We saw last game that wouldn't even be a knockout.
Absolutely. What was not a knockout in game one at all. There's the Protect from Calyrex, so Masayoshi thinks that that is the target for Michael here. And actually the Draco Meteor with the Photosynthesis boost, Walking Wake is faster than the Choice Scarf Miraidon, but is not able to pick up the KO with that Draco Meteor, just bringing Miraidon down to 43 hit points, and importantly, drastically reducing the special attack of that Walking Wake, which already wasn't dealing a lot of damage as the Assault Vest variant.
Yeah, I'm not sure how we're knocking Incineroar out here. It's not the most threatened by Calyrex to start with, and Walking Wake is quickly going to play itself into a position where it's not all that threatening for the Incineroar either. Maybe playing for the big Draco Meteor crit later in the game. Certainly, the more immediate threat is the Miraidon, but you do still need to close here, and Mikael's really played himself an excellent set so far.
Absolutely. With the Miraidon and the Incineroar out on the field, still threatening fake out pressure onto that Walking Wake because of the Assault Vest will not be able to protect itself. So Masayoshi really going to have to make some decisions here, but doesn't have a lot of options. No fake out coming out, actually. So the Draco Meteor will pick up the KO onto Miraidon. That does mean that this Walking Wake is at -4. So Michael has decided, more importantly, break the focus sash.
Yeah, and don't give up that free boost.
No free boost coming out to that Calyrex, and Astral Barrage will be single target into Incineroar, so dealing more than it did before, but still not very much at all. The U-turn will be the choice for Incineroar to reset Fake Out pressure for this next turn.
Yeah, I'm curious. Maybe you still don't use it, right? But at least having the threat of it is nice here. And hey, it didn't really matter what other attack and use there, where a knockout is fundamentally just going to get you in the same situation anyway, where you still need to tap it one more time. And this seems like a very dominant position for Mikhail now. Still getting to threaten that Fake Out for whatever that's worth. But with now the 4 levels of reduced special attack on Walking Wake, it's kind of just hanging out on the field now.
Yeah, that's you could Fake Out the Walking Wake, but then you would just be cheating yourself out of a nice little shower, a nice warm shower at the...
Yeah, maybe I would have done it anyway here just to kind of avoid the risk of the critical hit and get the Trick 'em Up more safely, which should pretty much be a good game here. But geez, even with the critical hit, I'm not sure it's going to be enough.
Yeah, this Incineroar is bulky. Here's the Hydro Steam coming out from the Walking Wake. Yeah, sometimes you need a bath, and Incineroar, I think, enjoyed that one.
Yeah, I think it's a similar temperature of my shower this morning. It's kind of, okay, we got it.
There is the Assault, the Astral Barrage Assault will deal good damage to both Pokemon, but nowhere near enough as Knockoff knocks out the Calyrex. Trick Room goes up here for Michael, and that means that there is no out here for Masayoshi. Calyrex and Incineroar tag teaming will be able to take down that dinosaur from the past and give Michael Kelsch a 3-0 record here at NAIC.
Yeah, just a really great set there. To be kind of watching this whole match through, I felt like Mikhail was going to step ahead the whole way, where Masayoshi was just respecting plays that Mikhail knew he was threatening. He just never went for them, right? So the Draco Meteor the first game, the second game is with the Fake Out and a number of other attacks where it's like, oh, well, you're going to play around me doing this, so I'm just going to not do that and beat the counter to whatever my obvious move is. It just, I felt like Masayoshi just kind of needed to play a little bit quicker there, right? Where it's like he was starting in game 1 and Mikhail was starting in game 2.
Absolutely, that is exactly what it felt like. Michael was one step ahead that entire time, able to identify, like you said, I have all of these options. I know that Masayoshi has to respect them or else probably loses and ends up in a really bad spot. And instead, we're just like, okay, if you have to respect them, then I know how you respect it, and I will just punish your respect.
Yeah, I mean, just dominant performance. And again, I think we really see the value of some of these supportive Pokemon on that side of the field. The Incineroar was just such a difficult Pokemon to deal with throughout the course of this set, easily tanking a number of special attacks. And I want it being a very special attack-oriented team. That's one of the weaknesses of this version of a team where it's really just the Koraidon, right? And it went down so early in both games where I kind of wonder if maybe there was a path to stagger that a little bit differently, because as soon as that went down, then the Incineroar became so difficult to deal with in both games.
Even with the type advantage, Walking Wake without an offensive ability, item rather, just doesn't cut it for breaking through the Assault Vest Incineroar, which is such a good choice for this team. Really needed that help in the extra special defense to make sure that Pokemon like that Calyrex Shadow Rider, we ended up with a lot of situations where Incineroar, was at risk if it hadn't had the Assault Vest. That Astral Barrage would have easily picked up that KO without an Assault Vest. The Hydro Steam would have done it too. But the Assault Vest Incineroar, as opposed to sort of the Parting Shot, Will-O-Wispy, taunty versions of Incineroar, going for 4 attacks, including U-turn, and getting that big special defense boost, is proving to be really important here in this double restricted format.
Yeah, I think it was particularly good too in kind of this sort of matchup where, what'd you really have done with the Incineroar, even if you had those moves available? Or Will-O-Wisp, pretty useless here. Taunt, the game's too quick for that, right?
Yeah.
And
Parting Shot, worse than U-turn in the one situation it would have been useful in.
Yeah, and I think this format just feels like it's getting quicker and quicker, right? Where so often games are kind of determined by the first turn or two, or even team preview going well. And I think this kind of more aggressive Incineroar is a great fit for that. Kind of on top of the fact that this whole Weezing team just didn't feel like it normally feels when we see it play, right? Where normally that Walking Wake has become pretty difficult to play around. We're used to huge damage there. We're kind of used to that snowballing, right? Where even if Walking Wake just misses the knockout, that's actually better for the Weezing team normally, because then Calyrex gets to pick up that knockout and get its own boost. But just didn't work out this time, where you're that 3 hit point survival in the first game. That could be rolls, right? Where every attack has a little range of damage it does. So maybe there's an alternate reality where Masayoshi wins that first game, and our narrative is wildly different here. But I feel like we kind of got the result there that we should have got based on the way the players were playing.
Yeah, absolutely. And it was very well played there from Michael, just to be able to, identify some of the advantages like you called out, making sure that, I need to preserve my Pokemon so that Calyrex doesn't get rolling. And like you mentioned, the Weezing just never really was effective. Didn't, it went for play rough and did a little bit of damage, but, Michael was just sort of dancing around it. And, I'm really excited to see what Michael does for the rest of this tournament. We actually have Michael ready down on stage to discuss that match and his hopes for this tournament. Taking away.
Thanks, Evan. I'm here with Michael, who just won a decisive victory in round 3. Tell me your immediate reactions coming out of that match.
Yeah, I'm feeling exhausted because the set was really tight, especially that game 1. We all saw it. I survived on 3 HP. So I'm really happy to take a win against the regional champ. And yeah, I'm feeling very confident to go even further.
Yeah, like you mentioned, that game 1 was very close. How confident were you about taking that Astral Barrage and being able to close it out?
So when I saw the Hydro Steam going into my Incineroar, I was like, okay, I might survive 2 more Astral Barrage, but I'm probably not going to. But then I saw how much the first one did, and then I was also very confident that I would also survive the second one. And also, I think my game plan really worked out, and that's well, it really helped me that he won a regional and he brought a very, very similar team to his regional winning team. So I already knew a little bit of what I need to do.
Right, you mentioned that you may have even practiced against the team before. I've seen it before. Was that the kind of the game plan you were looking for with the early loss of Landorus and trades that you were making to close out later in the game?
Yeah, exactly. Since he has to commit Terra Fire Flare Blitz to knock out my Landorus, he has no Terra available for Walking Wake or Calyrex anymore, and suddenly he doesn't resist Electro Drift, which is really good. I can also hit it super effectively with my Urshifu, so as long as I don't make any mistakes, I am very happy with trading Landorus against the Terra on Koraidon.
Is there any other early plays in the match that you were worried he would make instead?
Yeah, so every time he Flare Blitz my Landorus, right? So I always thought about switching to Incineroar if I wanted to, but in the end I thought, okay, I might need the health from the Incineroar, and we saw how important it was, so I'm pretty happy with all the decisions I made in the end.
Yeah, Flare Blitz would have been enough to close out that 3 HP on Incineroar for sure. You've had a lot of success at World Championships. You just won a regional recently. How do you feel coming into this international? You looking for success at another stage?
So I'm just really happy to be here because in the beginning I didn't even plan to attend NAIC, but since my friends are also going and I also wanted to meet new people, I decided to come in the end, and it's been really fun so far. And yeah, I'm feeling confident with the team. Not super confident with my play in the early rounds, but we are hanging in there.
Yeah, you've made some adjustments since the last time we saw you on stream with the team, taking definitely a different form. What did the preparation look like for this tournament?
It's pretty funny because we had a whole different team. We were thinking about using Koraidon 100%. When we were on Kyogre 100%, we really wanted to run Weather, but as you can see, we do not have Weather on our team, and it's 5 of the same Pokemon as in the Utrecht regional, but everything is different, different Terras, different items, movesets, and funnily enough, it didn't happen that we decided to lock in on the 6 from Utrecht and then we made adjustments. We had a completely new team and then made adjustments towards this team. So it was pretty random actually that we ended up with these exact 6.
Yeah, a little bit of convergent evolution back to the same spot. How do you see it going from this point? You mentioned converging back to this. Of course, even after this event, people will be looking towards Worlds. How do you see Regulation I developing?
So I'm just really looking forward to enjoy this tournament first, and then obviously we have Worlds, and Worlds is always a big milestone for everybody, but I feel like I don't want to pressure myself. Sometimes I set myself way too high goals. When I played last year's Worlds, I set myself a goal to top cut. It worked in the end, but it really affected my mental during the run as well. So I feel like setting lower goals is something I really want to do in the future as well. And still, I also want to win, obviously, but keeping your mental in the right state is also very important.
Yeah, it can be very much a challenge for Pokemon players to have the right expectations going in and keep focused because the tournaments are so long, so many rounds left to play today. Who are you watching out for in the field this weekend?
I'm obviously watching out for Shohei because he's a player where I lost twice against. Not a lot of players did that, and our sets were always really close, and it was always late in the stage, so I'm really looking forward to that. I'm also, maybe I can play against my friends Ibrahim and Kusha, who are with me today, which would be also very cool. And obviously we have phenomenal players in Naoto Mizobushi and Marco Fierro, Wolf Glick, like a lot of really, really talented players. I wish I could play against everyone, but it's a 11 rounds tournament with top cut, so in the end it's not possible, but I'm really looking forward to play against some new players as well as some Titans.
Yeah, well, maybe we'll see you back on the stream this weekend against some of those opponents. Any shoutouts that you want to make?
So shout-outs to Ibrahim and Kusha, who are with me today, because without them, I would also not be here. Also, shout-out to Wahim and Alexander, who supported me all the season, like from the start to now. Was really fun working together and everything. And also a shout-out to my family as well, who has also supported me all the time.
All right, well, thank you, Michael. Good luck in the rest of the tournament. Stay tuned. We'll take a quick break and be back with round 4 action here at North America International Championships.
I think for me, one of the best ways to handle pressure during matches is to really think about what I've been doing at home. So trying to simulate the home environment, trying to block out any outside distractions, and then just imagine that it's very low pressure and then go from there.
My best advice is to just breathe and remember that it's just a game. Because at the end of the day, yes, we're here to compete, and obviously, we want that prize money and, brag to all our friends how good we are at the game. But like at the end of the day, it's a game.
I try to find out what my best and worst routes are, and if both of those are highly unlikely, then I try to find a way to meet in the middle. And that usually is able to relieve pressure just because I know that I was making an informed decision, no matter what.
I think the best ways to handle pressure are to drown out everyone else and kind of go back to what you've practiced, hopefully, all season. Also playing some of the Pokemon that you're used to. You learn everything about the ins and outs of the matches, and you just go back to your practice.
So one of the best ways I handle pressure during a match is putting on my headphones while I play and just kind of like jamming out to the music. I like to just kind of move around a little in the seat, and it just makes it a lot more fun. It makes me feel like I'm there in the game. I may not win it all, but I'm gonna have fun while I'm here.
Hello Pokemon trainers! It's time to check the forecast and review the weather that could make an appearance in your next Pokemon battle, as sometimes the very battlefield itself can decide the outcome of the match. Today we're diving into the 4 major weather conditions in Pokemon VGC: sun, rain, sand, and snow. Each one brings unique effects, boosts specific Pokemon, and creates exciting strategies that can turn the tide of battle. Let's start by turning up the heat with sun. This scorching weather is normally activated by abilities such as Drought or Orichalcum Pulse, as seen on Torkoal, Ninetales, Groudon, or Koraidon. It can, however, be manually set up using the move Sunny Day. In intense sunlight, Fire-type moves are boosted by 50%, while Water-type moves are weakened. This means Pokemon like Ogerpon Hearthflame or Incineroar hit harder in the sun, while Rain teams take a huge hit to their offensive capabilities. Sunlight also activates some powerful abilities. Chlorophyll doubles a Pokemon's speed, which enables Pokemon like Venusaur or Jumpluff to zoom past opponents with their disruptive Sleep Powder attacks. Solar power has also been seen, giving Pokemon like Charizard a special attack boost, but at the cost of some HP. Most critically though for Paradox Pokemon from the ancient past, the sun activates their Protosynthesis ability, enabling them to get a boost to something powerful like their attack or speed. From sunny skies to storm clouds, let's talk about one of the most dominant weather conditions in the competitive video game, rain. Set by Drizzle from Pelipper or Kyogre, or with the move Rain Dance, this downpour boosts Water-type moves by 50% while weakening Fire-type attacks. Water-type Pokemon, like Urshifu Rapid Strike, Kyogre, and Dondozo, can really take advantage of this extra damage, so watch out for a Surging Strike or Water Spout raining on your parade. Another danger is the utility of speed control. Pokemon with Swift Swim like Kingdra and Basculegion become lightning fast, outspeeding almost everything on the field. Rain also provides accuracy coverage on moves like Hurricane from Pelipper or the spread attack Bleak Wind Storm from Tornadus, giving trainers a little breathing room when locking into these moves. Next, let's kick up a storm with Sand. A Sandstorm can be summoned by abilities like Sandstream from Tyranitar or manually set up using the move Sandstorm. Once active, it damages all non-rock, ground, and steel-type Pokemon at the end of each turn, chipping away at their HP. Additionally, rock-type Pokemon gain a 50% special defense boost in the sand, making bulky Pokemon like Tyranitar even harder to take down. And let's not forget Pokemon with Sand Rush like Excadrill, which doubles its speed in the sand, turning it into a terrifying sweeper. Sandveil has also been utilized on Garchomp in the past to raise its evasion in the sand, while Sand Force also allows Pokemon to thrive in the storm, boosting ground, rock, and steel-type moves. Finally, let's cool off with Snow. Introduced in Pokemon Scarlet and Pokemon Violet as an upgrade to Hail, this icy weather is triggered by snow warning from Pokemon like Abomasnow and Alolan Ninetales. Unlike the old Hail, Snow doesn't chip away at non-Ice-type Pokemon, but instead it grants Ice-type Pokemon a 50% boost to their defense. This makes previously fragile Ice-type Pokemon like Alolan Ninetales or Frostmoth far more durable. Plus, Pokemon with Slush Rush, like Alolan Sandslash, double their speed in the snow, turning them into rapid attackers. Moves like Blizzard also gain perfect accuracy, making it a go-to option for heavy damage output. Even just imagining an Articuno going for Blizzard in the snow is enough to send shivers down your spine. Each weather condition in Pokemon VGC brings a unique set of effects. Whether you're harnessing the raw power of the sun, the relentless surge of rain, the harsh bite of sand, or the icy resilience of snow, understanding weather mechanics is key to mastering competitive battles. Don't forget though, these effects only last naturally for 5 turns on the field, meaning you have to move fast to make the most of them. So next time you build a team, ask yourself, how can weather work in your favor? Thanks for tuning in, and good luck in your future battles.
I would call my partner Rosemary. Well, she'd also be there, so she would know. So I guess the first person I'd call would be my dad and my sister, probably. I have 3 answers for this. So Corviknight's my OG favorite Pokemon from when I started playing. I used him a lot. He was always really good for me in Sword and Shield. Not so good anymore. I've kind of grown to really love Golden Go over the last couple of years. And Kyogre, of course, is my favorite restricted Pokemon. It's given me a lot of success. Probably the World Championships in Yokohama. Or Hawaii. Those are both pretty far located. Or OCIC in Melbourne. I've gone to a lot of places. I look up to people who are just consistently really good players. Obviously, Wolf Glick would be one of those people. Marco Silva, Joe Ugarte. I really have a lot of admiration for the players who can consistently do super well. And, in a game with this much volatility, those kinds of players prove that even though Pokemon has a lot of elements of things that sometimes feel like they're out of your control, the fact that these players can consistently do so well means that, there's always a higher level of skill to be chasing. I've usually been a night owl, but I'm also getting older now, and I find myself waking up in the morning, and it's weird. So I guess, I'm, in the middle of shifting from being a night owl to a morning person. My favorite event food is no food, actually. I think, I eat like protein bars and nuts, things that are high in protein, but I don't usually like to have a full meal during a tournament day because I don't want to risk a crash. So usually we end the day pretty early these days, so it's nice. I get through the day and then I'm real hungry, work up a good appetite to go and just eat some great local food wherever we are. It's a cheap answer to say a legendary Pokemon, so I'm just gonna go with Golden Go. I like my Golden Go. Gimmighoul's such a cute little first form, so I guess we'll go with Gimmighoul. My favorite city to travel to for a Pokemon event has probably been Yokohama. The way that everything around Yokohama was so sort of Pokemon up for the World Championships was just such an amazing experience. Being able to just kind of look around Yokohama and kind of go on this little treasure hunt of finding all the little various Pokemon things, the big murals. There was just so much cool stuff around there. I thought it was an amazing destination. At events, I really like listening to power metal. It kind of gets me focused up. I went to school for musical theater, so I like musical theater. I like everything. But right now, at an event, it's usually going to be power metal. Maybe K-pop, but we'll go with power metal for today. Flying Gyarados, because that thing needs more flying moves. Like, we just need Gyarados to have a little bit more love in the flying department. He's so reliant on the generational mechanics to have same type attack bonus flying moves, so just give him something.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to our coverage of the Pokemon North America International Championships in 2025. We are so back in sunny, rainy New Orleans, but like the vibes have been high despite the rain. We've got some sunshine coming in there from some Koraidon that have hit the field. I guess like we're just getting a little Kyogre 2 in the mix.
A little bit of everything here in New Orleans, but that's what we expect at a tournament like NAIC. There's so much going on the floor, so many great matches, so many really cool teams that are competing for the title of North America International Champion, and we're almost halfway through day one.
I can't believe it.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've got 8 total rounds of Swiss today, and we are getting ready to go into Swiss round number 4. And as a reminder, if you have a record of 6-2 or better by the end of the 8 rounds of Swiss today, you get a chance to participate in Swiss round 2 Electric Boogaloo tomorrow for day 2. And then, of course, we figure out our top players that get a chance to make it into our single elimination top cut bracket. So we're just about halfway through our first phase of that competition, and so much more to come. But it's been an exciting one so far. You know, 3 rounds on Swiss today. I feel like we've gotten a chance to see some really exciting things. Very spicy, pun absolutely intended.
I know you were really excited to see that Scoville.
Oh my god, I was so excited to see the Scoville in.
It was fun. I mean, it got some good stuff done. Spicy Extract was actually more powerful than I think a lot of people would have expected coming in.
Are you a spicy fan?
No. I'm very white. I'm not as good with spicy things.
I like kind of like spicy food, but I'm not really a spicy person either. So, we're made for each other.
Exactly.
I love that. Well, I'm so pumped to be going into round number 4 as soon as we can, but we still have tables playing for it round number 3. So while we wait for those to finish up, and you've been inspired by any of our stream matches, well then check out a Pokemon League near you. Scan the QR code. That is going to take you to our events locator for Play Pokemon, and from there you can find out participating stores that do have a weekly Pokemon League. Really a great way to be able to get practice, actually get some good competition in, so you can get ready to go for the 2026 competitive season. So hopefully we'll see you there.
It's a great way to meet members of your local community as well. You know, having a group of people that you can talk about Pokemon with, team build with, practice with, travel to events with. It always helps you be more engaged, more involved, and I think can give you a way to become a better player, a better team builder as well. Highly recommend finding a Pokemon League in your area and checking them out as soon as you can.
I know I love going to events because we have some locals that bring baked goods.
Ooh.
So I feel like I get a nice treat as a reward for going and playing in a Pokemon tournament while also having a good time with friends.
Yeah.
So I love that I get both of those things. But you would never know that happened if you don't go. So
exactly.
Make sure you scan that QR code, and hopefully we'll get a chance to see you at a future Pokemon Regional or International Championship. But with that being said, let's break down our meta. And I think there are a couple of surprises on this list. Like for me, it's kind of interesting to see just how far Calyrex, Ice, and Miraidon as a restricted duo have started to break away from the pack. When we were starting to look at the early days of the Regulation I double restricted meta, I felt like things were a little bit more open. You know, we had a lot of these top restricted duos that were sitting at like 8 to 10%. And now it's like almost 20% are Calyrex, Ice Rider, and Miraidon. Wow.
It's interesting too, because I don't know that they have any inherent like really good synergy with each other typing wise. I think maybe you have the ice type attack and Glacial Lance to deal with ground types and Miraidon, but otherwise they're just like two very, very good Pokemon. They were two of the top restricted Pokemon back in Regulation G when you can only use one of them. And people realized, you know, hey, these are just two really solid Pokemon. They were usually capable of, you know, kind of carrying games on their own. And now if I combine them, I have a really fast Miraidon that can, you know, deal some damage really quick. And I also have Calyrex Ice Rider that slows the game down very well, especially considering a lot of them have switched to that Leech Seed Leftovers set, which is a really great way to kind of take the pace of the game down a few notches.
I like the Leech Seed tech, but I also feel like going back to even just the round that we had to kick off the day, like Riley having close combat, and then also Crunch on the Ice Rider Calyrex, I feel like this is one of those Pokemon that we will continue to see a lot of meta development around, not necessarily in just the move sets, but I think also our last set on stream showed us a really great example of how bulky a lot of these Pokemon are getting, Miraidon in particular, having so much bulk behind it, and even like getting outsped by the Walking Lake you were pointing out. Despite having a Choice Scarf attached to it, I think was just so interesting to actually see get realized on stream. But on the other hand, you know, I think Shadow Rider Calyrex, Zamazenta, everybody kind of thought those Pokemon would be really good. Shadow Rider Calyrex, Koraidon, everybody also thought the principle of that would be really good. I kind of wonder how much total we get from Koraidon, Shadow Rider Calyrex, and then also the usage from Koraidon and Lunala.
I was
just
about
like
to say
Koraidon a ghost type.
Right, yeah, so there's the two prominent Ghost-type restricted Pokemon in the Calyrex Shadow Rider and Lunala, and there's the two prominent Fighting-type restricted Pokemon in Koraidon and Zamazenta, and those have very, very good synergy both offensively and defensively, so to me it's no surprise to see, you know, both the Calyrex Shadow Rider Zamazenta and the Calyrex Shadow Rider Koraidon. I imagine there's a good number of people playing Lunala Koraidon as well, because that was another very popular restricted pairing towards the beginning of this format. And so having those ways to like cover each other kind of gives you a nice little way to boost up your two restricted Pokemon together.
But going back to your point about Miraidon and Ice Rider Calyrex both just being very strong restricted Pokemon in their own right, I think you see that reflected in the usage data that we have for single restricted Pokemon in this format. I mean, Miraidon at the top there with 42%, and even Calyrex Ice Rider at almost 30%. Every single Pokemon on this list was one that we saw in Regulation G single restricted, teams being built around to really buff up. Lunala, it was a little bit slower to kind of pick up until Bezod actually won a regional with it over in Vancouver, but you still saw like Zamazenta teams at the forefront of Reg G in 2024. Ice Rider Calyrex and Shadow Rider Calyrex were always very popular to build around. Everybody gaslit themselves into thinking that Miraidon wouldn't be very good, and then we ended up seeing it actually win the first single restricted Pokemon format in North America. So it is really good.
There might have been a little bit of gaslighting yourself into thinking Trapicos was good as well, especially in this kind of format when there are now two restricted Pokemon it has to deal with. It's just not really been able to find its footing nearly as much as back in Regulation G. You still see some of it around, obviously they're at 8.1%, but I think that number is a lot lower than people might have expected going in, and is lower than we were seeing back in that Regulation G when it only had to deal with one other restricted Pokemon and maybe could get a little bit more help from its teammates.
But I see the vision.
I do.
I know, you know, like, I really do see the vision. I think when a lot of people were building around it as this principal portion of the team, it was kind of like, okay, well, either we go with choice specs, which gives us an immediate boost to our damage, or we have to go for this slow defensive setup with Calm Mind, and then you have the offense while also being able to boost up your defensive capability. Now, though, in this format, I feel like it is nice to have a partner next to it. I think Terapagos, a lot of the times for its double restricted partner, we look at Shadow Rider Calyrex or we look at Lunala, two of those ghost types that do have that complementary typing. In the same way that we saw like fighting type legendary with a ghost type legendary, the normal with the ghost type. Very anti-Zamazenta.
Exactly. Well, let's move over to our non-restricted Pokemon. These are often going to be the support Pokemon for the team. Some of them very offensive in nature as well, like that Urshifu, but Incineroar regaining its status as the #1 non-restricted Pokemon in usage, sitting at just under half. Again, all these Ghost-type restricted Pokemon running around. We saw Michael Kelches take exactly 30 damage from an Astral Barrage earlier on to win Game 1. against his last opponent, and that was we were sitting backstage, and I was like, oh, obviously Incineroar gets knocked out here, and the game's over, and then it didn't.
We both said that. I was like, oh yeah, Masayoshi wins this game.
Yeah.
And then I guess the Assault Vest was a little too powerful. But I think in most of those instances, you do look at Incineroar, especially when we didn't have these legendary Pokemon, didn't necessarily have the same type of bulk that it does now.
Right.
And now you can really see, okay, well, heavy defensive investment, you put the Assault Vest on top of that, and you also have the ineffectiveness of the ghost-type moves.
Yep.
Incineroar definitely is able to tank a lot of those better, but I was still really surprised too. I was like, yeah, you got this. But no, Incineroar, very good. I think the rest of these Pokemon as well, I'm excited to see where we go with Chien-Pao in particular.
Yeah.
I think Chien-Pao and Raging Bolt, we've already seen Raging Bolt. Some people are like, yeah, Dragon Pulse, whether it's for the 100% accuracy or it's just to have something that actually, it is mostly just for the 100% accuracy.
A little bit of longevity too, right?
Yeah.
If you use that Dragon Pulse, you don't have to swap out to like reset your
yes.
special attack, which
That's
can be
true.
helpful. But again, they're kind of like meta staples at this point. They've proven themselves to be very solid in pretty much any metagame in which they're legal because they just have such great stats. Chien-Pao has a very good ability, especially when you can combine it with something like that Zamazenta to lower your opponent's defense and do even more damage with some of your attacks. But it's a really cool way to see that these two Pokemon kind of sticking around through the meta.
And then, of course, we have our usual suspects. And I think on almost every team, well, I was going to say, well, ooh, like, you know, you got Chien-Pao, you got Chi-Yu. I was like, wow, and Ting-Lu also very good in the meta right now. And then I remember that Wo-Chien also still exists.
Yeah.
But okay, but we did see a Wo-Chien on stream in Portland.
Yeah, we
and
did.
that was amazing. Ethan Matos' team, I was having so much fun watching the parabolic charge from the Miraidon, and the Wo-Chien was like, I am helping! Also there to have fun at the end of the day.
One Pokemon I think is really having a great time right now in this metagame is Grimmsnarl. It's a Pokemon that's always kind of been around. It got played a lot back in the Sword and Shield era because it has access to Prankster, which is always a really good supportive ability. But right now, Grimmsnarl is often used to set up Light Screen and Reflect, which can help your restricted Pokemon stick around on the field for a lot longer. Spirit Break is a pretty underrated attack. You know, it's pretty decent base power, and also Fairy typing is a really solid typing to have. Not alongside lowering the special attack of the target as well. So if you're able to Spirit Break a Miraidon, for example, you're probably doing a big chunk of damage and lowering its special attack, which is really nice to have. Speed control options like Thunder Wave and Scary Face are on the table as well. Gets access to Parting Shot. I believe it has Taunt. There's a lot of different things you can do with Grimmsnarl. And its identity on teams is that of a supporter, but it really is just there to clear the way for its partners.
I think Grimmsnarl gets a one-hit knockout onto Koraidon. And
Probably.
that's when I looked at it and went, yeah, this Pokemon is amazing. And so it makes a lot of sense why Grimmsnarl, Rillaboom, Amoonguss, Incineroar, those are always the meta staples when we take a look at a format like this, because they really are just some of the best supportive partners, especially Incineroar.
Yeah.
And we've seen it do amazing things, in particular in the hands of Wolf Glick. I'm sure he is so ecstatic about that you can use NAIC 25 Con Parish in game to be able to get your own Incineroar, courtesy of Wolf Glick from 2025, the European International Championship. That's so funny.
What a run that was, too.
Such a funny code.
It's perfect, though, because that was the story of the whole event. You know, I believe he won a Grand Challenge right before, and then
Toronto.
Yeah,
like just a couple
exactly.
weeks before that.
Yeah, so it's just really cool to see that distribution. Obviously, a very useful Pokemon, as you're seeing on our usage stats. So, trying to build up your repertoire for next season, that Incineroar is a great place to start.
And for those of you that are not in the know about why that Wolfie Comparish thing is very funny, Marco Silva actually
so
matched
good.
into Wolf Glick on the like a global challenge, I think.
Yeah.
It was prior to Toronto, I want to say,
Yes,
right?
it
With the Parish Trap team. And he was streaming it, and he went, oh, Wolfie Con Parish. And then it just, the internet's a great place,
Truly.
honestly. Really funny. And it's so funny that the team decided to use NAIC Con Parish as the code. So I'm cracking up, and I hope that you are all also in on the joke. But if not, you got time to go catch up on that one, because we are going to take a short break as we finish out these final tables around the arena, and then we'll get ready for Swiss round number 4 when we come back.
We are here with some of the strongest trainers in the field at NAIC here in New Orleans with Fetty, Luca, and Sierra. We're here to have some fun. We're going to spin the wheel, team. So how this works, they say what's in a name. We're going to find out as we will name a restricted duo on this wheel. Come up, we're going to spin it. For example, let's start the spin here. I'm going to do soft spins because it takes a while if we do a really hard spin. You're going to have 2 restricted Pokemon. Decide, are they good together? How can they be good? And think of a name. So what do we land on? We landed on, it looks like Terapagos. It's like kind of Kyogre. It's like kind of halfway. Let's go Kyogre. Make life easier. How about that? We'll go Kyogre. It was kind of halfway stuck on there. And then we'll spin the wheel again. Soft spin. Don't want it to take forever here. So we're going to have to pair another restricted Pokemon with the Kyogre here. And it, oh no, it looks like it's on Groudon, right? That's Groudon territory, right? Unfortunately, no primals are in this format. So, team, you're all the pros here. You're gonna have to figure out how can we make Kyogre and Groudon work together.
I think you definitely just need to have a Pokemon with Weather Ball. I don't know which Pokemon, but something on that team needs Weather Ball because this already is chaotic.
I would probably pick up something like Venusaur with Weather Ball, something like that.
Yeah.
There used to be some teams with multiple weather abusers, and I guess we could use like one for both weathers maybe, and just hope to face the right matchup for
I mean,
one
like
of them.
Tornadus is good with both of them. Walking Wake seems good on the both of them.
Ooh, that'd be a good one.
Walking Wake, yeah, you get both boosts.
Raging Bolt, Raging Bolt is just Raging Bolt, like is very good. Like
yeah,
you can always, you never go wrong with that. I agree on Venusaur. It's
we could go Tornadus, Walking Wake, Venusaur, and Raging Ball.
Yeah,
and like every of them have Weather Ball.
Every single Pokemon.
Yeah. I think the important thing is like you play your Groudon, like you make it very, very fast, so you have it faster than your Kyogre, and then like you try to set up in a position where you have Groudon next to Kyogre, and you just use Precipice Blade
and
plus Water Spout.
Yeah.
Maybe you need someone with Feint, though.
Now, I do think we kind of got bailed out with this duo because they already have an iconic pairing duo name in Double Primals, right?
Yeah.
Even though the Primal orbs don't exist anymore, I think it's fair for us to still call it the Double Primal duo, right?
I mean, it's the Primal, Dual Primal then.
Or you can just call them Weather Bros.
Okay, that could work. I mean, they're not really friends. I don't know if you played the game or not.
Weather foes.
Weather foes. I like that. Now, if you noticed, I have, with my awful handwriting at a bad angle, I have added Lugia and Rayquaza. I just put the Ray because it's a lot of letters onto the list. So as more names come off the board, you're not going to be able to put Calyrex Shadow onto all of these teams, okay? You're going to have some, let's say, less viable restricted Pokemon enter on the wheel. So that's our Double Primal duo there. We're going to have our next segment. We're going to do 3 duos as a whole and decide which of the 3 is the best at the end. So up next, Zacian.
Okay.
That's solid Pokemon to start with. Now, who are we going to pair that Zacian with? Is going to be a really strong Pokemon in this regulation or somebody else? Zacian Koraidon. Now, usually you see Zacian with water teams, right, with rain teams to help with that steel typing, but no, this Zacian is going to be in the sun. What do we think?
Okay, that's a bit weird. Maybe you definitely need the usual sun abusers. Like we mentioned Raging Ball before. I think it will be fine for this one too. Maybe it would be better to run something like Walking Way here too, because you need something to hit Incineroar really strong every time you play Zacian. So Koraidon with Clear Amulet might be enough, but then you cannot run Life Orb, so you either run less offense or just lose completely to Incineroar. So I guess you need something to beat it.
Yeah, I think we can make another contest and we see how many teams we can just use the same complementary for Pokemon.
So it's not about the duo, it's just using the same.
Instead of putting Calyrex Shadow Rider on every team, it's putting Walking Wake on every single team.
Bolt, yeah. Sometimes like we pick one of the Iron Crown and something, so like the Violet players don't feel left out.
There you go, exactly. I would just think, I don't know your thoughts, Sierra, but like just if you want to make the Zacian do as much as you can, put some supportive past Paradox Pokemon that take advantage of photosynthesis.
See, I don't know about the other 4, but I'm just looking at, hey, you don't like Miraidon on the other side, you can then threaten with the Zacian. So, you know, a Terra Fairy play rep's going to do a lot of damage, even if it's Terrasolized. And, hey, if you don't pick up the KO, then hopefully Koraidon's faster. Just that at the end of the day. So do we have any ideas on this restricted duo's name? Because I'm thinking kind of like a Sunsteel, like Sunsteel Strike for Solgaleo. We get the fire typing and the steel typing on Zacian. I know he's a fighting type, but we know Koraidon's basically a fire. What do we think is for a duo name for this pairing?
I think like you could go with like something for like a sword and the sun. So
okay, something like a sun sword, like a
sunny sword or something.
Yeah, like a flame sword, like because he has flame wheel on Koraidon, right?
Yeah, as well.
Flame sword, does that work, Sierra?
Basically, like when you sharpen your sword, like there's like
yeah, like the heat,
the heal. Yeah, exactly. Like I don't know how we name it, but
it's something,
you get the idea.
Something around there.
Yeah, I would say either flame sword or something like bike dog, something like that. It sounds fun.
Bike dog, I like that one. That's a little. I think that's a little too on the nose.
Well, there's swordfish. You can just do sword bike.
Sword bike. Yeah, but there's 2 bikes. Is there not? With a Miraidon, how do you differentiate the 2?
Old sword bike.
Sword.
Well, okay.
Like,
what about like so you know like a blacksmith who is the person that like forges all the steel? Like what about a swordsmith? Like they're using the fire to forge a sword.
Yeah. Then we take this and like we say Zacian has the swords and Koraidon is just smith.
Yeah, I like it. I think. Hey, listen. I think this could work. I think this duo could work. Now, I don't know if you noticed the last 2 Pokemon I've added onto the list. I can't spell well, so I put Mewtwo. That's his Mewtwo. It's a restricted. And then Nebby is back as Cosmog is on the list. So you got some interesting spins with this last duo. Remember, this will be our last restricted duo. Please pull Cosmog or Mewtwo or Lugia or Rayquaza here. That would be the most exciting thing. You got Lugia. So you better hope either Calyrex shows up at this point or maybe a Miraidon. Last wheel spin to be paired with Lugia. We're gonna make a name for the duo, talk about their viability as well. And it's Calyrex Ice Rider. You guys might have got bailed out here.
Yeah.
So it looks playable with some hail strategy. Like you can go with Haloran Ninetales, play like Terra Ice, weakness policy, Lugia, and you like Ice Shard on yourself with the Ninetales and go for Blizzard, and then maybe boost your Kali Ice defense. Then maybe you need something to defend from every other typing. You don't do really well with Ice type, but
could be
it sounds.
Could be a rock slide coming your way.
Sounds playable.
All those ice types.
With it.
Alternative.
Blizzard spam's always fun. That's always good, right?
I think so. I mean, well, also Lugia learns Tailwind, right? I'm pretty sure. So like maybe you have a faster Calyrex Ice Rider, maybe not like a Trick Room.
Alternatively, like maybe you can play it just using Leech Seed, using Calm Mind with Lugia, and just stall everything out of your opponent.
I like that. Maybe like Toxic Lugia with like leftovers.
Does it even learn Toxic anymore?
I don't know. I feel like a lot of Pokemon learn Toxic, right? I'm just thinking.
They really reeled back the list.
Not anymore.
Not anymore?
We'll just throw Toxapex around the bunch. Like.
Yeah, okay. So for argument's sake, let's pretend Lugia learns Toxic or some type of stalling move.
Out there.
Or Gomora before they come out. Leave the Toxic spikes there.
I would say stalling doesn't sound as funny as spamming Blizzard.
That does not. True. I agree. Okay, so what are we thinking for a duo for like a name for Calyrex Ice Rider and Lugia?
Well, that's hard. I don't feel like
It's
Lugia has a
tough.
really good like name to pair.
I don't have it.
Lugia is the Guardian of the Sea.
Yep.
And we are trying to talk about some hail strategy, so maybe Guardian of the Ice. I don't know. That sounds
okay. Hey, all ideas are good here. It's a team collective.
Instead of Calyrex Ice Rider, it's Calyrex Sea Guardian. Like, I don't know. You just
maybe something with flying in it. Like, I don't know. This is the toughest. I think this is the toughest of the three pair-ups.
I do not have a name, but I just have the mental image of just Calyrex, and yes, like those kind of hunters that surround its sort of crown there, and then like I just picture like with. Instead of the hunters, there's like the Lugia sense.
Now I like to imagine the Calyrex Pokemon sitting on top of Lugia, and then Lugia's on top of Glastrier. You know what I mean? Like kind of all melded together, making As one ability even better.
It could be something like Guardian Rider, something like that.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I think this is definitely the toughest of the three, and fortunately for you, we're not going to keep adding more Pokemon on to the list. So of the viability, let's say these three duos that we spun the wheel with this weekend, if you were going to use one of these three at NAIC, what do you think is the most viable, the most likely to succeed with as a duo of restricted pair?
I offhand think the Zacian and Koraidon, they're just both really strong. Like, if you hit your play roughs, I think it's pretty good. Both are a little faster. I think the most fun would be the Kyogre Groudon, because your opponent's not going to know what's coming at any single point. But I think if you're looking viability, it's the other.
Zacian Koraidon sounds playable. I will say even Kali Ice Lugia with some stalling strategy, even if spamming Blizzard will be funnier, if I will have to run it in a serious tournament, it will probably be with the stalling strategies we were mentioning before. And I think it will be playable. Maybe not the team to win the tournament, but something that could definitely win some sets.
Okay.
So,
what do you think?
I'm with Sarah on this one. Like, I think Groudon Kyogre is the funnier of the things. Like, Zacian and Koraidon is, I think they're both stronger than like both Groudon and Kyogre, but like I don't think they synergize really well together. And whereas like Groudon and Kyogre do not synergize well that well either, but at least their like companions do like kind of go well with both of them. So it really depends. Like I think the teams like a team's synergy with Groudon and Kyogre is easier to achieve. So maybe it's and I think like just using Precipice Blaze and Water Spout is way funnier.
That would be fun. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
maybe
you're wiping two Pokemon at a time instead of like just one.
And maybe we throw like a Sableye on there, like a prankster gravity Pokemon or something like that.
So
just
you
to have
actually
the higher,
hit your moves.
So we actually hit those Precipice Blades and Origin Pulse. Well,
you gotta believe.
Yeah, you heard it here. I think I'll also agree on the Groudon Kyogre. I think that'd be the most fun to bring here. You heard it here first. Groudon Kyogre, the primal foes are going to win NAIC. Spoilers. And if not, I guess you'll have to watch the rest of this weekend to find out the true duo on top. We're going to be right back. Thank you, team. We'll be right back with more action from the North America International Championships.
Groudon and Kyogre winning NAIC. If that happens, I will eat my shoe.
That didn't even happen when they were good.
Now put them on a team together and see what happens. To be fair, though, Michael Zhang did just show us that you can have both bikes on your team, and it's not a huge liability.
True.
So maybe we can have both the sun and the rain. And yeah.
Let's go a little further. Let's throw a Tyranitar and a Alolan Ninetales on there. Quad weather team.
And now you're going too far.
Well, I think we went too far with Groudon and Kyogre, but I was just taking it going all the way.
Well, maybe you might be right about that. But at least one on a team, one of them on a team is okay.
Yeah.
Kyogre is great. Kyogre has done amazing things.
And Groudon?
Is also here. Definitely also here. But Kyogre, like all jokes aside, has actually started to pick up quite a bit in popularity.
Yeah.
It was really good in Sword and Shield, especially when we had Dynamax available, and it could be paired next to Zacian, which was so good during Dynamax because it did have Behemoth Blade, which is a really great signature move versus when Pokemon were Dynamaxed. And Kyogre's kind of back. Like, Zacian is still being used. Maybe not to the same degree, but I feel like Kyogre Zacian, Kyogre Ice Rider, Kyogre Zamazenta. There's a lot of really cool Pokemon to pair now with Kyogre that I hope we see more of it.
Kyogre was my underrated pick going into this weekend. I really think that it's a Pokemon that in the hands of the right people is really, really powerful. If you have someone that's able to figure out the best way to support Kyogre, those Water Spouts and Rain are some of the most terrifying attacks you can face down, even on top of something like the Calyrex Shadow Rider Astral Barrage. Just because you have that Rain boost as well, you're often running Terra Water, maybe Mystic Water for the boost. It's just a matter of keeping that Kyogre healthy and allowing yourself to get those full-powered Water Spouts off, which can be difficult, but if it's done, you're probably in a really good spot.
I mean, that's what Terra is for.
Yeah, exactly.
I think Gavin Michaels just winning Portland with Kyogre really showed us that.
Yeah.
Some of the best support that you can give or get from your Kyogre, Basculegion, Last Respects, and a
was cool.
200 base power if you actually get all of the KOs from your team.
Yeah. Well, not only that, too, but I think it was a Kyogre Ice Rider mirror match in top 4 against Carrie at that event. And I know that Kean Campbell won a really big online tournament this past weekend with Kyogre Zacian, actually. So we got the kind of the swordfish popping back up a little bit. So I think people are figuring out a few more different ways to run Kyogre, which is going to make it a bit of a threat.
And I think Kean actually used Zacian at the World Championships as well.
Oh, yeah, I think so.
Yeah, it went really well for him. So hopefully this weekend is also going to go well. And we are just about to get underway with our 4th round of Swiss. So let's go ahead and take a look at our standings to see how our trainers have done thus far. They have, only had a couple of rounds under their belt, but 3-0 right now. That's putting you in a very good position getting into our halfway point.
It's exactly where you want to be going into round number 4. Of course, at this point, you're looking to get at least 6 wins on the day, so these trainers are halfway there. Of course, you want to get as many as possible going into day 2 because those records do carry over. But some great trainers on this list. Zhe Zhang is already up at 3-0. Ryan Lazzetto is a very talented Canadian player, having a great day so far. Tristan Medine at 3-0, a player that's been around for a while that we'd love to see having some success. On top of course, Federico Camporisi, who we were able to shout out earlier today. Some other fantastic players, Shohei Kimura, a world champion, Simone Sanvito we saw on stream earlier this weekend, and a lot of other names that we may not be as familiar with, but you could have said that about last year's champion going into the event as well. So who knows, maybe one of these newer trainers is going to take home the crown.
Super true. Only one way to find out, and that's to continue our action here at the North America International Championships. And we'll take a look at some of our matches. We will be featuring Nils Dunlop versus Yuma Kinugawa. But down the line, I mean, Patrick Connors, our previous IC champion, is going to be going up against Karthik for the Swiss round number 4. I think there's so many amazing matches here too. We've got Diego Aguirre versus Francesco Piopero. That one looks like it's going to be so much fun as well. And then we saw Simone already, but versus Mao Harada. It's only at an international. Can you really see competition like this?
It's world's caliber matches that we get to see at these international championships now, which is really fun. But of course, Nils and Yuma are going to be our featured match. And I love that we get to talk about Kyogre a little bit leading into this because we are going to get a Kyogre coming through.
That was super unplanned, but really excited that it works out that way. Yeah, Nils is going to have a Kyogre Zamazenta team, and then for Yuma, it'll be very interesting how that matches up against the Zama and then the Shadow Rider Calyrex. I think, especially when you take a look at both of these cores having different levels of appearance in the last couple of months of the meta, Shadow Rider Calyrex and Zamazenta, we're gonna, keep talking about this horse.
Especially, Zamazenta Kyogre is not something I've seen too much of. So Neil's kind of coming up with a new combination of those 2 restricted Pokemon leading into this event. Just, the time of the year, if you have something up your sleeve, this is probably one of the best events to pull it out, right? So doing so pretty well so far, 3-0, and I'm trying to think of the great synergies between them. The Zamazenta pretty handily handles something like grass-type Pokemon that the Kyogre really is threatened by. I guess maybe electric types like Raging Bolt kind of still fare pretty well against them, but something like Rillaboom especially is maybe Kyogre's #1 enemy, and Zamazenta is fantastic at handling that. So going to be cool to see how that works out here.
I want to see how this Kyogre is actually trained, though, because I think there's been a couple of different builds for Kyogre. When it was full Kyogre team, single restricted, Kyogre's the only one that you're really trying to champion here. Kyogre had more of like offensive builds, so you could run Water Spout next to Tailwind. Now I think there have been a lot of other instances, especially at the World Championships last year, where we saw Kyogre and Wo-Chien, and so that was one way that you could have the Kyogre be a little bit bulkier and make sure it was staying around the field longer so you can hit all of your Origin Pulses, hopefully, because, you know, over time you just get more chances to actually hit the Origin Pulse. And so I think that's going to be a cool thing to see as we look at some of our top trainers and how they're using this Pokemon, how they feel like Kyogre can be best placed in the meta. Nils Dunlop and Yuma Kinugawa have taken the stage, and now we get a chance to really do a deep dive into these teams. But before we do that, let's talk about these players a little bit, because both of them are so talented. Especially taking a look at Nils, I think this is a player that is just phenomenal. Like, you know, EUIC champion from 2024. He won Lille this year for 2025. He also got a top 4 at Worlds in 2018, off the back of a top 8 at Worlds in 2017. And he has so many gold medals outside of just the IC championship win.
I mentioned earlier, I think like Gabriel Legati is kind of good for a major win every season in Latin America, and I would say the same about Nils in Europe. He's a trainer that is no stranger to huge success at the big levels. Like you said, 2 top 8 finishes at the World Championships as well, on top of an EUIC win. He's going to be looking to add another trophy to his case this weekend. Again, like we said, it's got the Zamazenta and Kyogre combination, backed up by Chien-Pao, Urshifu Rapid Strike, Grimmsnarl, and Amoonguss. And a couple, move choices that I'm seeing right off the bat. Iron Defense on Zamazenta, really cool. It's dropped the Wide Guard for a chance at some more defense, which turns into offense because of how body press mechanics work. The fake out on Grimmsnarl is also something we don't see as often. You're dropping something like the Thunder Wave, so no speed control in favor of a different form of disruption. And of course, Ruination on Chien-Pao. I don't know that I've ever seen that.
That's a newer tech that people have been talking about popping up this weekend. Much like how we saw Ruination function on Ting-Lu a little bit earlier, the Ruination is going to work in a very similar way, just being able to chunk that HP. We've already seen this strategy as well in some of these non-restricted formats where Mouse Hold was really prevalent. Super Fang is going to play a very similar way for those of you that love the mouse. But I think this Kyogre too, the Assault Vest, having the coverage options of like Ice Beam and Thunder, I think it just gives it so much better presence versus some of those pesky matchups. Ice Beam for the Rillaboom, like you said, was a big deal. The Raging Bolt as well. Now you have Ice Beam for that too. Just in case you find yourself in this position where you get to terrestrialize this Kyogre. It is a Ghost Terra, so it's not going to be the most defensive option versus a lot of those pieces, but you still have that to get rid of your water type attack. Now for Yuma Kinugawa, this player is coming off the back of a top 16 at the Brisbane Regional Championships this year, and so has been competing in the wider international circuit outside of just Japan. He has already qualified to compete at the World Championships, as has Nils based on the regional win. So both these players are really just hoping like this is going to be their day. This is going to be their tournament. They can be NIIC champion.
Yuma is running the Calyrex Shadow Rider and Zamazenta restricted duo alongside the Smeargle, Tornadus, Raging Bolt, and Rillaboom. The Decorate Smeargle is something that always pops up in formats like this one where you have these very powerful Pokemon that appreciate the stat boost. Decorate will be boosting attack and special attack by 2 stages on whatever target it targets. I think in this case, the main target has to be that Calyrex Shadow Rider, right? You're going to get that extra boost on top of the Nasty Plot, maybe on top of the Grim Neigh. Not as useful on the Zamazenta because, again, it's attacking with its defense stat with Body Press most of the time, but you can still get some extra powerful heavy slams off if you really want.
True. But I think just being able to have that option, it's so nice to maybe shore up some of those like additional attack stats you might need. I guess I was gonna say Wo-Chien's not a huge huge deal, but what if
Exactly.
But I really like this idea from Yuma. Like, you have the speed control with the Tornadus. You can just try to make the Shadow Rider Calyrex even faster, especially because you have something like the Urshifu that's going to have the Choice Scarf. I think just being able to have that speed also gives you a little bit more comfort when it comes to maybe some of the slower Pokemon on your team as well. Depending on how they're trained, can you get the outspeed there?
Of course, I think the Sharp Beak on Tornadus is also an interesting call-out. That is an item that boosts the power of flying-type attacks by 20%, so that Blake One Storm will be hitting a little bit harder than you might expect. oftentimes if you're facing down a Tornadus, you might kind of forsake the damage coming out from it, just because often it's a little bit of chip damage. Maybe it's an unlucky speed drop in some scenarios. But in this case, especially if it happens to take a Decorate at the same time, it's actually going to be doing a lot of damage. Liquid Storm is relatively powerful. It hits both targets most of the time. And combined with a boost from the item and the Decorate, maybe it could be more of an offensive threat.
Well, I mean, especially because you've got a Kyogre on the other side. You're getting set the rain, so you can actually hit all of your Bleak Wind Storms, bypass the accuracy check when the rain is active. But I think when you have Sharp Beak, that means that you don't have Covert Cloak, which is one of the more common items that we see for Tornadus. And usually why we see that is that you can't get faked out. There is fake out on this Grimmsnarl. Grimmsnarl looks so good in this matchup because you can set these screens versus the Shadow Rider Calyrex, the Raging Bolt as well, makes it a little bit better for your Kyogre to actually stick on the field. And so I feel like that actually does kind of play against Yuma a little bit, having this Sharp Beak versus the Covert Cloak.
The fake out on Grimmsnarl is also going to be really useful against Smeargle. The Smeargle on Yuma's side, of course, holding the Focus Sash, which you don't want to get broken by fake out, but having the fake out of its own, if both Smeargle and Grimmsnarl are led on the field or on the field with fake out active at the same time, the Smeargle almost has to fake out instead of going for something that might be a little bit more productive like the Spore or the Decorate. So it's just forcing another, kind of option coming out from Niels that Yuma has to consider when making their choices for any given turn.
Well, let's get into game number 1 of this best of 3 in Swiss round number 4 at AIC between Nils Dunlap and Yuma Kinugawa. Yuma is going to have the Smeargle and the Tornadus, a little bit more of that supportive lead, but for Nils, it's going to be the Urshifu and Qianpao.
I like this lead for both trainers. Of course, Smeargle with the fake out is always something you can use to kind of set up the beginning of the game. But Urshifu here right off the bat will be threatening a knockout into Smeargle with that Surging Strikes. Again, Surging Strikes will be able to bypass the Focus Sash because it does damage in 3 separate instances instead of just 1. A Tailwind Spore coming out from the Tornadus and Smeargle is the only thing that can really shut down this Urshifu on this turn because it is holding that Choice Scarf and will be attacking first. If you're going for Tailwind Spore, that means you're not really dealing with this Qianpao as well, which has its own Focus Sash. You kind of need to break at some point.
But is it safe to even go for that when both Qianpao and Urshifu on Nils' team actually have a Grass Terra? That's something that they could go for, but then Nils becomes weak to that Bleak Wind Storm. Very big risk that you could take. For Nils, it's going to be save the Urshifu for later. Let's go ahead and bring in this Kyogre instead. So you are kind of still playing risky with that play that you talked about, but now you've also set up the rain against this Tornadus. You see the fake out from the Smeargle go into the Kyogre, so that's not going to be too effective here, as we do see this Tornadus go for the Tailwind. That's going to be very beneficial in future turns. Qianpao going for the gold with this Ice Spinner, and that's going to be a one-hit knockout onto the Tornadus. Great for Yuma though, because you just hit the Tailwind. Think about what's in the back. You've got the Shadow Rider Calyrex, or you have a Zamazenta, maybe you even have a Raging Bolt. Any of these offensive pieces are gonna love being in Tailwind.
Absolutely, especially next to the Smeargle that has the option to either boost them up with Decorate, redirect some attacks with Follow Me, put someone to sleep with Spore. This Kyogre is the Terra Ghost. It is actually not the Terra Grass that we see a lot of times on these defensive Assault Vest sets, so that it is susceptible to Spore, and unless Amoonguss is in the back for Nils, there's no swap into that slot that will not be put to sleep on the switch in. Yep.
I was gonna say, but the good thing about having the Shadow Rider on the field, I guess, for Nils is that you do have Sucker Punch.
Exactly.
Yeah, and so with no Focus Sash, that would be able to be a one-hit knockout. I'm so sorry if you just said that. But look at this. I mean, the Astral Barrage is actually not super powerful versus either of these Pokemon. They both take that very well thanks to the Assault Vest and the Kyogre, as well as the natural typing of this Qianpao. And so you get a nice Ice Spinner into the Shadow Rider. As we see the Kyogre unfortunately get put to sleep, it has to take its mandatory turn now. It doesn't get a chance to do any offense this turn.
I love the choice of Ice Spinner there from the Qianpao. You see a Calyrex Shadow Rider, you're tempted to go for the Dark move directly into it, but in this case, it's the Sucker Punch. And if the Smeargle opted to go for Follow Me, then the Qianpao does exactly 0 damage this turn, which on a turn where your Kyogre might get put to sleep, you kind of need some damage to be dealt on this turn. Kyogre does go to sleep, but took very little damage from that Life Orb Astral Barrage, and this Calyrex Shadow Rider is low enough that a few more turns of Life Orb damage will knock it out. So you've got to be a little bit careful if you're Yuma to make sure you're attacking at the right times and getting the maximum value out of this Calyrex before the Life Orb takes it out.
Well, Shadow Rider is just going to play it safe. Already has gotten away with a bit, being able to go for that spread damage on the previous turn. And Chanpao is just going to match that. So now it's down to the Smeargle as well as this Kyogre. But one of the funny things about Decorate is that it does go through Protect. So we're going to see this Shadow Rider Calyrex get a nice boost to its special attack, even though it kept itself safe this turn.
That was pretty unpunishable for Yuma as well. Considering the Smeargle's Focus Sash is still intact, and the Kyogre was going to be put to sleep, the Protect Decorate there means that now the Smeargle still has its full Focus Sash. It can very easily go for a Follow Me, redirect any attacks heading the Calyrex Shadow Rider's way, and a +2 Astral Barrage might be enough to pick up Kyogre from here, which would be a huge swing of momentum for Yuma.
Well, you got to risk it now, though. Nils didn't want to go for the Sucker Punch before because it could have been bested by this Follow Me, and that's going to happen this time around, as we think, like, you know, when we see the Sucker Punch as a possibility, as you called out the Focus Sash being intact, it's really safe to be able to go for that Follow Me. Kyogre is able to hang on through this Astral Barrage, but can it wake up this turn to actually do some damage? We saw that it was able to lock into an offensive attack, so if you are able to land the Origin Pulse into both targets, it would be a knockout onto the Shadow Rider Calyrex, but unfortunately not. This Kyogre stays asleep, and even though the Tailwind is expired, this Shadow Rider Calyrex is still going to be faster.
It'll be faster than the Zamazenta for sure. It will be slower than Urshifu, but Urshifu still has to deal with this Smeargle. Again, the Focus Sash still very much intact, so you're going to have to attack it twice in order to get any kind of damage into that Calyrex Shadow Rider. And now you see one of the pitfalls of not running Wide Guard on your Zamazenta. Iron Defense is really good for boosting up your own damage, but you lose the option to protect yourself from this Astral Barrage. And at this point, I don't know how Nils is going to be able to weather this storm.
Literally.
Yeah. Well, the storm, he set up the storm, and he doesn't have anything to do with it anymore.
Well, you do see the Protect from the Zamazenta, because at this point, I think Nils just really needs to start thinking about a game plan for game number 2. It's not over until it is over, but with this Astral Barrage, this Kyogre isn't going to get a chance to wake up on this turn or in this game number 1. It's going to get knocked out here, and now the Shadow Rider Calyrex gets yet another boost to its special attack. Now it's going to be even harder for either of Nils' Pokemon to actually do something.
What is it, +4 now, special attack on this Calyrex Shadow Rider. Only taking damage from those Life Orbs. It's whittling itself down a little bit, but I think it's got more than enough time left to get at least one more Astral Barrage off, which would certainly win the game at this point. Urshifu, again, will be faster than Calyrex Shadow Rider, most likely, because it does have that Choice Scarf, but the Smeargle is there to protect it with the Follow Me, and Shadow Rider Calyrex should get one attack off pretty cleanly, one-hit KO the Urshifu, and either one-hit KO or do almost enough to one-hit KO that Zamazenta, and hopefully Yuma's 4th Pokemon can clean it up if that's the case.
Ooh, well, here's a way that Nils can actually stay in this game. Zamazenta can Terrastallize here into the Dark type, which is going to give it that resistance to the Astral Barrage, but can it actually withstand the attack? It will be a double target attack because the Urshifu is still alive on the field, and it's going to be able to go for these Surging Strikes into the Smeargle as they get redirected away. Looks like it's going to be good for this 3-hit knockout to be a 1-hit knockout onto the Smeargle, and that's going to leave Yuma down to his final 2 Pokemon as well. But here's where things start to get really interesting. Can this Calyrex Shadow Rider actually take out the Zamazenta? And if the Zamazenta is able to survive, then it will be able to get a KO onto the Shadow Rider, thanks to the difference in these big HP totals, and it is going to survive with just enough HP to actually use its weight with the Heavy Slam to get the knockout onto the Shadow Rider Calyrex. And now, at the end of it all, this poor Shadow Rider, it was able to get so many boosts to its special attack. You gotta nerf it somehow, and that's by knocking it out. So all of a sudden, it goes down to a 1v1 as Nils brings Yuma down to his final Pokemon.
That Dark-type Terra on the Zamazenta, again, not something we see too often, and admittedly, I blew right past it on the team sheet. Came in very handy there for ensuring that it's able to survive that Astral Barrage. But, however, Yuma still does have the Zamazenta left over. And even though that both of them are going to be weak to the Body Press in either direction, I don't know that a Body Press is going to be able to one-hit KO Yuma's Zamazenta if you are Nils' Zamazenta. So, barring something like a critical hit, this most likely is still a win for Yuma, but it was much closer than I would have expected going into that last turn.
I think looking at what else was left, I think Yuma was potentially always going to win this.
Yeah.
Because you have a priority option on both the Raging Bolt and the Rillaboom with Thunderclap and Grassy Glide respectively. And then the Zamazenta is just at such high HP. But who knows? Depending on how these Zamazenta are trained, maybe if you're able to give yourself enough of a defense boost, you can actually survive this. Yuma is finally going to use Terastallization this game, and what a time to use it. Giving this defensive Grass Terra over to the Zamazenta to make sure it cannot be weak to Body Press anymore. But Nils, Zamazenta moves first. Gets this nice defense boost, and with the Body Press, unfortunately, you're just gonna have to take super effective damage, and it's not quite enough. So Yuma wins game number 1 of this best of 3.
Smart terrestrialization from Yuma there at the very end. And I think one of the very few ways he could have lost from that point is a critical hit Body Press, because it is super effective into Zamazenta normally. Turning into a Grass type removes that weakness, so even if Nils had gone straight for Body Press and gotten a critical hit, I think it's unlikely that the Zamazenta on Yuma's side would have been knocked out. So just a smart way to clean up that game. We saw both trainers hold on to their terrestrialization for the majority of that match. You know, their only Pokemon remaining was their terrestrialized Pokemon. So it's going to be interesting to see if they can opt to switch that up. Yuma had pretty great control of that match, especially once that Decorate went into the Calyrex Shadow Rider. Much like coaching, it is a move that goes through Protect, so those boosts will stick even if the target takes no other damage from Protect on that turn.
That poor Kyogre was asleep for so many turns as well. I think if any of those Origin Pulses hit, this game might be a little bit closer. Because, you know, if Kyogre wakes up when it still had that sliver of HP, maybe it connects onto the Shadow Rider, and then Zamazenta is at full HP to actually get through the end of that game. And you might not feel as threatened to have to use the Terra Dark, and you can use it onto maybe like Urshifu instead or something like that. But I think you're right, going back to the control that Yuma had, I think one of the reasons why the Terastallization was used so late is because there was never really a good opportunity for Nils to use it for any other Pokemon.
Right.
Kyogre's Terra Ghost, it's in front of a Shadow Rider Calyrex. That would not be very good if you used Terra in front of that Pokemon. And then similarly, I think for Nils, when you had the Chien-Pao in front of the Tornadus, it's Terra Dragon Tornadus, so you can't really Terrastallize that either.
Yep.
So both of them, I think, just had like the perfect pieces in front of a different Pokemon to have to force you to preserve Terra for later.
I think the Pokemon selection for Nils there was totally fine. The Kyogre and the Urshifu combined for some really strong water type damage. And of course Zamazenta and Chien-Pao are a very strong combination as well. So what I think was Nils' undoing was just the fact that Kyogre wasn't able to attack at all that game. It swapped in, immediately got put to sleep, and then didn't wake up before that Calyrex was able to finish it off. We did see it survive an Astral Barrage and then a +2 Astral Barrage, which kind of equates to 3 unboosted Astral Barrages, which is really important for this Kyogre, because if you're able to stick around and take those Astral Barrages, you can start dishing out some damage with Origin Pulse. And if it was able to, for example, break that Smeargle's Focus Sash, maybe finish off the Calyrex Shadow Rider before it could damage the Zamazenta, that game can go very differently.
I absolutely agree with you. I mean, the Kyogre just had so much natural bulk behind it.
Yeah.
And I think that is going to really play a pivotal role in the rest of the series. We've got game number 2 where Nils can make a comeback, but Yuma, seeing the success of that first game, is going to decide to go with the same lead with that Smeargle on the Tornadus. But Nils does make an adjustment. Having this Kyogre next to this Urshifu, you've got the rain set up right away for this Choice Scarf Urshifu to just go nuts.
I like this lead a lot more. It's a very offensive lead for Nils. The Urshifu is the Grass-type Terra, like you said, so it can't be put to sleep if you do opt to go for the Terrestrialization. But because it's not Ghost, you don't have the option to dodge a possible fake out from this Smeargle. So the choice of Terrestrialization here, if at all, is going to be really important. Of course, you don't really want to burn it right off the bat if you can help it, but if you think it's going to get you a huge advantage going forward, that might be worth considering.
It's a hard call because, like, do you think that the Smeargle is actually going to go for the fake out? And because we see the Tailwind, or the Spore, as you see the Tailwind go first, it does use Spore, but it goes into the Kyogre. That really, really safe play because there is no way to actually get rid of your weakness to that. But you do lose your Smeargle in the process. It's going to be a 2-hit this time around from these Surging Strikes to actually secure the knockout onto this Pokemon. But we're in a similar situation where Nils has a Pokemon asleep, and Yuma has just set the Tailwind and gets a chance to bring in something else.
I think you're okay with that trade if you're Nils in this case. The Smeargle was really important for that win in the first game for Yuma. You know, the Follow Me giving Yuma's Pokemon so much safety in the end game there on top of the sleep on the Kyogre. And you do knock out the Smeargle, this Tailwind does go up, and the Kyogre goes to sleep, but you take the first turn of sleep without your side of the field taking any damage at all. You know, there's a possibility of Kyogre immediately waking up on this coming turn and being able to start dishing out some damage, and I doubt that there's a way for this Kyogre to be knocked out on this coming turn as well. So it's going to be a threat on the field that Yuma has to deal with for the next couple turns, alongside this Urshifu Rapid Strike in the rain as well. Sharp Beak on Tornadus, maybe it's actually a tech for something like this Urshifu. You know, because of that boost from the Sharp Beak, Bleakwind Storm may come close to a one-hit KO if not getting the job done all on its own, which could be a nice buff for Yuma here.
Yeah, that's true. I guess we'll have to find out if that is enough damage to get this KO onto the Urshifu with just something like the Bleakwind Storm. As we see, Zamazenta is going to be the Pokemon that Yuma decides to switch into that knocked out Smeargle's place. But this is a much better position. It's not the Shadow Rider Calyrex, so Nils actually does have the capability of going for something like the Terra Ghost, which is super important in situations like this where you are facing off against Body Press Zamazenta or like Collision Course Koraidon or Close Combat Urshifu. This is really what this terrestrialization choice is used for. And we see yet another adjustment from Nils. It's going to be the Grimmsnarl in the back. Grimmsnarl now has the potential to not only tank something like the Bleakwind Storm a little bit better, but you also have the capability on the next couple of turns, if you survive, to go for something like Screens, as the Body Press, unfortunately, has to go into the Grimmsnarl. It's able to hang on there, but the rain is active. Bleakwind Storm cannot miss, and this poor Grimmsnarl doesn't get a chance to do anything in this game.
Nils was certainly hoping to catch the Body Press into the Kyogre slot there instead of that Grimmsnarl. Unfortunately, Kyogre does stay asleep, so will not get the chance to attack this turn. And you do lose Grimmsnarl for your trouble. I think that was a really smart adjustment. You know, Grimmsnarl would have been able to slow the game down with Fake Out if you want to, and of course protect Kyogre from some damage with those Light Screen and Reflect options. I do like the Ghost Terra there from Kyogre. Now, like you said, there's no Calyrex Shadow Rider on the field just yet, so you don't have to worry about taking that super effective Astral Barrage. And if the Grimmsnarl was able to stick around, you could have gone for the Light Screen to negate some of that weakness. But unfortunately now, Kyogre doesn't have the chance to get so much damage off. And of course, you know, the Zamazenta note doesn't really threaten it anymore, and neither does Tornadus, but he's still gonna wake up.
I was going to say, I was like, looking at the Heavy Slam, I was trying to say this in game number 1, but I couldn't find the word for weight-based power. But Heavy Slam on this Zamazenta for Yuma, like, Kyogre's a very heavy Pokemon.
Right.
So it really isn't going to be a super high base power for that move, but we still have Wide Guard. So even though this Zamazenta isn't going to be a huge offensive threat, you still have the ability to block most of Kyogre's attacks. You've got Water Spout as well as Origin Pulse, both of which are spread moves. Kyogre's gonna wake up, but it is going to go for the Thunder instead of falling for that Wide Guard trap, and Tornadus does not get knocked out. Kyogre gets a nice bit of HP regeneration, though, thanks to its partner in Amoonguss. Pollen Puff, the perfect option there to make sure that Kyogre is going to stay around for a much longer time now.
Huge Pollen Puff there. Kyogre now in a position where, again, it's not being threatened a whole lot by either of these two Pokemon, especially if Zamazenta continues to go for Wide Guard, trying to block these two spread water-type attacks. And now this Amoonguss, having taken a Bleakwind Storm, might need to swap out in order to remain on the field for another turn or two. But if you do, you gotta swap that Urshifu into a Bleakwind Storm. So you're gonna have to pick which of Amoonguss or Urshifu do you value more going forward. I believe Amoonguss does have access to Protect as well, so you maybe have the option to kind of save a turn with it. The Tornadus on Yuma's side also carries Protect, so there's a bit of a mind game there. You're gonna protect that Amoonguss, you're gonna swap it out. Do we need to Bleakwind, do we need to Protect?
Yeah, I think the thing about the Zamazenta, though, is if you're going for Wide Guard, it means that you're not going for damage either, and so maybe that means that you'll be able to keep this. Oh, well, this is even better. If the Tornadus is going to go for a Protect here, and the Zamazenta goes for Wide Guard anyway, well, then you're really not taking any damage, are you? But critically, I think the Urshifu gets to come in for free. And if the Tailwind expires on this next turn, and Yuma's game plan was to try to save the Tornadus to get another Tailwind up, then you do get that, but at what cost?
Right. That is a massive switch in the Urshifu here. What Yuma was trying to do there with the Protect and Wide Guard was catch the Amoonguss protecting. which would have enabled Yuma to go for a very safe Bleak Windstorm on the following turn. Make sure you're getting damage out onto the field whenever you can. But by reading that play and going for that very aggressive Urshifu swap, now that could have gone poorly, right? It could have taken a Bleak Windstorm on the switch, maybe even something like a Body Press from that Zamazenta as well. But now Nils is in a spot where you're kind of forcing this Tornadus to go for Tailwind, which means that it's not going for that Bleak Windstorm. And if you want to do damage this turn, you have to go for an attack with Zamazenta, which means you can't wide guard.
And I think that's really where we see Nils make such a critical adjustment in this game number 2. Might actually keep him within this series. We do see this Terrestrialization from Yuma go back once again onto the Zamazenta, so it takes that Terra Grass. Just going to make sure that it's going to take some of these attacks from both the Urshifu and the Kyogre just a little bit better. But keep in mind, Kyogre still has Ice Beam. You see the Heavy Slam into the Kyogre. Now you can see what I was talking about with that weight-based power. Not going to be super effective there. As the U-turn into the Tornadus does get a chance to knock it out and give Nils the opportunity to pivot this Urshifu. You can see the Regenerator ability on the Amoonguss, giving it just a little bit more staying power as well. That's going to be back up to about 60% HP.
You gotta find a way to stall out this Tailwind, though, if you want to win the game. The Urshifu is very valuable, but only if it doesn't have to take a Psychic from the presumed Calyrex Shadow Rider that is looming in the back for Yuma. Origin Pulse does come in, does a decent amount of damage to that Zamazenta, but because of that Grass Terrestrialization, which I think is a really smart call, you're just making sure you're taking even less damage from this Kyogre. And now that Rain is gone too, the power boost from water type attacks is gone. You have to swap that Kyogre out if you want to reset the Rain and reboost the power of Water Spout and Origin Pulse and Surging Strikes. But if you swap Kyogre out, you gotta swap Urshifu in at this point, and it's probably gonna have to take an Astral Barrage for its trouble.
Yeah, but we saw how, I mean, I kind of wonder how much you care about that if you're Nils. I wonder if you want the Rain more than you care about the Urshifu at this point. But it's tough because I think you would like the Kyogre and the Urshifu to be on the field together at the same time. That way the Urshifu gets a chance to go for the Surging Strikes while in the Rain. That's one way that you can knock out the Shadow Rider Calyrex and then just leave yourself with the Zamazenta to deal with.
The other thing too now is Kyogre, if it wants to be using these water type attacks, they're both spread. The Zamazenta is able to just kind of go for Wide Guard on repeat. It is the grass type, so you really can't put it to sleep with Amoonguss anymore. The Amoonguss cannot Terrestrialize because Kyogre's already taken that. The Calyrex Shadow Rider has access to Psychic, so if you Psychic that slot, you're either knocking out the Amoonguss or the Urshifu while you possibly Wide Guard away and protect any damage from this Kyogre, but no Wide Guard just yet.
No, and this is going to be super effective
Yeah.
because you are a Ghost type now. This Astral Barrage is going to do more damage. Kyogre with the Assault Vest is still going to be able to take that like a champion, but with the it's going to be knocked out on the next turn.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty rough for Nils here. Ice Beam comes through, will not be blocked by a possible Wide Guard and is super effective, but with no freeze, I think this is going to be really tough for Nils to come back from. Yuma going straight for damage on this turn made a lot of sense. Without the Rain, Kyogre wasn't really threatening big damage, and I think the only thing that could possibly go wrong for you for the rest of this game is your Calyrex being put to sleep. So doubling the Amoonguss with the Astral Barrage and the Heavy Slam just makes too much sense to back out on.
But we've seen Urshifu's actually take an Astral Barrage before. Life Orb is going to make that attack just a little bit more powerful.
Ooh.
But this is one way that you can actually make sure that, the Astral Barrage isn't going to give over a special attack boost. You would be guaranteed a knockout onto the Kyogre. Maybe Urshifu is able to survive it. And because you've got that double protect on the Amoonguss, you do have that Pokemon around for another turn to go for something like Rage Powder. Urshifu barely hangs on, so there is no special attack boost gifted over to the Shadow Rider Calyrex. And the Heavy Slam went into the Amoonguss, so it protects itself. There is one more turn of Tailwind to get through here for Yuma, but the Urshifu might be able to stand a chance here. There's no more Tornadus in the back.
But I don't know, the Urshifu, I guess you'd have to swap Kyogre in, right, on this next turn. And then let it go down to that Astral Barrage, and then Urshifu is going to be the only thing around to go for it. Well, okay, maybe this is doable, because then Urshifu comes back in. You can probably knock out the Shadow Rider with a Rain-boosted Surging Strikes.
Can't
and then
protect
you're kind
in front of it.
True, you're banking on the Amoonguss to knock out the Zamazenta, but unfortunately, Triple Protect was on the list of things that needed to happen there, too.
Yeah, but if there's a will, there's a way.
Nah.
Amoonguss actually hangs on through that regardless, but because the Zamazenta is going to move first, the Heavy Slam will definitely connect this time around without having that protect. So unfortunately, it does look like this poor Amoonguss is going to leave this Urshifu alone to its own devices. But Urshifu still has the Choice Scarf, would be able to actually get the Surging Strikes into the Shadow Rider Calyrex next turn. And the Rocky Helmet does mean that the Zamazenta is going to take a bit of recoil, but it is tough in this 2v1 situation. Even though the Tailwind has expired, this Urshifu is at 5 HP.
Nils did make this pretty close. You know, if that Ice Beam from Kyogre had done maybe a little bit more damage, Rocky Helmet knocking out Zamazenta could have allowed you to win this game, but unfortunately Urshifu does not carry any attacks that hits both targets. Surging Strikes come through and will be able to knock out this Calyrex Shadow Rider in just 2 hits, but Zamazenta should seal it up.
Zamazenta gets to go for one big body presser heavy slam, and it is going to do just enough to knock out this Urshifu. So Yuma Kinugawa comes into this from the Japan region already with a world qualification and is hoping to get even more out of this event. Congratulations. Is going to win this Swiss round number 4, 2-0.
Halfway through the day and still perfect. No losses is exactly where you want to be. Congrats to Yuma for securing a 4th win. I guess 2/3 of the way to day 2 already. You only need 2 more to make it to that next stage.
That's true.
And of course, Nils still in a very, very solid position. 3-1 is still a great spot to be in on this first day of Swiss, because you're halfway through, only 1 loss. If you do it again, 3-1 the second half, that's a day 2.
That's true. I think it was tough because right off the bat, you could tell Nils having to switch in multiple different Pokemon shows discomfort with where you are with the board position. Maybe you don't like the lead you saw, or maybe you know that you need to get like the Urshifu next to the Kyogre for that end game. It's just really difficult to do that. I feel like Yuma just had such control over this, despite the fact that the Smeargle was a big threat. It opened up that spot for Yuma to bring in this Zamazenta, and then Kyogre unfortunately couldn't do very much for these next couple of turns.
The constant threat of damage coming out from this Calyrex Shadow Rider was just a little bit too much for Nils' team to handle. Especially in that first game, there wasn't really a spot where Nils kind of got a foothold, especially after that Decorate coming through from Smeargle. But even in game 2, we saw Nils make a nice defensive adjustment, bringing the Amoonguss and the Grimmsnarl over the Zamazenta and Chien-Pao. And Grimmsnarl especially, typically pretty good into the Calyrex Shadow Rider, just unfortunately had to take that body press on its way in. So maybe he was able to preserve the Grimmsnarl a little bit more and maybe set up a light screen, kind of let things exist on the field and start doing damage while this Calyrex Shadow Rider is able to be targeted. Could have gone a little bit differently, but the constant offense coming out from Yuma, just really tough to handle.
I actually wonder what would have happened if Nils had led Grimmsnarl and Kyogre, because you have the ability to actually go for Fake Out onto the Smeargle, or even force it to go for a Terra in that situation. And then, well, I guess it depends though. It depends on how they're trained, because, Smeargle, if it's faster, gets a chance to use Fake Out first. So I don't know, maybe.
Who knows? Maybe we'll get to see them play tomorrow. Well, hopefully they'll both make it in Top Cut. We get a rematch.
I like the way you think. Yeah, but congratulations to Yuma. I think it's been so exciting to be able to watch all these different players come in from the Asia Pacific region and play in all of our international events. We already saw Shohei Kimura 3-0, and now Yuma is going to be undefeated as well, heading into our Swiss round number 5. And as you said, Nils not out of it yet. We're going to have a lot of trainers, especially even just looking at some of the players that we had featured at the beginning of the day. Starting things off after the first 2 rounds of Swiss 1-1. There's still so much comeback potential, and these players really do take it 1 round at a time.
It's a battlefield. There's no easy match at NAIC. You're playing players from all over the globe, especially the ones willing to travel out to events. They're here to win. They're not going to fly all this way and kind of have a casual time, right? So if you're playing against anyone here at NAIC, it's the biggest event of the year that's just open to enter. So everyone that wants to succeed is going to be here, and people have put in hours and hours of practice and team building. And even if you are one of the players to watch, one of the players that we're expecting to do well, you still got to fight through this day 1. And it's going to be interesting because anyone who makes day 2 had to fight through this really, really talented field. And it's going to make for another fantastic day of competition.
Well, especially if you also need this to qualify for Worlds. We have a couple of trainers that are in that position right now. Some of them that we featured on stream already, like Michael Zhang is one of the first people that comes to mind. But we also have a lot of other players that are helping top 512, top 64, top 128. Something is going to be what they need need in order to get themselves over the finish line to be in that top 75 cutoff point to make the World's Invitation possible.
Yeah.
And so it's going to be very exciting to keep tabs on those players. We'll hopefully try to get you updates as soon as we get them. But yeah, like it becomes more complicated because the way that the tournament system works for the circuit is that we only have a certain number of major events that count towards the number of championship points that you can earn. We call those best finish limits.
Yep.
So there are only a certain number of regionals and international championships that can add to your point total, and the only way that you can actually gain more championship points is if you do better at an event that actually replaces one of the results that you have. So take Marco Silva, for example. I think Marco Silva probably needs like a top 8 at this point to bump out a result from just how well he's actually done this season. And there are a couple of other players that are at the top of their respective regional leaderboards that are in a similar position. APEC does things a little differently, and so we'll tell you a little bit more about that later. But first, let's go ahead and hear from our winner of Swiss Round number 4 on stage.
Thanks, Rose. I am here on stage with our winner in that last stream match, Yuma Kinugawa. Yuma, congratulations. You are already qualified for the World Championships through the Japanese circuit. So what are your goals coming into this tournament here in New Orleans?
もうワールドチャンピオンシップスに、招待を持っていますけど、NAIC に、来て、どういう目的がありますか？はい。
まあもう世界大会の権利は持ってるんですけど、まあ世界大会に向けて調整で、はい、ここに来ました。はい。
As I already have the world's invites, I'm here to challenge myself and become better before Worlds.
Definitely sounds like an incredible goal to have for this tournament. What would you say is the difference competing here in our, like the North American circuit versus competing back home in the Japanese circuit?
ここに、戦うことと、日本での戦うことを、どういう違いがありますか？違い、はい。
日本では BO1 Best of 1、NAIC is BO3、so different.
No translation needed.
Yeah, absolutely. Congratulations on that. I have to call out a specific Pokemon that I love on your team, and that has to be your Smeargle. I love seeing Smeargle. We have some Smeargle fans in the crowd right here. Tell me a little bit about how important Smeargle was to your team.
ドーブルのことは、まあこの人は大好きですけど、どういう機能がありますか？そのチームで。
Decorate boost is very strong. Spore, sleepy, very strong. Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. The two best ways to use Smeargle, boosting and putting things to sleep. We love it. This is obviously a great tournament for you already at 4-0. Is there anyone that you would like to thank who has been supporting you throughout this tournament and in your preparation and now for Worlds?
ありがとうと、申すことは、どの人に、言いたいですか？
Thank you for Aaron T, Marcus, and Japanese mate.
All right, Yuma, congratulations once again. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we will have even more action here in New Orleans, Louisiana for the North American International Championships. Don't go anywhere.
It's a lot of practice and getting a lot of games in with your team, feeling comfortable with it, and it really helps to have people alongside you to help with the team building and also helping you get more games in so you know what to play when.
So I scrim with my teammates and then as well with my friends. I think it's really good to be comfortable with the team that you're using and the individual Pokemon as well, so your understanding of the matchups and how you can capitalize off of each of their, I guess, specialties and typings.
You just need to put a lot of effort in it and work and like do a lot of practicing to get better, and when you get better, you just keep competing and then you get even better and you could win regionals or worlds, so yeah.
So I like to work with my team building group here in SoCal and really have a good time just iterating back and forth with them. And I like to use mons that I'm comfortable with. And so building 6 and running through them to make sure I know my matchups into everything that I could face at a tournament, or expect to anyway.
I think one of the biggest things to prep for upcoming tournaments is doing practice tournaments. So servers like Flash tournaments, Inadequance has a server called Candle Cults where he hosts practice tournaments, and getting into the rhythm of show 6, pick 3, which is really, really different from GBL where you only have 3 Pokemon to choose from. Having 6 potential choices, it means you have 180 different combinations of Pokemon that you can bring to the table. So getting that practice against other players playing that same format is so critical. And then I like to adjust my team based on which teams of 6 that I see. So that's how I like to prepare.
Welcome to Dazzling Duos, where we highlight a particularly potent Pokemon pairing. I'm David Partington, and this time we are turning to the pivot pals, Incineroar and Rillaboom. So why does the metagame seem to always revolve around these two? Incineroar is a fire and dark type, giving it 6 resistances, 1 immunity, with only 4 weaknesses. This enables it to take a myriad of attacks thrown its way, but many can be weakened even further. There's its ability Intimidate, removes Parting Shot, Will-O-Wisp, and Knockoff. All these tools make removing Incineroar seem like an almost impossible task, even with super effective moves. But against Water and Ground type Pokemon, Incineroar would rather wait in the wings. Enter Rillaboom. As a pure Grass type Pokemon, it has more weaknesses than resistances, but that doesn't stop Rillaboom from being incredibly versatile. Its ability Grassy Surge sets grassy terrain as soon as it hits the field. This powers up its Grass type moves, making them incredibly strong, and Grassy Glide becomes a priority attack. It will also override other terrains, and so puts a stop to strategies like those involving Psychic terrain, which can shut down priority moves. Put Incineroar and Rillaboom together, and you have a duo that excels at disrupting almost any strategy your opponent has. Both of them move Fake Out, which prevents one Pokemon from moving that might otherwise KO your teammate. But this move can only be used on the first turn the Pokemon is on the field. And coincidentally, both also have an ability that activates upon switching in. So top trainers will make the most of this combination by pivoting each one on and off the battlefield repeatedly. This can be done even more effectively with pivoting moves like U-Turn and Parting Shot, allowing another Pokemon to switch in after the opponent has moved, therefore entering much more safely. So how do you jam this revolving door of Pokemon? Incineroar loves to lower your stats, so using a Pokemon with the Defiant ability, such as Annihilate, turns those annoying stat drops into handy attack stat boosts. Alternatively, Farigiraf can lend a helping hoof with its ability Armor Tail. Like Psychic terrain, it blocks priority moves, but can't be overridden by Rillaboom's Grassy Surge, ensuring your attacks keep coming. And using Dragon or Fire type Pokemon can resist the powerful Grass and Fire type attacks this duo dishes out. So whether it's Incineroar switching into Fake Out or Rillaboom U-turning back to your party, the pivot pals are always around the corner. By the way, make sure you're prepared for this dazzling duo at your next event.
We are here with the star himself, Yotam Cohen. Yotam, how are you doing? We're in New Orleans. We're living it up. How do you feel?
Feel great, Joe. You're the star, Joe Brown. Yeah, New Orleans, really excited to be here and really stoked on the tournament tomorrow.
Yeah, all right, so let's get into the numbers, because you're a big numbers guy. Posting on social media, you're all about the analytics. You know not just what you need to achieve to secure your World Championship invite, but you crunch the data for all of North America and likely what all the players that are on the fringe or the bubble, as we like to call it here, what they need to accomplish this weekend in order to qualify for Anaheim Worlds. So what really interested you about those analytics, about finding out that information for not just yourself, but for the community as a whole?
That's a great question, Joe. So actually, how it all started was I was interested just a few months ago when I was kind of like 35th or so on the leaderboard. I was kind of interested in seeing how much further I would need to push to kind of like keep my lead on the leaderboards and you know, keep my Worlds invite secure. So that's kind of what prompted me to do all of this. And so what I did was I went through and compiled, you know, me and a friend compiled all this data on everybody's BFLs, like their major placements and how the standings were shaking out at that time. And then I kind of built this little predictive engine that takes all of that information in, as well as everybody's placement history, and tries to kind of like predict what the leaderboards will look like at the end of the season. And so initially I was interested in it primarily for myself, but then I kind of started sharing the results with, you know, some friends, and everyone was kind of like, oh, this is really cool. You know, can you make your code public or tell me more about it? And so recently I sort of put together this like code notebook that I shared publicly, and you know, the upshot is that you know, I've made this estimate, this projection for where the Worlds bar will end up in NA, and it's looking like, depending on certain factors like how many EU players are going to be here and how many auto invites there's going to end up being, it looks like the Worlds bar is going to end up somewhere in the like 960-ish range. 940 to 980 is kind of what we're predicting now. And so I am right on the cusp of that personally. I'm currently in 66th place with 940 points. And so I'm not feeling comfortable at 940. I feel like I kind of need a few more points to really secure that Worlds invite. And it's going to be hard to get there. It's going to be really hard to get there.
Hey, I'm going to keep hope alive. I'm going to be rooting for you this weekend. We can secure that invite. See you in Anaheim. So for our viewers watching at home, wanting to understand the analytics, say round by round, or like basically what should they be looking forward to when they see players on stream that are in that bubble area, knowing, okay, this player needs to accomplish top 32. This player needs a top 8. This guy's got no CP. He needs to win it all or he's not going, right? So what are things that viewers should be looking forward to for the numbers this weekend?
Well, so that's a really good question, Joe. And actually, I've also prepared a spreadsheet that basically shows for every player the minimum finish that they would need in order to qualify. I can make that public if people want to see that. But so yeah, we have all of that data. So for example, Brady, who I think you were just talking to, only needs a top 512 to guarantee his Worlds invite. Whereas a player like me, I need a top 32. So it's really going to vary player by player. But there are a number of players. There's about 30 to 50 players that are in contention and that need varying degrees of finishes to kind of get there. I know that sort of doesn't directly answer your question, but yeah, it's going to differ for any given player.
Well, it's hard to give a definite answer because we don't know how everything is going to shake out, right? There could be a player like Patrick Connors, last year's NAIC champion, coming out of nowhere and completely destroying your spreadsheet.
Exactly right. No, that's totally true. And there's always going to be those outliers, and I think those are going to be like really cool storylines to see as well tomorrow. Yeah.
So do you have a background in analytics and statistics and numbers, or is this more of a passion piece?
Yeah, I went to school for physics and astronomy, and I work professionally in that sector as well. And so I do a lot of number crunching and data analytics and sort of data science adjacent projects in my work. So I have a background in it, so it was fairly straightforward for me to kind of like implement that predictive model. I had all the data at hand. I've done that exact sort of modeling process in a scientific context before. So yeah.
Yeah, awesome. Now, I'm wondering for advice for certain players that are, you know, in there. Let's say a player in 45th place or something that feels very secure, right? Not completely, but very secure. The type of team or the type of performance they should be looking for this weekend compared to someone like yourself in the 60s, or maybe someone at 82nd in the standings. So, like, what advice would you give to those players that obviously everyone wants to become international champion, but when you're building a team, should they be trying to achieve the rank they need, or should they be trying to take the risk to find the team that breaks the meta and get first?
That's a really good question. Ooh. Yeah, I feel like if you're already ahead, maybe you can just do something fun and wacky, just to kind of like, have as much fun with it as you can. I think for players that are on the bubble, like me, I'm kind of like leaning really into something that's like more stable, more well-defined in the meta, try and have as many tools as I can to kind of check any matchup that I end up coming across. You know, I don't want to have too many matchup holes and lose the one random matchup and then my Worlds invite is gone kind of thing. So yeah, I think it behooves people to play something a bit more stable and a bit more like refined at this point. Yeah. I mean, meta calls are always cool, and people sometimes just come out of nowhere with meta calls, like you said, and just get top 8 or whatever, win the whole thing, you know? But I think it's really hard to do that. I think it's really hard to be a team builder like Shiliang Tang or like Wolf and build something totally original that nobody's sort of played before and win the whole thing with it. You know, it's really hard to do that.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, thank you so much, Yozan, for compiling all this information for our community for the benefit. It's going to be even more dramatic, even more exciting, the action here this weekend. We'll be right back with more Pokemon action right here in New Orleans.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers. The action is still going here on day 1 at the North American International Championships. It is Lou and Len behind the desk once again to carry you forward into the next round of Swiss.
Yeah, more Pokemon out ahead. It was a pretty fun match last round, but so much more still left to play today.
Definitely, and it's amazing being out there as well in the actual arena. One thing I was able to kind of do earlier was walk around, get to see some of the players as they settled in for one of their Swiss rounds, and the atmosphere is electric. Like, everybody is so locked in and ready for this tournament, and with each Swiss round that keeps happening, obviously trainers are trying to get through to the next day, and for some of them, that dream might be over at this point, but for others, they're still grinding round after round.
Yeah, I mean, the stakes are always high at an IC. It's a tournament everyone kind of dreams of winning or making a deep run in, but the stakes are only higher this time with it being the last tournament of the season and those all-important championship points. So many players trying to get up. We just heard Yotam talking through the math of it.
True.
But ultimately, the math tells you what you need to do. Then you have to go out there and get that result, earn those points, and try to get it to the World Championships.
There's a lot of maths with Pokemon, right? Whether it's like calculating championship points or trying to calculate damage calculations on the field, like, you kind of need that skill set, right?
Yeah, do a little bit of probability math, see whether Thunder Wave is going to fully paralysis or not.
Well, that was what we saw in our last match when we were behind the desk. But so far, honestly, the action has been incredible. As you've said, like, with these trainers, everything is on the line for a lot of them where they're trying to get to the World Championships. And we've seen a variety of teams where there's a lot of, I don't want to say safe picks, but very stable picks where, you know, we haven't seen too many wild surprises, but I definitely was not expecting to see the spicy plant out there with the Scavillain. Like,
so Scovillain, that was pretty exciting. Smeargle last round is interesting. As well. Always a Pokemon that can mix things up, and Smeargle with different partners than we've often seen it with.
Yeah, interesting to see kind of the varieties that trainers are still bringing forward and having some success. But, I mean, speaking of things that we were expecting to see, we can take a look at the cast predictions and look at what we had anticipated. Earlier when you and I were talking about it, we kind of went over Rosemary, Evans, and you talked about your restricteds as well. But let's dive a little deeper into Jake and Scott's selections here. Jake really going for the Kyogre and the Calyrex Ice Rider core here. I mean, Calyrex Ice Rider is pretty solid, but Kyogre's been really struggling in this double restricted format so far.
Kyogre, yeah, managed to get a regional championship win, but is not had as much success today. We saw it lose last round to the pairing that Scott's got picked there with the Calyrex Shadow and Zamazenta. You know, and that's the pairing we expect to see a lot of success from this weekend. You know, we mentioned earlier that in the last regional championship in Europe, it had 6 of those top 8 spots. And I think people are also experimenting more with how to build it, both to answer the mirror a little bit better, but what partners can fit in there. And so something like this Miracle that we saw in the last round helps mix things up.
And it's good to see the Amoonguss on there as well, because I think over the past couple of regionals, there's been a little bit of rivalry between Amoonguss and Brute Bonnet, and we are seeing a lot more Brute Bonnet out there in the field, but Amoonguss definitely is the one rising supreme at the moment, the more dependable mushroom choice here for that redirection and that slow Trick Room support as well. So a really great selection on Jake's side there. And I have to obviously agree with the Urshifu selection as well, because that's one that we share across our caster selections here. It's just so reliable. It really completes that Firewater Grass core a lot, as well as those guaranteed critical hits from Surging Strikes. Gotta love those.
Yeah, such an important critical Pokemon to this metagame. Threatens damage, especially if you can get the speed advantage. Really tries to hold back Pokemon like Calyrex Shadow Rider, and a lot of players have it on the team to help press the emergency button against things like that.
And speaking of Calyrex Shadow Rider, that's one of the restricted that Scott has opted for, actually going for the very European combination here of the Shadow Rider with the Zamazenta core. So great to see that coming to the forefront. Incineroar, again, a classic Pokemon, #1 in the usage stats for the non-restricted for a reason, due to its versatility with Fake Out, Parting Shot, Intimidate. You know, if you've been watching any Pokemon broadcast over the past couple of months, you will definitely be familiar with this kitty cat. But the partner here as well of that Raging Bolt's a really interesting choice.
Right, Raging Bolt, a Pokemon that's in a category that often struggles in double restricted formats, which is a mix of offense and bulk. Because suddenly your offense looks like it's not quite the offensive restricted Pokemon, your bulk's not quite the bulk of a defensive restricted Pokemon, and so you feel kind of power crept in both sides. Raging Bolt just has so many stats for that category that it still manages to keep up. Can throw out very powerful Thunderclaps. We saw one get a KO against a Miraidon earlier on, and can also take important hits, especially against things like Urshifu.
Exactly, and I guess if we just take a little look at my team across the side, obviously we've got the Urshifu I was just talking about on Jake's side, but for me it's really these special attacking restricteds that I'm rooting for in this tournament. Calyrex Shadow Rider is one of the more reliable choices. Terapagos, we mentioned earlier, is very consistent on getting in these top cut finishes, but hasn't quite been able to get that big finish, and a lot of the European trainers, particularly from Italy, are really rooting for it. So I'm kind of hoping that maybe this last event before the World Championships is going to be able to make its mark, and then obviously it wouldn't be me if I didn't put Gastrodon on my predictions as well.
Well, maybe an answer to all of those Urshifu that are out in the field.
It's not a bad idea if it just kept facing them, or Kyogre was more popular. I do know there were 4 Gastrodons out there earlier today, and I'm not too sure how well they're doing right now, but I'm definitely rooting for them, and I think if you can get your alignment right, then Gastrodon could always be the best friend that you might need.
You can do a little check-in every round, see how they're doing.
I will. And once I see if it gets a little bit dicey, I might have to stop, but I'm always rooting for it, always rooting for Gastrodon. But of course, our trainers who maybe are not bringing Pokemon like Gastrodon, but bringing some of the other Pokemon that you can see here, are doing well in the competition so far. We can take a look at the standings to see how things are progressing after these first 4 rounds. Incredible to look at some of these 4-0 competitors. Simone Sanvito, that we're able to showcase at the very beginning of the day, still undefeated here in the tournament, as well as one of our previous world champions, Shohei Kimura, still undefeated as well.
Right, players who have been in the game for a long time, like Colin Hire, also out there at 4-0. A very diverse field of undefeated players right now. Is, at this point, 1 in 16 players still undefeated. It's a narrowing group.
And this is the thing, it's still kind of that first half of the day, so for a lot of the trainers, they now need to keep up that endurance as well and keep the momentum going forward. You can't afford at this part of the tournament to get complacent, to drop your guard and maybe let a couple of losses come through. You want to keep that record as undefeated as possible to try and get into day 2 and give yourself the best shot to get into that top cut.
Yeah, keeping your composure, keeping your kind of expectations and emotions in check as you go undefeated or you take a loss, and you have to make sure it's not too crushing. It can be a challenge like this because it is, it can be a grueling 8 rounds of Pokemon. That is a lot of time spent thinking and worrying about what the outcome of each turn is going to be.
It's a long day for sure, trying to battle through, and a lot of our competitors might be used to this from the regional circuit, but that's only a 2-day worth amount of competition. If you are lucky enough to be able to make it through to Championship Sunday, you have to keep that momentum going for 3 whole days of competition where everything is on the line for that final knockout round on Sunday. And I, for one, cannot wait to be able to see who is indeed going to be our finalist here at NAIC. But again, some incredible trainers on this list. A lot of them obviously at this 4-0 position. We've got trainers like Francesco Piopera as well coming over from Europe and doing incredibly well. These Italian players really trying to get the victory. You know, our reigning world champion, Luca Cerabelli, also from Italy. There's such an incredible kind of teamwork, sportsmanship amongst the Italian Pokemon community, and it's great to see them doing so well in this tournament here.
Yeah, it really feels like one of the strongest groups in the game right now, kind of rivaling the Japanese players. Maybe we need to catch up a little bit here in North America.
I mean, there's always that rivalry, right? You know, where is the trophy going to stay? And obviously Wolf Glick came over to EUIC and was able to take the title. So I think the Europeans kind of want to settle the score a little bit, maybe.
Yeah, trying to prove a point, maybe.
Yep, trying to make sure that that trophy can come back across the pond and try and even it out a little bit. But of course, when we take a look at North American champions of the past, it has, you know, predominantly been this rivalry between NA and EU trainers as well. Alex Gomez being able to take the title before for Spain. We can take a closer look at some other 4-0 players here. Some familiar names: Tim Edwards, the runner-up from EUIC in the 2024 season, as well as... Oh, sorry, just got a little hiccup there. Eric Rios as well, previous EUIC champion, facing down against Kylan Van Severen here. But the match we are going to showcase for you is Patrick Connors versus Cesar Reyes. Now, Patrick Connors, the reigning NAIC champion. I am so looking forward to seeing how he's doing in this tournament, trying to win back that title.
Right, hasn't had the strongest season so far, and so needs to play well this weekend to qualify himself for the World Championships in August. But I know felt confident coming into this tournament, talked about being ready for it, and is proving the point so far at 4-0. And his opponent, Cesar, actually has top 4 this event in the very first incarnation of it back in 2017.
Wow.
So a player who's also experienced success at the North American International Championships, so should be a great match between two successful players.
And I think if Cesar has all of these years of experience as well, particularly being able to get through to the top 4 of this tournament back in the day as well, that's something that he's going to be able to pull on to bring into this particular North American International Championships. Also, you know, in 2020 he was able to get top 8 at LAIC, so a very formidable opponent here. And I remember that Patrick Connors' story from last year, you know, he was kind of a newcomer out on the scene, and it's unprecedented for a lot of trainers in their very first major tournament to be able to go all the way, but it has happened before, and Patrick was one of those absolutely beautiful superstar stories.
Yeah, to come out, but now the expectations are a little bit higher, trying to repeat it, and the opponents he goes up against recognize the name, know who they're playing against, and also have a point to prove.
Because I think that can sometimes be an advantage when you're unknown, because a lot of Pokemon isn't just playing the 6 Pokemon in front of you, or the 4 I guess you bring to the match, but it's also playing the opponent and trying to identify their play style, whether they're going to make the riskier plays and things like that. And if you're an unknown player, you can't be read as easily. If you're able to keep that kind of neutral expression on and your opponent can't read you, that can actually be something that gets into the mind of your opponent.
It can be, because some players have kind of well-known tendencies, and you might play a little bit into those tendencies to expect something more aggressive from a certain player or more conservative from another player. And so, you know, once that information starts getting out there, then you have to also react to it and try to change up your own play style to mitigate that information advantage.
And often a lot of our best champions are the trainers that are a little bit more versatile. They know when to play offense versus defense. They can run with a whole multitude of different cores as well. So depending on maybe where the meta is at, they could pick up a team that is a particular call and still be able to find a way to work well with it. Whereas some trainers, I think we all have Pokemon out there that you just can't connect with. And sometimes, you know, you see it on all the usage stats and you see trainers doing so well with it, but when you pilot it yourself with your own playstyle, just sometimes it's not working.
Yeah, that's Chien-Pao for me. I cannot figure out
really?
that Pokemon.
Chien-Pao? Oh, it's a really, I was about to say just a really cute Pokemon, and that really does not give it any competitive advantage, but I would like to think that, you know, the cuteness does help a little bit.
The evil saber-toothed tiger cuteness?
Yeah, but it's so cute. It's you know, a tiger, it's a cat. We all know I'm on that kind of feline vibe when it comes to Pokemon. Incineroar definitely being MVP for me. But if we take a look at the stage, the trainers are seated and ready. There's no Chien-Pao on the plushie side, but there is a Chien-Pao on Patrick Connors' team there, along with a few very interesting options. Our restricted choices across both sides, Cesar and Patrick sharing the Miraidon, but they're changing it up with their horse of choice, Calyrex Shadow Rider on Cesar's side, and the Ice Rider for Patrick Connors.
Right, the Miraidon and Calyrex Ice Rider are the most common restricted pairing in this tournament, but this one played a little bit differently. The Iron Treads can be a helpful answer to Miraidons on the other side, and Chien-Pao kind of an unusual pairing for those two Pokemon. And then on the other side, it seems like a very aggressive offensive team. You have both of the biggest special attacking restricted Pokemon, not a pairing that we see that often together, and then you combine that with the Choice Scarf Chi-Yu to amplify the damage of both of those special attacking restricted Pokemon and be a massive threat in its own right. And then you have Tailwind and Fake Tears from Whimsicott to even amplify that damage more. So can be a challenging type of team to get in check, because you can find yourself just constantly under threat of so much damage.
I think you make a great point. This team is very set up to support its special attackers in the form of that Miraidon and Calyrex, but also it's got great ways to neutralize the offensive Pokemon as well on the opposing side. From the physical side, the Incineroar, hi Lugia, nice to see you just moving to the front of the screen as well, but Incineroar being able to use that Intimidate to lower the physical attack of opposing Pokemon, as well as having utility of Will-O-Wisp to burn them and have a similar take.
Right, and helps pivoting out. Both the Incineroar and the Iron Hands are the kind of Pokemon that you can throw out on the field to get out of a bad situation, which, you know, offensive teams always need a Pokemon in that role.
Yeah.
Because you can find yourself mispositioned, need to reposition to find that offensive threat again. And Incineroar and Iron Hands both are that big, healthy Pokemon that can come in, offer Fake Out, and kind of solve a problem for you.
And of course, Iron Hands running that Assault Vest, a very common item that we see on this Pokemon choice, but it also then does help in the face of opposing special attackers. You have that little bit of extra wiggle room on the field. You can slow things down with that Fake Out, and as you said, reposition up that board and enable success for those special attackers. So that's something that Patrick Connors has to be very cognizant of. There's going to be a lot of special attacks coming your way, and because you can't intimidate those away, it does make it very difficult for you. So let's see if he has some utility options to deal with it. You have, again, some very heavy hitters on your side with the Calyrex and the Miraidon as well.
A little bit less heavy hitting this time from the Miraidon, though. It is the Assault Vest set there, which could be crucial. You know, Mini Miraidon might be immediately vulnerable to Calyrex and Chi-Yu together with the Beads of Ruin active.
That's true.
But Assault Vest is going to have a little bit better chance to stand up and then maybe throw a Snarl back out on the other side. Because you look at these Pokemon, and that may be one of the big tasks to handle, is how do you stop all of that offense coming in. Astral Barrage looks like a huge threat. Even a Pokemon like Iron Treads, which would be really helpful against an offensive team because you expect it to get a speed boost through Quark Drive and then move before those Pokemon. With Life Orb, you know, if the Tailwind goes up from Whimsicott on the other side, it may just immediately be threatened by a 1-hit KO from any of those big offensive threats from Cesar's side. So trying to find the one thing that can hang on, that can bridge you through a turn and get damage down, maybe kind of the task for Patrick here.
I think you've definitely identified that core Pokemon with the Miraidon, the Assault Vest, the Snarl to lower the special attacks as well, makes things really nice, but you also have to contend with that potential Trick Room as well, because Patrick has the utility to switch up the speed of the board if he wants to, and to try and gain momentum that way. But it looks like our trainers are getting ready, so Pokemon trainers, if you're just joining us, this is Swiss Round 5 of the North American International Championships. Incineroar and the Calyrex Shadow Rider out on the field for Cesar Reyes, and our reigning NAIC champ has gone for Incineroar and the Calyrex Ice Rider that he is rocking with.
Both Incineroars out will be intimidating each other, but no other, you know, crucial targets with a clear amulet on one side and a special attacker on the other side. The Intimidate from Cesar's side does move first, might give us an indication that his Incineroar is faster than Patrick's, which can be important as you start to think through fake out order here or pivoting out and what comes in the meantime. Both Calyrexes don't love to see the Incineroar on the other side, and the Calyrex Ice Rider also doesn't love to see the Calyrex on the other side. It may be something that forces a quick Terastallization to be a Fairy type for Patrick's Calyrex, which would give it a much better chance in this matchup, but is a crucial resource burned. Meanwhile, the Calyrex on Cesar's side really has to be careful, may not have that big of an offensive threat available this turn if the Calyrex does Terastallize, and would pay a high price for it if a knockoff was coming back the other way.
Yeah, the knockoff can be devastating into that Calyrex Shadow Rider, but we're going to just see a Protect coming up first of all on the Calyrex on Patrick's side. The Fake Out does not find its mark thanks to that beautifully defensive play that Patrick has gone for here, as the Astral Barrage will be able to come through. Now, this is only going to connect onto the Incineroar. Being a Dark type, it's going to be able to take this reasonably well, just giving it a little bit of chip to start whittling away at that opposing side of the field. But Patrick now in the prime position to go for the parting shot, start pivoting out, does not want to even go for the Fake Out here, but can come back, Intimidate later on.
Yeah, Cesar gets away with one a little bit here. Patrick may be expecting the Calyrex on the other side would just protect itself this turn, and so goes for the parting shot into Incineroar to make sure his Incineroar could get off the field, but could have had something much more high impact like a knockoff into Calyrex or a parting shot into Calyrex. But Cesar takes the risk, gets away with it, and just has Calyrex get some free damage into Incineroar.
Yeah, so now you do get to bring that Miraidon onto the field for free as well. You can set up the Electric Train thanks to the Hadron engine, and now suddenly, if you're on Patrick's side, you're applying a lot of offensive pressure with something that could come out like an Electro Drift. This is, of course, the Assault Vest variant, not the Choice Specs variant, so it will be less damage than what we're maybe used to.
Yeah, may not be able to one-hit KO Incineroar, may also be leaving the field anyway, but a Snarl is quite high impact. If the Incineroar were to switch off the field, it would probably be to a special attacker who doesn't like the Snarl, and then the Snarl just into the Calyrex will be significant damage and mitigation. But the Calyrex on Patrick's side still threatened by the Astral Barrage, and so must become a Fairy type here. Uses that Terastallization on the second turn.
Yeah, nice defensive play here, just changing up the typing. Cesar nodding away here as well, the interaction on the field as Calyrex is able to go for the Astral Barrage. It will find its mark on both of Patrick's Pokemon, but as you can see, not going to be putting them in any range of a KO, as the Miraidon can retaliate with the Draco Meteor, finds its mark on Incineroar. Again, no KO, no crime happening here out on the field, as we can see the knockoff come through. Now, that is not going to be doing a lot of damage, but critically removing that Clear Amulet, so it's going to be able to go for the Intimidates later on, but thanks to its longevity, is able to set up this Trick Room. So now Patrick in control of the speed. That might look a little bit dicey for the Miraidon, though.
Right, Miraidon now going to move after the Incineroar. Incineroar might just be threatened with a KO here. Turn a little bit of a mixed bag. Once again, Cesar risks the Calyrex, and Patrick doesn't go after him, so it just gets damage into Incineroar, gets a free Astral Barrage up. The Trick Room, pretty high impact. The Iron Hand's going to come out, though, and try to play inside of that Trick Room to some advantage.
Yes, Iron Hand's using its Quark Drive as well, utilizing the Electric Terrain that's on the field, as Calyrex just goes for this Protect in the Trick Room. It's known as the speedy Pokemon, so it isn't in the limelight right now, as the Glacial Lance can come through. Iron Hand's going to be able to take this reasonably well, and again, both our trainers playing very defensively around a lot of the powerful hits that these Calyrexes are both capable of dealing out. Iron Hand's, again, another Pokemon primed to be able to take this Volt Switch really, really well, but I think the critical thing for Patrick is, hey, you've set up the Trick Room, but you've got Miraidon on the field. Let's get that Pokemon out of there and bring a Pokemon in that's going to utilize Trick Room in a much more effective way.
Incineroar likes to be in here in the Trick Room, likes to get this Intimidate into Iron Hands as well. Probably, though, the faster Fake Out is still in Iron Hand's favor. Should be able to Fake Out the Incineroar if it wants, which would let another Astral Barrage come off. So far, Cesar has shown a willingness to kind of risk Calyrex, not prioritize its health bar so much, is just making sure that Astral Barrage is coming out to weaken things, but does have kind of a dwindling total health. Incineroar has ended up very low. Iron Hands is just above 50%, so maybe have to be a little bit more careful with Calyrex, but not at this moment. Just a fake out into Incineroar and the Glacial Lance coming out.
Yep, Glacial Lance, of course, connecting, but we know that Calyrex on Cesar's side is going to be able to take that, and the Iron Hands too. However, it cannot take the follow-up coming through here. The Covert Cloak on the Incineroar really paying off here for Patrick. You know, maybe Cesar just kind of missed that on the team sheet here, but hey, that's Pokemon at the end of the day, and you have been able, if you're Patrick, to capitalize on that moment and get a knockout.
Right. Covert Cloak, an unusual item choice on Incineroar. Cesar misses it, gets the fake out into Incineroar, but still loses Calyrex on the turn and doesn't get to get that Astral Barrage off. The fake out into Calyrex would have shifted things the other way, but now things look quite dicey. Both of these Pokemon very low in health. The Iron Hands has already been intimidated. The Incineroar now does have fake out once again into Calyrex. We know it can't go into the Incineroar, and now Cesar knows as well, but can still mitigate the pressure from the Glacial Lance on this turn and try to bridge the gap out of Trick Room and try to get to that last Pokemon in the end.
I think as well, the knockoff coming through into the Calyrex would have still been dealing devastating damage. The Calyrex on Patrick's side, though, you know, looking in a prime position, so I think this was a great target here from Cesar, making sure to slow it down. And it looks like the Iron Hands is able to get a little bit of revenge and redemption into that opposing Incineroar, using that Drain Punch to not only get the knockout, but also get a little bit of HP recovery as well. Give it a little bit more positionability on the field, because it wants to be able to stay around, it wants to be able to keep going through and navigating these Trick Room turns.
Yeah, quite valuable that Iron Hands was able to pick up that KO even with the Intimidate down.
Yeah.
The Quark Drive attack boost helping that in this case. The Electric Terrain gone, but now a much more vulnerable Drain Punch target hits the field instead as Chien-Pao comes out with Trick Room still up.
Yep, Chien-Pao not only a little vulnerable to obviously fighting type attacks, but that sort of ruinability on the field as well, going to be reducing the defense of Pokemon in play. So if possibly the Iron Hands wants to find the target there, it's going to be able to do more damage.
The Sword of Ruin also maybe reducing the defense enough that Glacial Lance is able to pick up a double KO here. And if Calyrex is faster than Iron Hands, that would just be the first thing to move and be, you know, a devastating KO. We don't know yet the speed here, so you know, a crucial decision for both players. That
would give the Calyrex so much momentum. Not only could you potentially get those knockouts, but then the Chilling Neigh boost start rolling through as well. But Chien-Pao actually trying to take control of the speedhead, going for that Sucker Punch, trying to get the Iron Hands in range. But Iron Hands actually goes first, goes for the Drain Punch into that Chien-Pao, going to be pulling it all the way down to his Focus Sash, getting all that HP back, kind of challenging this opposing Calyrex to be like, try and stop me, try and get the knockout on me. I've got all this HP back. That Sucker Punch really null and void, as Calyrex does try its best to get the knockout, and it still does, despite the Drain Punch. Does a double KO for the Calyrex. The critical hit coming through on the Iron Hands, despite Cesar's best efforts to keep it in play.
All right, the Sucker Punch adds a little bit of chip damage. The critical hit adds even more, and Glacial Lance manages to pick up both of those KOs. No, really strong turn out of that.
Yeah, these two Ice-type Pokemon out on the field, you know, yes, it's now a Fairy-type, but its origin still there on the Frosty side, really working well synergetically to do a lot of offensive pressure.
Now, Miraidon is in a tricky position. Wants to be able to KO Calyrex, but if it does, it's going to have to lock into a single target move, which would just mean it takes a Glacial Lance. So you can try for Dazzling Gleam, picking up both KOs at once, but Calyrex on the other side looks like it should be healthy enough to take that Dazzling Gleam and respond.
I think if you're the Miraidon, you're really going to try and hope you're going to get the critical hit to try and deal with that opposing Calyrex, but you're definitely putting your best efforts in here, going for the Terrestrialization as well. That will boost up the Dazzling Gleam, enable it to do a little bit of extra damage, but Chien-Pao going to be able to get the advantage to go for the Icicle Crash first of all. Miraidon able to come through. Dazzling Gleam, will we know, be able to get the KO on the Chien-Pao, but Calyrex still able to hang on, in a position to retaliate and try and close up this game one for Patrick.
Dazzling Gleam just not enough at the end of the day. It got fairly close, but then the Glacial Lance here to close it out.
Yeah, that's a very solid KO. Game one does go to our reigning NAIC champ here in Patrick Connors, but we have a set to go through. These trainers aren't out just after one. They have the potential to try and push it to a game three, and Cesar definitely put up a formidable effort in here. You know, really great utility play with the restricted Pokemon, but Patrick just had an edge throughout.
The Trick Room really shifted the momentum of that game, and Patrick did a good job of managing the fake out pressure. It seemed like Cesar was getting the better side of it all throughout the early game, as Calyrex kept freely going for Astral Barrages without kind of respecting the offense on the other side. But ultimately, Patrick executed on the game plan that he needed, which was weakening down the Iron Hands, weakening down the Incineroar, and then letting Glacial Lance close this out.
And I did really like the way both our trainers used their kind of support Pokemon in the form of these Incineroars, bringing them in, trying to go for the knockoffs to remove the Clear Amulet, for example, on the Calyrex Ice Rider, but then also Patrick utilizing the Fake Out and the Parting Shot in the right moments to support the partner Pokemon was really well played. The Calyrex Ice Rider really did steal the show in the end, though. This double KO was a great swing of momentum for Patrick to really close up that game one.
So much damage when you start getting boosts from the Chilling Neigh, have that big threat, have the sort of ruin to lower defense even more. It really turns Calyrex, you know, a lot of the more recent Calyrex in this format have been Trick Room as a secondary strategy, offense as a secondary strategy, to just being something that is very stable on the field. This kind of shows that original Calyrex mindset of get the damage out in the Trick Room and just threaten a full-on sweep.
And we are seeing a kind of shift back to the traditional Calyrex on Patrick's side. You know, it's running that high horsepower, not the Leech Seed that we've seen a lot of trainers pick up in recent weeks as well. So you then have a nice way to be able to target opposing Pokemon like Incineroar being that fire type and dealing some damage out on the field. But speaking of Incineroar, speaking of Calyrex, they're both out front and center for Patrick. And Cesar, you know, bringing the Miraidon and then maybe taking a leaf out of the Treasure of Ruin book and bringing Chi-Yu to the field.
Chi-Yu means that this Miraidon is oh so threatening. If you thought Choice Specs Miraidon in with the electric terrain from the Hadron Engine, getting the Hadron Engine boost was a lot of damage, well, the Beads of Ruin just amplifies it more, which means that you want to put a Fake Out into that spot. You don't want Miraidon to just get to throw out that huge damage. That means you have to deal with Chi-Yu on the other side instead. That's still threatening probably a KO into Calyrex, which may still force a Terrestrialization and a ton of damage down into Calyrex. Now, if you can withstand all that damage, it probably does enable a chance for Trick Room to go up, which could quickly turn momentum back the other way, especially if Chi-Yu has, you know, depending on what Chi-Yu has locked into. No overheat here means that the kind of one-hit KO ability is lessened to some extent, and means that that's probably a viable path through that Cesar needs to be kind of finding the reaction to.
Well, as you said, Chi-Yu can pack a punch all by itself as well with something like a Heat Wave or a Flamethrower. We are going to see the Terrestrialization force through on the Miraidon, so it's going to become a Fairy type once again here, just, you know, removing some of its offensive weaknesses, but also potentially boosting up something like a Dazzling Gleam. It's a Terrestrialization apiece actually here. All these Pokemon getting beautiful and bejeweled out there on center stage here at NAIC as the Calyrex Ice Rider also forces itself into this Fairy Terrestrialization. This is a really good way to try and deal with some of the fire-type pressure that the Chi-Yu could be dealing through as well, as Incineroar finds its mark down on the Miraidon. This is definitely the wise choice, as Chi-Yu just goes straight for the Ruination, finds its mark on Calyrex, Ruination doing 50% to the remaining HP here, meaning that now that Calyrex is in a difficult spot going forward. But at least in this turn, it can go for this Glacial Lance. Not able to get a KO, however, but Miraidon, thanks to the critical hit, now in a very devastating position going forward.
Miraidon's so low after that critical hit. Cesar makes the right play there, goes ahead and goes for the Terrestrialization, doesn't just expect that a Trick Room will be coming out from the other side, and so doesn't need to Terrestrialize. And Patrick may be hoping that it would just be a Dragon-type Miraidon sitting on the other side, doesn't go for the Trick Room himself and tries to get the damage now. But that means Miraidon is out on the field, no Fake Out pressure this turn, full damage potential to just, you know, do so much to either of these Pokemon. Chi-Yu also doesn't fall for the Terrestrialization on the other side, still gets really valuable damage with Ruination, and also means they can mount Ruination the Incineroar before Miraidon moves.
The opposing Calyrex has gone for the Protect, though. If this has been the target from Cesar's side, then Incineroar in a position to try and get some damage out on the board. Chi-Yu just sitting pretty on the field, going for another Ruination and just weakening Patrick's Pokemon one by one. Looks like Miraidon has locked into Electro Drift, but has not been able to find a KO here, thanks to Patrick's Protect on the Calyrex. As Incineroar decides to get out of there, goes for the Parting Shot, reduces some of the potential special attack that Chi-Yu could go for. It is Choice Scarf, though, so it's locked into that Ruination, but I think the critical thing was the guaranteed switch out here. You can then possibly come and Fake Out a little bit later on in this match.
Right, doesn't opt for damage immediately, instead gets the pivot out to Amoonguss. We just saw the Miraidon lock into Electro Drift, so it'll be resisted by Amoonguss. Chi-Yu also locked into Ruination, means that it can't threaten a Heat Wave to get past this. So Amoonguss should be able to redirect both attacks on this turn and give Calyrex a chance to attack. An attack that could be really impactful. It could be a Trick Room to take the speed control of this game and give Amoonguss a chance to Spore once these couple of turns of Electric Terrain that'll be remaining afterwards are gone. But it could also just be a Glacial Lance that's threatening a KO into Miraidon. So I think Patrick's done a good job of kind of diffusing the offensive potential here despite leaving the Miraidon on the field.
I always find Amoonguss to be the #1 disruptive Pokemon, and as you've identified here, it really puts a spanner in the works for Cesar's plan here. You can draw in that Ruination, you can stop your Calyrex from being taken down in this turn, and that's exactly what the Amoonguss is doing here. Obviously, it's going to take a big amount of damage for its troubles, but if that enables the Calyrex to get that setup, it could be a really good play for Patrick. Ruination comes through, connects, will obviously do 50% to the opposing Amoonguss, and Miraidon, we know it's locked in, is going to have to go for this Electro Dress, but into the Grass type on Amoonguss with the Electric Terrain is actually able to get that knockout. So Amoonguss has, I think, fought valiantly in this game too, done what it needs to do, and now Calyrex has to capitalize on this opportunity, goes for that Trick Room in the face of two very speedy Pokemon. Patrick now has the utility to bring in something like the Incineroar from the back. You can go for a Fake Out, you can go for a knockoff, but critically you can start getting the Chilling Neigh boost rolling on this Calyrex.
Yeah, Amoonguss pays a high price for that turn. Between the Beads of Ruin and all the multipliers, Electric Drift probably was close to a 1-hit KO. Was able to easily finish up the damage after the Ruination. But by going for it means both of these Pokemon stay on the field fairly poorly positioned, right? Glacial Lance is threatening to move before Miraidon and get the KO. Chi-Yu can only do Ruination as the last move of the turn, meaning it can't ever really threaten a KO itself.
That's true.
And so Cesar's going to have to find a way to pivot something more potent out on the field. Miraidon on the other side then also has the Assault Vest, meaning that it's bulky into the special attackers that Cesar might have, like the Calyrex Shadow lurking in the back, meaning that if Miraidon goes down like this, it may be a difficult path to deal with Miraidon on the other side.
Yeah, this turn aligns, I think, beautifully for Patrick. As you can see, the Calyrex is easily able to deal with that opposing Miraidon. There's one Pokemon down, one Chilling Neigh boost given out for this Calyrex. And then, thanks to the fact that the Chi-Yu was running that Choice Scarf, Miraidon, in a position to outspeed it, can go for the Draco Meteor, not messing around here, just guaranteeing that knockout. And that's two Pokemon down on Cesar's side. Going to be forced to bring those last two remaining Pokemon in the back, center, and forward. We can see there's going to be the Iron Hands and the Calyrex. Iron Hands are Pokemon that can work relatively well within Trick Room. Calyrex, not so much, and particularly when you've got a Calyrex on the opposing side that's already got one boost up. If Patrick is able to capitalize on that and start getting more damage on the board, it's going to be difficult for the Calyrex to shine.
Right, the Calyrex Shadow in a poor position. I think the Draco Meteor is very interesting. Patrick obviously expecting something else to be in that slot. Very easy to just deal with a Chi-Yu there if that's what you think is going to be sitting there. Draco, though, would have threatened pretty general damage across anything that Cesar could have brought into that slot, whether it was Iron Hands or Incineroar, which you can't do with Electric or Fairy offense kind of as generically. But then because it does just land in the Chi-Yu, it leaves this Miraidon in a much worse spot. Now at -2 special attack really isn't a threat to Iron Hands at all, and so Iron Hands ends up in Trick Room, moving more quickly than either of Patrick's Pokemon, and being a big problem at this point while it's still at full health and they're really not that threatened. The Chilling Neigh, though, going to help at least be some potential damage back.
No Fake Out coming through, just straight away going for the Drain Punch, just trying to weaken up this Miraidon, so maybe Calyrex is going to be able to deal with it. It is running that Focus Sash, so you know if you're Cesar that you were able to take one of these attacks, and now depending on the speed interactions, Miraidon obviously getting there first, going to be able to go for that Snarl. That's a knockout on the Calyrex, weakens the Iron Hands. It's looking really difficult for this Iron Hands to claw back through this match.
Yeah, Iron Hands should not be able to do it at this point. The Glacial Lance, just so much damage. The Calyrex Shadow Rider does not protect itself on that last turn. I was hoping to maybe sneak an Astral Barrage in if the Miraidon wanted to switch out of its Draco Meteor drops, but it doesn't happen. Instead, it's just an easy 2 faster attacks and KO onto Calyrex.
Patrick just closing out this game here. Iron Hands tries to go for the low kick, but to no avail thanks to the Protect on the Calyrex, meaning that the Miraidon on Patrick's side is able to go for this Volt Switch. It will find its mark thanks to Iron Hands typing. It's really not going to be doing too much damage, but I think Patrick is really just setting up the ball position now to start closing out this game.
Yeah, just a very safe way to close the game. If Miraidon gets KO'd there, then you have Fake Out plus Glacial Lance on this turn. If Miraidon doesn't get KO'd, it Volt Switches out, and then you have Fake Out plus Glacial Lance on this turn. Iron Hands can't protect itself, meaning that Fake Out and Glacial Lance will both land into Iron Hands, ending the game. Cesar knows this, and so battle is canceled.
Yep. Pretty clean 2-0 match here for Patrick Hommers, your reigning NAIC champion, trying to retain that title in this Swiss Round 5 match. Incredible plays. I mean, I really love the synergy that was going through that team with whether it was the Chi and Power with the Calyrex Ice Rider, whether it was the supportive Pokemon of Incineroar and Amoonguss helping Calyrex Ice Rider shine, it certainly did glimmer out there on the stage. But Cesar put up a good fight, particularly in that game too, leading with the Chi-Yu out there as well. I was a little concerned at that point.
I think it was a great job from Patrick of identifying the win condition and being able to allow his opponent to do the things that didn't harm that winning condition, right? The Trick Room and Glacial Lance were going to be the eventual path through, and in both Game 1 and Game 2 was willing to give up lots of other things in order to get there. Give up the Astral Barrages in Game 1 in order to get the damage down on Iron Hands and Incineroar that let Glacial Lance close out the game. And in Game 2, it was to allow the big offense from the Chi-Yu and the Miraidon, but know that the offense didn't actually mean Trick Room could be stopped, or the first Glacial Lance could be stopped. And then once the Trick Room went up, it was just easy sailing for Calyrex to close out that game.
And I feel like Patrick was constantly in control of the speed tiers here. You know, as soon as that Trick Room went up, as you said, it really was kind of the ticket to success, and being able to utilize your Miraidon to deal with the Chi-Yu, even in a Trick Room environment, was a really nice controlled play by Patrick here. The Snarl coming through as well, just to get that KO on the Calyrex. Just a nice way to be able to deal with it, remove it from the field, but ultimately I felt like Patrick was in control the whole way through that game. As soon as Trick Room went up, it really was his for the taking.
Right, I think probably had to some extent a matchup advantage. One thing you do not want to see with a very offensive team like Cesar had is Trick Room on the other side.
Yeah.
And Patrick did a good job of finding the way to make sure to execute on that, take control of the game, and just push that advantage.
And I want to talk about the unsung hero of that game too, that Amoonguss. It was only really there for a turn, but if it wasn't for that Amoonguss, the Calyrex wouldn't have been able to be set up for success the way that it was.
Yeah, until Amoonguss hit the field, things looked a little bit dicey because the Miraidon was kind of unleashed to go out with full offense. The Trick Room hadn't gone up. Other Pokemon in that slot might have given the chance for Cesar to still stop the Trick Room from going up. But Amoonguss had the one turn of redirection when it was absolutely crucial, and that was an adjustment between Game 1 and Game 2 to have that opportunity to save the Trick Room.
And I like the foresight from Patrick there, because often you'll think, hey, I'm setting up Trick Room, I want my Amoonguss in Trick Room, you can go for the Spores, it can be so supportive, but actually he didn't even need the Amoonguss in play, so didn't need to preserve it, just kind of said, I need you to utilize the setup, and then the other partner Pokemon are going to be able to take it from here. So Amoonguss, I guess, kind of showing that, yes, it's a good Trick Room Pokemon, but also it has other utilities to enable success in a match as well.
That's why Amoonguss has been a top usage Pokemon for 15 years at this point, right?
So
Whether it's
true.
putting things to sleep, redirecting, healing, it can offer so much and be so flexible to any game plan that you need it in this particular match.
I remember even back in the day seeing the occasional Dynamax Amoonguss from time to time, and there was often a little bit of a rogue choice, but in a certain matchup with a certain alignment, it could get you the victory. I think it's an interesting Pokemon, that one for sure. And I know there's a lot of Brute Bonnet believers out there, but Amoonguss, I think, is still showing why it is, you know, the best.
You're an Amoonguss originalist. You want to keep the real form.
Yeah, definitely. I don't know. I think it's Brute Bonnet's tail. It kind of always is a little unnerving for me personally. But it has got utility as well with the Sucker Punch. The priority is always really nice on Brute Bonnet, but I think Amoonguss is just that tried and tested combination that works.
Yeah, definitely impactful in that match, showing why it can have such an important place on so many teams.
Yeah, but Incineroar, again, you know, the #1 usage Pokemon out there for a reason. One thing I really liked about both these trainers is they had, obviously, the Fake Out and the Punning Shot kind of combination, but that knockoff as well is a move that's really come back onto Incineroar. Because I find Incineroar's one of these Pokemon that suffers from the fact that you can only have 4 moves on it, because it gets such a wide variety of moves, whether it's offensive, whether it's supportive, and sometimes it can be really difficult for our trainers to select which 4 moves are going to be on there. Knockoff kind of fell off for a while, but since we got back into Double Restricted, I feel like a lot of trainers are bringing it back on, particularly for that Clear Amulet.
Right, it's helpful to get rid of Clear Amulet or to threaten damage against the Calyrex Shadow Rider that's on so many teams, and it's meant the Fire move has gone by the wayside. We see very few that actually have Flare Blitz at this point.
Yeah, that's true. There's maybe the Koraidon to run that Flare Blitz instead, but I think it's time to maybe hear from our reigning NAIC champion about how they felt that Swiss Round 5 match went. Let's kick it to the interview. Take it away.
Thank you, Len and Lou. I'm here with Patrick Connors, our Round 5 winner and our defending champion at the North America International Championships. First of all, congrats. 5-0 start so far. How's the day been going so far?
Day's been really good. I kind of came into this tournament with, you know, the goal of just building the best team that I could and playing my best Pokemon, and right now I'm doing that, so can't really ask for more.
Exactly. Let's talk about the team. Miraidon, something we see a good amount of, one of the strongest Pokemon. I want to hear about the Iron Treads. We didn't get to see it so far just yet. Really cool Pokemon. What's kind of its role on its team?
Iron Treads' main role is just to give us some fast burst damage, and it also serves to kind of make the mirror a little bit more doable. Whenever a lot of Ice Rider and Ice Rider and Miraidon teams are running Terra Fairy, you have a really good pin with the ground and the steel coverage, and you can also remove your own terrain for the Amoonguss to also take advantage of that as well in the mirror. So I usually use Treads mostly to optimize the mirror, make it a little bit more in my favor than it is for other opponents. And it occasionally comes to matches like I just played where you have like a Miraidon and a Chi-Yu, but I didn't think it was the correct adjustment to make, and it worked out pretty well, so.
Yeah, I can't complain about that one. You got the Assault Vest on your Miraidon as well. A lot of times we'll see the Choice Specs, even Choice Scarf popping up. Why the opting for, more of a bulky version?
You didn't really get to see it for this set, but my team isn't really built around my restricteds. It's mostly built around Ruination, Qianpao. So the whole concept that I kind of came up with this team is that Miraidon typically runs specs, but the biggest downside of specs is it's a bit predictable. Like even in my game 2, I was able to get in Amoonguss in there comfortably, and I knew it could take a drift at least if it was at full, not after Ruination, of course. But the Assault Vest allows me to have a much bulkier Miraidon than other teams, but instead of having Grimmsnarl to make it even further bulkier like a lot of the specs teams have, I have my own way of breaking down the bulkier teams with the Ruination. And because of Pal's speed stat and Miraidon also being pretty speedy, you can often Ruination and Volt Switch and functionally KO almost anything in the format. And for me, I thought specs was a little bit too predictable, and I like to be able to make reads and change up my play whenever need be. And I want to keep my opponents guessing, and it's harder to make them guess whenever they know what you're locking into.
Of course. I love Ruination is something we're seeing popping up a lot this weekend. We saw it on another Qianpao, obviously the Chi-Yu you just faced, a Ting Lu earlier on in the day. What do you think that's a response to in the metagame?
Grimmsnarl. And whenever it sets up screens pretty much for free, and you can have your Ice Rider, your Shadow Rider do like 30% to something, you really need something to just get consistent damage off. And a fast Ruination Mon always guarantees 50% health from full health, unless it misses, the 10% of the time it can, right? But that guaranteed damage really helps you play into those really slow teams. It's also really good into like the Lunalas. It breaks its Shadow Shield pretty much stronger than anything else would. And it just makes Grimmsnarl a lot less of an important factor. Like, even though I've played Grimmsnarl, I don't think anybody brings it into me because of Ruination. And that allows me to kind of have a bit of, like I said, information advantage in any matchup with Grimmsnarl.
Love that. Makes a lot of sense. Got to find a way to break through those screens somehow. I'd love to talk about your run last year. So you are a defending champion, 2024 NAIC winner. And that was kind of your first huge finish, and you became this IC champion. How has that kind of affected your mindset playing through this season and then prepping for this event?
Early this season, I really kind of struggled with a lot of imposter syndrome because I didn't think I was good enough to win. So this season's been a lot of me just kind of convincing myself that I'm good enough to do it again. And I've had really solid results. I've had, especially in this new year, my first 2 events I went to, this is my 5th event of the season. My first 2 events, I both went 5-3. I wasn't confident in myself, was making plays I wouldn't normally make, and just wasn't playing my best Pokemon. But since the new year, I've gotten a top 4, top 32, and then let's see what happens today and tomorrow, this weekend.
Of course, well on your way, 5-0 so far. I know going into the event, you were 75th on the leaderboard out of a possible 75 for that Worlds invitation. How do you think your chances lie so far?
They're as good as ever. I think I did that a little intentionally. Got to be an underdog again, even though I'm reigning champ, right? So, yeah, I feel comfortable. I don't feel any pressure. I love playing good Mons, and that's my only goal. Come out here, play some good Pokemon, and have a good time, and that's what I'm doing, so no pressure. Feel pretty good.
Glad to hear it. Thank you so much, Patrick. Congrats again on your 5-0 start. We'll give you some time to get ready for round 6. We'll take a quick little break here in New Orleans with some more NAIC coming your way later.
You can turn it like 90 degrees towards the camera.
There you go, yeah. Yeah, that looks amazing.
Okay, that's much better, yeah.
Thank you.
Regardless of how you play the game, just to have fun. I've made so many friends in this community, and I'm currently a VGC judge, and it's the best experience that I've honestly ever had. And as long as you're having fun, it really doesn't matter what happens throughout the day.
The best piece of advice I was given from my friends is just to relax and believe in yourself. It's just tapping on a screen, don't overthink it. Just calm down, relax, take that deep breath, and tap away.
Set a tangible goal for your first time and stick with meeting that and allow yourself to be, happy with achieving that tangible goal. And if you do anything better than that, then it's just a cherry on top, but at least you know that you came here, you did what you came to do, and you can just kind of leave knowing that you accomplished something, then you can be proud of that.
So the best piece of advice I've been given by a friend when playing Pokemon is being okay with losses. Something that's really helped me out is seeing like, it's not really truly a loss unless you can't learn from it. And so even through your losses, like, oh man, my attack didn't do as much damage. Great, now you can use that for the next game. Or like, oh man, this opponent used a really cool Pokemon. And actually, I've been inspired by my losses to use some of my favorite Pokemon of all time. So yeah, be okay with winning, be okay with losing, because at the end of the day, it's about learning and evolving.
It could also be a fighting type move. Drain Punch at you too, and that's also a one-hit KO there. So an amazing.
Follow me.
No, follow me. Encore is actually gonna.
He's going to be into that Ogopon, and it is enough.
Oh no! Enough! It's a one-hit KO.
Hi trainers, welcome to our Move Spotlight series. Today we will be going over healing moves and items. During normal gameplay, Pokemon centers heal our Pokemon for free. Now, we can't bring a Pokemon Center with us into battle, but we can give our Pokemon items to hold, or even teach them moves that regain health. Let's start with items. There are many healing berries that Pokemon can hold, which have different effects in battle. The most popular of these is the Citrus Berry, which restores 25% of a Pokemon's health when it drops to below half. It is often given to bulky Pokemon like Amoonguss to help them stay on the field for that extra turn. Watch out, however. If you're facing a Pokemon with the Unnerve ability, it can suppress your Pokemon from eating berries until it leaves the field. If berries are not to your taste, try some leftovers. This item heals a fraction of your Pokemon's health at the end of every turn. It takes 4 turns for this recovery to equal a citrus berry, so it is given to Pokemon that can hang around for a long time, such as Dondozo or Terrapagos. But items are not the only things that can heal your Pokemon. Many support Pokemon will carry moves to restore health. Let's start with one of the best supporters, Amoonguss. Amoonguss gets Pollen Puff, a move which can either damage opponents or restore its teammates' health. Combined with Regenerator, an ability that lets Amoonguss restore its own health upon switching out, this has the potential for infinite health. Outside of Pollen Puff, Pokemon like Clefairy and Sinistcha get access to Life Dew, which heals both itself and its partner. There is also Heal Pulse, which Clefairy and Indeedee can learn that is targeted healing. But if you don't wish to use support Pokemon, you can try self-healing moves. Roost, Strength Sap, or Rest are just some examples. Rest will cause your Pokemon to fall asleep for 2 turns, however, so be prepared to survive those 2 turns. For trainers who like to play more aggressively, there's something for you too. There are many attacking moves which heal the user by a percentage of the damage dealt. Iron Hands with Drain Punch and an Assault Vest can sit on the field for days. And then there's the friendly Ogopon with Horn Leech. She loves to be paired up with Rillaboom, a Pokemon that sets grassy terrain which heals all grounded Pokemon by a fraction of their health each turn, the same as leftovers. Knowing when to heal and when to attack is key to succeeding in battle. Master these, and your opponents might just think you've got your own portable Pokemon Center.
I am here with Meowth, and we're playing a little Pokemon This or That Water Pokemon Edition. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
All right. Araquanid or Pelipper?
Pelipper.
Pelipper or Quillfish?
Quillfish.
Quillfish or Kingdra?
Quillfish.
Quillfish or Floatzel?
Quillfish.
Quillfish or Wugtrio?
Quillfish.
Quillfish, Quillfish is crushing it, or Poplio?
Ooh, he's so cute. Quillfish.
Quillfish or Sobble?
Quillfish.
Quillfish or Gyarados?
Quillfish.
Quillfish is destroying this right now. Quillfish or Greninja?
Quillfish.
Quillfish or Squirtle?
Quillfish.
Quillfish or Psyduck?
Quillfish.
Quillfish for the win. Throw me a plush. Oh, Bidoof. Congratulations. Huge winner.
Shout out to Monroe. Good luck, you guys.
Bye.
We are here with one of North America's top VGC trainers, Brady Smith. Brady, you're looking fresh. You're feeling fresh. Or I should ask, how are you feeling coming into NAIC this weekend?
Well, I feel like you encapsulated perfectly. Fresh is the absolute word. I just got a haircut, trim my beard, just a little light touch up. You know, I kind of got my theme kind of going. I just had to like get a little touch up. You know, no neck beards today, but. Anyways, though, for the tournament, feeling real good, though. So thank you for checking out. Thank you.
Yeah, and you made a post online about the mentality coming into this weekend. Obviously, this is a celebration of the season, but it's also stressful for the players that are in that bubble range of potentially missing or qualifying for the World Championships by just a couple points. You find yourself in that category right now, and you talk about that mentality, maintaining positive throughout your positive message throughout each round. Like, how are you going to do that in this tournament when there is so much pressure on the line every round?
Okay, that's a really good question. So for me, the way I take it is if I don't reach the threshold, I personally don't believe I deserve to play at Worlds. You know what I'm saying? It's like, and I kind of already accepted that weeks ago whenever I started my prep. I was like, like it's a realistic chance I might not make it. You know, I'm betting on myself. I think I can. You know, I wouldn't come here if I really didn't think I could. But the way I see it is like, I'm just going to give it my absolute best, just take it one game at a time. And, you know, it's like, if I do good, I make Worlds. If I don't, it is what it is, you know, but I'm going in to win it, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not just showing up to, like, do the bare minimum of qualify for Worlds. You know, like, I'm trying my absolute best today. I've put a lot of prep, so we'll see how it goes, of course, tomorrow. You know, fate will decide, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely. So, looking forward to this weekend for NAIC. You know your bar. What bare minimum, what do we need to see out of you this weekend to see you in Anaheim?
Okay, bare minimum, I'm in a really good spot. I'm not going to lie. I need to get top 512, which is literally, I think I got to go X4 or better, which I'm not, you know, like, come on. Like, okay, like, maybe making day 2. If I'd make day 2 with the pressure beyond, but going X4 or better, the last time I've done that, I haven't gone less than X4 at a tournament, you know, in my entire career of this video games I've been, you know, started. So I'm hedging my bet in the fact that I am probably going to make it, but at the same time, you know, you never know. You know, I'm not going to assume I do, but I am focused on winning. So I'm not going to lie. What was the actual question you asked?
No, that's what we were looking for. We want to know that range. So you have a really good range. So let's use an arbitrary person. Let's say somebody's watching right now. They need top 64, let's say, to qualify for the World Championships. What type of mentality, what type of advice would you use for them for a team building purpose? Would you go into an event, let's say you needed top 64 to qualify for Worlds. Are you building a team that you think can win the entire tournament? Or are you building a team that you think is maybe a little safer, a little more generally strong, that can give you a better chance at securing top 64?
That's a good question. So basically, between going for something more proven, more sturdy, versus going for something that you think you can win, I used to be more of a sturdy kind of guy where I used to always want to go for the most reliable, consistent stuff. But my new philosophy is like, go hard. You know, it's like I'm showing up here to win. You know, it's like, why would I go here if I don't think I can? It's like if you need a top 64, what I would recommend is like, you know, go hard. Your practice will be your show tail. It's like if you are doing good in practice, your practice reps, you're doing games, putting in the reps, as long as that's going good, it should translate here. Of course, there's the whole competition self, you know, just because you do good in practice doesn't necessarily mean it's going to translate, but that's a whole other element of the game. But you don't want to focus on that. That just reveals itself in tournament day. If you got it, you got it. If you don't, you don't. But all you can do is just get the reps in and just trust you've already done the work, and then trust in yourself and your capabilities is what I would say. So, but yeah.
Okay, and obviously you've been to so many international events at this point, especially ICs all across the globe. You're always coming around. You're always playing Pokemon, but that's only a certain portion of the weekend, right? You always have fun with friends, do things in our great cities that we visit. So what advice would you give to anyone watching that has not attended an international championship yet for the fun things outside of just playing VGC that you can really make a memory of the weekend?
Network. Talk to as many people as you can here. The more people you meet, the more doors are open. I don't even make any plans. People just go to me like, yo, you want to do this? I'm like, sure. Like, that's because I've, been here for a while. But if it's your first tournament, I would just recommend talking to as many people as you can. And the baseline is respect for the game. It's like, if they kick your butt while you're playing, just be like, ooh, you know what? I respect this guy. I'm going to try to talk to him. Maybe I can learn a few things. Who knows? Maybe that guy knows a guy, and then that guy knows another guy. Boom, you're in the plans. It's that simple, but that's my approach.
It's that simple. I like it, Brady. All right, best of luck this weekend. Hope you have some fun here in New Orleans. We're going to be right back with more Pokemon action when we get back. Thank you, Brady, for the very insightful interview here this weekend at the North America International Championships in New Orleans, Louisiana. All of the trainers going for that goal of getting their automatic qualification towards the World Championships in Anaheim this summer. Only 4 players this weekend can do that. I have 2 of them right here that are hoping, fingers crossed, they end up there. Joshua Lorsi, Sohaib Mufti. We got a little tri-state, moment at this point. Combined 9-1 record between the 2 of you, so you guys are doing pretty well.
Doing all right. I mean, 4-1 on my side, but the better player, Sohaib, is 5-0.
Yeah, it's just cannot believe it. Haven't played in 4 or 5 months, and just coming back and going 5-0 feels amazing.
Now it's also emotional with the 2 of you because we go back in time. We use that past paradox time machine, Professor Churro style, and you both played together in your first NAIC at the same time.
Yeah. So we actually traveled together. It was an experience to say, but I think I top cut my first national. 2016 I top cut. One of the 2.
We'll make it work.
One of the 2. But it was an experience. But I'm glad me and Sohaib have been able to keep that longevity from playing. Competing with these newer players, these younger players is it's work.
Definitely an amazing challenge. 2015 was our first NAIC, and now the challenge is night and day. The players are way more prepared, and each game is a lot more fun and challenging.
Yeah, I feel like 2015 US Nats at the time, right? You sit down round 1, your opponent might have a Mega Altaria or something like that, right? You're just you don't know what you're going to run into. Now, every round, your opponent might be 2 and 4, and they're running Cowrex Shadowrunner, Zamazenta, Urshi Rillaboom, even the whole field has really evolved as players over this last decade.
Yeah, it's definitely similar to sports, like basketball, for example. We evolved over time with basketball, and now with the video game, as information is being passed along and there's more resources to actually get better at the game. I mean, anybody could be good at this game at this point, I think.
100% agree. Back in the day, you could take time off from Pokemon and come back and still be on the top, but now it's if you're not constantly practicing, you will be your skills will be outdated, you can say. Everybody else will have passed you. There's so many people that I've known from last year that were starting out, but now they're playing amazingly. So.
Yeah, and I think from your guys' perspective, we're always talking about the players on the bubble, right? The ones that are trying to get in. And going into this weekend, you knew you needed that top 4 or better, hopefully fingers crossed, right, to get the world's qualification. So how does that impact your mentality when it comes to team building or your performance? Every time you get crit or every time you miss an attack, it's more and more intense because you need such a high bar to clear.
From a humble perspective, I mean, I'm going against the best of the best, I feel like, playing. But at the end of the day, I know who I am. I'm Joshua Lorsi. I've been doing this for 10 years, so it's just another game of Pokemon for me. Every round is just another game of Pokemon. Top 4 is definitely what I need, but I know it's definitely obtainable.
100% agree. Couldn't have said it better. Just change his name to mine, but he said it perfectly.
I like it. It's you just say, good answer. Copy, paste. Exactly. All right, so we'll ask you first this time around. So you can't just copy. What's your team? What's your duo? You don't have to tell us, secret information or anything like that, but why are you performing so well right now if after taking a couple months off, you're currently undefeated?
Honestly, a break is always nice. When I came back to practicing, it was with a more fresh perspective. And just watching all the regionals from home just gives you time to really evaluate what's evolving in meta, and just that helped me a lot into building the current team I'm using.
And then Josh, I know you're a big grinder. You get a lot of sets and a lot of experience with the teams that you're using, but you take some breaks as well, right? So how are you able to turn that switch back on where you're going from living life, you're not playing VGC every day, to I'm practicing, I'm preparing for a tournament, I'm all locked in. How do you flip that switch back on?
The switch, the way I flip my switch is I hit up my friends who are playing the game every day, all day, and I'm like, yo, let's run, let's play. And then I ask for information and stuff like that. I got Poke Alex, I got Brady, I got others on speed dial. So for me, I got that, that little
networking that Brady was talking about.
Yeah. But I was actually supposed to run Brady's team this weekend, and I couldn't get one of the Pokemon in time, so I ended up running something that I switched my team last minute, basically. So yeah, I don't know. It's working.
Now, obviously, it's a new format for format for all of us here with the double restricted, right? And we spent so much time with the single restricted. Now we're doubling up the field here. How do you feel about the competition? Does it feel like the different players, if you played players from different regions today, are playing differently, or is like it's just Pokemon's just the same? Doesn't matter what region, what meta you're used to facing.
To be honest, this is a weird day. Like I've been playing different archetypes like every round. I don't have a feel on the meta or what's good. I think it's important to run comfort. Like I like fake, everybody knows I like fake out, Calm Mind, and redirection. That's my thing. So if I see a team that fits those lines, then I'm gonna run it, you know? I can't run Terrapagos, unfortunately, because it's not that great right now. But I do have something that plays very similar to it, and it's been working well. Like I said, I just got the team like yesterday, and I'm 4-1 today, so you know that's the one thing that's good about being an Unk in VGC. Like the concepts don't change, but the Pokemon do, if that makes sense.
Yeah, like the legacy skill from prior generations of playing the game, you still remember how Incineroar works, how Rillaboom works, and even though there's new threats like Miraidon or you know different Pokemon, Fluttermane, whatever, you know how to handle those tools.
Yeah, so as long as that aspect stays the same in VGC for the most part, I'm always going to be somewhere in the leaderboards if I'm playing. So.
And I also like, I feel like you looked up like a little equilibrium balance in the dictionary. It'd be your face. You love those balance cores so much.
Listen, I love going to timer. I love playing to the last minute. I just love it. That's just me.
Now, so how have your matches been going? Anything crazy? Anything you weren't expecting?
Honestly, I've been playing against everything I was expecting. Everything I tested against, I ended up facing that. But the only thing that has been different is like the EV spreads. Like for example, start of the season, everybody was running bulky Koraidons, but now they're running Jolly and like much more offensive. So that was something that caught me off guard. But like except that, like every team is the same. It's just you just have to like readjust a little bit. And yeah, it's just been going very smooth so far.
Now, when you're playing or when you're team building and ready for a tournament like this, do you guys, when you're making teams or when you're texting Brady, you know, asking, do you accept certain Pokemon that maybe are fringe Pokemon? You're like, my answer, I don't have a great answer into this random Pokemon, but it looks like it's only going to be on 3% of teams. I'm just going to hope I don't face it. Or do you try to adjust to have like as many options for these fringe Pokemon that you might not be expecting to see?
I think I guess for the most part, I'm running a balanced style of team, and where balance excels is it's any matchup feels sort of playable because you could outplay your opponent, and certain matchups feel good, and there's going to be definitely some matchups that feel bad, but you have that capability. If you have the capability of outplaying your opponents and knowing how certain teams play, there's always a match that you could win.
Yeah, 100% agree. That's why practicing with your team is the best because in this meta, we have like so many good Pokemons that can do good things. So you need to know your team better, good enough that you can figure out your lines and your matchups, like how to play that against that team in like a couple of minutes. So definitely like, you know, just practicing a lot with your team makes like those fringe Pokemons much easier to deal with.
Now, you guys, two of my favorite guys to keep up with at all our events, but you obviously got big groups that you work with, friends that you travel around to these regionals with. So before we wrap up here, I want to give any shout outs to any of those friends that help you on your journey to currently 5-0 and 4-1.
Number one, shout out to Clinton. Clinton is my guy. That's Kaiser online. Thank you for everything. Shout out to Mom. Shout out to the friends. And yeah, man, I'm just here to game, have fun. We're in New Orleans, so the food is good. We're in a community full of great people playing VGC, TCG, whatever game you play. Like, it's just great to be here. You know, the atmosphere, just playing what we do and doing what we love.
Same here. Shout outs to my friends and families. Special shout out to Arcel. He couldn't make it here, but like he helped me so much with this team. Cannot thank him enough. Shout outs to Walter and Danish and my friends and family, all the other friends that are supporting me, and the friends that got me these Pokemons. I really appreciate you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Shout out to my brothers back home, Dion, Justin, I love y'all. Those are my brothers, and that's it.
Hey, that works. That's good. I want to get you guys have your shout outs just in case you never know. All right, I'm going to keep my fingers crossed. I'm going to hopefully spoilers, you guys are going to face in top 4 with your Worlds invite. It's already secured. That's why it's not stressful anymore.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
100%, let's do it.
All right, cool. Thank you, Josh. Thank you, Sohaib. We're going to be back with more Pokemon action.
Hey Pokemon fans, Adam Skarzig Watson here in the lounge at NAIC, and I'm joined by a couple special guests, a power couple who have been dominating the Asia League, Ira and Wancho. Ira, what's it like playing with and competing against Wancho?
It's been fun. We play in the house, and then we play in major tournaments, sometimes against each other, so it's been fun.
And that's great that you found a partner in not just Pokemon, but in everything. What's that experience been like, just learning Pokemon and being able to compete with, essentially your best friend?
Nothing beats it, right? Nothing beats being able to wake up next to the best testing partner you can get, right? And then, again, she's so amazingly talented, and I feel like she just picks the right decks, and the luck just rubs off on me.
It sounds like a really solid partnership, kind of talking about decks together, testing them. Who do you say has the most success picking the right decks, Ira?
I think it would be me, because I usually pick the top meta decks, and Wancho usually picks rogue decks. And so this season, he picked meta decks, and he's been winning, and he was champion for nationals, right? But the prior seasons, he would always go in with a rogue deck, and I would always place higher than him.
Yeah, see, I can understand how that would definitely end up in some stronger results for you, Wancho. And for this season, since you've been so dominant, is it just part of this partnership, or is there another factor that goes into how many tournaments you've been able to top cut and win?
No, yeah, I mean, I think Ira got it right. A lot of the times I like to play fun decks or whatnot, and because I'm not chasing for my world invite the past couple of seasons, I'd be like, I want to play Roaring Moon. I'm gonna put an Iron Hands EX. I'm gonna get so much Twitter clout, and then not perform. But then this season Ira kept me grounded. Even though I wanted to play so many wacky decks like Zoroark EX, or maybe even Poison Moon, for example. Ira would say, maybe we should try and actually play good decks. And sure enough, it did translate to results. And then, at that point, I'm like, you know what, let's do it. Let's go chase for the invite around mid-season. And it ended up working out.
Yeah, it definitely sounds like you had your work cut out for you, reining in his rogue deck tendencies. I tend to do the same thing. But tell me how this kind of Pokemon partnership began, and you got together and started competing as well.
So I would say pretty new to the game. I've only been playing for a little over 3 years, and I got into the game by watching Wancho's streams. He started streaming on Twitch, and so I was his moderator there. And I learned the game through watching him play PTCG Online, and then PTCG Live. And that's how I got into the game. And then we tried some tournaments. I did pretty well in the first one, and it kind of just continued. And then now it's a family bonding thing that we go to tournaments together.
That's the dream, right? For sure, to just meet and have a shared love of Pokemon and be able to compete and just learn, improve, and grow as players. And now you're both qualified for Worlds. What even harder next season?
Oh, you know what? We're taking it one step at a time. Like I'm fully focused on this year's World Championships. Not just for me, again, it's with my family. I want to make sure, especially my son, my kiddo. He's not here right now, unfortunately. Hi, Aiden. I'm sorry we couldn't bring you, but he has his invite already too, right? He's in the World Championships as a junior. He's 9 years old, and this is gonna be his first time in even just traveling for a tournament. I want to make sure that I can be the best coach, dad, Poke Dad I can be for him. Make sure he can at least have a good time. So I'm fully focused on that. After the World Championships, we'll have to see what happens next season. a lot of times I cast the national championships. You know, that's why I can't earn my invite. That's where most of the points come from. So we'll have to see what happens then.
A whole world qualified Poke family. I can't believe it. But when it comes to your plans for the next season, is that going to be the same thing, or maybe chase your own invite really hard, Ira?
Yeah, I think I agree with him. I'll take it one step at a time. This season, I really tried because last season I missed it by one slot. So the previous season, each country in the Asia circuit, they only sent 4 representatives. And I was 5th place. And so I made it a point that this season I'll really try. I'll attend all the events that I can. I'll prepare for the events. And sure enough, it worked this season. So Wancho's 1st place in the rankings, and I'm third place in the rankings. So we're both going, yeah.
That's honestly just so heartwarming. The fact, and especially the way that you came back with a vengeance and got that slot and qualified. Because I know that in other regions it can be very difficult to get these slots. And was there any specific thing that you focused on to improve, or was it just a numbers game for you, or was there something you had to change to get that next tier of rating for yourself?
I think it's really, it boils down to more preparation. Before I used to just show up to a tournament, but now I make sure that days before, or sometimes even weeks before the tournament, I really put in the time and prepare for it. Because again, I was so close the previous season, and that was really, that was heartbreaking a little bit. And so I said, maybe, and so I'm happy to be able to achieve the goal. So for now, I'm happy. I'm enjoying. I'm here in the U.S. I'm, having a good time.
I'm glad you didn't give up on yourself and that you managed to make it all the way here to SD. What do you got, Wancho?
Oh, you should have seen it at the start of the season. She was so scary. She was like, "No, I'm going to win." The determination in her eyes, it was there. No, our very, very first tournament, she was locked in, and she was just like, "I'm going to get the world championships."
And then our first big tournament is like the biggest one. I scrubbed out. So in Asia, if you get 3 losses, you're out of the tournament. You can't play anymore.
They don't let you run it back?
You have 3 lives, so you're out. And so if there's 8 rounds and you go 0-3, for example, you're just out. You can't play anymore. That's how ruthless.
That does sound pretty ruthless. You have any stories with that, Wancho?
No, that was just a very scary day.
I know when you're winning together, you also have to lose together. You have to practice together and prep together. And I'm so happy to hear that your Poke family's prep and bond has paid off. And thank you so much for sharing your story with me and with our audience at home. And I wish you the best of luck here at NAIC. And we're going to kick things back over to some Pokemon action soon. So don't go anywhere.
Yeah, Adam, how soon is now? We are ready for even more Pokemon action here in New Orleans. And Scott, I just love, and I love to see when 2 people, incredible people, are doing well at Pokemon. Wancho and Ira there. Incredible story from the both of them. Great to hear from Adam and all of them about that.
Yeah, Wancho's a great guy too. We get to see him backstage every once in a while he's casting the TCG stream, so I was rooting for him. Glad he did so well.
Absolutely. And eagle-eyed viewers may have noticed that we are getting set up for our next round of Pokemon here in New Orleans, Louisiana, and at the North American International Championships. No clue yet on who that's going to be, but let's take a look at some of the important things that we've had going on in this tournament. The current Swiss rankings, our 5-0 players, top 16 here. Some players we've already seen on stream, like Simone Sanvito in our very first game of the day. Also seeing Patrick Connors, the defending champion here in North America, as well as other previous North American International champion Alex Gomez Berna is also here at 5-0. So many top players right here.
Yeah, I was kind of been really impressed to look at the pairings the last couple of rounds where there's so many big names near the top. Kind of a really fun mix of teams they're using too, where certainly a number of players using exactly what we were expecting. Some stranger things too. Scovillin is still undefeated somehow, where I don't think anybody had that on their bingo card, probably including its trainer.
Yeah, we actually, that matchup we may see on our notables in just a moment, but that is Michael Zhang will be playing Michael Kelsch later on in this round of Pokemon. So Michael Kelsch will get to see what that Scovillain does, and that will be a very fascinating matchup. But look at all these incredible matches we have going on, but we just could not pass up the opportunity for two of the top players in the European region, and specifically in Italy. World champion Luca Ceribelli up against three-time international champion Marco Himanta Calidora Silva. How could we pass that over?
Yeah, we like to ham up how good these matches are sometimes, but for once, for real, I think if ever there was a World's Top Cut preview sort of feeling match in a Day 1 Swiss, this is going to be it. Two of the very best players in the world. Really excited to see this battle between them and kind of how they navigate this, right? I think it's a tough format to kind of get an advantage over your opponent in, so it'll be cool to see how two of the best ever try to, edge each other out.
Absolutely, and I would watch any one of these matches here. We have Francesco Piopera versus Sohaib Mufti, who we just heard from needs that top 4 finish for the auto qualification, and currently undefeated, feeling good, well on his way to making that happen, but we'll have to get through another powerful Italian trainer in order to do so. Eric Rios versus Kyle Livinghouse, that was another one that I would have loved to have been able to see here. Tim Edwards, finalist in the European International Championships last year, up against Gabriel Barrios. And a few of these players we have not seen a whole lot of. Like, I'm looking at that second match here, Tianshu Ren versus Hans Pizarro, both of them at 5-0. And of course, Hans Pizarro representing Peru and the LATAM region, doing a very good job of making a case for breaking into their qualifications.
Yeah, and hey, maybe that's a big first run for them. Prior to their big finishes at ICs, I don't think any of us had seen too much from Patrick or from Tim, and now it seems like we see them in these slides all the time, right? We've proven to be top-tier players, and yeah, there's always new trainers joining that group every year, so as always, it's kind of fun to see that dichotomy. Will it be a known quantity that wins, which tends to be what happens at the IC level, or will this be one of those events where we get surprised like we see a lot more often at the regionals?
Absolutely, and that's going to be something that you'll have to follow over the course of the entire weekend. This is the last opportunity for players to qualify for the World Championships, the final event of our regular season. So everything is on the line for all of our players. Now, we have to talk about this matchup between Marco and Luca. I can't think of two stronger trainers that I would want to see here, except for maybe also throwing in Wolf here. We have a defending world champion, and we have this newly crowned 3-time international champion in Marco, the only person to have ever won 3 international championships, and doing a pretty good job of making it 4.
Yeah, I think the body of work over this whole generation on the Pokemon Scarlet and Pokemon Violet games for these two trainers, it's hard to think of anyone who's kind of the same level other than Wolf, where Marco, the 3 internationals is pretty crazy, but even Luca, I was kind of going back and looking at his season after the World Championships. I think I had not quite realized how dominant he had been up to that point, where just every tournament these trainers show up and perform so well.
Absolutely, you can see them on the stage getting ready for their round 6 matchup. Going to be an exciting match here too, because we have two very different style of teams. On the side of Marco, we'll have that Calyrex and Zamazenta style that we've been seeing a little bit, but Luca bringing it back to sort of the start of this double restricted regulation with the Miraidon and the new Lunala, this time with the Electric Seed, so keeping with that sort of classic original combo here.
Yeah, I'm kind of excited to see this. We don't get to see a whole lot of this sort of Team 2 with both the Tailwind and the Trick Room options. It's mostly a Dr. Aaron trailer. I feel like we see this sort of thing from a lot in the North American region. And I think often we see this team either it goes really well, or you kind of get speed sandwich, or you can't quite get control well enough. I think on Marco's side of the field, it's a little bit more of a defensive team captain than we see, where Luca's probably going to be able to dictate play a little bit more, or if he wants to go slow with the Trick Room, he'll probably have the slowest Pokemon available, or the fastest with Tailwind, where it's a little bit more just slugging it out on the other side.
Yeah, and some important call-outs here on Luca's side. There is the Assault Vest Incineroar, which has been absolutely picking up in the dual restricted, but I'm also looking at this Choice Band Urshifu. This is a Pokemon that has also been very, usually it's been in the past it's been the Mystic Water, then it became Focus Sash. Now in the double restricted, you need the extra damage that Choice Band allows Urshifu Rapid Strike in order to get those KOs with Surging Strikes, to maybe get KOs with Close Combat and do generous chip damage with that U-turn.
Yeah, the trade-off of that, of course, no capacity to protect or detect is more common on that Urshifu. We saw previously when Michael was here how powerful having the protect option was, so always some trade-offs. And on Marco's side of the field, we get more of that traditional team core. We talked about it a little bit when we were going over his player profile before, but a relatively conventional version of this Calyrex Zamazenta team with the Hearthflame Mask Ogerpon being the main switch up here instead of some other more traditionally supportive Pokemon in that slot.
Yeah, no Chan power or anything here as well, so just leaning in with the power of Calyrex and Raging Bolt. And I remember at the start of this regulation, a lot of players were obviously excited about the combination of Calyrex, Shadow Rider, and Zamazenta. And there was sort of a joke that you could always tell which Calyrex Shadow and Zamazenta players started as Calyrex Shadow players and which started as Zamazenta. And this is a Calyrex Shadow Rider team. You have the fake out grinder of Incineroar and Rillaboom. You have even the nasty plot on Calyrex, so even further back into that throwback Calyrex. But also here has the Dark Terra type on that Pokemon as well, instead of either the anti-other Calyrex tech of normal Terra, or something like a fairy typing and sort of the original throwback of Draining Kiss.
Yeah, I kind of wonder if on Marco's side of the field, it might be good to be a little bit more of a Shadow Rider-centric player here, where Zamazenta's got a sort of awkward matchup here, where does a little bit better against the Assault Vest Incineroar than the supportive version, but Miraidon can dish out the damage a little bit. Urshifu can ignore the defense boost. Ursaluna at least has the type advantage. Lunala nothing to wide guard, and I guess is the alternate wide guard restricted Pokemon itself. But that may be okay, right? Where Rillaboom pretty good in this matchup. It's always a powerful Pokemon in this format, but particularly good against these Miraidon teams where you can try to get the terrain advantage, and then or you could use Raging Bolt and just use the terrain yourself. So a very pickable group of Pokemon for Marco here, even though the Zamazenta side of a team maybe doesn't have quite as advantageous of matchups.
All right, well, we are heading into this incredible round 6 matchup. Marco Silva versus Luca Ceribelli. That's going to be the Zamazenta and Rillaboom for Marco, while Luca will lead with both restricteds, the Miraidon and the Lunala. So immediately setting up big damage potential from the Miraidon, but going to lose this terrain after activating the Electric Seed on Lunala thanks to the Rillaboom's grassy terrain.
Yeah, pretty exciting start to this game here where you have 4 Pokemon in the field and 3 restrictions apply, all but 1 restricted Pokemon immediately out here. Rillaboom having that terrain advantage is pretty big because of that, you're likely going to want to try to cycle this Miraidon. Maybe you could try to get something cheeky, threatening the fake out, lots of fun options. The flip side, of course, is that Zamazenta does not like threatening a ton of damage into that Lunala slot, so it's a little freer to do whatever it wants to do. Perhaps especially if this is a transition into the Trick Room, which would be pretty hard to oppose with this group of Pokemon.
Yeah, no way to prevent a Trick Room, but also opting not to prevent any damage coming out from the Miraidon on Luca's side. Dealing just a little bit over half damage to the Zamazenta. Squish, the Zamazenta takes Miraidon down to just about a quarter of its health, while the Moongeist Beam from Lunala doesn't pick up the KO. The Zamazenta hangs on with 1 health, and Miraidon also just barely hanging on after that U-turn from the Rillaboom. Both of these trainers do not want their both of these Pokemon don't want their trainers to be disappointed.
Yeah, potentially both sides getting some great information here as they both narrowly survive those attacks. But once again, we see one of these situations where a low HP Pokemon doesn't quite get knocked out. And Calyrex doesn't mind that too much, right? As the option now on this next turn to go on the offense here. Lunala not really going to enjoy that either. It still has its Shadow Shield ability intact, so it's not like going to get one shot or anything, but it's still not liking facing down this Calyrex and going to require some quick switches for Luca, although with the Pokemon we see in the back, has quite some interesting options for switching into a Calyrex.
Oh, but there is no way to avoid the guessing game here of is it going to be the Psychic or the Astral Barrage coming out from Marco's Shadow Rider. Of course, the safest switch being the Incineroar because it can resist at least the Astral Barrage, but opens itself up to damage from the Zamazenta. So very interesting positioning here as Luca will retreat the Miraidon for that Incineroar. That will get an Intimidate down onto the Zamazenta, which will prevent even more damage to the Lunala from, for example, the Heavy Slam that Zamazenta is running, as we see our first Terrassalization of the game. That's going to be the Lunala, goes into the Fairy typing. Now potentially weak to a Heavy Slam from the Zamazenta, so good call there to make sure that you are lowering the attack of that Pokemon to protect your Lunala. There's the Astral Barrage. Decent damage to both Pokemon considering the Shadow Shield ability with that Life Orb. And the Zamazenta does follow up with the Heavy Slam, but the Incineroar's Intimidate allows Lunala to handily tank that. Ooh, and that's a Moongeist Beam into the Zamazenta. The Calyrex was open to a big Ghost-type attack, but did not go for it. Luca instead just cleaning up the Zamazenta.
Yeah, probably nothing too upsetting there where, the low HP Zamazenta kind of being checked by the Lunala, getting off the field helps a little bit. Gets a decent bit of damage where now only like one more little tap and you're putting it in knockout range for the Calyrex at least, or maybe you play it a little bit slower and try to hit it twice. And also, offers a air quotes free switch, or nothing free about giving up a KO, but sometimes better than having it. Yeah, especially at a restricted Pokemon. But yeah, I mean, still, having it out in the field where it's kind of not creating a whole lot of favorable board position could be helpful. Taking some time here to think about the Pokemon coming in here. It's going to be the Incineroar coming in, going to drop an Intimidate on its opposite number, and threaten to fake out on this Lunala, who's now no longer immune to fake out as a now Fairy type Pokemon.
Yeah, absolutely vulnerable to fake out on both sides there. The Incineroar or the Lunala potentially able to protect that Calyrex just a little bit. Still no Terrestrialization used on Marco's side, so there's always the option for Calyrex to Terrestrialize into that Dark type and protect itself from some of this damage. Incineroar will retreat for Luca, however, going to continue to cycle Intimidates and cycle Fake Out Pressure. That's going to be the Ursaluna switching in here on Luca's side, going to tank that Fake Out from the Incineroar, while Psychic from Calyrex will connect onto the Lunala. That's good damage, but 7 hit points means Lunala hangs on, and that means this Moongeist Beam will absolutely connect into that Calyrex. That's going to be a easy KO after the Life Orb recoil and 4 times super effective damage.
Yeah, we've seen some matches this weekend where, I guess weekday, where, the restricted Pokemon went down early and the positions in the back were still good enough where the player could come out on top, but that's going to be tough. Both restricted Pokemon down now. Ursaluna getting burned for free. Rillaboom going to come here and, enjoy the very end of its terrain, but there still is that Miraidon in the back and the Incineroar who's now going to be able to come in, probably intimidate these Pokemon unchecked, and could very feasibly even start cycling some Intimidates here. Just an excellent start to the game for Luca. Critically surviving twice now with low HP, allowing him to make some very favorable trades.
Yeah, all of these Pokemon have been hanging on by just a thread after all of these big hits from the restricted Pokemon. Ursaluna, like you mentioned, will opt to switch out in favor of the Incineroar to start getting those Intimidates down onto the 2 physical attackers on Marco's side. Luca has some pretty weak, Lunala's only got 21 hit points right now, is the fastest thing on the field though, which means it gets to fire off this Moongeist Beam into Rillaboom, deals just a little bit of damage back to it, but will be traded for that Wood Hammer as Lunala goes down. The first Pokemon that Luca has lost in this game. And Marco Silva, unfortunately, with just the Rillaboom and the Incineroar, is going to be struggling really hard to break through this Miraidon in the back.
See a knockoff there, so at least getting to remove the item, but since it's the Assault Vest, wasn't really doing anything against either of these Pokemon anyway.
All it did was weaken a future knockoff.
Yeah, which, oops. Miraidon going to come in here and going to gain control of the terrain for the remainder of this matchup. Could potentially matter a little bit, really just stopping the healing in what otherwise is going to be a little bit of a slow end game, but a very favorable position for Luca. That Incineroar is going to be very difficult to defeat, not going to have any way to avoid the Miraidon getting at least one more attack off as well, though I'd assume we will see a Volt Switch here in order to get at least one additional attack after that, and even the Ursaluna sort of an interesting spot where if you were to knock out this Rillaboom, it could kind of come in and finish off the Incineroar for you, so just a matter of prioritization, right? Especially now that we've seen this fire terrestrialization, the Incineroar on Luca's side no longer looking so offensively gifted either.
Well, that's just going to be an Electro Drift into the Incineroar. That will be a one-hit KO, but the Rocky Helmet will trade damage back on to the Miraidon, which was at such low health from the previous turns that it will go down to the recoil. That means that it's going to be Rillaboom with this Wood Hammer, dealing a pittance of damage to Luca's Incineroar, and has the Ursaluna in the back. So this Flare Blitz actually dealt pretty good damage into that Fire Terra Rillaboom. No chance here for this Rillaboom to be able to come back against both of these Pokemon.
Yeah, the struggle here too is I don't know if Grassy Glide would be enough to knock the Ursaluna out. If you Woodhammer, you're going to be forfeiting the game by knocking yourself out here. The disadvantage of the recoil. We're going to see it though.
Well, after the Intimidate's even not enough to KO the Ursaluna, even with Woodhammer. The benefit is you don't knock yourself out. Incineroar gets to do it with a critical hit knockoff as Luca Ceribelli will defeat Marco Silva in Game 1. That's going to mean that Marco is going to need to make some changes here to keep up with the pressure that Luca was putting on.
Yeah, I'm curious if the trainers learned that their Pokemon were trained, maybe their opponent's Pokemon were trained a little differently than they're expecting, or just kind of like didn't get the reads they're hoping for here. To me, it seems like both trainers were playing pretty quickly there. I kind of wonder if they haven't scrimmed this matchup a few times before where I feel like they weren't being thoughtful, I guess, but it just like it felt the tempo of this didn't feel super game one-y to me.
Wow. Just back to back to back, single-digit health survives on all of these Pokemon. Really made the difference there, just being able to continue to hang on for one extra turn, get one extra Volt Switch off, get one extra Moongeist Beam off, especially there, able to take out the Calyrex. And Marco was playing so aggressive with that Calyrex Shadow Rider, never even, never clicking the Terrassalization button, saving that for the Rillaboom by the end. Leaving it very vulnerable, and at one point, Luca just had to say, okay, if you're going to give me the Calyrex, I'm going to take it.
Yeah, I mean, I actually kind of like the reads on Marco's side, even though they didn't work. It seemed like he largely got Luca to make the plays he wanted to make. It just, it turned out the math didn't actually work to convert those plays because he wasn't able to pick up the knockouts. I think that's kind of interesting how this sets up the second game, right? Where Luca maybe doesn't need to adjust so much from that end where like the path that they took led to him winning, but I don't know if he's going through the game feeling like he necessarily like won the reads where either, A, it's like the Pokemon really were trained in a way where you always survive those and like it's kind of a team diff, or B, you gotta be a little careful, like, okay, well, like, he was a little bit in my head maybe, or if it wasn't a bait and he got away with it. So like, do you play a little more aggressively this game, kind of assuming that you get the same pace for Marco? Does Marco try to slow it down a little bit, maybe try to get some chips so he actually picks those knockups out? But we see a very similar start to the game. On one side of the field, well, it's the winning player who does make the adjustment.
Yeah, that's going to be the Choice Band Urshifu and the Whimsicott for Luca going up against that Zamazenta and Rillaboom from Game 1 from Marco. So opting to have, or at least threaten a Tailwind mode here from the Whimsicott and making big adjustments to the Pokemon that were brought. That means most likely no Ursaluna and also no Incineroar in the back, or leaving one of the two restricteds at home.
Yeah, I'm really interested because Incineroar was such a great tool for closing the game last time. But I think maybe that does hint to us that perhaps that game did not go quite the way Luca was hoping it did in the first game, making a larger adjustment here. Unlike Marco, we're getting to see the audience here that it is Incineroar that was left at home. So, hey, these two physical Pokemon would not have liked to see Incineroar come in. We'll have to see if Miraidon can make the same difference. This time switching in after the Rillaboom and getting control of the terrain to start out the match.
Yeah, gaining control of the terrain, so important for this Miraidon, and also important for Marco and the Rillaboom as Rillaboom switches out for Incineroar. Marco says, hey, I'm not going to leave the best Pokemon in the meta at home. I'm bringing Incineroar every time, and gets an Intimidate down onto that Choice Band Urshifu, and forces the Terrassalization out of that Pokemon with the Fake Out pressure from that Rillaboom. So here, Luca has now a Ghost Terra on the Urshifu and will take a heavy slam to the Miraidon on the switch-in. The U-turn, though, means that it will just be able to bounce back, take a little bit of Rocky Helmet, chip damage, and then we'll see what Luca wants to bring in next. Could bring in the Whimsicott for Encore Pressure or Tailwind, or could bring in the Lunala and potentially get that Electric Seed activation off.
Whimsicott is the one coming in, so maybe trying to deter a potential fake out here. Otherwise very effective against this Choice Specs Miraidon, although we saw, Zamazenta could do some significant damage with the body press, but probably not threatening a knockout yet. And we also saw, you kind of mentioned the Terrassalization being forced on Luca's side of the field, but also there was the switch forced on Marco's side of the field, kind of paying the tax of having won the turn one terrain battle, knowing that Miraidon likely coming in, so then Rillaboom has to go right back out in order to be threatening that switch in again. Doesn't necessarily have to do it right here since the Miraidon's in trouble and we see the fake out instead.
Ooh, critical hit fake out into the Miraidon as Whimsicott will lock Zamazenta into Heavy Slam. that will prevent it from dealing good damage to the Miraidon, but does still threaten the Whimsicott, which takes this Heavy Slam for a one-hit KO. The benefit here is that it will likely force that Zamazenta out after this turn, because it just can't do anything to this Miraidon if it's locked into Heavy Slam.
Yeah, maybe not the worst thing in the world. I mean, obviously, we'd love to get the tailwind up before you get knocked out, but Whimsicott, not taking exerting a whole lot of offensive pressure, and now that this Zamazenta has kind of been weakened by being forced into this non-optimal move, you got to do something with the switch, right? Just having to switch yourself isn't a great way to cash in on that. So now the Miraidon with the correct terrain, at least for now, although the odds of a Rillaboom coming in fairly high when you're forced into switching anyway. And Lunala also in a position where it gets an attack off here, but facing down Incineroar, no longer being threatened by an Encore, although I guess it wouldn't have been anyway as a Dark-type Pokemon, in a tricky but advantageous spot.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting because, it feels like Luca has put himself into the speed sandwich if we consider that there could be a Calyrex in the back for Marco. There will just be the switch in for the Incineroar. Rillaboom comes in to set up the grassy terrain, leaving the Zamazenta on the field. Happy to start continuing to hit those heavy slams potentially into that Lunala, at least break the Shadow Shield there as the Rillaboom comes in. Little bit of chip damage onto Lunala as Trick Room will be set up. And now we're in a kind of an awkward position here for Luca.
Yeah, this is not like the most ideal of Trick Rooms where Miraidon, such a speedy Pokemon, likely to be moving last now, and with only the Urshifu left in the back, that's a pretty dangerous switch as well. You really don't want to let either of these Pokemon get a hold of it. Zamazenta, I guess, not going to do like huge damage, but even without the type advantage, a Wood Hammer would really hurt here. No way to get the train back for this turn.
Yeah, well, there is the big Wood Hammer coming in from the Rillaboom. The Electric Seed doing a lot of work to protect Lunala from that damage, as it will fire back a Moongeist Beam right into that Rillaboom. Good damage onto that as well, as Heavy Slam continues to chip away at that Lunala, and the critical hit through the Electric Seed defense boost will knock that Pokemon out. Potentially a turn before Luca really would have wanted that to happen, as the Electro Drift will connect onto Zamazenta for a little bit over 50% damage there. But now, because of that critical hit, Urshifu is forced into the game.
Yeah, and critically, the Miraidon is forced to stay in as well, not going to be able to try to get an Electric Trade back. Might have been a little challenging in this situation anyway, but Rillaboom going to win the Terrain War this time, and again, high potential. It's still slower / faster than the Pokemon on the other side of the field, able to threaten one more big Wood Hammer, and might even survive the recoil from doing so and kind of critically force one more attack to go into its slot.
Yeah, I think it would still have enough health to survive the recoil damage from Wood Hammer. And we've already seen that the Rillaboom was slower than Lunala, so most likely, like you mentioned, still the slowest thing on the field. So going first here in Trick Room. And that's going to be really difficult for Luca. Did not get a whole lot of value out of that Whimsicott at all, and instead is just kind of on the back foot. Maybe if that critical hit hadn't come through, the timing would have been a little bit better, but without it, the timing is just a little bit off for Luca here as Marco goes for the Terastallization into the Water type.
Yeah, always a little cheeky when you're going for the Water Terastallization in front of a Miraidon, but maybe going to be enough here to survive this Surging Strikes, get one more attack off, and that could be enough for Marco to be in a position where the game is relatively closed.
Yeah, these Surging Strikes are not enough to break through the now Water-type Zamazenta as it shrugs off that damage from the Choice Band Urshifu. Body Press into Miraidon will not pick up the KO, but it will also still survive this turn, as Miraidon will just follow up with a Electro Drift into Rillaboom, but not enough damage once again. Every little piece of hit points counts for these games.
It seems like some very defensively trained here Pokemon here, and yeah, that's a big deal, right? Where even though there would normally sort of be the threat of, I guess you can't even Aqua Check, it's choice. So yeah, I mean that's tough. We're gonna see the Forfeit get locked in here, and that was a bit of a disastrous game too for our defending world champion. We see him switch up his strategy from that first game that he had won because things were a little bit shaky, but I didn't really see what he was going for there, right? He had both of his speed control options, wasn't able to use one, the other one actively worked against him, and we kind of see the weakness of these mixed speed control teams. It's great if everything lines up the way that you want it to, but your Trick Rooming without the Ursaluna even selected that time did not look so good.
Absolutely, and the Whimsicott, like you mentioned, I'm not sure what Luca was going for there, because all of Luca's Pokemon are outspeeding the important Pokemon on Marco's side without Tailwind. So you're really looking at getting, Moonblast pressure and Encore especially, which is really powerful when you have a bunch of fake out users like Rillaboom coming in. And of course, like you mentioned, Incineroar can't be Encored, but clearly Luca had a plan there with the Whimsicott, but just couldn't quite make it happen.
Yeah, I mean, the critical hit may have mattered there, right? Where I guess I might think about this a little more. I think the assumption is that the final Pokemon is a Calyrex. If you can very easily double tap that under Trick Room, kind of just eliminate it. So the game probably much closer than it looks there, where if it gets on the field, it probably doesn't make a difference. However, there is still 2 Pokemon remaining on Marco's side, and even though the Calyrex would have been relatively easy to deal with, that does still potentially require 2 targets. Only one if it's in Urshifu in an optimal situation, maybe. And yeah, that was a lot of actions that Luca just didn't have remaining there. The flip side, at least briefly, the Whimsicott sort of got him into a better position there. But yeah, I wonder if maybe there was a one Pokemon selection difference would have made that a little more advantageous, or just trying to play a slower slugged out game, because in the first game, I think Incineroar did such a good job of controlling the Rillaboom, who I think is a really critical Poke of this matchup. And yeah, I think you probably either need the Intimidate or to be a little bit more militant about making sure you win the terrain battle.
Well, Luca has opted not to win the terrain battle here in Game 3, going back to Game 1 leads with the Miraidon and Lunala. The electric terrain will be set. Activate Lunala's electric seed to boost its defense, which has been really critical for Luca's team. That Lunala has tanked so many physical attacks thanks to that electric seed, but will lose the terrain immediately as Rillaboom will set the grassy terrain with its grassy surge.
Yeah, so it's interesting where even though the train battle went to Marco, we kind of seen this is the formation that worked for Luca the first time. We've seen there's a little adjustment from that Game 1 plan, where somewhere between Game 1 and Game 2 on Luca's side of the field, where Marco's, I guess we don't even know exactly what his plan was. It's possible Calyrex did even come last game, although I would assume it's fairly unlikely.
Yeah, absolutely. Would be a very big... Would have been a big play to leave Calyrex at home in Game 2. But we are going to see Whimsicott coming back in here. That's going to tank a Fake Out and tank a Body Press from the Zamazenta. And oh boy, Luca got what he wanted. Those are 2 juicy Encore targets right now as Zamazenta takes that Moongeist Beam.
Yeah, I like this a lot more. It's a very awkward position now for Marco to play out. We have to be concerned about either side potentially getting Encored. The Moongeist Beam could do a bunch of damage out of these Pokemon. Luca also has the option, instead of bringing that Miraidon back in, kind of knowing these pressure these Pokemon, is likely to see some switches, could at least temporarily get the terrain back and maybe prevent any cheeky Grassy Glide trying to sneak in there. But yeah, once again, neither side really has a major advantage here. Rillaboom is going to exit the field, and we'll have to see what comes in.
Well, we are going to have the Incineroar coming back out on the field. Happily tanks and most of the attacks coming out from Lunala. Of course, though, Marco is not running the Assault Vest variant. It will be instead the Rocky Helmet as Encore connects onto the Zamazenta, locking it into Body Press. Still deals good damage to Whimsicott, but Whimsicott is able to hang on. And critically, that means that Zamazenta can't do anything to this Lunala but take Moongeist Beams to the face.
Yeah, I think that's a nice little play there. Zamazenta definitely in KO range of this Moongeist Beam, although close enough where a number of switches, perhaps in Grassy Terrain activations, could allow it to get out of that range much later in the game. For now, though, probably going to need to switch out here. So, yeah, what can Luca do to take advantage of that? The Incineroar also looks a little bit awkward where that Shadow Shield isn't broken, but you could also try to go for a knockout with Fake Out if it wanted to on the Whimsicott.
Yeah, the powerful Fake Outs into a Whimsicott, but not going for it, will instead go for a bigger attack with the knockoff, as Moongeist Beam from Lunala will connect on to that Rillaboom on the switch and finally force the Zamazenta out now under Tailwind, and actually not going for an attack at all, instead the Parting Shot. If Incineroar can't fake something out, it will just get out of the field, make way for one of the other Pokemon in the back.
Yeah, kind of a meaningful Parting Shot, too, there. That's probably already enough where if Marco wanted to bring Zamazenta back in, although it doesn't really make much sense here, would have the option of surviving a Moongeist Beam now. So it would be the Calyrex, who would take significantly more from a Moongeist Beam, but also threatening a lot more damage and could try to pick up the knockout on that low HP Whimsicott.
Yeah, but now the Tailwind has been set up, so Luca has the speed advantage even against this Calyrex Shadow Rider on Marco's side. You can see this is a little bit of what Luca wanted in that game too, just couldn't quite position it.
I think on Marco said you kind of want to slow play this too, right? Where eventually you would like to take the knockout on that Whimsicott. I think taking it this turn is probably too soon, where I would give Luca a free switch where he could really try to take advantage of this, where I think probably more likely is he like protect him the Calyrex, try to cycle the other slot, maybe slow things down a little bit and try, maybe the second to last turn of Trick Room or something, you go for a knockout.
Well, that's going to be the Whimsicott protected by Switch, and the Incineroar makes an appearance once again. Critical Pokemon in Game 1 to control the damage output of that Rillaboom, and even the Incineroar and Zamazenta on Marco's side, countered by an Incineroar of Marco's own. So Rillaboom intimidated, Luca's Incineroar intimidated, and now this parting shotted Lunala will be able to start going on the offensive. Goes for the Terastallization. That is the Fairy Terra type to resist any Dark type attacks and boost the Moonblast, which will be could deal good damage to that Incineroar even through the parting shot. Targeting instead is onto the Incineroar on the switch in, so gets a little bit of decent damage there as Rillaboom will bounce back once more. Revolving door style into Marco's hands as the choice between Zamazenta or Calyrex here to stall out these turns of Tailwind.
Yeah, it winds up kind of just being a little poke onto the Incineroar. Kind of a great job by Calyrex there. It doesn't actually do anything, but its presence does kind of encourage that Lunala to change its typing there and get the Terastallization out of the way. And I kind of feel like this is sort of what we've seen from these Tailwind Trick Room teams a little bit, where like, you gotta get in the field, you get your speed control up, and then, oh, I'm fighting against Incineroar and Rillaboom, and nothing's really in any danger of being knocked out, so it doesn't matter who's going first.
Yeah, there's no danger of anything being knocked out, and I don't even know if I'm going to get to play a turn.
Yeah, we're slowly but surely here, and I think, I think in general that's probably to Marco's advantage. Not only is helping stall out this Tailwind a little bit, but the Grassy Terrain healing the Pokemon on Marco's side of the field. He's taken more damage, and I think also damage on more important Pokemon. So, the low HP Whimsicott probably not going to be able to take any attacks the rest of this game no matter what, where the healing on Marco's Pokemon could really make a difference as this game continues on.
Yeah, absolutely, especially if that, that Zamazenta was within range of another Moongeist Beam with the parting shots and with Grassy Terrain healing, especially if Marco can reset the terrain after it expires after this turn. Pretty good odds there for Zamazenta to be able to get at least one, maybe two more attacks off unless Miraidon comes in, and that opens up the other offensive threat on Luca's side to that chip damage and being whittled down by this really sturdy core on Marco's team. Finally, though, the Calyrex Shadow Rider will Terastallize into the Dark typing. Marco will not be allowing any free Moongeist Beams here, doubly so with the Fake Out. So Lunala will not be able to move. Calyrex gets an Astral Barrage off onto both of these Pokemon. Lunala and Incineroar tank it pretty well, even with that critical hit on Incineroar. You can see all of the help that the Assault Vest is offering there, as Incineroar will retreat, and means that now Luca has an opportunity to either bring back in the Whimsicott and set Tailwind, or take control of the terrain once again.
Yeah, Miraidon potentially getting a pretty free shot here. Been a lot of cycling, but U-turning instead of going for perhaps a knockout there, knock off there, which maybe Marco was expecting, going to allow finally control of the terrain, at least for half of a turn here, although I think it's fairly likely we'll see the Rillaboom come back in. We are on the final turn of the Tailwind, so Lunala and Miraidon sort of threaten a big offense, but there's a caveat to both of them, right? The Lunala's taking that parting shot, the Miraidon has to play around the potential of a Rillaboom coming back in, and the Calyrex still sitting there being a little cheeky. We've seen it dodge a Moonblast twice, once by switching out and one through the help of its partner faking it out, and Luca's going to have to get a couple reads right here to take advantage. For now, switching Lunala out and resetting that parting shot debuff.
Yeah, important for the Lunala to maintain its offensive options as it loses its defense boost from the Electric Seed by switching out as well. Incineroar will switch in, Marco's Calyrex will switch out, and that means that there is the Rillaboom once more coming in. As soon as Miraidon joins the field, Rillaboom comes out to meet it. And here goes Luca. Has the opportunity to go on the offensive now because Marco has gone for a double switch. No damage coming out from Marco. Instead, Zamazenta coming out now, trying to sneak in some extra healing, but no good. Volt Switch will pick that KO up. Zamazenta finally goes down.
Sort of an interesting situation, though, where as much as it might have been nice to try to get the Zamazenta healthy enough to do something again, this is a pretty critical free switch. Whimsicott almost certainly going to go immediately for a Tailwind here, which you could try to stop, but also a free switch for Marco's side of the field, right? Where you just go for something like bringing Calyrex in here and maybe just like double attacking and seeing if you can move your way out from there, maybe picking up a couple of knockouts.
Potentially, but critically, by switching the Lunala out to both reset its offense and defense, Incineroar got to come in. So there is also fake out pressure on the Incineroar side, meaning there is nothing safe here. You know, now that the Calyrex has terrestrialized into the dark typing, you can see Marco is having to make some really difficult decisions because this positioning is what's going to matter the most.
And you know, I said earlier it's unlikely that the healing on the Whimsicott was going to make a big difference.
I think it does now.
We were half joking before about the option of a big fake out going for the knockout. I think that the Whimsicott is now safe. You know, perhaps the world's biggest critical hit fake out could actually be game changing here. But Whimsicott probably with that covert float will not flinch to a fake out and should be able to survive it with this amount of HP. And yeah, I think one more Tailwind potentially puts Luca in a pretty good spot. So it's been a long and grinding game. That first Tailwind didn't get a whole lot done other than removing the Zamazenta and forcing both sides terrestrializations, but perhaps that second Tailwind is really going to be the one that gets this game closed out.
Yeah, and that is sometimes what's important about these teams. If you can preserve your Whimsicott to get the second Tailwind up, that's when you can finally start going on the offensive. But I love this play by Marco to go for the nasty plot instead of going on the offensive. That means Whimsicott is stuck on the field and Luca's gonna have to waste time repositioning, and Marco got a huge boost right there.
Yeah, it's a non-conventional use of the Dark Terror type as well, but Whimsicott, much like the Incineroar, unable to use an Encore onto this now Dark type Calyrex.
Incredible.
And it's a great move too, right? Where a knockout is certainly to Luca's advantage. Now if his Tailwind turns being wasted, do you try to go for a hard switch here? Do you go for a Light Screen? Maybe you go for a super effective Moonblast, which would be powerful, but maybe not super impactful. On Marco's side, you could now just go for a Protect on the Calyrex if you think that Luca's going to be afraid of switching one of his own restricted Pokemon in. You'd love to get your own Rillaboom back out because there's at least a small window here where Miraidon would be able to take control of the train again. But Marco's did a really nice job of slow playing this one. Kind of just, it's not, you don't necessarily get ahead by taking knockouts in this game. A really masterful play there by not getting greedy.
Well, and a really safe play there to go for the Light Screen to set that up to negate a little bit of the damage of this now boosted Astral Barrage. But it's not enough. That's a double KO onto the Whimsicott and onto the Incineroar. And that means that it's going to be Lunala and Miraidon coming in under Trick Room and under the Light Screen, while the Calyrex is now at +4.
So you said Trick Room, but it's Tailwind. But I think you're thinking the right place because we're in sort of an interesting situation here where I think if there was no Trick Room on the Lunala, the endgame to me is pretty simple. On Marco's side, you switch the Rillaboom out, you protect the Calyrex, you go for a fake out of the next turn and just start launching Astral Barrages. The counter to that is trying to find the right time to get a Trick Room perhaps on Luca's side, really take advantage finally of that to get your Lunala slower than the opposing Calyrex. However, we saw what happened previously where then it just caused the Rillaboom to win the game. So we'll have to see if Luca can finish this one off this time. Now at a Pokemon disadvantage with a speed control advantage against a Calyrex with 4 levels of increased special attack.
Yeah, that is so scary, and the Light Screen will be doing something, but it may not be able to do enough here. Is really threatening, though, to have Tailwind and the Electric Terrain up.
The other thing to keep in mind here is that there is still the Wide Guard threat from Lunala. So not quite so simple as just hitting the buttons. There will be some trading necessary here, but definitely some mind games. The Calyrex is going to give up the boost, though. I love that play in the sense that likely not what Luca's expecting, but that's a big, big give.
Yeah, it takes a really strong and confident trainer to give up your +4 Calyrex and just switch it out. This Electro Drift will connect onto the Rillaboom, deals good damage thanks to the Electric Terrain still being active. And here comes the Terra boosted Moonblast from Lunala, connects onto the Incineroar on the switch in. Almost picks up the KO, but not quite enough, and Rillaboom is able to switch out with the U-turn, bringing Calyrex back out on the field.
So it's a little painful, but this will give Marco a path toward getting the terrain control back. And it's a little bit more dangerous than perhaps that he would have hoped, where you'd love to go for a fake out here, but if you do, it's like a fake out switch is a pretty tough play to make here. We're going to wind up taking a bunch more damage, so it'll be exciting to see what Marco goes for, but does get the Rillaboom out. Only 2 Pokemon remaining, so the option for the train control, we'll have to see what he'll have to pay to get it.
Exactly. Will it be the Incineroar? Will it be the Calyrex? What will it be that Marco has to give up to regain control of the terrain? Will it just be momentum? Just switch one of these Pokemon out into Rillaboom and give up one of your turns here in these final turns of this deciding Game 3.
Yeah, I think obviously the Calyrex is the great prize if you can get it here. Would remove all of the speed control related complications, but this is just such a tense turn. Rillaboom could feasibly come into either slot. It is the Calyrex, the more likely play here, I would say, with not wanting to risk such a powerful Pokemon. The train going to swap. The damage from Miraidon going to be decreased, and we'll get a little bit more healing, perhaps, in what has been a very defensively oriented set.
Yeah, but the healing goes both ways. The Lunala and Miraidon will also be gaining health back from the grassy terrain. There's the Electro Drift into Rillaboom. Still good damage. I think Rillaboom might be able to survive one more Electro Drift after this grassy terrain recovery goes off, though. And once more, threatens fake out pressure onto both of these Pokemon. Could allow that Calyrex to get back in as Tailwind peters out here.
Yeah, really going to need a little bit more damage here, where, especially with the light screen still up, just the Calyrex is not in a position where, even if we're to come in safely with Trick Room expired, where I think you could reasonably expect it to clean the game up. Even a tiny bit of damage could make a big difference. Miraidon not the most defensively sturdy Pokemon in the game, but Lunala kind of is, especially with the light screen there.
Yeah, and this is a really awkward moment to have the Incineroar and the Rillaboom out. You are able to threaten to prevent Trick Room with Fake Out here. Ooh, but actually just a helping hand coming out from the Incineroar onto the Rillaboom. That's going to be a helping hand Fake Out. Deals big damage. That would have knocked out that Whimsicott, I tell you what. As the Electro Drift connects onto Incineroar, and that may be exactly what Marco wants and needs, a free switch in to the Calyrex in the back.
Yeah, I'm not sure I've ever seen a helping hand fake out before, but extremely correct play though, right? Needed to fake out the Lunala in order to give the Rillaboom one more action the next turn. Incineroar had no path toward acting normally anyway, so why not take a little bit more damage that fake out, potentially putting it in knockout range for a Astral Barrage on the next turn, and allowing Rillaboom to attack once more, likely with a Grassy Glide, to further weaken one of these Pokemon and try to open the door for Calyrex to steal the game away from our world champion at the final turn.
All right, it all comes down to this last moment here. If Calyrex is able to pick up these KOs with Astral Barrage, I believe we still have a turn of Light Screen left, or it may be just faded. I may have missed that reading there, but if we have Light Screen up, you're tempted to block and stall just a little bit here.
Yeah, and don't forget there's still the threat of Wide Guard, right? You can't just safely click an Astral Block. Maybe you make the read like, oh, he knows that I won't, so I will. But yeah, I mean, also, big single target option, right? You can't really ignore either of these Pokemon. We've seen the damage Rillaboom can do. Lunala is certainly in range of a Wood Hammer and perhaps even a couple of Grassy Glides. So important for both sides to get the read right. This could all come down to this turn.
Here's the Wide Guard from Lunala, protecting both the Miraidon and Lunala from the Astral Barrage. Grassy Glide from Rillaboom connects onto Lunala, not enough to pick up the KO, and the Astral Barrage hits into the Wide Guard, which means Luca is able to fire off another huge Electro Drift from this Miraidon. Of course, it does not have the electric terrain, which means it does not have all of the huge boosts attached to it. Connects onto the Calyrex, and not enough! Calyrex Shadow Rider once more with single-digit health, hanging on for dear life and hanging on for the undefeated record for Marco Silva heading into our 7th round of Swiss.
What a fascinating situation. The light screen will expire, and we wind up in a strange situation here where a Grassy Glide from Rillaboom on this turn would knock out the Lunala. However, only 2 turns left of the Grassy Terrain, which may be just enough. And the Calyrex, we've seen a number of items of this Pokemon, often focus sessions. This one is a Life Orb. It's right at the point where Recoil could potentially knock it out. It's going to Protect because of that. See if it can have its friend Rillaboom pick up a knockout first.
Yeah, Protect here, get the recovery on the Grassy Terrain. Lunala with another Wide Guard just to make sure that there are no sneaky Astral Barrages, as Grassy Glide will pick up that KO onto Lunala. This will likely end up in a situation with Calyrex Shadow Rider staring down a solo Miraidon as this Electro Drift will connect onto the Rillaboom here. Actually, Rillaboom hangs on all of those turns of grassy terrain, adding up, and Marco is going to get 2 shots at this Miraidon to deal the damage that he needs to win this game.
Yeah, well, this could be really exciting if the Rillaboom is knocked out there. Looking a little safer now. Calyrex will survive now its own life orb, so it's going to need to be targeted, as will this Rillaboom. Now it gets to use its more powerful Astral Barrage with no wide guard available.
That's big damage, that's 10 hit points, and that's not enough to survive the follow-up from Rillaboom as the Electro Drift from Miraidon connects down onto the Calyrex, picks up that final little bit of HP as Marco Silva knocks out the world champions. Miraidon here advances at 6-0 here in our Swiss rounds.
Yeah, it's Woodhammer going to come down now, finish this match off for paperwork's sake, but it was kind of all determined that previous couple of turns. What an amazing match between 2 of the very best players in the world.
And that's exactly why they're 2 of the very best players. That's why when we saw that matchup on the pairings, there was no question. And this is what's so great about the Italian community. You can see both of them talking about this match, going back and forth, working together, and, just 2 brilliant Pokemon minds right there.
Yeah, I think it was a really masterfully played set as well. Some interesting adjustments at both sides. I think a really fantastic third game, which just felt like such a wonderful way for that set to end. Some great positioning back and forth, kind of seeing both sides make some reads, both sides lose some ground, and then really just came down to making the right reads at the end there. I think both sides working toward really cool end games. And wow, this format can be pretty cool when it's played at this level.
Absolutely, this was such a fun set. Coming in a little bit late on the replay here, Luca had gotten quite a bit of damage onto that Zamazenta, just the chip adding up over time. This double KO setting up the end game that we had there with Luca's Miraidon and Lunala, trying to face down the 3 remaining Pokemon that Marco had and making it so close. Having both fake out users and the ability to take control of terrain immediately felt like it was going to be really hard for Luca to come back there, but Luca played out of his mind to get into a good position, but Marco just a little bit ahead, and that's what's so fascinating about these deeply positional teams, especially on Marco's side. It's all about getting the timings right exactly down to the turn.
I thought it was funny. Pokemon at its most chess, right? Where we see a lot of matches where it seems like they're over very quickly because we see big knockouts. This is completely different, right? Both sides playing conservatively, not giving up anything for free, just trying to maneuver in situations where they had checkmate, right? And I just love that, right? To me, this is what high-level play looks like, where you're not risking the game needlessly early in the game. You're playing until you have to make those risks. And we saw some fun reads earlier in this set where a couple times Marco really could have gotten punished, I think, especially that first game, and I think that was really well played to know when he could take the risk. But even the Terastallizations, right, and they came out they weren't immediately massive value the way we see sometimes, but they were correct, methodical plays to get them in great positions to avoid losing the game and to keep working toward a win condition. I think that's the other thing we see sometimes in matchups like this one with these sorts of teams, where it just seems like the players are successfully keeping their Pokemon alive, but they're not really working toward anything. It's a very clear path in this one. What a great match.
Yeah, absolutely. Sometimes you see people switching out that very low HP Whimsicott, and you're like, what are you doing? You don't need that Pokemon anymore. But Luca got so much value out of it later, but then Marco just had the positioning right away. I can't wait to hear even more about this match directly from our winner, Marco Silva. Let's take it down to the stage where Lou is standing by to talk with him. Take it away, Lou.
Thank you very much, casters. I have the absolute honor of being joined on the stage by the winner of that last Swiss round, Marco Silva. Huge congratulations locking in your day 2 here at NAIC. How does that feel?
It feels really, really, really great because in the last tournament I wasn't able to perform really well. I ended up going 5-3, so it's great that I'm able to finally get day 2 again.
Well, the crowd was definitely loving seeing you up here on the stage. And talking about your last event, the Bologna Regional Championships, you've really changed up your team since then. Can you talk us through why you shook it up so much?
Yes, in this case, since it's a bigger tournament, I prefer to go in for a more standard core that was also really similar to previous team that I used in the past. In fact, the team that the exact 6 Pokemon that I have here are the same as the 6 that I played last year. But of course, I changed Urshifu to Zamazenta, which is fighting type for another fighting type. And also the same 6 that I play at Worlds, so I had a lot of confidence with that.
Yeah, it sounds like you've got a lot of international experience with those particular 6 Pokemon. I'm kind of sad to not see Terapagos, though. Do you think you'll ever use it again in the future?
I kind of told to myself that I don't know, when I play Terrapagos, like it feels great. Like it feels like it's a really good Pokemon. Like the fact they can like hit so many stuff like without caring about the typing is really, really good. But I don't know, like every time I play it, something goes wrong, like matchup-wise. So I just felt like Terrapagos just doesn't have like enough aura for me to win. So I decided to drop it altogether.
Well, it seems to be working out for you with the current core that you were running. Let's talk about that last match. You were obviously going up against Luca Cerabelli, our reigning world champion, and obviously another member of Team Italy. Talk us through how your kind of tournaments against Luca have gone before. Have you got much of a history playing against him?
Yes, me and Luca started playing basically around the same time. In fact, like at the first major event that we both played, we ended up facing in the finals. And in that case, he won. And yeah, like he has been like my rival forever, like since I've been basically starting playing. So yeah, it's great to, of course, play against him in a bigger stage like this one.
Well, it's good to see that rivalry, but also the team spirit amongst the two of you. It was great to see the way you ended out that match. Let's talk a little bit about the plays. Game 1 and Game 2, Trick Room played quite a strong role, but one game it worked for Luca, one game it worked for you. Can you talk us through that?
Yeah, I feel like this matchup is really, really tricky. Like there are a lot of turns that can possibly go both ways. In fact, like you also kind of have to guess like which Pokemon, like at least like in my case, I always brought like the same 4 Pokemon in the same order. But like I also had to guess, like for example, in the first game, of course, I went for Body Press and U-turn because I was expecting him to switch in a Whimsicott. But he called me, like he just doubled, he called my turn, like, and he just doubled as a Magenta. And then in game 3, when I went for Fake Out and Body Press, he actually switched in the Whimsicott. So yeah, Luca made some great plays. And the matchup is pretty tricky, like, but yeah, of course it was a good match because we both played really well.
Yeah, definitely an expert match for a lot of our viewers at home to be able to watch. That Game 3 definitely was very methodical. It almost went to time. There were only 2 minutes left on the clock. And that endgame situation, it looked like you were really trying to get the grassy terrain control at the end. Talk us through your thoughts in those last couple of turns.
So in the last couple of turns, I figured out like at some point he still had Tailwind, he still had the screens. And I tried to figure out a way to like not give him like a pre-switch straight away. In fact, when I was in front of like Incineroar and Whimsicott, I decided to not go for Fake Out and Astro Barrage because I figured out that if I was able to position like Lunala and Miraidon under Tailwind with too many turns, I was not able to like break it, even with like the double Fake Out. So I decided to get another turn with Nasty Plot and then get a KO into both. And then from there, like it kind of worked out fine for me because I was able to like with Fake Out and by the fact, of course, like Miraidon cannot switch moves, I was able to kind of put it in a way in which the end game was going like in my way.
Well, it was incredible to be able to see you take that set, and I always love a Game 3 as well. It gives us more Pokemon action. You know exactly what it takes to become an international champion, considering you have won 3 of them in the past, but you haven't won NAIC. What would it mean for you to take the title here this weekend?
Yeah, it would really mean a lot, of course, like especially after not performing so well. I mean, like I still performed kind of well, like up there winning the last internet, but I still, of course, want to win more and try to play the best as I can.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of people rooting for you. I know a lot of Team Italy and Team Europe as well are rooting behind you to take this title. We'll let you go get ready for your next round. But before we go, any shout outs to the people supporting you?
So I want to shout out, of course, my team, Novo. And then also, of course, like all my friends, like Luca, Fede, and all the people, like especially Stefano Grippi. It's an Italian guy that was able to make top 8 at the Bologna special event. I basically, like, even if this is basically like the team that I played at Worlds, I took like the team that he used, like we share like a little bit of game plans and stuff like that. And he really helped me a lot prep for this tournament. So I really want to give a huge shout out to him.
Well, thank you so much for your kind words and your time and your incredible Pokemon plays. It's always a joy to watch you compete. Pokemon trainers, the action is going to keep going here. We've still got 2 Swiss rounds to go. We're going to kick it to a short break, but don't go anywhere.
I would say a great trainer is someone who's like willing to work with other people and willing to like let other people help them be better, and also just someone who's nice to everyone, because I think it's really hard to be good at Pokemon if you're not willing to talk to other people and help them out.
I would say being able to be humble in your defeats. You can't win them all, and how you handle your interactions with your opponent even during the match and after are very, very important.
I think what makes a great trainer is someone who's passionate about it and motivated enough to learn. You got to enjoy learning move sets, learning matchups, learning move counts and whatnot. And then the more you play and the more you do, the better you'll be.
I think a good trainer is someone who is kind and open-minded and willing to share their experience with newer trainers so that the game can be more inclusive for others.
I think what makes a great trainer is a combination of a lot of different qualities. I think it's about being honest with yourself when you maybe make mistakes, right? When you get unlucky, looking for parts of the game that are within your control. And also you just have to have this like certain eye for the game, right? Like you can look at a board state and you can kind of analyze a lot of possibilities. I think what really it takes is like kind of looking at a bunch of different successful approaches, finding what works for you, but synthesizing the things that are really good to carry over into your own prep and your own skill as a player.
Welcome, trainers, to a world where things aren't always as they seem. Fast Pokémon suddenly fall behind, and slow Pokémon pick up the pace. Welcome to the twisted dimension created by a competitive move in the Pokémon video game, Trick Room. By flipping the traditional speed order on its head, Trick Room is one of the most unique mechanics in the game. For 5 turns, the statistically slowest Pokémon on the field move first, and the fastest move last. With only a short time to utilize its effects, let's quickly break it down further before the dimensions return to normal. Trick Room is a psychic-type status move, which affects all the players on the field. Although it can reverse traditional speed-based turn order, it does not affect the speed of priority moves such as Sucker Punch or Fake Out, giving opportunity for opponents to work around this fancy maneuver. Trick Room is often used on bulky support Pokémon like Cresselia, Dusclops, or Calyrex Ice Rider, who can reliably endure a turn of damage and still set up the strategy. Trick Room also synergizes well with redirection moves like Follow Me or Rage Powder to give the Trick Room user some protective coverage. Once it's active, slow but powerful attackers like Torkoal, Iron Hands, or Calyrex Ice Rider take control of the match. Because they're naturally low in speed, they become the new fast Pokémon under Trick Room conditions, and can take center stage to show their Pokémon prowess. If Trick Room isn't for you personally, but you find yourself facing down against a Trick Room team, then there's a few ways you can try and counter this strategy. Firstly, you can try and deny Trick Room from going up at all through the use of a few moves. Taunt shuts down status moves, meaning a taunted Pokémon cannot use the move Trick Room. This is particularly effective as Trick Room will always go last in the turn order due to its low priority, meaning you can connect Taunt before the Trick Room user is able to get to its attack. The same strategy applies to Roar, as you can use this move to send the Trick Room user running right back into its Pokeball before it can set up the speed-altering effect. However, if you can't stop your opponent from setting up Trick Room, then there's still the option of reversing it with your own Trick Room, or finding a way to play defensively through the 5 Trick Room turns and stall them out. In the right hands though, Trick Room really can be devastating. It rewards preparation, prediction, and team synergy, and gives underused slow Pokemon a real moment to shine. Well trainers, it looks like our Trick Room turns are up and the dimensions have returned to normal. Try this strategy out for yourself in your next battle and see what happens. Best of luck!
I am here with Meowth, and we're playing a little Pokemon This or That Water Pokemon Edition. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
All right. Araquanid or Pelipper?
Pelipper.
Pelipper or Quillfish?
Quillfish.
Quillfish or Kingdra?
Quillfish.
Quillfish or Floatzel?
Quillfish.
Quillfish or Wugtrio?
Quillfish.
Quillfish is crushing it, or Poplio?
Ooh, he's so cute. Quillfish.
Quillfish or Sobble?
Quillfish.
Quillfish or Gyarados?
Quillfish.
Quillfish is destroying this right now. Quillfish or Greninja?
Quillfish.
Quillfish or Squirtle?
Quillfish.
Quillfish or Psyduck?
Quillfish.
Quillfish for the win. Throw me a plush. Oh! Bidoof, congratulations. Huge winner.
Shout out to Monroe. Good luck, you guys.
Bye.
Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important moments throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. I'm Jake Muller, and I'd love to take you back to the World Championships in 2015, the year Mega Kangaskhan claimed her biggest victory. But first, we need to go back one more year to 2014. Pokemon X and Pokemon Y introduced Mega Evolutions to competitive Pokemon, and Mega Kangaskhan dominated the metagame throughout the entire season. However, when the 2014 World Championships rolled around, Mega Kangaskhan fell to the wayside, failing to make a single appearance in top 8. Although Mega Kangaskhan surged back into the metagame as we moved into the 2015 season, its place at the top became crowded thanks to the introduction of even more Mega Evolutions from Pokémon Omega Ruby and Pokémon Alpha Sapphire. As the World Championships loomed, the community wondered whether Mega Kangaskhan would once again be pushed out of the metagame by a high presence of Pokémon that could counter it. Anticipating this, many players from Europe and North America opted not to include Mega Kangaskhan on their teams, fearing history would repeat itself. Japan, however, had something else in mind. Just 2 months prior at the Japan National Championships, Shoma Honami claimed first place with an early version of a team structure that would come to be known as Chalk, which featured Cresselia, Heatran, Amoonguss, Landorus Therian, and Mega Kangaskhan. This team composition boasted an unmatched combination of power and flexibility, leading Shoma and many other Japanese players to ride the Mega Kangaskhan wave all the way to Boston. As the 2015 World Championships progressed, it became clear that Chalk was the team to beat. Even though the competition was full of teams with outside Mega Evolution picks, like Mega Mawile,
does connect with the Garchomp and does pick up the knockout.
Mega Charizard X,
we go for the Flare Blitz here on the Thunderous,
Mega Salamence,
the Hyper Voice,
and Mega Charizard Y.
We go for the Flamethrower here.
6 of the top 8 players used teams that followed the Chalk guidelines, including Shoma Honami himself. While the extraordinary success of this team composition at the biggest event of the season was astounding, even more interesting was the variation seen within Chalk just inside this top 8. While all 6 teams had both Mega Kangaskhan and Landorus Therian, many players opted for some alternate options for the remaining Pokemon. Heatran was substituted for a different Fire-type Pokemon on 2 occasions, with one player using Entei and one choosing Volcarona. The 6th Pokemon on the team ranged from Thundurus to Aegislash to Tyranitar to Scrafty. Sylveon made an appearance in place of Cresselia in one instance, and one player even gave up Amoonguss to run both Aegislash and Thundurus. The 2 teams in top 8 at the World Championships that did not make use of Mega Kangaskhan were both defeated in the quarterfinals, meaning that Mega Kangaskhan was guaranteed to have her day in the sun.
Players shake hands, knowing that the game is over. Rotom Wash falls, and the crowd reacts, ladies and gentlemen. Yosuke advancing, we've seen him. This is the 2nd time on stream, playing incredibly well.
After taking down Naoto Mizobushi in top 4, Shoma Honami would be met in the finals by fellow Japanese player Hideyuki Taida, whose Volcarona set him apart from the rest of the field.
Oh my god. He's done.
We get a medic in the field.
The championship match was a back-and-forth affair. Shoma won Game 1 thanks to consistent damage output from his Landorus Therian and clever use of disruptive attacks like Thunder Wave and Swagger.
And here we go. Will it be able to hit through Confusion is the question. No, it hits itself. Huge. Shoma very excited.
But Hideyuki turned the tides and even the score at 1 game all after his Pokemon broke through Confusion on crucial turns.
A lot on the line for these 2 trainers. Almost $20,000 in prizing here as it hits through with a big Shadow Sneak, and I think that will pick up the feint here on the Thundurus. It is definitely at this point looking like Hideyuki's taking it to a Game 3.
In the deciding game, Shoma made expert use of Heatran's defensive utility and offensive power, proving that the original Chalk Fire-type Pokemon was still number 1.
Should do a ton here. Oh my gosh, picking up the feint on Hideyuki's Pokemon, as well as catching the burn, activating the weakness policy there, but the burn is absolutely huge, and it's only a matter of protects before this one is over.
Fittingly, Mega Kangaskhan re-entered the field right before Hideyuki conceded defeat. Shoma's decision to stay true to his run to the Japan Nationals title with the original components of the Chalk team composition paid off as he became the 2015 Pokémon World Champion.
Shoma Honami is your 2015 Pokemon Video Game World Champion.
Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in VGC history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
The day is getting into the latter rounds here in New Orleans, Louisiana, and it's only going to get more dramatic, more intense as more trainers are going to decide their fates if they will be headed to Anaheim, California this summer or not for the World Championships. We have a quick hit update as we're heading into our round 7. There are only 2 rounds remaining here on day 1 of NAIC. Remember, it is the top 75 trainers in North America, and then you include the automatic wins or invitations from regional champions, top 4s of international events as well. For example, Ashton Cox outside of the top 75, but has his top 4 from LAIC earlier this season. Wolf Glick inside the top 75, but obviously has 2 auto qualifications, winning a regional and an IC this year. So it's gonna be roughly around 83, 84, 85. It looks like potential North American trainers heading to Anaheim. Have some updates from the community. Everyone putting their work together to figure out live tracking going on, what we need to see in these final 2 rounds for these last couple of world slots. I think some trainers have potentially locked up their World's invitation. Our reigning NAIC champion, Patrick Connor, with that win earlier today, that 5th win, just needs a top 5-12, essentially a top half of the trainers in the field, and with that, seems like Patrick has qualified for the World Championships. Congratulations to Patrick. Some of the other players in contention right now that are in that, say, 60th to 80th or 90th range of points, Nick Navarre, Connor Swihart, and Dylan Kleinvin are currently 5-1. They're roughly at the edge, that bubble that we like to call it, near World's qualification. Brady Smith came in today, I believe, 84th in rankings, and is currently was 3-2 as of last round. So Brady needs to win out to qualify for day 2 to potentially get that World's invitation. A couple people need top 256 instead of top 512, which is going to be a little bit harder to achieve with how great the player base is here in NAIC. There's a couple of trainers like Dominic Vogel, Emily Parson. They need 1 more victory. Cedric Bernier needs 1 more victory, former multi-time regional champion. Diego Aguirre, Andrew Figueras also need an extra victory. Some trainers are most likely out of contention, like Sung Lee and Joey Woodring. Joey getting a 2nd place regional finish earlier this season, currently 3-3, so very likely out of the World Championship contention. There could be other players that were secure going into today that have also fallen out. So you gotta stay tuned, gotta see what's going on in our last 2 rounds of Swiss right here on day 1 of NAIC, because it's only gonna get even more dramatic as we start to finish our day here. So we're gonna head over to the casters to get round 7 started. Team, take it away.
Thank you so much, Joe, for that update on the floor about how the World's Championship point race is going for North America. My name is Rosemary Kelly, and I'm so excited to be back once again with Jake Muller to take you through our next round of Swiss. And we're almost there. We're almost at the end of the day. You heard it from Joe. Some of these players, they only need 1 more win or 2 more wins to make it into day 2 of the competition and also to secure their World's invite.
It's a really exciting time for a lot of these players. Again, this is all preliminary. We don't have the final standings just yet, and we won't know until NAIC is fully complete. But given the standings and the leaderboards the way that they are, I think a lot of players know that they become pretty safe to make it into that top 75 once they know they're getting at least top 512 worth of points here in New Orleans. And so really cool to see a lot of trainers getting that much closer to an invitation to the World Championships. Of course, some trainers have already locked their place in day 2 here in New Orleans as well. Going into round 7, we have a number of trainers at 6-0, which is always a nice way to start your day.
Very nice way indeed. But we also have so much more action ahead when we still have those 2 more rounds of Swiss and of course the rest of our weekend. And hopefully if you're tuning in from home, you've been very excited about our giveaways and our goodies that we've got for you for tuning into our stream. First and foremost, you can get Wolf Glick's 2025 Europe International Championship winning Incineroar by using the code NAIC25 Con Parish. If you know, you know why that is so funny. And
it's just a great Pokemon to have given the usage that it's had as well.
I mean, you've seen it up at #1 in our usage stats at so many tournaments. Great way to kind of build up your available Pokemon to start building some teams if you want to jump into the action next season.
We also have some in-game rewards for you if you play Pokemon Unite. You can use the gift code NAIC2025, and you can also get a drop for watching the Twitch stream at twitch.tv/Pokemon Unite. Make sure you get all of your in-game exciting goodies and then, you know, stunt on people when you style on them with, like, I think they've got, well, what did I see over there that I was excited about? They've got Miraidon over there. If you like Miraidon, then you can play Miraidon in Unite. That's so cool.
That is really fun. You know, it's really cool to get to include Unite in our NAIC festivities. They always have one of the most exciting crowds in the room. You know when something cool has happened in Unite because the crowd goes insane, and it's a really fun environment.
I can already hear them from here.
Oh, yeah.
They've been going absolutely wild for those teams, and we love to hear that support for our players. But don't worry, if you're a Pokemon TCG fan, we've got things for you as well in Pokemon TCG Live. You can use the code NAIC25 Destined Rivals to get some of these beautiful illustration rares for Team Rocket's Giovanni, Ethan's Adventure, and make sure you just check out what's going on in game because there's so much action happening there also on the TCG stage.
2 very good cards as well. Those are both 2 new supporter cards from the Destined Rivals set that released a couple weeks ago, and trying to build up some of your, you know, Pokemon cards in the Trading Card Game Live app. A really good place to start here.
We also have Twitch drops. So if you're watching the stream, you can also get rewards for tuning in for a certain amount of time to the Pokemon TCG stream, and you can get Ogre Pond Cornerstone in-game cosmetics. You've got a coin, you've got sleeves, you've got the deck box. My personal favorite Ogre Pond form. What about you?
Ooh, I think I gotta give it to Wellspring, but Cornerstone is also a cutie.
We can't be partners anymore.
Oh,
I'm gonna hold
They're
this.
all wonderful and lovely.
No, where's Joe Brown? Joe Brown is my cornerstone aficionado alongside with me. But yes, make sure you tune in to all of the incredible Pokemon action that we have here going on at the North America International Championships. There's so much for everybody to enjoy, so hopefully you've been really enjoying the action. And don't worry, Pokemon Go, we didn't forget about you. You know that these elite TMs can be so beneficial to your journey to play PvP. What's going on right now in terms of Go Battle League? Would you tell me, like, there's a Fossil Cup or something?
Yeah, Fossil Cup is one of the Go Battle League eligible metagames right now. It's been pretty fun. And of course, we get to celebrate Pato Man's EUIC win with a distribution of Mandibuzz as well. Of course, that Elite Charge TM, a very, very useful tool when building some of your teams to try and get maybe some of those Community Day moves of days past.
Absolutely. So, all of this and more awaits you if you tune in to our Pokemon streams. But getting back to our video game action, here are our rankings after 6 rounds of Swiss. We got Flavio Del Pidio. We saw Simone Sanvito on stream already, still going to sit at 6-0. Fiona Shimkovich actually has a very unique Pokemon on her team. Okie Dokie, I think, is undefeated right now too at that 6-0 record.
Nishant Joshi, someone with some success in the past few years, sitting up there at 6-0, alongside Behzad Muntazir, who is our Vancouver regional champion with his breakthrough performance, does have that direct qualification to the World Championships, but of course, wanted to follow up on some regional success with a big finish at NAIC as well.
And we'll keep tuning in to where our players are, not just in our championship point race, but of course what's happening here in the venue. As we take a look at our current pairings for Swiss round number 7, we will be focusing on Francesco Piopero versus Nikolai Hoy Nielsen, but there are so many other incredible matches happening on the floor.
Again, all these trainers have qualified for day 2, but are looking to boost up their records even further because those records do carry over into the second day of competition. The more wins you can get today, the fewer wins you need tomorrow to qualify for Top Cut. So very important matches for all these trainers still. Gary Chan, a player that has been around in the community for a while and always has a couple like flashes of greatness at these events. I know he's made day 2 at NAIC a couple times, so seeing him at 6-0 qualifying for day 2 again is really fun.
And I think Gary Chan actually is looking at a Worlds invite with a finish
Hopefully,
like that too.
yeah.
So we'll keep following along all of our players' journeys throughout the day of competition today. But let's move it over to the main stage because we've got Swiss round number 7 upon us. You can see Nikolai Hoy-Nielsen on your left, Francesco Piopero on your right. And I am looking at Ghosts of the Past. Is that a Sneasler
It sure
and a
is.
Sinistra on my screen?
Flashback to Regulation H, Sneasler was one of the most popular Pokemon, if not the most popular Pokemon in that metagame, and it's kind of gone away ever since we went back to Regulation G and then forward into I. But making great use of that Unburden ability here combines very well with that Miraidon.
And it's very notable that both of these players, they've actually used most of their teams before. You take a look at Nikolai, he actually used that team to get top 4 in Utrecht. And then for Francesco, very close to the Bologna team that he used to get top 8. So I think it's really exciting to see that they kept these cores, believed in them enough to bring them to NAIC, and now we get a chance to see what they do on this big stage.
Zamazenta and Miraidon is the restricted duo of choice for Nikolai. They're accompanied by the Sneasler, Tornadus, Farigiraf, and Blood Moon Ursaluna. The Miraidon, Farigiraf, Blood Moon Ursaluna, kind of a very tried and true combo. That was one of the things we saw see very early success in Regulation G, which was kind of the first time we could use these restricted Pokemon in our metagame, and it's carried forward. Blood Moon Ursaluna, though, something that kind of went away for a while, and is now seeing some renewed success thanks to that partnership with Farigiraf.
Electric Seed, though, is one of those newer items. I feel like whenever we saw Sneasler, it was always Grassy Seed. You could get the Unburden boost because of Rillaboom was in the meta. We didn't have access to these legendary restricted Pokemon yet, but now the Miraidon is in the mix. You can set it yourself, maybe the other opponent has the Miraidon, and then you are able to really go to work with that Sneasler and just hopefully even get some, I don't know, poisons in there, use your Gunk Shot or something like that. When you take a look on the flip side of things, Francesco, this team is so cool. There are a couple of other players in the tournament that are using a very similar team to this, maybe if not the exact same 6 because they're team building together. And you look at this Terrapagos and this Miraidon, Terrapagos is one of those Pokemon that you know, has been kind of hit or miss with players. Some players really believe in it, some others do not. I think Italy has been one of those regions that really does believe in this particular Pokemon. And then you have not only the Electric Seed to make sure that this Terrapagos can have the defense boost on the defensive side with the Seed, as well as the Calm Mind special defense boost, but then you've got Iron Tread that's also going to have such great natural synergy. Sinistro with the Hospitality as well is going to give you a lot of HP recovery on that Terrapagos too when it switches in. So it's really kind of amazing to see the bulk that this team has.
I love the choice of Snarl on Miraidon as well. That means that by setting up the electric terrain, you activate the Electric Seed, you're going to boost Terrapagos' defense, but also if you use Snarl, you're going to effectively boost the special defense of Terrapagos at the same time by lowering the special damage output from the other team. Alongside that, we've got Incineroar, which is a very well-known support Pokemon, obviously. Sinistra is really cool. If it switches onto the field, the Pokemon next to it will heal 25% of its maximum HP, which can be very helpful for Terrapagos, especially when you consider that can reactivate Terra Shell, which is a really, really scary thing to think about. Of course, the Urshifu, the Rain Dance there might look a little bit interesting, but I think that's specifically to shut off Sun when you're facing down something like Koraidon.
For sure.
You take away the Orichalcum boost attack boost, which can be really scary for that Terrapagos, and you set yourself up for some KOs later on.
Let's get into this game number 1 of this best of 3 here. Francesco and Nikolai both have an opportunity here to continue their undefeated run and give themselves a great shot to make it into our top cut tomorrow if they can keep this up. And for Francesco, we already see this Incineroar and the Iron Treads, and we do have this Tornadus and Zamazenta for Nikolai.
Iron Treads is really cool. It has some really strong applications into teams, especially those teams that are running Miraidon, much like Nikolai's. However, does not really want to be facing down this Zamazenta. If you want to remain on the field, you either have to possibly swap in your own Miraidon and activate what might be a speed boost from Quark Drive, maybe even go for a Terastallization right off the bat into that Terra Bug, which will resist the body press, but I don't know if you want to be committing that right off the bat.
It's really a tough call because I think you want to make sure that for the Tornadus, you are going to be able to get the Tailwind off or just be able to make sure that you have the speed later. But that's also kind of interesting to look at because maybe you want to go for, like you have the opportunity to go for a Trick Room mode too. But for now, we are going to see Francesco just switch in the Miraidon. It's not going to be next to this Iron Treads, as we want to preserve that for a bit later, and seeing the Zamazenta on the other side. But this Miraidon is not super threatened either by a one-hit knockout, so I think it's quite safe to just bring in now.
The terrestrialization from Zamazenta right away wants to remove that ground weakness in case that steel or the Iron Treads was able to attack before the Zamazenta, but Fake Out comes through into the Ghost type.
Yeah, so that's where that Ghost Terra can be really beneficial as well. But we do see the Bleak Windstorm miss onto the Incineroar, but take a look at how well that Miraidon takes that. That's just going to show you the power of the Assault Vest. But with that body press from the Zamazenta, you are able to get very close to this knockout onto the Miraidon. Now you have a chance to just kind of set up the speed and go from there.
Especially if the fourth Pokemon for Francesco is that Terrapagos, you've created a position where a body press into the Miraidon slot probably takes well, if Terrapagos swaps in, Terra Shell does activate, but you're getting off a really huge body press into that slot, especially combined with the option for the Tailwind from the Tornadus. The Ghost Terra from Zamazenta there being able to dodge the Fake Out means that Zamazenta gets that huge body press off without taking any damage itself, and Nikolai is in a very offensive position early on into this game.
It's not even just the Miraidon, but what if the Iron Treads comes back in too? There really isn't anything that can take that well, except for this Sinistra. Being a Ghost type, it is going to be immune to that body press, so it feels like a very nice switch in for Francesco to have to make sure that Miraidon can activate the Electric Terrain later, but the Zamazenta goes for the Incineroar instead. Unfortunately, Francesco is not able to catch that into the Ghost Sinistra, so it's going to be a one-hit knockout. Nikolai is able to earn that with the Zamazenta, and it's starting to look quite good for Nikolai to win this game number 1.
Really heads-up play from Nikolai. You know that, this Miraidon is a really important piece of the team for Francesco, and if you maybe want to preserve it, you swap it out, and you can maybe even hedge your bets that the Terrapagos didn't even show up into a team that has both Sneasler and Zamazenta. Going straight for that Incineroar means that you're covering the Miraidon swap out into the Ghost Resist, or the Fighting Resist rather, and you're taking a huge KO. Now we're in kind of the same position where Miraidon is holding that Assault Vest, cannot protect itself. Iron Treads is the only swap there, so a body press into that slot, most likely another KO, which might be a little bit difficult to come back from.
Yeah, I mean, kind of looking at the Miraidon here, you're slower. The Iron Treads, even if it comes in too, I think is going to have so much difficulty now getting through that Zamazenta. But this is sort of the last-ditch effort. Francesco is going to put all eggs into the Miraidon basket, giving it this Electric Terra to make sure that it can go for things like more powerful Electro Gifs. I think the Volt Switch as well would be quite nice to just have the pivot. And you've got the Rage Powder to make sure that you're able to redirect away these attacks. You can't redirect away a spread move though, but at the very least we saw how much damage that Miraidon took from before. I think it was going to always hang on, maybe outside of a rare critical hit, but with the Heavy Slam follow-up, Sinistra has done its job. It's able to keep this Miraidon safe, but now can this Miraidon actually get through now? 4 Pokemon when Francesco is down 2.
You need this Electro Drift to KO here. If not, Body Press is still going to be threatening huge KOs. It does connect and does hang on with 3 HP. The downfall of the Assault Vest, despite giving you a lot of bulk to stick around, means that you lose a little bit of power compared to some of those more offensive items like Choice Specs. Zamazenta sticking around here means that even though we see the speed boost from the Iron Treads, we still have Tailwind coming out from this Tornadus. We have the Bleak Windstorm to get some more damage off. We have 2 Pokemon on the field that do not have Protect. Francesco sees the writing on the wall.
I think if you get the KO there, it becomes a game that is still potentially winnable for Francesco. You have the Iron Treads coming in, and you're able to at least get through the Tornadus. It's not going to be threatening you with a whole lot of damage, but we also have no idea what Nikolai had in the back that might have been able to throw a wrench like really strongly into the Iron Treads game plan at the end there.
Of course, the very convincing win from Nikolai there. Even more convincing that I don't believe he showed Francesco the 2 Pokemon he had in the back.
No, he didn't.
He led Tornadus and Zamazenta, and they just stuck around and won the game for him, which is a huge bit of information you get to conceal. You saw all 4 Pokemon Francesco brought. You know what he might try to adjust, given what he brought to game 1, how he played it a little bit. But Francesco now, despite being down 0-1, also has to deal with a loss of information.
Yeah, I mean, like I'm just, ooh, it's too bad that didn't get the KO there, but I'm sure for Nikolai, it really was nice to have that little edge coming into this game number 2. Leading a charge here too always is a little bit more comfortable. If you want to change up your game plan, this is certainly the way to do it, being up 1 game. But I think for Francesco, do you actually see where maybe he does look to make adjustments?
I mean, you always think, you don't bring one of your 2 restricted Pokemon. In this case, kind of the restricted Pokemon you centered the team around, like the Terapagos with the Electric Seed, really is kind of the center point when you're looking at the Snarl Miraidon, the Incineroar, the Sinistcha, but he opted not to bring it to this game. Understandably so, you're facing 2 fighting-type Pokemon. It's really tough to get around both of those, even with so much support. But at the same time, maybe you do have to bring it and find other ways to get around it. The Sinistcha is coming in very handy. Of course, the Rage Powder will be able to redirect all of those fighting type attacks. Both of the fighting types from Nikolai are not Terra Grass, so there's no way to kind of Terra away from a Rage Powder susceptibility. But at the same time, Sinistcha, not the most bulky of Pokemon. We saw it get knocked out by just the combination of Bleak Windstorm and Heavy Slam. Especially with that Focus Sash, maybe not even trained to be incredibly bulky at the same time. So if you can find a way to bring the Terapagos and maybe keep it much safer, like we do see here, it could be a turnaround for Francesco.
Yeah, speak and I guess you shall receive in terms of the Terapagos being able to get set up next to the Miraidon. Right away, that means this Terapagos has access to the Electric Seed, get that defense boost right away, and maybe it means that the Zamazenta isn't going to be as much of a threat. It's still tough though, because you've got this Tornadus that was such a problem in that game number 1. You're going to have to figure out a way to get around that speed control.
The extra tough part too is that I believe the Tornadus was faster than the Zamazenta, which means if they're both attacking and the body press is going for the Terapagos, Bleak Windstorm will be able to connect with the Terapagos, hopefully, and then break the Terra Shell, so your body press then comes in at full power. Of course, you have to deal with Miraidon. You can't be freely going for attacks with Tornadus just yet, because an attack from this Miraidon will knock you out. But if you get to a point where you can combo attacks into the Terapagos, you want something to be attacking before that body press comes through, just to make sure Terra Shell's out of the way.
So how do you actually preserve that, The Terapagos does have access to Protect, so it could try to bait out some of these attacks here. Even better, I think, for Francesco, that you do see the Tornadus get saved for later, and this Miraidon is going to take the Volt Switch instead. Way better choice there for Nikolai to bring in, just so you aren't going to get knocked out. Now for Francesco, though, I think this gives you a really valuable opportunity. If you force Nikolai to have to bring out the Miraidon right away, you can actually find a way to respond to that. So it's going to be the Sinistcha again in this game. It's not going to have the Hospitality effect because Terapagos is still at full HP, but it does take the Heavy Slam a little bit better this time.
That is a big Heavy Slam. Knowing that Sinistcha might be the Volt Switch target there, that was kind of a big read from Nikolai, knowing that the Heavy Slam would be able to connect with the Ghost-type Sinistcha if that Miraidon did Volt Switch out. If Body Press was into that slot, you would have been in a spot where the Sinistcha took no damage and Focus Sash is still intact, but by swapping in your own Miraidon, you have the ability to knock out that Sinistcha with a Miraidon right off the bat, so should you so choose, especially with something like this Dazzling Gleam, which could at the same time break the Terra Shell on Terapagos, and importantly, remove the Rage Powder so the Body Press will freely be able to target that Terapagos.
Breaking the Terra Shell is definitely super important, and so I think that's really nice about the way that Nikolai has constructed this team. Even just outside of the Tornadus speed interaction with the Zamazenta, you just have so much speed on top of that with the Miraidon and a very naturally fast Sneasler, especially if it gets that Unburden activated. So Francesco's gonna cape the Sinistcha. It's gonna be Incineroar now to at least have maybe a potential to go for something like a Fake Out on the next turn, give this Terapagos a chance to either set up or do some damage, but we see this Terastallization committed onto the Miraidon. And that's going to be an interesting turn, I think. Francesco does not seem too happy about seeing this Terastallization.
It means that the Dazzling Gleam will be powered up even further. I believe that's a Terapagos Terastallization as well. We'll be able to remove the Electric Terrain and remove the, not the Quark Drive, the, oh my god, I'm blanking. The Hadron Engine. There we go. The Hadron Engine special attack buff from this Miraidon. I don't know if you caught it, Rosemary. I believe the Body Press was sent straight into that Sinistcha slot to cover something like this Incineroar swap. So I don't know that Francesco is going to be too happy about that either.
Nope, that is going to be one sad Incineroar as that goes back into its Pokeball. You're going to get a little bit of that Rocky Helmet recoil, but at the end of the day, it's just such a nice trade to take there, being able to get rid of that Incineroar before he even has a chance to go for something like the Fake Out. Give me an Earth Power from this Terrapagos, but that isn't enough to get the KO either, despite the Rocky Helmet recoil, maybe making that roll a little bit better. This Zamazenta is able to hang on, and now this Terrapagos is in a lot of trouble. You can bring the Miraidon back out here, but do you really want to play this speed?
It's going to be tough. I think we saw Francesco's Miraidon act first in the first game, if I'm not mistaken. But even if it did, you know, there's always a chance for those speed ties. And of course, now that Terrapagos has Terrestrialized, which I do think was the right time to use it. Of course, he knew Terra Shell would be broken by that Miraidon with Dazzling Gleam before it could attack. So he may as well Terrestrialize, get a little bit bulkier, and remove that terrain for the power boost for Nikolai's Miraidon. But now, again, you don't have any redirection live on the field. That Incineroar is a huge knockout for Nikolai on the way in.
And it's really bad that Francesco doesn't have that Terrestrialization available for the Miraidon, because we're going up against a Terra Fairy Choice Specs Dazzlingly Miraidon from Nikolai, and it is going to be faster. So Francesco's just going to have to take this Dazzling Gleam on the chin. At the very least, his own Miraidon is able to tank it. So you've got the Volt Switch to finish off that small little sliver of HP on the Zamazenta, and this Terrapagos is free to put in some work here as well, and you get the pivot. So Sinistra comes back out. Really great save here from Francesco to make sure that it was available for the later parts of this game. And just like that, we get to see why Sinistra is so important to this team. Terrapagos gets a nice chunk of recovery there.
That could be a big deal. This Terrapagos in its terrestrial form is very, very bulky, especially given that I believe it's one of the very few transformations that gives HP on the fly. Especially with this extra Calm Mind, you're now bolstering yourself up against this Miraidon even further. I think that's a second Calm Mind boost so far in this game. So we're at +2 special attack, +2 special defense. You got the defense boost from the Electric Seed. We do see Sneasler, so you still have another fighting type option from Nikolai, but you have to get rid of this Sinistra first.
Sinistra with the Rage Powder should redirect away everything on the field. Outside of this Miraidon's Dazzling Gleams, it's going to hit both targets regardless. Same thing with the Tornadus. You can throw out some Bleak Windstorms there, but critically, both of those Pokemon are special attackers. So that Calm Mind really comes into full effect here, and it's going to be down to Nikolai finding a great opportunity to bring in this Sneasler and go for something like a close combat, or hey, you know what? Maybe you go for, I don't know, Throat Chop is a nice, super effective option into this Sinistra.
Also do have the option for Fake Out as well. You can go for Fake Out into that Terrapagos just to slow it down a little bit and get that Dazzling Gleam off to hopefully KO Sinistra. Sneasler's a great option here, you know, close combat threatening huge damage into Terrapagos, but the Unburden boost means it will be attacking before this Miraidon. So if Sinistra goes for the Rage Powder, you have to use the close combat first before Miraidon can knock it out and allow the close combat to connect into Terrapagos. So I think Sneasler's a great pick here. You just need to get that Sinistra out of the way before you can safely lock into these close combats, else you're just risking close combat whiffing into a Ghost type.
But sometimes that's actually a risk you're willing to take.
Yeah.
Because imagine if the Sinistra goes for something else there, and since you're up one game, maybe you decide that you have the ability to take that type of risk. There's, I don't know, Strength Sap, Shadow Ball as other options on this Sinistra, but it is just going to be a Protect on this Terrapagos, and a Protect onto the Sinistra as well. It gives you an opportunity to kind of buy time for this Fake Out, and then figure out your next turn of attack.
You have to wonder if the Sneasler maybe should have stayed in the back for a little bit longer. Now you're in a spot where unless the Sneasler swaps out, it probably just gets knocked out by an attack from this Terrapagos this turn. The +2 Earth Power is certainly enough. Maybe even a +2 Terra Starstorm, given the Terrestrialization and Sneasler's no lack of special defense. So you may want to preserve it, but then you're going to lose that Unburden boost and the Speed boost, which could come in handy later on.
But for the most part, I feel like this team is still quite fast. And I think you're okay with even giving up the Tornadus if this situation is what Nikolai wants to go for, because of the fact that, you know, you have the speed already. Do you really need Tailwind? Bleak Windstorm, how effective is it really going to be on the Terrapagos specifically? Would be nice to be able to get rid of the Sinistra, but it does kind of start to become a liability at the end if you don't get a chance to weave in enough damage with that Bleak Windstorm.
Right. Yeah, it's really tough. You know, once the Sneasler swaps out, which I do believe we saw Nikolai lock into, it might be a bit of a matter of investment as to whether the Sneasler will outspeed the Miraidon on Francesco's end of the field. It does leave the field, though. Unburden will no longer be active for the remainder of this game, and Tornadus comes right back.
So Tornadus is in, Sinistra goes for the Rage Powder, like the best supportive Pokemon that it can be, and Miraidon is going to do its best to weave in these Dazzling Gleams. It's enough to get the KO onto the Sinistra. So now that's hurdle number 1, crossed for Nikolai. Now you've got to figure out a way to get rid of this Terrapagos, because you're about to take super effective damage from this Terra Starstorm. When this Miraidon is terrestrialized, that's a knockout onto the Miraidon and almost a one-hit knockout onto the Tornadus. But the Tornadus is still around. You can use it now to actually go for a Tailwind if you're not confident with the Sneasler's speed.
You can Tailwind, but the Sneasler now has to deal with both the Miraidon and the Terrapagos. If you go for the Tailwind, you're guaranteeing that you're attacking first. You're going to be able to knock out either Pokemon at this point with a close combat. But at the same time, you can only knock out one. Miraidon is a very powerful Electro Drift without any kind of special defense boost. That might be enough for one-hit KO and Sneasler. Of course, the Terrapagos should be able to one-hit KO it with either Earth Power or I think likely Terra Starstorm at the same time. And of course, if Terrapagos is able to go for that Terra Starstorm, that clears Tornadus off the field. It's going to be, I think you almost have to target the Terrapagos with this Sneasler, but if you do that into a Protect, then I think the game just immediately ends.
Yeah, I think it's like close combat, Terrapagos, Tailwind, and then that at least guarantees you the speed for the Miraidon, right? I think I'm with you.
And there's, I guess, a chance Miraidon can't one-hit KO the Sneasler as well. Again, it's the Assault Vest set. Might not be super invested into special attack, which means you can maybe bank on it, but no Protects.
No Protects. It's just going to be a Tailwind from the Tornadus to ensure that the Sneasler can have the speed, and the Gunk Shot goes into the Miraidon, but it misses. It is not 100% accurate, and so that's going to leave this opening for the Miraidon to go for the Electro Drift. It's a one-hit knockout, but you can see the theory behind why Nikolai clicked the Gunk Shot. If you can survive, at least you're not going to take the defense drop from the close combat, and then you have a chance to deal with that Terrapagos later. So Francesco gets off a final Terra Starstorm, and we are tied 1 apiece as we get a chance to look at game number 3.
Really well played from Francesco there. I think despite, having the two fighting types on Nikolai's side of the field, the Terrapagos still being the MVP goes to show how well this team is constructed, especially after losing that Incineroar. Incineroar did exactly nothing that game other than swap into a body press from Zamazenta, and that is one of your main ways to slow down that Sneasler with the Intimidate, but was able to find a way around it. The defense boost coming out from that Electric Seed is massive for this Terrapagos. Of course, those Calm Minds letting it take some attacks from Miraidon very well as well. And I love that you call out that close combat special defense drop, Rosemary, because I was thinking about that right after that turn started. If you go for the close combat, Electro Drift almost definitely KOs at that point. We do see that it actually didn't matter in close combat, or the Sneasler would have been knocked out by that Electro Drift regardless. But that's, good info to know for Nikolai going forward, right? You can now don't really have to worry about the special defense drops with that close combat, because you just get knocked out anyway, and maybe that can possibly change the outcome of some turns later on.
But I still think it's but the special, if you use the close combat into the Miraidon because you want to get rid of that first, and then you're guaranteed to be faster than the Terrapagos, then you're dropping your special defense anyway for the Terra Starstorm from the Terrapagos, and I do wonder if that matters. Because the Electric Drift doesn't matter, but what if the Terra Starstorm damage output matters? Yeah. But it's hard to say, because you did have the +1 thanks to the Combine behind those Terra Starstorms at the end of the day.
At the same time, the +1 defense from the Electric Seed maybe would have been enough for the Terrapagos to not be knocked out by close combat that turn anyway. So it would have been a really tough game for Nikolai to win from that position regardless. I agree that Gunk Shot, if you're going to attack the Miraidon, was the right choice. Fortunately, it does have that miss chance, but I want to say that miss probably didn't really matter at the end of the day.
Well, we go into a game 3. So that's very exciting.
Absolutely. We love game 3s.
Yeah, that's definitely what that means. So whether the miss matters or not, we do have a game 3 on our hands, which is great for all of our viewers at home. So let's see what our trainers decide to bring this time around. It's going to be the Francesco is going to bring them right on the Terrapagos again, but this time around, Nikolai's, you know what? I've got 2 fighting types on the field now. At the same time.
This is the I got terrorized by Terrapagos last game lead. You're immediately going straight for those double fighting types, saying, I'm not going to let this Terrapagos get away for free this time. Because Francesco did lead his own Miraidon, that means the Sneasler's Unburden immediately activates, guaranteeing it will be the fastest thing on the field. We've got Fake Out, we've got Gunk Shot, we've got Close Combat all in play here. And I think any of those 3 attacks are great options from Sneasler. You can try and go for a Fake Out. maybe, break the Terra Shell on Terrapagos and not allow it to set up this turn. You can even go for the fake out into Miraidon, maybe try and get some big damage off with Body Press at the same time, allow you to get a huge lead on this first turn. But Zamazenta here, not too threatened right off the bat.
No, and so I feel like that's really great to have the Zamazenta on the field too, because if you really want this Sneasler to be protected, at least from the spread damage, then at least that's available. But I have a hard time thinking that this Terrapagos is going to go for the Terrassalization yet when the Miraidon is still on the field to want to use the electric terrain. So you don't want to take that away. And Terrapagos gets a chance to go for the Calm Mind as well while keeping that Terra Shell intact. So already, one turn of setup available for Francesco.
It's a very bold play with that Terrapagos. I think the safest play for Nikolai to do was exactly what happened. Go for the fake out and close combat into Miraidon. That guarantees that you're getting something done that turn because Terrapagos did have the option to protect. But Francesco, knowing that, says, I'm going to kind of make this huge play on turn one. And now your Terrapagos is already pretty far ahead. And you do have that defense boost still. Terra Shell is still active, but now you've also got a Calm Mind boost. You can start firing off some super effective Earth powers, not even have to worry about terrestrializing and going for Terra Starstorm that could be blocked by a potential wide guard from the Zamazenta. Of course, this Sneasler now threatens a KO into this Miraidon very easily. Possibly even a Throat Chop will be able to do it, so you don't have to risk the Gunk Shot miss or the close combat special defense drop, which means that Miraidon not feeling too safe.
No, and you might want that electric terrain for later as well. We did see the Iron Treads in the first game, and I kind of wonder whether or not that is still in the back. But for now, we do see the Incineroar take that Miraidon's place, and really nice to have that Intimidate drop onto this Sneasler. You're going to see the Terra Shell come into effect as the close combat hits into the Terrapagos, and look how little damage it does. But it does break that ability that is now no longer available for this Zamazenta to deal with, and that Body Press does a good chunk of damage, but still not quite enough. Terra Starstorm from this little turtle is going to be a single target attack since it is not Stellar Terra'd, but it's plenty to be able to get the KO onto the Sneasler.
Big survival from that Terrapagos there. I think if the double up of close combat and Body Press was able to knock out Terrapagos, it'll be very, very difficult for Francesco to come back in this third game. But that bold play of going straight for the Calm Mind coming in handy here. Of course, the combination of the +1 special attack and the -1 special defense, able to score a knockout with that Terra Starstorm. You maybe would have been a little bit tempted to go for the Terrestrialization there to get damage into both targets. But if you do, you lose that Terra Shell and you leave yourself a little bit more vulnerable to those fighting type attacks. Now Terrapagos, if the Sinistra is the 4th Pokemon for Francesco again, can get back up to a decently healthy state. Of course, with the Hospitality from Sinistra, with the Terrestrialization HP boost that it gets in that form, you maybe have enough gas in the tank to survive another attack. And this Incineroar will be really handy as well for some fake out help.
Yeah, I like that option available, but I still think that you're threatened no matter what by a KO. I think Terrapagos has no choice except to protect in front of the Miraidon and the Zamazenta. Because I think even actually if the Sinistra comes in, I don't know if Terrapagos gets up above 40%, 50%.
It'll be maybe around half. I think you probably would need to switch it in and protect and then, save the Terrapagos for a turn where you can go for those Rage Powders. But we have seen Nikolai try to punish those safer plays before. Like swapping in the Incineroar into Body Press, for example, and if Sinistra comes in here, it could be punished as well. No swaps, though. We get a Terrestrialization.
Yeah, the Terrestrialization committed onto the Zamazenta, so it is going to take that Ghost Terra typing, and it does make it so you cannot fake it out on this turn. And the Zamazenta is now going to be a bit more vulnerable to these Stellar Terra Starstorms. So we've got a little bit of both coins being played here, as that Terrapagos saying, I've got to make use of this Calm Mind boost now. I have it, and I may as well use it. So, Stellar Terrestrialization there. Let's see what this Incineroar decides to do, as we do get rid of this electric terrain as well, very critically from this Miraidon. It just goes for the Protect.
Interesting play there. You go for the Terra Protect, I think specifically to get rid of the electric terrain. Now this Draco Meteor will do much less damage, and the Incineroar takes that pretty easily. The Body Press will be going into the Terrapagos here, and it looks like we might get to see the Incineroar go for something like that Parting Shot. Allow the Francesco to reposition his Pokemon. I think if Sinistra is in the back, this is a pretty easy Sinistra swap here for the Rage Powder help and for that Hospitality.
Absolutely. I think that Rage Powder is really the key to success here, just to make make sure that you aren't going to be taking a body press from this Zamazenta, and there is the Sinistra. So we'll see how much this Terapagos gets now, and it's a nice, healthy chunk here after all of that is said and done from the Terastallization as well. I forgot that you are going to get that HP boost like you said. So it was nice to see that as a bit of a recovery there from the Terapagos Terastallization.
We're in an interesting spot now, though. The Zamazenta, again, does have access to Wide Guard. The Terapagos has Terastallized, which means that Terra Starstorm is a spread attack, which can be blocked by Wide Guard. And we see that Nikolai does have Tornadus in the back. So a Tornadus that is being protected by Wide Guard actually cannot be damaged by Terapagos, which is really interesting. We're in a spot where Terapagos is much healthier than it was, and now maybe even able to stick around for a few more turns with that Rage Powder support coming out from Sinistra. But if you can't do any damage with it, I'm not sure how much ground you're going to gain here.
Yeah, I mean, you've got Shadow Ball, so that is something that the Sinistra can use against this Terra Ghost Zamazenta. When you have this Wide Guard, the Terra Starstorm is going to be blocked, but what if it's an Earth Power as well as a Shadow Ball? Well, that theory was unproven right away as we see the Rage Powder from the Sinistra, because that does make the most sense given the circumstances as a Terra Starstorm. Free switch in for this Tornadus on the turn.
Really nice play from Nikolai there, knowing that Tornadus cannot possibly be damaged by anything other than a Shadow Ball on that turn, but Shadow Ball into that slot, a very unlikely choice for Francesco. And now you can kind of just keep wide guarding, going for those Bleak Wind Storms, make up some ground. There's no passive recovery on this Terapagos, which is one of the downfalls of running the Electric Seed instead of the Leftovers. There's also no Rillaboom on the field to get up that grassy terrain, so Terapagos is going to remain at this HP or lower unless the Sinistra is able to swap out and back in. But if you're swapping Sinistra out, you're leaving Terapagos vulnerable. Maybe you're calling the Sinistra swap and you go straight for the body press into Terapagos if you're Nikolai. It's a really tough position to be in because this Terapagos isn't as threatened anymore thanks to the Rage Powder, but also isn't going to be doing anything productive.
Ooh, the Bleak Wind Storm connects onto both the Sinistra as well as that Terapagos and the body press as well. Terapagos hangs on though with just a sliver, and so the Terra Starstorm, because there's no Wide Guard, gets a chance to hit both targets. Francesco is going to be able to secure almost a knockout onto either Pokemon, but just not barely enough. So Sinistra's going to have to finish the job here onto the Zamazenta, and that is a big threat removed. Francesco keeps himself in this.
Is a huge threat removed, but Nikolai still does have that Miraidon lurking in the back. There is no more way for Electric Terrain to be shut off by Francesco because that Terastallization is the only thing that can do it. And now that the Sinistra and the Terapagos are both very low on HP, you have the option to maybe go for those Dazzling Gleams to finish it off. The Incineroar in the back is kind of the only thing that can comfortably take a Dazzling Gleam, and you do have the option to go for a Fake Out onto Nikolai's Miraidon, which is really the only thing that you're kind of scared of at this point. But Tornadus get a big damage off with that Bleak Wind Storm, but unfortunately just not able to get these Pokemon into KO range for that Body Press. I think if Body Press was able to KO Terapagos, this is a very different game, but now Francesco is very in this.
Absolutely. I think that looking at the Miraidon too, is the speed good enough here? I think it's really safe for Nikolai to just go for the Tailwind just to ensure that this Miraidon is going to be faster. And if you go for the Dazzling Gleam here as well, there's actually not really a great way to be able to shut that off. I'm thinking, yes, Francesco is kind of still in this, but you might have to sacrifice something here in order to finish out the job. And you're not going to be able to see any switches this turn, so it's just a double KO earned for the Miraidon. That is now Francesco down to his final two Pokemon in this game. It's going to be that Miraidon next to the Incineroar.
The Francesco does lose two Pokemon there, but I actually think that's the very optimal outcome on this turn. To win this game, you need to be able to fake out Nikolai's Miraidon and attack it with your own Miraidon at the same time. And this is the perfect way to do it. You get to swap both of these Pokemon in for free after KO. The Assault Vest on Francesco's Miraidon means it might even be able to take two more Bleak Wind Storms from this Tornadus. And if you're able to KO this Miraidon with the combination of Fake Out and Draco Meteor, then you probably are able to lock up this game with your own Miraidon in the end.
But you have to hit.
You sure do.
Because Draco Meteor is not 100% accurate either, and so that's really what this turn is riding on. It seems like a very clear game plan for Francesco to be able to go for that Fake Out, like you said, and then it comes down to what happens after that. For now, it's going to be the Fake Out on the Miraidon. Let's see what happens next as we see the Miraidon flinch. It's going to be the Tornadus going for the Bleak Wind Storm, and Miraidon does hang on, as does the Incineroar, so that's a really big deal for the next turn. Draco Meteor connects as well into Nikolai's Miraidon, and that is going to be a knockout. Now it comes down to this Tornadus on this next one. Oh my goodness. Tornadus needs a double knockout here for Nikolai.
Huge turn for Francesco there. The Incineroar needed to survive because Bleak Wind Storm will still be doing spread damage, which is reduced.
But it is going to be a double connect. Maridon hangs on and Francesco celebrates knowing that he will be able to take this game, take this set, and stay undefeated at the North America International Championships. 7-0 now after this match.
What a huge play from Francesco after what was a pretty bleak game one. Able to very easily, not easily, very convincingly turn that around and improve to 7-0 on the day here in New Orleans. At the end of that third game, the Incineroar sticking around after that first Bleak Wind Storm meant that the Bleak Wind Storm on the next turn was doing 25% less damage, which was the difference maker in keeping that Maridon around to fire off that final Electro Drift. Really well-trained Incineroar there. I think Francesco needs to feed it a few Poffins if he gets the chance.
I think there are a couple of players in this tournament that might want to make sure that Incineroar is well fed after this particular tournament. I'm thinking back to, I think, Michael Kelsch's Incineroar as well.
Yeah.
It's just, all of these Incineroars are really out there putting their best paw forward. But congratulations for Francesco. I think you could tell why he was also so emotional about this. He got a top 16 at EUIC this year, but is still chasing that big victory. And just knowing that you're 7-0 at the end of the day, if you win another one, you have such a good chance of making the top cut for the event.
Yeah.
So imagine having two back-to-back top 16 performances. When you're this close, you can taste it.
Again, Francesco already was qualified for day 2 of this competition before this match, but getting that 7th win today makes tomorrow's Swiss rounds so much less stressful. You just one fewer win that you need on a very tough day of competition. So if you can go 8-0 today, 7-0 is a great start. Maybe even go for that 8th one. That just means you only have to win, I believe, 2 of tomorrow's 4 rounds to guarantee you've made it into the top cut bracket of this tournament. So really important win there for Francesco. Obviously, he's very thrilled with that win, with that reaction. And it's just really cool to see. Obviously, this means so much to him. He's traveled all the way from Italy to try and improve his resume here at the International Championships, and he is well on his way.
But Nikolai as well, this is another player that I just want to celebrate really quickly because, you get a top 4 at the Utrecht Special Championships this year, also got a top 8 at the World Championships in 2023, and is also one of those players that I feel like you always sort of expect to see in these day 2s. So he's also already earned a spot there, but how much further can he take it? I think another player really looking at being able to add that win accomplishment to their accolades. And so still very close despite the fact that you did lose this one match.
I think a very powerful team Nikolai had as well. The combination of Zamazenta and Sneasler is really, really strong, especially with the coverage Sneasler provides with that Terradark Throat Chop. Not a tool we got to see used so far today, but a fighting type that can also threaten when it KOs into the 2 huge Ghost-type Ghost-type restricted Pokemon. It can be a really valuable tool.
Well, let's go hear from Francesco. I want to hear all the emotion in celebrating this win. So, Evan, please take it away.
Thanks, y'all. Francesco, you know what I have to ask. The people want to know, how many hit points did that Maridon have at the end there?
1.
1. 1 singular hit point. Turns out Assault Vest is really good when you can also get a focus band attached to it. Oh man, that was such a hype into that matchup. What crazy positioning. I want to go all the way back to game 1 though, because game 1, that Tornadus and Zamazenta had your number. How do you bounce back from a game 1 like that to have the games 2 and 3 that you did?
Okay, so after the game 1, I lost 4-0 on the lead. Like my opponent did not even switch a Pokemon. I wasn't able to knock out one Pokemon on my opponent. And after losing that game, there comes the mentality that you gotta have when playing at those stages, because this is the international championship in America, and you gotta have more if you want to come back from those situations, because that could break you on the stream. I knew I shouldn't let that game influence myself for the next game. And I didn't know maybe the best plan in the game 1. I expected something totally different from my opponent. I didn't expect my opponent to bring Tornadoes at all, so that really set me off. And then once I played that game 1, I was okay. Like if he has Tornadoes, he has to sacrifice it or like switch it out. If I lead with the Miraidon, right? So I was like, okay, and then I can set up a game off of that turn 1 if he goes for the same lead. And why wouldn't he go for the same lead? Because he just won, like he dominated in the game 1. So I did just that. I threw a couple of Calm Minds in the game 2, and that, like, I think from there I was able like to win without many crucial turns, because like I kickstarted the game really well and kept all my resources. But in game 3, everything was different, because at one point when I found my Terrapagos, it was at 41 HP after the turn 1, where my opponent doubled the Miraidon. I saw at my Pokemon like in the back. I go for switching to see like what was the board, and I had like my Terrapagos at 41 HP, my Miraidon was like at 42 HP. And I was like, okay, so like my opponent sacrificed 1 Pokemon and I have both my Ubers down. I should always lose from this situation, and I was like, okay, let's try to not lose from this spot, right? So I went for the Terra with Terrapagos in order to have more HP recovered with the Sinistcha after the parring shot, because even like with the Protect, I nerfed the Miraidon, go for the parring shot. My Terrapagos gets more HP because 25% of Terra Terrapagos is much more than just the little Terrapagos, right? And we saw at how little it took the hit when it went for the Starstorm. So that was crucial, because otherwise it wouldn't have never survived the double. So when he attacked the Terrapagos with the body press, I was like, okay, maybe there's a chance. Because the Terragos obviously could let my opponent go for that play. And what really sets off my opponents every time I play this team is the damages, because they don't know. With the Electric Seed, with Sinistcha recovering the HP, they get confused, right? So, but I knew all my calcs really well, and I was able to calculate the turns from that. And then, like, I was able to put my Terrapagos back to almost full health with pivoting the teacup, right? And so at the end game, when I had all my 4 Pokemon very low, I was like, he's gonna go for the Dazzling Gleam and the Bleakwind Storm, and all my Pokemon are gonna drop to it. So like, what's the play? Like, do I protect Terrapagos, suck Incineroar, then go with Sinistcha? But then he can just Bleakwind Storm, right? Because Dazzling Gleam under terrain is so strong, and then he can also Bleakwind Storm, and my Terrapagos might not take the hit, even if it's like at +1, because it just does so much, right? So I was like, okay, I'm gonna double sack, fake out Draco, and hope for the best. And
90% of the time it works.
And 90% of the times it works, and the best happened, because the Miraidon took the hit at 1 HP, and I won the settings in a spectacular fashion. So I really loved it, yeah.
Incredible set, and that is the kind of thing that drives me wild watching these games. Thinking about all of those different things going into each turn, I loved that Protect Terra turn, especially because of how complex it was. There were so many different variables that you had to manage at any given moment. I didn't see it, but then as soon as you started doing it, I was like, oh my God, that's the play right there. That's how you do it. You stir it up, you stir up the matcha, you get it spilling out over, it's great. This team, I think, is super cool with the Electric Seed on the Terrapagos and the Focus Sash on Sinistcha, both 2 kind of rogue items for it. How did this team come together?
Okay, so the team came together because my friend Flavio, who's watching there in the crowd, was live streaming, and a fan of his sent a base of the team with Sinistcha, Electric Seed, Terrapagos, and Miraidon. And he sent it to me and was like, what do you think of this? I was like, this is very cool, let's work on it. But then we changed everything. Like from the base, we put Incineroar, because, you know, we're Italian. Yeah. And then from there, we put the Focus Sash on Sinistcha. And like the Focus Sash on Sinistcha changed everything, because it always leaves 2 hits. Like it needs to get 2 hits for it to drop, right? Yeah. So Rage Powder is very good against all those very powerful Ubers like Miraidon, Calyrex Shadow. In Bologna, I was able to showcase just that also on stream against Zamazenta and Calyrex Shadow, as well as today. And so, like, the team came together, the Focus Sash, like, completely revolutionized the team, and nobody knew about it, because, like, maybe they knew about the Pokemon, but they didn't know about the item we put on the Sinistcha that changed everything. And the Assault Vest on the Miraidon lets us control the board a lot more and decide when to switch out with the Volt Switch. So we decide when to heal up with the Sinistra, because otherwise, if we just have, for example, Specs Mirada and we go for Volt Switch, we are, we must lock the Hospitality that turn and we lose value on the Terrapagos, but the AB is much better, yeah.
That's so cool. It's such a really interesting way to think about using that Pokemon. I am hearing that pairings are going up, so I do want to let you get to your next match. But do you have any shout outs for the people who are here supporting you on your journey to become the North American International Champion?
Sure. I first and foremost want to thank my family, my mother, my father, my brothers, Luigi and Andrea. I want to thank the Terrapagos guys, Paradox team, Salvatore, Francesco, Alfredo, my cousin, I love him, and my brothers, Flavio, that helped me construct this team, and we worked so much on it together. We didn't go out one single day in New Orleans. We skipped the welcome kit pickup. I will have to pick it up today just to work on the team, and like we sacrificed so much for it. I can't thank him more. And I want to say thank you to all my friends in university cheering for me, even if they don't understand the game really, but they support me. All the guys at my boxing gym, Drago Box. Thank you guys very much. And yeah, and thank you also for the hospitality.
Thank you, Francesco. Congratulations again. Let's get you ready for round 8. Y'all stay tuned because we've got so much more Pokemon action to come here in New Orleans, so don't go anywhere.
An area Pokemon trainers can focus on in order to improve is to just remember to work with others while playing. Sometimes when you're by yourself, it's kind of hard to tell maybe where you're doing well, where you're doing bad. And also just playing with other people makes it a lot easier to, feel confident, and it just makes it a lot more fun in general.
So one area that Pokemon trainers can focus on to be great is kind of just focusing on yourself and not on others. I know a lot of times I compare myself to other players like, oh, they're so good and all this stuff, but really it's about you at the end of the day and how you feel playing as a player.
I think community building is probably one of the biggest things. You need a community, you need people to bounce ideas off of, bounce play styles off of, bounce all types of things off of, just to have really a successful career as a Pokemon trainer.
One area Pokemon trainers could focus on to be great would be kindness. This is my first time at regionals, and everyone here has just been so kind and helping me out, giving me tips on how to make my deck even better and how to just play differently. Even just like supplies, like card sleeves and other stuff to just be a better trainer.
Focusing on yourself in Pokemon Go is so important. A lot of players might play the game differently, but going at your own pace and finding your own play style, whether it's in grinding, in raids, Stardust, XP, or Go Battle League, or the Show 6 Pick 3 format, it's so much fun. And going at your own pace, learning it your own way, and playing your own way is the absolute best thing you can do.
I hope they still have the Pikachu plushie.
Yeah, time to go in.
Okay, let's go.
Okay, let's go.
Look who's here!
All right, Pokemon fans, Adam Watson here, and I've got Ira, who's going to rate the Fire-type first partner Pokemon for us. Let's get it underway. Show the people what you think. Where do these Pokemon belong?
Okay, everybody should be coming to
Okay, I think we can all agree with that one. Oh, man. Go all the way down to the C tier. Cyndaquil, I think he's a little higher, but that's just me. Charmander, nothing can beat Fuecoco in your eyes. Score Bunny, Fennekin, okay, just a couple more left. The B tier is getting kind of full. Where are the rest gonna go? Oh. Not too shabby. There's some people in the audience who are booing, and there are some people in the audience who think you are absolutely correct. So thank you for ranking the Fire-type first partner Pokemon. Let's get back to some Pokemon action.
We are playing Pokemon This or That with Aaron here, Grass type edition. You ready?
I'm ready.
All right. Sunflora or Carnivine?
Carnivine.
Carnivine or Go-Goat?
Go-Goat.
Go-Goat or Eldegoss?
Eldegoss.
Eldegoss or Abomasnow?
Abomasnow.
Abomasnow or Scovillain?
Abomasnow.
Abomasnow or Meganium?
Abomasnow.
Abomasnow or Victreebel?
Abomasnow.
Abomasnow or Delmise?
Delmise.
Delmise or Decidueye?
Decidueye.
Decidueye or Sprigatito?
Sprigatito.
Sprigatito or Bulbasaur?
Bulbasaur.
Bulbasaur wins it all. Drop the plush. Oh, congratulations. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. Bye. We did it. You keep it.
It really tis the season for awesome Pokemon play here at NAIC. We're about to round up day one of competition, and all I can say is if this is how the rest of the tournament is shaping up, you are in for a treat all weekend long.
One round left to decide the standings at the end of day one and all of the players who will qualify for day two of the competition tomorrow, and so much is on the line. For some players out there, they're trying to get to day two, be able to stay in the tournament. Some players are needing that one more win to keep their world's hopes alive. Some players are trying to finish the day undefeated. So much action out in the field.
Yeah, and it's been a long day of competition. It's so intense for these trainers, but from a purely selfish point of view, I wish the battles could go on forever more. I would love to be able to see more Pokemon action. It's been incredible, as you say, it's the last kind of tournament before the World Championship. So for a lot of trainers, it's not just about becoming NAIC champion, it's about trying to get that Worlds qualification.
Yeah, absolutely. Trying to go from this, one of the biggest tournaments of the season to the biggest tournament of the season in a couple of months in Anaheim, California, and get those last points necessary to be in the top 75 in North America, or different necessary standings for different zones around the world. And this is the last chance. There are no more points to earn after this weekend.
That's the thing, a lot of our traders battling it out for points, prizes, and more. But if you're not at the event, you can still get involved with some awesome giveaways. Across all of our games, there's lots to enjoy. And the number one thing I think on everybody's list is Wolf's Incineroar. This has been, I think, history in the making that Wolf Glick would use Incineroar for a victory, and now you guys can get it too. You can redeem it using the code NAIC25CONPERISH. I absolutely love whoever the legend is that came up with this. I see you. This is phenomenal, and you guys at home can make sure that you get the #1 MVP Pokemon in the format right now with the World Championship difference.
Yeah, a legendary part of the season, something people will remember for a long time. Wolf's run with Parish Trap teams over that period, spanned a few tournaments, even different formats, and really was such a fun part of the season.
Well, if maybe team games are more your sport, then we can always kick over to Pokemon Unite. We have got here the new Platinum emblem. So by watching the official Twitch stream for 30 minutes, you can get this as well in your Pokemon Unite game. There's also a special sticker here with the gift code NAIC 2025. I've been really enjoying listening to the crowd of Pokemon Unite here this weekend.
Oh, it's always so fun to hear the action, hear the reactions, hear the passion of the crowd watching Pokemon Unite.
Yeah, exactly. Whether they're cheering for whichever teams there are out there, it's always really interesting to see. But of course, there are some more Pokemon games as well that have more giveaway action for you to get involved with. Our Pokemon trading card game friends also have some Team Rocket items out here. You can receive some special illustration rares in-game using that code NAIC25. Destined Rivals. There we go. That took me a little minute, but we got there.
Destined Rivals, the new expansion for the card game, and yeah, those are some good-looking full art trainers there.
A TCG has double the action, as it so happens. There are also some Twitch drops that you can get as well by watching and following along that side of the broadcast. You can get some really cool merchandise for Pokemon Trading Card Game Live. Nice to see Cornerstone Ogerpon having a little bit of fun out there. It's kind of, you know, out there using its IV Cudgel, and I haven't seen too many in this tournament, though, on the VG side of things.
Yeah, it's a Pokemon that has maybe been the most popular form of Ogerpon in Regulation I, but I'm not sure we've seen one have an impact yet today.
And last but not least, we have Pokemon GO as well. That action has certainly been electric so far this weekend. I've been enjoying hearing the crowd over there as well. But you can celebrate NAIC by watching and earning some timed research via Twitch drops featuring Mandibuzz, inspired by Padaman's EUIC winning Team Padaman, an incredible Pokemon trainer over from Europe. So make sure that you follow along and try and get involved with these Twitch drops as well.
And definitely no Mandibuzz on the VG stream today, but we got closer than we probably usually would. Michael Zhang had it on that team in Portland, but then cut it out for the version for this tournament.
Yeah, but Pokemon GO is still running strong with that particular Pokemon choice. But we can kick it back to our tournament and take a closer look at the standings about how Masters Swiss round here is going down in New Orleans. Undefeated so far, Simone Sanvito, our trainer from round one of the broadcast. It's almost like we had a crystal ball and we could see into the future, picking Simone so we can showcase his tournament run. Already still undefeated, absolutely incredible. Fiona as well, doing incredibly well to remain undefeated, as well as a whole host of players. Francesco Piopera that we were just able to see in this very emotional finish at the end, as well as Marco Silva, trying to get his fourth IC title, and NAIC, you know, the fact that he's been able to cross 2 off the list already, maybe is trying to get that 3rd.
Yeah, such an impressive list of players, all who've had so much success and trying to build on it even more at this tournament. A lot of interesting Pokemon out there too. You mentioned Fiona. She's up there with Okidogi, pretty interesting pick. We saw Iron Treads last round from Francesco, but Flavio also has it. So a few interesting Pokemon left in the tournament trying to fight their way to the top.
And some other trainers at 6-1 records. You know, Luca Cerabelli, our reigning world champion that we got to showcase earlier, still doing incredibly well in the tournament, of course, as well as Alex Gomez, a trainer who has won the North American International Championships before. Flavio Del Pidio, a previous EUIC champion as well. Lots of names to keep an eye on. Justin Karras as well, a previous regional champion, making a name out here on the NAIC stage.
Lots of the top-ranked players from North America and Europe up in this top 16, building on already successful seasons.
Yes, I always like taking a closer look at how these trainers are battling it out. And speaking of battles, we got our final round of the day here, and we're going to be featuring Ko versus Justin. This is going to be an incredible match. Justin, a multiple regional champion. Ko, a previous world champion in the seniors division. So much experience and competitive wisdom will be on the stage here. But unfortunately, we can only bring you one match. If you take a look at these other pairings, there's some phenomenal matches that will be out there on the floor being played. Alex Gomez versus Victor Medina. I know that is a European song of joy right there.
So many strong players trying to keep undefeated records alive. We saw both Yuma and Simone win on stream earlier today. Only one of them is going to be able to keep that 8-0 record at the end of the day. Similarly, Kyle Livinghouse, one of the top players in North America, up against Marco, one of the top players in Europe and the world, who we saw win on stream earlier. Only one going to make it to 8-0 at the end of the day.
And it's amazing looking at all the different locations from around the globe that our traders have come from to battle here at the North American International Championships. Like, I guess it's got international in the title for a reason. It really is one of the most fantastic stages to showcase all the Pokemon competitive action we have all around the globe. And it's great to see different regions doing so well at this stage of the tournament on day one already.
Yeah, lots of US players having success. But despite the tournament being here in the US, lots of Japanese and European and Latin American players also having strong runs at the tournament.
I think when you have that level of prestige of a tournament, though, because obviously you've got Worlds that everybody wants to go to, but you can't just show up. You have to qualify to be able to be there. The next level down are these international tournaments, and because there's only 3 of them a year, they are so rare, they are so prestigious, and because you can enter without qualification, it's a really nice way for trainers to be able to battle against literally the best in the world and test their skills on that level.
Right, you never know who you're going to end up against round 1. You get the 1,200 players in, and your round 1 match slip could say any name on it. It can be a daunting task to fight it through. So many of these players have such consistent success getting to the top over and over again at these tournaments. And you know, like you mentioned, it's the next kind of tournament down from Worlds, but Worlds only comes around once a year, and all of our players are impatient for that next big win, and ICs give a chance to compete for that year-round.
And this is also that final testing ground as well, you know, maybe to take a look at the meta or run a particular team against world-level competitors. It's a fantastic opportunity to, if you maybe are already in a good position to be qualified, you can kind of hone your skills, suss things out a little bit more ahead of the tournament in August.
Yeah, I know that's something that Wolf discussed last year, like thinking he had the pick for the World Championships, but then deciding to use it here in New Orleans last year at the North American International Championships and recognizing, okay, there's improvements I need to make before going on to that next stage. And so this tournament provides that like valuable last testing grounds because it's generally the same format than moving into the World Championships.
And I think we see that in the last couple of regional championships as well, whether it's in NA, EU or LATAM, you can kind of see where trainers are maybe testing out what team they want to bring to this tournament this weekend. Sometimes they don't want to reveal it either, so they might have gone with something completely wild at their last regional and then brought what they really think is the call for the metagame to this extra prestigious tournament.
Right, it's also just always evolving players. You know, you can't hold on to something too long because things may shift on their head. And both players here showing something new, right? This Zamazenta and Miraidon core is something that was kind of creeping up in Reg I, and now both players here at the top with it.
Yeah, actually a lot of Pokemon similar across both Justin and Ko's teams here. As you mentioned, the Restricteds are the same, but we've also got the Chi-Pals to be able to help lower the defenses on the field and help out Pokemon like Zamazenta deal that additional bit of damage, but they've also got that core supportive Pokemon in the form of Iron Hands. No Incineroars to be seen. Instead, the Fake Out user is going to be that kind of bulky, reliable Iron Hands, and you can always go for those Drain Punches as well for that additional recovery.
Right, and Iron Hands provides a lot more damage than Incineroar ever does. Both the electric offense and the fighting offense can be a significant threat to the other side. You know, Incineroar is never going to handle a Miraidon itself, but Iron Hand's much better at being able to take an electric attack and get off giant drain punches that, like you said, can also provide extra sustain.
And Justin Tang, one of these trainers who kind of won his first regional championship and actually won 2 out of the first 3 events that he went to. Very, very established player, but really wants that international win. Taking a deeper dive at the teams, looking at the Zamazenta, running quite a traditional set here. The Miraidon is again that Choice Specs variant. One of the Pokemon that really jumps out to me is the Chi-Pal running that Crunch. We've seen a few Chi-Pal running Ruination at this particular tournament to have that guaranteed 50% damage, but Crunch is a really nice way to get some additional damage on the board as well.
Right, that last move slot on Chi-Pal seems like it's very flexible in this format. We've seen often the stellar ones with Sacred Sword instead in that spot, but Crunch can provide consistent damage without having to rely on Sucker Punch. Volcarona also on this team. We saw it early on in the day as one of those top 12 non-restricted Pokemon, and it's been rising usage for a set like this. Well, actually, it's a set that's generally more supportive than this, with both Struggle Bug and Rage Powder, but this one has the Quiver Dance instead, so that it can also set up and be kind of an alternative win condition. If you ignore it for too long, then it becomes a problem unto itself, and especially when it has support from the dual screens from Grimmsnarl, that can be a really quick threat if you don't have the right answers for it. We saw that back in Regulation H, that you'd build whole teams around a Volcarona like this, but having to just answer it as one other option on the other side can be scary as well.
I think that's a great point. You know, we do see Volcarona sometimes be that more supportive Pokemon, but this one has that utility to go all out on the offensive by itself with that Quiver Dance. Also with the Dragon Terrestrialization, that gives it some really nice defensive capabilities against traditional Fire, Water, Grass cores that you have to be prepared to face in a metagame here. Again, taking a look at Pokemon like Iron Hands, you've got a good offensive pressure with something like a Wild Charge. You can boost up off that electric terrain that Miraidon will set up as well with its Hadron engine.
Yeah, a lot of different damage threats there and a lot of bulk on the other side, especially behind those dual screens from Grimmsnarl. Looking over at Ko's side, there's no Grimmsnarl here, so no dual screens, but crucially, there's the Farigiraf to provide priority protection that Justin doesn't have, and so that means, you know, Justin's Iron Hands could be, its fake out could be mitigated at every different moment. You can't necessarily rely on Thunder Wave coming out from Grimmsnarl because it could just get blocked by Armor Tail. And then the other difference between the teams, the Whimsicott on Co's side can provide, you know, Tailwind. And when you're looking at a match where both players have the same restricted pair, if you have Tailwind and your opponent doesn't, it can be a really crucial difference. And then Encore also, you know, you might want options like Quiver Dance or Wide Guard, but you have to be worried that Whimsicott can hit the field at any moment. We saw that in a match earlier today, where even though Whimsicott was in the back, it came out of the field and was suddenly threatening Encore into 2 different slots. And so even just its name being written down on the team sheet can strike fear in your opponent because you don't know when it might show up on the field.
Yeah, don't underestimate it. It might look cute and cuddly, but it can certainly be so disruptive, particularly with the fact that it is running Covert Cloak as well, meaning you can't go for that fake out and slow it down and stop that priority Tailwind from coming up. So even if Farigiraf isn't on the field, Whimsicott still finds a way to bypass being slowed down in that regard. The Chien-Pao, really like to see the Terra Stella on here as well. That kind of was the classic terrestrialization that trainers went for with Chien-Pao, but as you mentioned earlier, a lot of them would also be running that Sacred Sword to be able to really get the capabilities from it there. Instead, again, this Chien-Pao rocking with that crunch.
Yeah, it's interesting. Both players have exactly the same Chien-Pao. Both have the Focus Sash, where because of the need for Focus Sash on the Calyrex Shadow, a lot of the other Chien-Pao in the field are actually Life Orb, and then both have the Stellar and the Crunch. And so playing pretty similarly to each other, but because they're both missing Sacred Sword, they also both can't hit each other's Zamazintas very well. Zamazinta is going to resist both Icicle Crash and Crunch, and so be very sturdy up against Chien-Pao on the other side. It makes it look like, again, a lot of the dynamics here will be, can you get to your opponent's Zamazinta when it's otherwise putting out such consistent damage, and then can you avoid your Zamazinta getting hit by Miraidon, which is such a huge damage threat into both sides. And so both players are going to have different answers to that. The Volcarona gives another option to resist Body Press and to go out against Zamazinta with Flamethrower offense. And the Whimsicott gives a way to get your speed up over the other side so that Miraidon is more able to consistently get damage out without being threatened by a faster KO.
I really wouldn't be surprised to see Whimsicott play quite a critical role in this. As you've mentioned, with the restricted, getting that speed advantage locked in can be a really formidable advantage that you can have. At the same time, I think the Chien-Paos need to watch out for the Iron Hands. You've already mentioned there isn't the Sacred Sword to deal with the opposing Zamazenta, so the Iron Hands with Drain Punches and the low kicks are going to be playing a very crucial role, and that way they can also attack the opposing Chien-Paos as well. With that Dark and Ice type damage, it's going to be something very nice for the fighting types to tackle into.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm curious how both players approach bringing Chien-Pao or not, because it is so weak to both the Zamazinta and the Iron Hands on the other side, but maybe the most valuable piece against the Miraidon, because you may be able to just outspeed and get a KO there, and so there's a lot of risk and reward to bringing it.
Well, if you're just tuning in, Pokemon trainers, this is the final Swiss round of day 1, Justin versus Co, and out on the field, front and center, it's going to be a Miraidon apiece for both of these trainers, but Justin has paired it up with that Grimmsnarl for some potential screen support, whereas Co has gone for the fake-out potential of the Iron Hands.
Both players with their most instant offense, the choice specs Miraidon out on the field, and both players with some way to mitigate that. Co threatening a fake out into the Miraidon on Justin's side, and Justin threatening a light screen to mitigate the damage from the Miraidon on the other side. Now, whenever you see two Miraidons up against each other on the field, you immediately start thinking about the Terastallization and the move choice, because both have to be fearing a Draco Meteor from the other side, but then also thinking about the Terastallization for themselves. Both have the Fairy Terastallization, and so could become immune to Draco Meteor. Of course, both also have the choice specs, so whatever move they lock into quickly, it will be what they're stuck using. You know, you may be tempted to just Volt Switch and get out of there, or even just directly switch so that you don't worry about the speed tie, but definitely a volatile position to have these two here that could end up with very crucial resources spent straight away. But no, just a raw switch here, Miraidon coming out, Justin not wanting to commit to this position and just getting Volcarona out on the field.
Yeah, does not want to tolerate those mind games that can go through. Fake Out was going down into that slot, however, instead it goes into the Volcarona. No retaliation, however, there. Grimmsnarl able to go for the light screen, set up its special defense on the field in the face of this Electro Drift that Co has gone for with his own Miraidon. That's going to target straight down to the Volcarona. That is a solid KO against it. Justin not happy to see that, but the Flame Body at least activates as a little bit of revenge, but I think Justin would have loved to have seen that go down into the Iron Hands.
Yeah, if you were going to get one Flame Body activation, you would have rather had it in the other spot, but you can see the high cost that Justin paid for kind of opting out of that Miraidon versus Miraidon. Co opted into it, just went ahead and went for the Electro Drift, whether that's calling a switch, calling a faster Volt Switch that leads to another Pokemon on the field, or calling a Fairy Terastallization. You don't have to pick which one you're calling, you just put an Electro Drift into that spot and capitalize on it with a quick KO KO onto Volcarona at a very low cost back. That light screen was going to go up eventually regardless, and the burn onto Miraidon probably won't be that impactful. Dodging the burn onto Iron Hands, pretty important though. I'm sure Justin expected Fake Out to go in there and was just thinking, if I can get the Fake Out in there, get a burn onto Iron Hands, that's a big swing in my favor instead.
Yeah, it would have been great momentum for him for sure. And as you mentioned, you know, being pinned in with the potential Fake Out, it was a little bit of a detrimental spot for Miraidon. He would have been forced to commit to that terrestrialization. So being able to switch it out, yes, you then preserve your terrestrialization for later on, but as you can see, it was a little bit devastating for Volcarona.
Not good for Volcarona, but now Justin knows what Ko's Miraidon is locked into, knows that his Miraidon is safe on the field, as an electric and dragon type doesn't have to worry about the other side, but Ko does still have to worry about what Justin's Miraidon will lock into, so it goes ahead and uses this terrestrialization, becomes a fairy type, gets away from both Draco Meteor and super effective Spirit Break damage.
Yeah, Justin feels free to commit to that terrestrialization and lock in the Dazzling Gleam. That's going to be able to do a huge amount of damage to the opposing Miraidon, but not enough to get the KO, as it is also a Choice Specs variant. It's going to be locked into that Electro Drift, connects down into Grimmsnarl, but again, Grimmsnarl able to hang on. Justin breathes a sigh of relief in that moment because Grimmsnarl is now able to go for the Spirit Break, get the knockout on the Iron Hands, and remove that Pokemon from play. But the Miraidon on Ko's side still hanging on.
Got a bit of ahead of myself there, saw Miraidon turning into a fairy type, but there were two Miraidons on the field. It was Justin using the terrestrialization to get extra damage onto that Dazzling Gleam, damage that meant it eventually picks up both KOs there, with the burn picking up the extra bit of chip and the Spirit Break helping to get the KO onto Iron Hands, and knows that Ko was very unlikely to actually put an Electro Drift into Miraidon on that turn since it was sitting there as a dragon and electric type. And so now Justin loses one Pokemon on the first turn, but takes 2 KOs on the second turn, takes the Pokemon lead in this matchup, and ends with a Miraidon behind white screen, locked into Dazzling Gleam, and offering pretty good damage against this team.
I think Volcarona actually put in a bit more work than we gave it credit for there. That Flame Body giving the burn to the Miraidon, you know, being able to get that bit of chip meant that restricted went down, and now Ko is down to the last 2 remaining Pokemon. And it is a good dog-cat duo here. You've got the Chien-Pao with that Zamazenta Dauntless Shield activating.
Another interesting position. Miraidon locked into Dazzling Gleam means the Zamazenta on the other side has a very easy wide guard, but you may not be making very much progress if you do that. Just a wide guard and then attacking on a switch might not be as fast as you want. You have to imagine Justin is highly prioritizing Reflect here, hasn't gone up yet, and has 2 physical attackers left on the other side, as Ko's only 2 Pokemon. So easy to go for that this turn, but then it's what does Miraidon do? Does it stay in and go for Dazzling Gleams to force Zamazenta's hand, or does it just switch out and know that wide guard is such an easy play, and then do you thread the needle correct? Do you guess whether the wide guard is coming out or not?
These mind games are so critical at this point. You can see Justin observing that team sheet, really double checking his information. As you mentioned, he commits into that Reflect. It's now up in the face of both these physical attackers. And Miraidon free to go for the Dazzling Gleam. The Zamazenta does not take the bait, does not go for the wide guard. That's a big amount of damage into that Chien-Pao, taking it right down to its Focus Slash, leaving it incredibly vulnerable in these next couple of turns. It's now time for Ko to retaliate, though. The Icicle Crash will connect into Grimmsnarl, get the knockout, and Zamazenta now in a position to try and get some good damage onto this fairy-type Miraidon. It's going to be going for the body press, however. There is no Grimmsnarl for it to go into, so a little bit of damage into Miraidon, but that's still significant chip.
You have to imagine expecting a switch. It is Iron Hands ultimately in the back for Justin. So had it been an expected wide guard, and so Miraidon switching out to Iron Hands instead, then Body Press is much better damage than a Heavy Slam is. But the guess is wrong. Miraidon does stay in a Dazzling Gleam, but now there's not so many 50-50s involved. Because you took the KO on Grimmsnarl, Miraidon does not have this option to switch anymore. It only has the option to Dazzling Gleam, means wide guard's easy, but just because you can wide guard doesn't mean you can win. The Chien-Pao on the other side, down to 1 HP, cannot deal with the Iron Hands by itself, so it's very difficult to see how Ko, through Reflect, tries to get through these Pokemon. Ultimately, getting to the right wide guard position was too late, where now it seems like Iron Hands is just set up to cleanly win this game.
I think this is a really safe protect as well. You know that the Fake Out potential can come through on the Iron Hands and that would be able to get the KO, but Justin doesn't go for it. Dazzling Gleam comes through again, Ko not going for the wide guard. I think knowing Chien-Pao is safe this time, the Zamazenta can take another one of these Dazzling Gleams and so then can retaliate effectively. And as you can see, that body press comes through into the Iron Hands. But Iron Hands still free to play here, can get that low kick down onto the vulnerable Zamazenta and calls to protect beautifully.
Gets the KO onto Zamazenta, and ultimately Chien-Pao, with only single targeting attacks and both Pokemon threatening a KO back at it, has no way to win this game. Justin just had the right piece at the end. You can see how little that body press did into Iron Hands. Even a double up with Chien-Pao wouldn't have been enough to pick up that KO, and that would have just left Miraidon free to win the game had that been the option. So Iron Hands, just the right piece, the right bulk at the end to kind of close this out after a bunch of fairly even early trading.
And some brave plays from Justin, just constantly going for those Dazzling Gleams. I know in this situation with just the 2 Pokemon, he didn't have the choice, but in that previous turn, there could have been that wide guard potential, but instead he just committed to the offensive plays, was able to get the necessary damage on the board to put Ko onto the back foot, and it's really enabled him this winning position.
The thing with wide guard is that it requires your opponent to miss a turn to go for that wide guard. So Justin recognizes that even if the wide guard comes out, Chien-Pao's not going to win that game on its own, and if Chien-Pao tries to do anything to make forward progress, Iron Hands can just pick up the KO on Chien-Pao and lock it up. So a lot of times, while wide guard might block one option from your opponent, the cost is just as high to you. If you spin both spin to turn, just kind of negating each other, then it's about what those remaining Pokemon next to the 2, the one being wide guard and the one using wide guard, can actually accomplish. In that situation, Iron Hands had the distinct advantage against Chien-Pao.
I mean, long story short, you've got to do damage to get the knockouts, right? And if you're constantly going for these wide guards, then you're not getting that offensive pressure on the board. Volcarona was only there for a hot minute, but it still put in a significant amount of work, preserving that Miraidon, but critically getting the burn onto the opposing Miraidon here. Because the Dazzling Gleam wasn't enough to get the KO after this Electric Drift at the end of the turn, it did go down. But this Electric Drift definitely did a huge chunk of damage into the Grimmsnarl, but Justin has got a good relationship with those Pokemon. It was able to hang on for its trainer, retaliate here, and get the knockout on the Iron Hands. I think would have been difficult for Justin to have to work around.
Right, I think losing the Iron Hands early, which seems like it's going to be an important Pokemon in this match, and getting the better end of what move Miraidon was locked into, where Dazzling Gleam had a much higher impact and kind of generic impact against the Pokemon on the other side than Electric Drift did, gave Justin the advantage. Part of that was some pretty bold, predictions of what was going to happen, being willing to lock into Dazzling Gleam. There was no Terrestrialization on the other side to resist it from either Pokemon.
That's true.
And just get the damage and to leave Miraidon somewhat vulnerable. I think Ko took just as many risks, though. Also left Miraidon out on the field turn 1 unterrestrialized, left it out on the field unterrestrialized turn 2, threatened by Dazzling Gleam and Draco Meteor. And so Justin managed to maybe play a little bit safer and get the better ends of those trades without having to guess anything right. And so I think Ko probably, that means, needs a different gameplay, a different approach, because you're not going to have things swing that much back in your favor.
You do have to make those bold plays sometimes, and I think we saw Ko go for those quite a lot in this match. Just Justin was still able to glean the advantage and take that game, but there's definitely some adaptations that could be made. But we're jumping straight back into game 2 here. It's going to be the Zamazenta and the Chien-Pao coming out for Justin, completely shaking things up from game 1, but the Iron Hands and the Miraidon coming out for Ko.
A full switch here, the same Iron Hands and Miraidon from the other side, but now we have the physical attackers, the Zamazenta and the Chien-Pao from Justin's side. A little bit of a delicate position here. The Chien-Pao would love to go out on the offensive against Miraidon, but has to worry about Fake Out. So you'd probably expect a double protect through this turn, just because it burns the Fake Out. You learn what Miraidon is locked into. That might give Ko the opportunity to readjust the position to what he likes. The Iron Hands looks very comfortable here, but the Miraidon maybe a little bit less so, has to worry about an Icicle Crash coming in. That said, we talked before the match that one of the best ways to deal with Zamazenta in this relative mirror matchup is to get a big electric attack on it.
Yeah.
And so having to flee with Miraidon in the face of Zamazenta is a pretty effective use of the Chien-Pao.
It's a good way to apply pressure for sure, but the first Pokemon fleeing the battlefield in this game 2 is going to be the Iron Hands. Instead, Ko switching up the ball position to bring his own Zamazenta onto the field, allowing Dauntless Shield to activate and give it that boost. Chien-Pao on Justin's side just playing defensively. Justin, I think, sussing out how he feels about this particular turn as the Zamazenta also protects. So Justin may be scouting out how Ko wanted to adjust this ball position going into the next couple of turns, and also looking at what this Miraidon is locking into. Turns out to be the Dazzling Gleam.
Well, we're back into a similar position, but with the script flipped.
Exactly.
We have now the Miraidon on Ko's side locked into Dazzling Gleam with the threat of Wide Guard on this side, but once again, a position where just Wide Guarding to negate both Pokemon probably isn't to your advantage. Chien-Pao does not want to have to be fighting by itself against Zamazenta. Now, you can't allow an Icicle Crash into Miraidon too easily. It might force the Terrestrialization out, or maybe just force the switch from the Miraidon on the other side, just because Chien-Pao is threatening there even without the Wide Guard option. And then two Zamazentas up against each other. They can both do really significant damage with Body Press. It can come down to speed advantage. Zamazenta's often not trained to be its maximum speed, and so one player may have the natural speed advantage here.
Well, adaptations on Justin's side. Once again, we see him switch out a Pokemon for that Volcarona, but there's going to be the adaptation on Ko's side as well. Miraidon leaving itself into the back, does not want to risk those Dazzling Gleams in the face of a Wide Guard, and switches things up and brings Chien-Pao in. So one Chien-Pao leaves, one Chien-Pao joins. Body Press is going to come through, though, into Zamazenta. That is huge damage. That is a one-hit KO with a critical hit. Justin looks up to the sky. That is not what he wanted to see, as he loses a restricted by the opposing one on Ko's side. Now forced to have to bring in a Pokemon from the back.
That's one of the most crushing things that can possibly happen in a Zamazenta matchup. You either find out that your opponent is naturally faster or that just won the speed tie, and then he gets the critical hit Body Press to simply take Zamazenta off the field for Justin before it can attack. Really devastating. You have to imagine that beyond that, Justin was expecting and hoping the Body Press might be into the Chien Pao slot, and so you'd get to resist it with Volcarona, get a roll of Flame Body, but it all goes wrong. Instead of the Body Press, goes into Zamazenta, gets the critical hit, and just gets the KO there. A very crucial piece for Justin taken off the field. It immediately makes things like the Chien Pao so much more threatening because you don't have the Zamazenta to resist it.
I mean, that Zamazenta was not messing around on Ko's side, right? Just was able to get that solid one-hit KO.
Solid one-hit KO, quick knockout, and now both players have revealed all 4 Pokemon as well after Ko shows the Chien Pao and Justin shows the Volcarona on that previous turn. So no Iron Hands this time from Justin after it was the decisive Pokemon of the game, and also no Grimmsnarl after the screens had a pretty high impact. So really showing a willingness to switch after a win going into game 2.
Well, Miraidon just trying to bring the Chien Pao right down to its Focus Sash again, leave it vulnerable maybe for that Volcarona to try and clean it up and remove it from the field, but this also does enable Justin to have a pivot with that Miraidon. It can leave the field, you can bring the Chien Pao in of your very own, and again, this Pokemon is running that Focus Sash. It has that little bit more flexibility on the field to take a big hit of damage, and it's going to have to take the Icicle Crash. Won't be a huge amount of damage, but critically that Focus Sash is now broken, leaving it vulnerable to a follow-up from this Heavy Slam, and that will be a knockout.
Yeah, an easy play for Ko to make. He's seen what 4 Pokemon Justin has, knows the Miraidon cannot protect itself. So if you put an Ice move and a Heavy Slam there, if the Miraidon turns into a Fairy type, it goes down. If you go to Chien Pao, it goes down. And so a safe KO. Now it is traded back. The Volt Switch goes into Chien Pao, and then a Flamethrower into Chien Pao picks up that one. And we're continuing to simplify the game, but Ko already ahead because of that crucial crit Body Press earlier. You're happy to trade down a Pokemon, get rid of the Chien Pao on one side in exchange for the Chien Pao on your own side, and get this down to just Miraidons, Volcarona, and Iron Hands. Volcarona, I think, is the key piece now for Justin, though. It's the one that can still threaten Zamazenta quite well, and can be very bulky against Zamazenta, has to watch out, and same for Iron Hands, but has to watch out for a big Electro Drift from the Miraidon. We saw that in game 1, just picked up a KO into Volcarona.
I mean, that was definitely a rough turn if you were a Chien Pao, both of them going down and leaving the field, but Ko able to now bring in the Iron Hands from the back, that we're able to see out in the lead as Miraidon joins on Justin's side. These are Justin's 2 last remaining Pokemon, and as you mentioned, Volcarona in a position where it can potentially do some damage out there, but is there potentially still Terrestrialization in play?
Still Terrestrialization in play, not that much electric terrain left either, but Ko keeps the Miraidon in the back to be able to reset it in the future. And right now, Miraidon's going to have to lock into one move for the rest of this game, and Ko's going to keep that flexibility later on.
Well, the Sparkles are coming to the stage here at NAIC as the Miraidon is going to commit to that Terrestrialization. It will turn itself into a Fairy type. I think this is going to have to be more for a defensive capability, but at the same time, you can try and go for the Dazzling Beams, but there is that potential wide guard in play that you have to watch out for. Fake Out comes through, so Miraidon still gets to think about what move it wants to lock into in the next turn, but as Zamazenta is in a position where it can go for that Body Press, still a significant amount of damage despite not being very effective, and Volcarona can utilize this opportunity where it was not targeted to go for the Quiver Dance, but is it going to be enough to carry Justin through this game?
It's absolutely going to be an uphill battle, but it starts there, getting the Quiver Dance that both amplifies the damage, tries to get the speed up over Miraidon, and makes you take less from Miraidon's damage. Maybe you can get there. And that's what we talked about, where Volcarona has to play this role where because the distraction is taken away from it, it gets a chance to boost. Miraidon pays a high cost there. Ko playing very straightforward, understands, just puts a Body Press there, forces the Terrestrialization out, and now has the play to go for damage into the Miraidon, either with Wild Charge or Heavy Slam. We've already seen the wide guard, so probably Wild Charge coming through in the future.
Well, the Flamethrower followed by the Draco Meteor targeting down into this Iron Hands. Despite the fact that it has that Assault Vest, it is going to go down to the double up from these special attackers. The Zamazenta doing no damage, instead going for the wide guard. But the critical thing is we now know what that Miraidon is locked into. It cannot switch out to reset those drops.
Right, cannot switch out to reset those drops. Also locked into Draco Meteor. Miraidon on Ko's side still free to use Terrestrialization to become a Fairy type and permanently immune to those Draco Meteors, making it all about Volcarona. But Volcarona is making progress. The cost to becoming a fairy type with Miraidon on the other side is that you would then be neutral to Flamethrower. Maybe 2 Flamethrowers at +1 is just enough to pick up this KO. Zamazenta going to have a very hard time dealing with Volcarona on the other side, can't do much damage to it, and has to worry about burns. And so there's definitely still a path here, especially if Justin can get one more big, Draco Meteor onto the Miraidon on the other side, either forcing the Terrestrialization or probably just picking up the KO if Code doesn't immediately opt to Terrestrialize like this.
Well, the Terrestrialization is going to come through, and it is indeed onto that Miraidon, making sure that it's going to be immune to the potential Draco Meteor that the opposing Miraidon can deal out. But Justin could easily see this, could maybe just try and go for some chip down into that opposing Zamazenta. But Volcarona moving first, goes for that Flamethrower into the opposing Zamazenta. It's going to go down to another one, but Miraidon trying to get the edge, is able to get the knockout. So teamwork is the dream work here for Justin, removing that restricted from the field, but it still has to contend with the Miraidon on the opposing side. You cannot hit it with the Draco Meteor. So as you said, all eyes come down onto this Volcarona. Electric Drift is the choice. It goes down into Volcarona. Ko, knowing that that's the Pokemon that can stand in his way, does a huge amount of damage, but I don't know if Volcarona has the capabilities to knock out the opposing Miraidon before it can KO it in the next turn.
Right, it doesn't look like it should be able to. That Electro Drift did so much. If it was closer to missing the 2-hit KO, where you might try to get a Struggle Bug out there, or just get a couple turns of leftovers recovery, there might be a path. But with Electro Drift doing that much, you're going to basically need Flamethrower to just one-hit KO right on the other side. I don't expect that should be possible. So Justin making the valiant effort out of it, calling the Wide Guard and getting the KO into Iron Hands, calling the Terrestrialization and getting the KO into Zamazenta before it moves, but ultimately just doesn't have the firepower. Doesn't look like. Let's see the Flamethrower.
Oh, not even nearly enough. It's, I think, going to have needed 3 of those. Miraidon trying to go for the Draco Meteor, but we know that it's not going to be doing any damage. On the contrary, however, the Electric Drift can come through from the Miraidon, KO that Volcarona, and as Justin cannot do any damage in retaliation, it looks like we're going to be going to a Game 3, Len.
Going to a Game 3. I think the decisive moment of that Game 2 was the critical hit from one Zamazenta to the other. I think after that, Ko executed very well to just simplify, like very safe moves and simplify down from there. Made a surefire KO into a Miraidon slot that it resulted in a Chien-Pao trade. Used Wide Guard to make sure nothing too bad happened while just trading down into this position where Miraidon could easily close it out. Of course, not actually showing over in the game yet. We have to see an Electro Drift land into the Miraidon, but making it happen using the staying power of the Miraidon and the sheer firepower of Ko's Miraidon.
I like the way, though, Justin's taking every second of this turn, knowing the game is over, but really starting to think towards Game 3. Electric Drift will, of course, come through from Ko's Miraidon here into the opposing one to be able to seal up the game and even the score. But Justin, from Game 1 into Game 2, really shook things up with the team, instead led with these kind of physical, offensive Pokemon, and now maybe you've got to go into Game 3 and shake things up again.
Yeah, you have to wonder, because so Justin used both of his restricted Pokemon in both Game 1 and 2, but made a 100% swap. It's completely changed from one set of 2 non-restricted Pokemon to the other set of 2 non-restricted Pokemon. Now going into Game 3, do you go back to what won for you? Do you expect that your opponent will expect you to go back to what won for you? So you stay with this? This was very close, despite the critical hit. Maybe if that critical hit doesn't happen, Justin can fight through it. But also, it seemed like Grimmsnarl and Iron Hands were really impactful in this matchup. Do you want to leave them back again? Or what kind of mixed option is there with using one from each set? It's what Justin's thinking here. That's why he takes the time to take the full time and click a Draco Meteor into a Fairy-type Miraidon on the other side to try to decide what the best path is for this very important Game 3.
And I think both our trainers here utilized their 2 Pokemon to target down one opposing one to guarantee a lot of knockouts. We saw that on both sides, from the Chien-Pao and from the Iron Hands as well. So both times they could identify which Pokemon was their biggest threat, found a way to eliminate it, but the issue is there's always that partner Pokemon that can either use the opportunity to set up or be able to get some critical damage on the board.
Right. The lack of protects on both sides as players bring, the Assault Vest on Iron Hands, the choice specs on the Miraidon, the Grimmsnarl that doesn't have protect. There's a lot of opportunities here to just force a KO. I mean, that's what Miraidon wants to do. It has such sheer firepower that it always wants to be looking for a KO, not just kind of repositioning and pivoting. And so once you get ahead in a matchup like that, it's very easy to force your KO, even though you might take one back and you're not playing safe, and just extend a lead. And so it really feels like the lead matchup can be so important to this. Game 1, it was a pretty neutral lead matchup. Justin opted out of it, sacrificed the Volcarona, and then turned it into a pretty positive lead matchup once he'd seen what the Miraidon on the other side was locked into. But in Game 2, it felt more like a positive matchup for Ko that Justin had a harder time ever, finding his way, his footing back into.
I mean, you mentioned this earlier about the commitment, particularly with the Miraidon. Like, you have to commit not only to the move choice because of the choice specs, but also the terrestrialization. And when you have a Miraidon mirror, those Draco Meteor buttons are so tempting to hit, which means you are basically forcing your opponent, if they call it, to go for that terrestrialization. But wake up, trainers. Game 3 here in Swiss round 8. It looks like Justin is running it back from game 1 in a way with the Miraidon, but we've got the Iron Hands out on the field, but Ko switching things up now in game 3. Chi and Pao Zamazenta.
Yeah, Justin taking a page out of Ko's book and getting the Iron Hands Miraidon on the field, turn 1 for the first time in this match for himself. Meanwhile, Ko makes the big adjustment that Justin did in game 2 to have Zamazenta and Chi and Pao out. In the same way that worked out fairly well for Ko in game 2, it might work well for Justin in game 3, but still has all of the volatility that we described in game 2. That Chi and Pao still threatening a bunch of damage from Miraidon, but has to worry about a fake out on the other slot. It has to be very tempting for Ko to simply double protect and get rid of that fake out. But Justin can then make the same kind of adjustment into a double protect that Ko made in game 2. They've just flipped sides of the field in a matchup that already feels like a mirror match. And so they'll both also have learned what the other player values out of it from what they did in game 2. What they think is the biggest threat is what they played into in game 2, and then maybe that means that's what they're going to go out for in game 3. But for now, just a protect coming out from Chi and Pao.
The psychology is fascinating. You can see the protect come through from the Chi and Pao, but not on the Zamazenta. The fake out was going down into that slot, so not going to be able to slow down a Pokemon here.
That leaves room with no protect there for a massive Volt Switch into Zamazenta. That is a ton of damage.
Yeah, particularly with the Electric Train in play, you can really boost that up with your Hadron Engine and do a significant chunk of damage, as well as pivot out your Miraidon, keep it safe in the back, and bring that Volcarona back onto the field to shake things up. Body Press comes down into that slot though, does over 50% of damage, and no Flame Body activation there.
No Flame Body activation, but leftovers means that it's still not a 2-hit KO. Chi and Pao might be able to close that KO itself with Crunch, but again, would risk a very devastating Flame Body because it both breaks your Focus Sash and mitigates your damage. And Justin may be showing why he has the better version of this, because in the face of the risk of double protect and the reposition, actually gets a better target for the reposition. Volcarona more impactful against these two Pokemon than what Ko was able to reposition into.
But we've seen Volcarona, particularly when Justin's able to set it up, do some decent damage into both these opposing types. So possibly Volcarona is a threat that Ko has to be cognizant of, but at the same time, you don't want to let that Iron Hands run rampant with something like a Drain Punch. Looks like it's going to be the target straight away from the Icicle Crash, followed up by the Body Press. That is going to be able to get the knockout, so you don't have to contend with any fighting type moves coming through from that Pokemon. Both the Pokemon on Ko's side breathe a sigh of relief as Volcarona follows up with the Flamethrower. Now this will take down to the Focus Sash of that Chi and Pao, leaving it a lot more vulnerable going forward, but I feel like Ko was able to remove a significant KO on Justin's side.
Yeah, it felt like a very significant KO. Ko has enough damage there with the Sword of Ruin to get the KO into Iron Hands, and you know, if that Iron Hands had been able to hang on and get a Drain Punch into either of these targets, then that turn looks very different. But getting the KO there, and partly because there's no threat of Rage Powder, the Volcarona on this side has the Quiver Dance. Instead, we saw the impact of that in Game 2, even though it wasn't able to close it out. But with Rage Powder had been threatened there, it's a very different turn, where Iron Hands feels much safer on the field. But without it, all Volcarona can do is Flamethrower the Chi and Pao down to 1 HP. That said, both these Pokemon very low in health now. Miraidon can use the Terrestrialization to make itself more safe on the field, and then go out on the offense against either of them. Dazzling Gleam could maybe even get the KO on both. You have to worry about the threat of Wide Guard, but otherwise an electric move into either target should be a KO. And Volcarona, again, might just start getting ignored. Got ignored for a double target on the last turn, and now you have a Miraidon in front of you. That's what you have to pay attention to. But that just gives time for Volcarona to get leftovers recovery, become more healthy, and possibly even get a Quiver Dance.
And both of the Pokemon on Ko's side have been significantly weakened since Miraidon was last on the field. So as you mentioned, unless there is a White Guard, Dazzling Gleam can do a lot in this turn. Terrestrialization a piece, however, this time it's going to be the Zamazenta on Ko's side, however, going for that Dragon Terrestrialization. This again doesn't look so good in the face of potential Dazzling Gleam, but we know that that White Guard is in the back pocket for Ko. It's going to be the Sucker Punch coming through, first of all, though, from this Miraidon, not doing a huge amount of damage, and Miraidon free to go for this Dazzling Gleam. This is going to be able to get the knockout on the Chi and Pao. It's going to be able to get the knockout on the Zamazenta, and that is a fantastic swing of momentum for Justin Tang.
Yeah, just a devastating turn for Ko. Possibly thought he was threatening Wide Guard sufficiently enough that Dazzling Gleam wouldn't come out, but Justin has shown no fear of the Wide Guard throughout this set, just consistently going for the Dazzling Gleam anyway, which is the higher impact, and then capitalizes on it further with a free Quiver Dance after the double KO. Just a devastating turn. Justin takes such a huge lead off of that, despite being the first one to give up a KO.
Yeah, I love the way Volcarona can capitalize on that as well. Kind of say, Miraidon, you can do the work, you can do the damage. I'm setting up to try and take this game 3. If you're Ko now, you're forced to bring in those last 2 remaining Pokemon, and depending what they are, you can try and get some momentum around, but you still have to contend with the fact that this Volcarona is now set up. It's going to be dealing even more damage. At least you know Dazzling Gleam is coming through there.
You do know Dazzling Gleam is coming through, but without Wide Guard to stop it, it might actually not be that bad of a choice. Terrestrialization has already been spent. You have to imagine that Miraidon is one of those 2 Pokemon in the back for Ko, so a very vulnerable and good Dazzling Gleam target. That especially if it's Iron Hands alongside of it, then you're going to be perfectly fine locked into Dazzling Gleam. Meanwhile, Ko's going to have to make some really difficult decisions about where to target, because Dazzling Gleam doesn't look as strong for him with a Volcarona setting up, and then you have to choose whether Electro Drift is going into Volcarona or Miraidon, and this is kind of what Volcarona is accomplishing here. If you ignore it, it's going to become a problem. Let's not get too far of ourselves. Let's see what Ko actually has here and what that situation is going to be.
Well, it's going to be the Iron Hands and the Miraidon. So again, Hadron Engine on the field, that's going to be boosting up some of Miraidon's attacks. Quark Drive as well, going to be helping out the Iron Hands with its attack. Now, Iron Hands in a position where it can always go for that fake out as well, try and slow things down for a turn.
I think this is going to be a really interesting targeting decision. So Iron Hands probably wants to fake out Miraidon because you don't want a Dazzling Gleam to come out, but you have to be tempted to do something else on the turn, maybe fake out the Volcarona. Meanwhile, the Volcarona should move before the Miraidon on the other side with 1 boost, but even if it Quiver Dances again and get a 2nd boost, I'm not sure that it will be able to take an Electro Drift after the damage that we saw in Game 2. So, and if you just go for a Flamethrower, neither of these targets are very vulnerable to it. We saw the damage into Fairy, Miraidon in the previous game, not that much. The Assault Vest on the other side, and so, a fake out into Miraidon and an Electro Drift into Volcarona seems very strong, but there's protect options, there's switch options, and Justin can just flip this on its head, because if he can ever get back to the position to get a Dazzling Gleam into these 2 Pokemon, it's going to be devastating.
I think that's the beauty of having 3 remaining Pokemon here. Justin does have that flexibility to bring the Miraidon out. The fake out was actually going down into the Volcarona, so it's going to flinch and not be able to move in this particular turn, but Electro Drift has been the move locked in by Ko's Miraidon. It's going to find its mark down onto the Zamazenta, take it down to 2 hit points remaining. So close. Zamazenta is able to make it in, only just a little bit unscathed in that situation. But going forward, you know, you've got that Miraidon in the back, like you mentioned, Dazzling Gleam can come through, but at least you have the utility to try and do something with Zamazenta in this turn.
Right, Ko gets the better out of all of this turn, manages to stop the Volcarona from getting set up, probably gets pretty valuable damage into it that makes sure it's vulnerable to Electro Drift in the future, and doesn't have to give up a Dazzling Gleam in the process. Gave up another big risk that Dazzling Gleam could have just come out in that position if, you know, if Justin's Miraidon moved first. Of course, if the Electro Drift had just come out, it might have just been a KO, but Justin, Ko knows that there's really safe Electro Drift damage into the slot that's either going to be a Zamazenta or a Miraidon, and so gets a ton of damage into the Zamazenta that probably won't be able to accomplish much now. It just protects through this turn, but is going to be slower than Miraidon and way too low health to take any attacks.
Yep, Zamazenta just going to sit pretty on the field, allowing this Volcarona to go for the Struggle Bug. It's not a huge amount of damage, but the critical thing is lowering the special attack off that opposing Miraidon, so it's a little bit less of a threat when the Miraidon on Justin's side is able to come back in. It's locked into Electro Drift, but it's going to be doing no damage this turn thanks to the Protect on that Zamazenta, and actually no damage for either electric type here. Zamazenta doing a really wise Protect on Justin's side.
A very interesting double target from Ko's side, maybe wanting to catch the Miraidon coming back in that slot and get the KO, but ends up paying a really high cost for it because doesn't get the KO, doesn't make any progress on that turn, and with Quark Drive expiring on this turn, has even less damage threat into Volcarona. Maybe means the Struggle Bug would stop that KO, and probably still, though, has to target into Zamazenta anyway because you can't allow a Body Press out. Meanwhile, Volcarona is still accomplishing the same thing it has been throughout this match. When it's ignored, it's doing something valuable.
And that Hadron Engine is deactivated as well. Volcarona, I think, going for the Protect here, just making sure that it cannot take any unnecessary damage in the Electro Drift. This time will find its mark into the 2 HP Zamazenta. That's going to be more than enough to remove it from play. The interesting thing now is Justin will be forced to bring that Miraidon back in and set up that Electric Train once again. That will also benefit both of Ko's Pokemon that are once again just going for Wild Charge, Electro Drift, trying to get the damage on the board. But now Justin down to the last 2 remaining. You've got this Volcarona. It's using the Protect to get a little bit more HP back with the leftovers as well. But I think all eyes are going to be on the Miraidon, whether it is going to be able to close this up for Justin.
Well, I have to imagine the Miraidon is going to get its Dazzling Gleam off. Struggle Bug should mean that at -2 special attack, the Miraidon on the other side isn't actually threatening a KO with Electro Drift into Miraidon, and for that to even stop a Dazzling Gleam, it would have to be faster than the Miraidon on Justin's side. If the question then is, if Dazzling Gleam goes off, is that enough damage to close out the game? With Struggle Bug plus Dazzling Gleam, it should just KO the Miraidon on Ko's side. That leaves Iron Hands by itself. I don't think Iron Hands can do that. Justin doesn't even think he needs the Struggle Bug, just goes for the Flamethrower, gets a bunch of damage, finally gets the burn into Iron Hands, and looks like he's pretty far ahead in this as that Dazzling Gleam does come out.
Volcarona, once again the superstar of the show, able to get damage on the board, get the burn, enable the cleanup from this Miraidon. Justin Tang is able to get the closure he wanted in this match and is victorious over Ko in this final round of Swiss, day 1 of NAIC.
Bounces back from a game 2 where he lost his own Zamazenta to a devastating body press critical hit, and then just pilots a bunch of delicate situations, very volatile situations quite well. Gets that turn 1 very right. Gets a Volt Switch into the Zamazenta for a ton of damage just to get Volcarona out on the field to take the body press instead. The thing on his team that does the best job of taking that body press. We talked between games about how crucial the turn 1s are in setting up who's ahead and who can then play more safely from that point on. And it felt like Justin just kept the ball rolling after that turn 1.
And Volcarona kind of did that on the double in that game 1 as well. Volcarona switched in that turn 1. Yes, it went down straight away, but that burn proved pivotal to be able to get rid of the opposing Miraidon in the end. So it definitely still played a starring role. And it was great to see how a Pokemon that hasn't been utilized by too many players out there is doing phenomenally well on a team with a lot of core Pokemon that we're used to seeing in the meta. Again, Zamazenta on Ko's side, I think, did a decent job trying to apply pressure here, there, and everywhere, but it really was down to this Volcarona, and also that Volt Switch right at the beginning, doing all that damage to Zamazenta, was a great play.
And this turn was really where it felt like Justin took the insurmountable lead.
Yeah.
Ko making kind of the call there that maybe it was going to be Flamethrower going into Zamazenta, maybe it was going to be an electric move going into Zamazenta, and so using the Terastallization to turn Zamazenta into a Dragon type and not using Wide Guard just meant that they were both so vulnerable to an easy Dazzling Gleam double KO.
Well, you said that earlier, the mind games with the Wide Guard can be so strong, and knowing it's on there, you would maybe feel like it would be too risky to go for the Dazzling Gleam, but Justin committing to that, this Dazzling Gleam that was locked in, was able to get the KO as well at the very end and clean up that set. And I mean, what a thriller. I always love a Game 3 situation. I say this all the time because it gives us more Pokemon action, and it brings things even closer to the wire, but to finish an incredible day 1 with that level of Pokemon play is always an exciting way to end the day.
Very fun to watch. I know a lot of players say that Dazzling Gleam is Miraidon's best move. I think that match showed off why. Just able to put out such consistent damage across the board, and very always one of the best offensive types, and just Justin always finding the right positions to put it in to really capitalize on that damage as well.
Yeah, and I like the supportive Pokemon. Chienpao played a role in this as well. I think, it wasn't quite on Volcarona's level, but it was good to be able to see that Pokemon come to the forefront with the Icicle Crashes, for example, that longevity with the Focus Sash, as you were mentioning. A lot of trainers are opting for Life Orb in it now. Bringing back that more traditional variant did give it a bit more flexibility.
Yeah, it was a very important piece in that matchup for both players. In game 1, game 2, we saw them just traded for each other as both players are prioritizing getting rid of them. In game 3, you saw the price Justin was willing to pay to go after the Chienpao because it gives up the double target into Iron Hands. It goes down, but then gets the very valuable Flamethrower onto Chienpao just to make sure that Focus Sash is gone and that threat of damage from Chienpao into Miraidon is mitigated.
Well, we won't hold our viewers back from waiting any longer. Joe is ready with the interview. Let's kick it to the stage and find out what he has to say.
All right, thank you very much. We are here with Justin Tang, the winner of our last match here on day 1. That's a stressful time, Justin. You're going against one of the best players in Japan. You have 4 of the same 6 Pokemon, the same restricted pair. So how are you feeling right now?
Oh, it was really weird, especially like a form-on mirror, basically, right? We're basically bringing the same Pokemon every time. The only difference was I had Volcarona, which ended up being pretty good in this matchup. So I realized to deal well with his Zama, because I realized that his Zama was probably faster than my Zama, I probably should go for the Volcarona game plan. Like you saw in the game 1, I didn't even bring it, because I had a feeling that is probably going to get overwhelmed easily. So I had to back Volk, and even though it got KO'd early, it gave me the reposition I needed with the Dazzles. And yeah, mirrors are really rough. I think a lot of it came down to calling either the Zygarde or the Terra. There's even the game 3 was deciding that I think the Terra Dazzle on the Zygarde, Terra Jag expecting the Volt Switch to live it. Did not go out his way, and yeah, honestly it's a 50-50, and Ko is a really great player, so feels good to beat him, and also feel good to play against one of the best players.
Yeah, it's good. Obviously, good practice for tomorrow because you're gonna have all the other Day 2 qualified players. Good practice for Anaheim because you're gonna be facing these Worlds caliber players. And I thought, you know, Game 1 was a pretty strong showing on your end, and then Ko was able to adjust pretty well in Game 2. So was there any thought in Game 2 that you're like, oh man, he made a prediction that I wasn't expecting, he made an adjustment I wasn't expecting? Then how did you make an adjustment to win the series in Game 3?
So Game 2, I led Chen Pao Zama, which wasn't really probably my best play. I wanted to lead Pao just to protect in front of Fake Out, so I didn't have to play like the hands versus Mirai, and I decided to do that again because that's what he ended up doing. And I thought Double Protect was quite safe because I had a feeling he wasn't going to bring Limbs of Cut, but obviously that didn't cover for the hard swap the hands of Zama, and that was quite unfortunate. The turn after was also very unfortunate because Body Press 100% KO'd my Zama with a critical hit, so that felt really, really bad. So the Game 3 adjustment, I realized Chen Pao is probably too hard a position because it gives me kind of less ways to position around the Miraidon and the Zama, so I figured I still need Bulk. I need Miraidon for sure. Zama can definitely still come because the Y guard is good and can call the Dazzles. And then my own Iron Hands, I think, was pretty important because I realized after I tear Miraidon, I had no drift switch-ins. Like you saw the end game in Game 2. It came down if, like, I mean, everything was already Electric Drift like with some Draco, but now with Iron Hands, he can't safely lock herself in Drift, and I have hands to punish that. So, yeah.
Yeah, and I think the Volcarona, I think there's a lot of different trainers. It seems to be a Pokemon that fluctuates in popularity, especially through these restricted formats. It almost does a little bit of everything, right? It's got Struggle Bug support, it's got Flame Body support, but then it can also get knockouts with Flamethrower, right? So it seems like a very well-rounded Pokemon, but it might be too well-rounded for some trainers to try. So what's your best advice for people that want to try Volcarona, but they just can't find the right moveset?
Honestly, I think this is the best moveset. I think Quiver Dance Struggle Bug it's so good versus special attackers. I brought it to almost every time I faced, like Tarpa Ghost was one thing, or CSR Zama. Like, you'd be able to Struggle Bug the CSR, and then after one Quiver Dance, you find a lot of damage on the Zama Zenda. You usually need 2, but the natural type and bug typing is actually really good versus Zama, as you saw, like resistant Body Press. Even though it did a lot in that game too, but removing the Chen Pao, you know, all is not that. But yeah, I don't think Volcarona is the easiest Pokemon to fill in every single team. I know that people use like support Rage Powder, but if you're going Quiver Dance, I think Grimmsnarl is probably the best partner for it. Even though I wasn't able to utilize in the game 2 or 3, like the Game 1, Saint of Screens was still nice in the end game for my other Pokemon, and there's a lot of bulk. Like you saw my Zama with Echo Drift, Volcarona living in basically any hit. Grimmsnarl supports all these Pokemon very well.
Now, you did start off the day at 0-1. You've now won 7 consecutive. So we're focusing on the positives, not that negative. How do you keep a positive mentality when you start off 0-1? You're like, oh no, what's going to happen? And yet here you are with 7 consecutive wins to end the day.
It's kind of hard. I feel like I guess talking about my round 1 and how I lost, I basically pulled an auto loss, so I wasn't too upset. It was in prison, Zamazena with Body Press Y Guard, and he was faster than me. So in the end game, I also didn't really play that well, but I figured that, okay, I'll have 1 auto loss out of the way. Maybe I have 1 loss to bad luck and such, but the rest I just got to play out, and that kind of just motivated me to play as well as I did for the last 7 rounds, and yeah, it feels pretty good. I mean, first time I also won 7-1 for an IC, so I'm really happy with that.
I'm liking our odds for tomorrow. We're going to keep the hope alive. So do you have any shout-outs for anybody watching at home, your team-building friends, any family and friends that are supporting you along the way?
Of course. Jody's right here. Thank you, Jody, Donghyun, and Wyatt for helping, I guess, running the team together for this event. Special shout-outs to Chunjun and Chris Han for helping with game plans and lines. They used it for other tournaments for great success, and their advice has really been really, really helpful. And yeah, besides, I mean, thank you for all my friends at Momo Nation, Gambito, and Church.
All right, Tang Gang rejoice as Justin Tang is 7-1 going into day 2 here in New Orleans tomorrow. Thank you, Justin. Congratulations. We're going to head over to the lounge to end our day strong. You're good, Justin. We'll see you guys later.
Thanks, Joe. I am so thrilled. I am buzzing after today's Pokemon matches. It has been so incredible here in New Orleans, Louisiana for the North American International Championships. My name is Evan Ladd. I got Scott Glaza and Jake Muller here to close us out for the day. Y'all, what was that? we saw so many incredible matches. We saw Scovillain win on stream. It happened.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a lot of fun, right? I feel like we've had a debilitating Game 3 allergy at the North America Regional Championships, but we cleared it up in the right time. It's been a lot of really great sets today.
Yeah, just some fantastic Pokemon on day one of the International Championships here. I think it's a sign of great things to come. We have another whole day of Swiss into the beginning of our Top Cut bracket tomorrow. And I think the matches are only going to get better from here.
Yeah, the matches only increased in quality as the day went on. I think the final few matches that we saw were some of the best matches that I have seen in a double restricted format across the history of VGC. So incredible performance from our players, and there is more to come tomorrow. Let's take a look at those players who have qualified for day 2. These are just a few of the players who will be competing in day 2. And these are all very recognizable names for anyone who's been watching our streams.
Got a bunch of former regional, national, international champions, including the reigning champion of this tournament. So congratulations on all these players, and I'm excited to see some of them tomorrow.
A couple of world champions on that list as well we get to see here in North America. We're not even at the World Championships yet, and we got Worlds caliber matches going on, so really cool to see this continued success from all these veteran trainers.
Yeah, absolutely incredible players that will be competing in our day 2 of Swiss tomorrow. I am so excited to see how all of these players compete because this is it. This is the final tournament of the regular season. So a lot of these players are competing for the glory of becoming the North American International Champion, either for the first time or again, I saw Alex Gomez in that list there, trying to get another North American International Championship. But there are also players here who are on the bubble who really desperately need a good finish at this tournament in order to qualify for the World Championships in their rating zone. So tomorrow should be extremely exciting. The stakes could not be higher for these players.
Yeah, no, we tend to be really focused on the top cut, and in a regional championship, that's maybe the right way to look at it. But here, which players wind up just making it top 64, just making it top 32, could make a huge difference over which players are representing the North America region, in particular at the World Championships in just about a month and a half.
Yeah, and some trainers I'm sure have even locked up their place in the World Championships already today. Plenty of people came in knowing, okay, I just need top 128, top 256, even top 512 are receiving points from this event, and those players around that 75 area, if they just get a little bump from this event, might have locked themselves up.
Absolutely, and you are not going to want to miss a moment of the action. So make sure that you are tuned in bright and early in the morning. You can see the times right here on the bottom of your screen. You can go ahead and click that follow button, click that bell, get your notifications. Make sure you are there to miss, so you don't miss a single moment of the action. And of course, you can also go to our broadcast page at Pokemon.com/broadcast. Follow us on social channels. Use /play Pokemon to find where all of our Pokemon competitions live. Really, you're not going to want to miss this. Tomorrow, we're going through day 2 Swiss, we're going through Top Cut, and then we're getting ready for Championship Sunday. And come on, if today has been anything, you can't miss Championship Sunday.
Absolutely not.
Yeah, if you watched any part of today, you owe it to yourself to watch Championship Sunday and pre-championship Saturday.
It's a good brand. We could maybe workshop that just a little bit. But yeah, I mean, it'll be a lot of fun, right? I think it's a great variety of Pokemon, I think, kind of compared to maybe what we were expecting coming in. A lot of really competitive matches. So I think there's more doubt than ever than what will come out on top.
Even the number of players that could still take this tournament. We saw so many really strong players on stream this weekend.
Oh, yeah.
Any number of the trainers we saw win on stream, even a lot of trainers that didn't make it to stream, are all very much in contention. So it's going to be a really tough fight.
Well, speaking of strong trainers, you can receive some of the favorite Pokemon of our strong trainer who won the European International Championships. That is, of course, none other than Wolfglick's favorite Pokemon of all time, Incineroar. Redeem now with NAIC25 Clonparish as your distro code there. Make sure that you are getting that because if I know anything, Incineroar will always be good.
Yeah.
I think it's almost double the usage of the second most used Pokemon this weekend. So, I like its odds at repeating.
Yeah, I would not be surprised to see Wolfie's Incineroar winning the World Championships in a month and a half, and maybe not on Wolf's team.
Or maybe with Wolf. Why not?
Yeah.
Get a repeat.
Get his buddy another championship.
Yeah, there we go.
Hey, or maybe if you're having a hard time, taking Wolf out, get the psychological battle of will he knock his own Incineroar out?
He wouldn't. He couldn't.
How cruel.
How could you? Well, it's not just our video games happening here on the Championship Sunday and Saturday. We also have Unite is happening here, and if you are watching at home, make sure that you are watching on Twitch. Use that /Pokemon Unite so you can get the Mew Platinum Emblem drop, as well as you can use that gift code NAIC 2025 to get a special sticker for your Pokemon Unite game. It is always so fun to have Unite here in the stadium. The energy that is brought during those matches is electric, and it's always just so much fun to see all of our players out there. You know, I get to see some really cool Pokemon that I'm not used to seeing that are running around. I saw like a Moon was on field, and I was like, oh, Umbreon, cool. I was like, oh no, it's Clefable. Cool, I love that.
I saw a Doublade earlier today. It's like, oh, that still exists, right?
Oh, I miss Doublade.
I know.
Bring it home.
Bring it home. Well, let's take a look at those of you who are a fan of the trading card game. You can get these special illustration rares in-game using that code NAIC25 Destined Rivals for Ethan's Adventure and Team Rocket's Giovanni. I love the art here. Love the idea of Giovanni as possession of Team Rocket here. Incredible work all around.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking about that too. Isn't it more like Giovanni's Team Rocket?
No. The collective is what is in charge here.
Not only great art, I think we've seen both of those cards win a match on stream on the TCG side of things this weekend already. So a really great way to kind of build up your collection.
All right, and for those of you who are fans of Pokemon Go, we have not forgotten about you. Of course, you can watch and earn Twitch drops when you are watching on the Pokemon Go channel as well, and the trading card game live. But also, when you are watching for Pokemon Go, you can get that timed research via those Twitch drops, including the Mandibuzz inspired by P4T0 M4N, Patoman's EUIC winning team. You know what? Mandibuzz used to be really a staple in the video game championships, and I'm really excited that it's also back in Pokemon Go.
Yeah, it's been good for Go in a long time. I think I remember trading for Mandibuzz at this tournament about 3 years ago. So value's been there.
Absolutely. Of course, that Elite Charge TM, very, very helpful for some trainers as well. So really fun way to kind of include everyone in all of our broadcasts here.
Absolutely. And of course, every single one of those games will be on stream tomorrow. So again, got to make sure you're following along so you don't miss a single second of the action, because there is just so much to come for tomorrow. That being said, that wraps our day one here in New Orleans. I'm going to go home and take a nap and be ready for the morning calls for us to get into that Pokemon action once again. Everyone at home, I hope you do the same. But until then, we'll see you tomorrow.